Game the way we do, we don't have a problem with that. The preparation against Falcons, it's a bit hard because they changed their roster, so we don't know what to expect. They have a Brazilian coach as well that I played with him. We are confident on playing and stuff like that, so it's more like what we like to play over of what's their weaknesses.
My name is Yanis, I'm Mugli as well. I'm from Rainbow Six Worlds roster and I'm an entry fragger. I'm very excited because it's SI in Sao Paulo in Brazil. I never went to Brazil, so it's a big country and they love to play Siege, so I'm so happy to be here. So we're in Group B. The first match will be against SLG. They are good friends of us, but this match will be a good fight. And after that we will play Bliss. Bliss were in our group all over the year, but we really want to win against them because it was always a tough match against them.
My name is Gustavo, or Psycho, my nickname. I'm from Ninjas and Pyjamas and my role is IGL. I already have this type of experience in the past on Pro League São Paulo, and this is probably my best tournament I played because of the crown, so I'm feeling good to be here again. I think winning SI on the past was super good for us because we know how to play the competition. I think I'm ready to win the second SI. I know it's gonna be difficult because now we have a lot of good teams, especially the Brazilian teams are on their best moments, but I really can feel we can beat them.
My name is Paulo, I play for Team Liquid and I'm currently doing Flex. I'm really excited to play the Six Invitational. Like, all the journey, everything is for this moment. We are playing against the best, we are the best. I'm in my hometown, everyone's excited. And playing in the front of the crowd is screaming for us. We did it a couple of times and there's no other feeling, especially here in Brazil. Like, people go mad, it's really insane. Our group is really difficult. We have like lots and lots of good things, and let's say it's a great test to start the tournament because if we go through, there's nothing that we can be scared, you know. Virtus Pro, we have, as I said, a history against them, and it's a good history, so we hope we beat them.
I'm Foltz. I'm a player for Space Station Gaming, and my role is hard breach / flex. So after last Invitational, we did a big revamp of our roster and kind of switched our identity and a lot of players and even coaches around. Through Copenhagen and Atlanta and now here, we've gotten better and kind of built those blocks up to kind of get to the point we're at now, and I think this is the best form we've been in, and I'm excited to play. I don't think there's any specific team I really want to play. One thing I will say is the last time we played Wolves, we didn't play the best, but we've made, like I said, a lot of adjustments and we've changed a lot since then and learned a lot. And I think this time is going to be much, much different.
I am Bolo. I play for Dark Zero, and I am second entry. Personally, I feel pretty ready for the event. I think, you know, I had a little bit of a break. You know, it's been about a year, but I'm ready now. I think the team's ready. The boys are ready to win, and so am I. And, you know, what's a better place to do it in Sao Paulo? The group is well matched for us. You know, there's no, you know, you don't want to underestimate any opponent in any tournament, especially the biggest one of the year. We got GK, G2, NIP, and FearX. I think they're good matchups, and I think we're ready. I think we're prepared, and I don't think they will be. But FearX and GK, you never know what they can throw your way.
Thanks to each and every one of you who supports, follows, and cheers us on.
みんなの応援がとても力になっていて、レインボーシックスシージコミュニティにとても感謝しています。
La connexion que nous partageons va au-delà du jeu. Peu importe d'où vous venez, que vous nous souteniez depuis des jours ou des années.
การสนับสนุนอย่างไม่หยุดหย่อนของคุณกระตุ้นให้เราทำดีที่สุดในทุกนัด
ومعا نشكل عائلة رينبو سيكس سيجن متناغمة لتصبح ذكرى في قلوبنا.
Приглашаем всех на Six Invitational 2024 и не забудьте посмотреть это прекрасное и невероятное событие вместе с нами.
항상 레인보우 식스 시즈를 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 여러분들의 응원이 레인보우 식스 시즈를 세계 최고의 게임으로 만들 수 있습니다.
Juntos, somos a melhor comunidade do mundo.
Muito obrigado, galera.
Thank you for the support.
شكرا على دعمكم.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Спасибо огромное.
Muito obrigado, comunidade.
Merci beaucoup.
Welcome everybody, welcome back to Six Invitational 2024. We are live from beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. And it's not yet hammer time, but we're going to pick it up at some point and move it to the arena. And I can tell you that arena is setting up to look incredible, but that'll be for Friday morning. Hello, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. We are still in playoff section here in our second phase of the Invitational. And today is Elimination Day. Welcome, I'm Milos. With me are Alfama and Anne. Alfama, first of all, welcome. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling amazing, man. It's SI, right? Yeah. Biggest event of Rainbow Six. I'm super happy to be here. Last time I went, I was a player. It was my first international event, and I got grouped. So hopefully I'm going further this time. You know what I mean?
You're already in playoffs.
Yeah, I'm already in playoffs. It's already an improvement.
And how are you today?
I'm very good today. I mean, I just had the sad realization, like you mentioned, this elimination game. We are saying goodbye to 8 teams today. That is insane.
And let's talk about that, actually. Let's flash the graphics up on the screen because we have a lot to talk about in our pre-show and educate you before we get started. 20 teams is what we had in our group stage. 16 is what we started with yesterday. And today, we're going to lose like half of those. So it is elimination day. So today, you're going to get glued to your seat the entire day. Here's our schedule for today. Of course, we'll still running Stream A and B. That'll be the same case for tomorrow. Bleed v Lost, Falcons and Liquid. And then Space Station we're playing against, and will always be against the winner of the match prior to it. That is how it will be. It's all about who can win. And let's recap things with what happened yesterday. Here is our bracket. You can see it all. I'll turn to my analysts, kind of ask them a few questions. Wolves look pretty good, but then fell to Sonics. What happened, Alfama?
I think they gave it all against W7M. I think that was a barn burner of a match, probably one of the best series we've had so far. I think Wolves, especially through all they had at playing super aggressive against them, but then Sonics played super grouped, very structured, and they didn't find any opening against them.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very dominant on the side of Sonics. A 7-3 and a 7-2. Ambi's having an amazing tournament so far. Citizen as well with the stats going absolutely crazy. And yeah, Wolves just kept on throwing everything in the kitchen sink and it didn't really work for them this time.
Let's move on with our games because there are actually quite a few yesterday. And we'll talk about FaZe for a moment here because they smashed Lost and then went on to even go further.
Yeah, and win G2, like one of the real big first tests for them, right? G2 were in an incredible form. They were, I think, one of the most dominant team coming out of their group. Looking at FaZe right now, I feel like they've got such a well-rounded team, such a wealth of experience right now, and this is why they're where they are right now, right?
Even with G2 taking the L for Europe, Virtus.pro on the other hand, and they looked incredible.
Yeah, I think for the Virtus.pro NIP game, my favorite thing was that this game was played on the 2 maps that suit these teams' play style the most. Cafe, Bank, those really big maps that allow you to play that slow kind of play style. But yeah, very dominant on the side of Virtus.pro, especially Clutch, coming out from Always on that overtime match point to secure the first map, and then a 7-0. I think this is the second time actually that Virtus.pro have 7-0'd a team on Bank. It's insane.
And one team that we could definitely hear was Dark Zero. What was it? I can't hear you! That was great, Alpha.
Yeah, that was great. I think this is like literally the equivalent to FaZe versus G2 in terms of barn burner, but such an NA game in every kind of ways. In the play style, very structured, lots of strategies and slow paced, and at the same time, it was NA in the trash talk as well.
That's the best part of it. I mean, you grew up in it to some extent after your stint in EU. Let's talk about, though, our operators. There's one specific operator that I love to play, but also love to see actual good players play. And Buck, why is he so important here at SI?
I mean, I'm not surprised. One of the most picked attackers at this event. We know it's a very defender-favorite meta that we're in right now, but his kit is absolutely amazing to be able to deal with so many of those issues. One of the most banned attackers of this tournament actually is Ying. Ying has got a lot of flashes. Buck has got flashes as well, but that's just a small part of his kit.
Yeah, for anyone in ranked here that loves to entry, this is the operator you need to go on right now. He has the best kit possible, the flashes, the skeleton key to open up rotations or new line of sights. He has gone 6 to deal with soft breach. Honestly, like overall, such a well-rounded operator, high fire rate if you can handle the recoil, and it's also why I think he's been picked so much at this SI.
Is there one person that you would associate with Buck throughout this whole tournament?
Honestly, Cyber has been going absolutely insane on the Buck so far this tournament. I mean, a pretty high pick rate as well. One of his favorite attackers to play when it comes down to this, but almost always securing at least 1 kill per round as well shows how consistent he can be on this operator.
Yeah, the kill per round is crazy. Who gets almost 1.3 kill per round on this and 1.9 KD and the cost at almost 80%? Like honestly, it's crazy. Look at the clips now, how it translates into game. first thing first, see, he's always winning his opening engagements, but look at how he's always aiming at the right guys. It's because his team is enabling him to be the spearhead of their attack. They're always joining for him, and you will see throughout this clip against Wolves, he's getting constant pings. You can see it on the white stairs player that just gets the kill. He gets consistently pinged, and Cyber opens the hatch to divert him, drops, volts, nice, and gets the second kill on the other player. That's how versatile the operator is, because he creates discretion. And then look, he takes that other gunfight. Again, look at how he's consistently pinged. Again and again, he's getting droned. Switch to the skeleton key and close range shotgun. And then again, long range gunfight here on Kitchen, switch to the shotgun, and wins the opening engagement here, or the second engagement rather, close range thanks to the shotgun.
Yes, that quick adaptation between able to take those long range gunfights, but also when you're facing a player behind a shield, to make sure you have that shotgun to be able to defend yourself. Also, to just deconstruct the site, create that entry for yourself, be so explosive, because that is something that we've seen these teams do so well, right? If you're explosive, if you go into site very fast, that is what works against his very strong defender favorite meta.
I mean, just look at the way he opened up the bomb site here. Like, he's the only reason why they lost this round. They won this round. He just opens Kitchen and gets a triple kill on the bomb site. And again, that's very important. He spearheads the attack. Everybody follows up on it.
And so now you can understand why Lost had such a hard time against FaZe, and that pulls it directly into our conversation piece against our first team. Lost versus Bleed is first matchup. You see the players behind us warming up. Lost, they took the L against FaZe yesterday, right, Afama? But we expect more of this team. There's a lot of talent behind them.
Yeah, they're coming out of a grand final at a major. I think that's the biggest point, and you expect them to perform at this SI, and I don't think they really showed the same shape or form that they did in Atlanta. And I think especially looking at yesterday against FaZe, like, it showed overall like a track record of losing a map to Scars, losing 2-0 to Fury, and then losing to FaZe because they lacked the fundamentals and they were consistently struggling to punish the aggression.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Of course, you know, their flawless run or their really good run at Atlanta. Maya had a significant performance at that tournament there. He's been struggling a little bit more here, but he's getting into the tournament slowly, so that is good to see. But of course, yesterday they struggled a bit. They were playing very solo, very much apart from each other, and therefore it was really difficult for them to punish these gaps on the defensive phase.
Well, you talked about issues with fundamentals for Lost, but is there a redeeming piece where are there attack setups, at least before trying to execute good? Is there something redeemable here?
Yeah, this is the great thing about them, is they do the hardest part of the job is the early round and the mid round to gain the advantage on your opposing team. The thing is, they do that right, but the problem is they throw that advantage away because when they get the advantage, instead of staying grouped and being able to trade when they're getting picked, they're really thin, spread thin, and that's why they kept losing this advantage, and they needed to play more structured here today to win.
Is that more of an old school way of playing things, given the current meta and how teams have been just executing directly into a site?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing them execute directly into the site as well. A really good example of that yesterday was on Skyscraper, where they just send it into the bathroom, got the plan down, and then they're losing it, like you said, on the fundamentals of that post plan, not making sure they got all these angles covered, not playing out their advantages, and that's been significantly losing them rounds.
Is there a player I mean, you talked about Maya and kind of drop in performance here, but anybody else that's really expected to pick up? Cameraman is this player that used to play on FaZe, and it was a big revenge match, and so a grudge match yesterday, but we expect this man to keep guiding teams into the future, much like he did with FaZe.
Yeah, I think the story of Cameraman in this game is absolutely crazy. Like, he did crazy things with FaZe, got dropped, rebuilt everything with Furia, and then again with MIBR, sorry, and then again went back to FaZe, won amazing things, and then had to rebuild everything with loss, and still managed to go in the grand final of a major. The story of this guy is crazy.
He's just good no matter where you put him. That's sort of a legacy, a legend of Brazil, and we're going to talk about why, even with the existence of this legend on Lost, the favorite in this series, to us, we will argue this, is Bleed, the APAC team. Now you say, Milos, are you crazy? Spinnst du, man? Are you crazy? Do you think that Bleed are actually, well, actually I do, and my analysts here are going to prove it to you. And go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they came out of the group of death, right? And they are by far the best 4th seeded team in this tournament out of the groups as well. They got 8 points. They took maps of W7M, took maps of Virtus Pro, beat Liquid, beat M80. That is super, super impressive. They got a lot of experience coming in. I'll show you talk about that later as well. But yeah, making it out of the group of death, showing that they can beat teams from Brazil, that to me shows that they might very much be the favorite going into this matchup.
Yeah, the consistency throughout the year of progressing through major events, the fact that they were 1 round away from beating Virtus.pro and being the 2nd seed, not the 4th seed of the group of death. I think all of these examples show how great they've been progressing and how they come into this SI with the best shape of form that we've seen so far.
And I said this only a couple of weeks ago, is that anybody that says APAC washed, yada yada, whatever, are arguing in bad faith. Because every single tournament we go to, there's always a surprise team like that. And honestly, for a small region like it, underdeveloped. You know it yourself, you lived in the region, you played in it. Still, we get to see this sort of performance. I'm definitely looking forward to it. And we talk about a performer. One of them has been around for ages, Mentalist. You remember from Fnatic days also in the day. Lost are definitely getting ready for this one. What do we expect out of him today?
Mentalist is such a great player and a key player in Bleed. He was the shot caller in Fnatic. He has an incredible game vision. When I was leading them, he always found great opportunities. I think he really stepped up as a leadership figure right now in that team, surrounded by young prospects from APAC that were really promising. And I think overall, looking at him right now, I think he's the main reason why they have such a good strategic depth. They're able to attack very differently. From other APAC teams, they have way more different styles that they can play on. And I think that's the biggest reason why they're the best APAC team right now.
Yeah, of course, he's got a lot of experience as well, right? Played at SI before, coming into this team, guiding these younger players, and it shows in this clip as well.
Yeah, it translated to the game. You just saw him trying to open here around Gym Bomb side on Clubhouse. It's match point, by the way. It's super important. He got Benetricked on Cash Wall. He rotates all the way to Jacuzzi Wall and will open and call a rush there. Mind you, it's been 3 rounds in a row that we're playing super slow-paced. Now he's going to call a rush. Hoven uses Swarm Bees to clear bathroom and hallway. Mentalist knows that then there is only one player in gym, and one in construction gets the double kill, then a triple kill thanks to the Swarm Bees, and now he's got the bomb site. See, these types of adaptation from him is something that we don't see very often in other APAC teams, and this is the biggest reason why they're the most consistent right now.
And we saw it yesterday in the halftime show. Mentalist probably has the worst geography knowledge that I've ever seen. However, his in-game prowess and that feel, there's pretty much nothing like it, and we could see it in the clip itself, immediately rotating away. One thing is that Asfi himself, this is his, I guess, final tournament for a while, is going for national service afterwards, so they're gonna give it their all here, Bleed, and
They definitely
tripping over it.
Yeah, no, but they're definitely going to give it their all, right? I mean, they have fans. I mean, of course, you had Joel yesterday, and Joe joined with you on the halftime show. People, of course, are very much a fan of that, and yeah, I feel like I agree with Mentor. Sometimes it's difficult and risky calls they have to make on that as well, right? You see them sometimes going for these plans somewhere, all of a sudden in a 5v4 situation, you're like, what is going on? And they managed to win out those rounds successfully, even.
And the biggest reason for their success on LAN is that they're not afraid of taking risk, exactly like you just mentioned. And one of the biggest reasons for this, I think, is everything they're doing right now is bonus. Nobody expects them to go that far. And this is the biggest thing. Yes, it's his last dance, but at the same time, they're just having fun.
No stress.
No stress.
That's the squad. Let's talk about then our maps, where they're going to need to, I guess, stress in some ways, but you know what? No stress in general, in comparison to what Los has to live up to. See Border, Clubhouse, Bank, and Skyscraper banned out. Bleed will pick Chalet, with Los starting off on defense. That is our first map. Our second, Skafe Dostoyevsky, Bleed will be starting on defense, as Los has picked the map. Of course, you pick the map, the other team gets to pick their starting side. Consulate and Nighthaven Labs are banned out. Nighthaven as the last one. Okay, interesting. We go to Oregon, where pretty much big teams, all of them, go to die. Bleed have picked this, or at least this is our decider. Bleed will be starting off on the attack. And overall thoughts?
I mean, like, of course, for Bleed, this is looking like a pretty good map ban as well. Chalet is a very strong map for them. They've won 6 out of 7 games on this. They beat M80, they beat Liquid on this map. They lost it to W7M, though. Oh, sorry, Los lost it actually to W7M during the grand final. So it shows that Bleed are comfortable on this map. Los have suffered a loss on it before, but then their own cafe pick is, in my opinion, a curious one, because it maybe isn't really their best map. Border and Banker better, but got banned out by Bleed. And then they lost it to, Bleed beat SSG on this map. They lost it to DC. Los themselves, they lost to Sonics, lost to W7M, but they beat FaZe on it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Big elimination game. Yeah. Final thoughts?
Final thoughts would be, I think this map ban heavily favors Bleed in general, just like you mentioned.
Yep.
Strong maps for Bleed and mid preference for Lost there. So again, I'm sticking with my guts. You know, I kind of want to see APAC win this one.
All right. Anne, you agree?
Yeah, I agree, especially with the decided map Oregon as well. I feel feel like they might definitely have the upper hand on that, and especially with Chalet starting off strong, could really look good for
All right, it's time to summon our casters, our first ever TriCast at SI24. It's Guz, Xenox, and our intrepid Foxy.
Yeah, there was a monkey apparently on the broadcast yesterday, but that doesn't count. We've got a Fox, a real one. Fox, welcome on to the broadcast here, onto the stream. A big game coming up as well. How excited are you?
I'm pretty excited. In Atlanta, I casted with Devin Mandy, so I feel like it was only fair to give you guys a cast, give you guys a chance. So
a chance at the Fox?
Yeah, hopefully it goes well. I don't know if I'll be as good as a monkey, but Fox isn't too bad.
Yeah, big game coming up though, of course, guys. Bleed versus Lost One. One of these two teams, of course, has already played in the playoffs yesterday. Lost, losing out, unfortunately, to FaZe. Put up a decent fight, losing 2-1. For Bleed, though, and as mentioned on the desk, coming out of that group of death, there is some serious expectations for this roster.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, it's probably fair to say that of all the teams from the APAC regions, they are probably performing the best. Unfortunate that they had a very challenging group heading into this particular bracket. It does mean that they don't have any second chances already in the lower portion for round number 1, but they have been incredibly competitive. Every single best of 3 that Bleed has played so far has gone to 3 maps, and I think the expectation for this head-to-head is that it will be much the same.
Yeah, it's an interesting stat, that, Fox. When you kind of look at Bleed's record, 1-2 lost to W7M back on day 1, which, I mean, at the time, everyone was kind of like, wow, they took a map off of W7M. Then they beat Team Liquid 2-1. Then they beat M80 2-1. Then the game against Virtus.pro turned into an absolute banging matchup where it went right down to the wire, right down to the final round. This is a team that can seriously contend with probably anyone at this tournament.
Absolutely. Watching Bleed, you wouldn't have guessed that they would have been a 4th seed, especially with how well they were doing in their group. On the flip side of things, Los, they haven't been looking as hot as they did in Atlanta. Obviously, they had a miracle run there. A lot of the Brazilian teams, their general consensus was Los maybe was just a miracle run. They were expecting to see a little bit more out of them, but I'd say that for both teams, Bleed was definitely overachieving, and they have no expectations on their shoulders of themselves. They're going in here to have fun.
The mannequin, the fish, Bleed, they have the fans as well. But for Lost One, an opportunity for them here, guys, where they're going up against a team that has some expectations. What is then the expectations for Lost One? It's really hard to pinpoint.
It's hard to gauge, right? I think their performance against Fury, the 0-2 loss, was actually quite disappointing from them. Now, granted, Fury played exceptionally well in that game. I was casting it with Pengu, and we were, highlighting the positives for Fury in that matchup. But there were some mistakes made by Lost throughout that match. Some mistakes that shouldn't be happening at this kind of level, like playing a Monty into the Oryx a couple of times, just as an isolated example, and just across the board not showing the same polish and probably confidence that they had at Atlanta. So for Lost, it's about trying to capture that magic once again, and if they're going to make this run, it's going to have to be pretty magical.
We haven't really spoken too much about the maps. Clearly, we've got a little bit of a tech issue here. We'll update everyone as we get along. Chalet, Cafe, and Oregon. Clearly, Bleed a team at this tournament where, of course, Skyscraper was very strong for them. Not being able to go here, banned out by Lost One, does give them that respect, of course. It looks as if, though, we are going to head to a bit of a break to begin. Unfortunately, the TriCast hasn't gotten off to the best start. We've hit the brakes on this one. We go to a break, though. When we do come back, it is going to be Bleed taking on Lost One.
Decided to ban that operator. But here, when you have something a bit more concentrated, W7M also play off each other very well. Now, destroying that Mira is a very good pickup for FearX so early on. Believe Pox will have to play a bit more conservative of a position. An open area is not easy to take now, but just a little bit more so.
For FearX, and I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but this entire round is going to weigh on how good you are at clearing this map quickly. Look at the setup, Carter. Especially with these operators that we've chosen for the basement. You have those Goyo canisters, you have smoke. If they end up accessing this at a very low time, then the round's more than likely already shot. Have to find out what happens, though. Turds will move his way in. FearX making some solid progress here, though. You don't have to worry about some players around E2, but as soon as I say that, Philly Pox will get our very first kill of this series onto Rin.
Unfortunate for Rin right there. Had the intel on Herd, specifically inside of stock, but opportunity escaping itself. Demic able to find one, bringing that Osa. Usually we'll see the Osa broad to hold garage like this, and it's good they got that kill, because with one drone remaining as we entered a minute 30, now about 15 seconds old, likely one of the only kills FearX might be able to find depending on what happens, because everyone from W7M has rotated back down to the bomb site. Finding any of these defenders getting aggressive upstairs or retaking before the execute is incredibly unlikely. Because of the setup we mentioned earlier, you have the Vulcan packs, the smoke canisters, in all likelihood a couple F-Knots as well to make it much more difficult to push in. So W7M don't need to start going for a retake or going for a flank until Furex start pushing down.
So far, Locker CCTV is the most played site on Bank. Big shocker there, I'm sure, for a lot of people at home. But it is also the most defender-sided as well, sitting at 61%. So, being said, let's see if W7M can continue to add to this heap. Goyo canister, like I said very early on in the round, this is more than likely going to be a W7M round just based off the precipice of this utility. Furex losing bodies on the entry as well. Nade seeing one over inside a vault, recognizing where at least one person is. Mephi trying to deal with a multitude of different angles. He'll get gunned down as Arakaze will get the second kill, the follow-up there for Furex, and now W7M with a successful basement defense.
The sad part of it is I actually think Furex made the right call there. They were running out of time. They know based on the setup. They spotted herds on the Goyo. They likely knew, just because Lockers has a lot of smoke being brought on this bomb site, that if they try to go for the normal server plant or even just dropping down the hatch and planting against the wall, there was going to be all that utility in their way and potentially even a C4, depending on what remaining defenders they had or what intel Furex knew. So they dropped down through the vault hatch instead, and that should, in theory, dodge a lot of the utility, and it did. There were no Vulcan packs, there were no C4s, but there were the F-Knots that JV92 were bringing, and that made the momentum Furex were trying to gain halted. Because they're blind, they have to turn and shoot it, and JV92 had already got 2 kills and pretty much dispelled that attack completely, but any further kills that could have been acquired was stopped because Nade had time to react. Here's the sound cue. Furex are blinded, able to shut that down pretty quickly as well.
Carter, one of my favorite movies growing up was the Shrek series. You know what I mean? And there's something inside of Shrek that I think really applies to the defenses of Rainbow Six Siege.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I'm really curious where this is going.
And it's onions, man. It's onions. You want to know why?
Why?
Because onions have layers. And that's what the defensive setup is in Rainbow Six Siege. You're layering things, right? And W7M, that's how those basement defenses work. That initial kind of cache that they have built up in open areas meant to hold things back. Really trying to fight Furex for the timing there, and then make them deal with everything that's set up on the actual site. Things like those fear gas, F-Knots, and smokes, and Goyle canisters, things along those lines. Layering all of that up makes it super, super difficult, especially when that timer's eating at you. Have to have that early recognition. The site, though, could be a little bit of a change of fate here for Furex as they have to deal with this top floor. I brought the OSA. Good shout here, especially for the top of square. They get some access to these walls, potential to set up a few of these barriers, assist themselves with these longer range gunfights.
Just a pretty classic beginning to attacking the CEO site, so the Flores will be very much appreciated for Furex to do that very thing. OSA 2 rounds in a row as well. As before we saw on the Lockers bomb site, OSA moves into garage, plants the Talon shield, and tries to cut off any rotations inside of the site. This time, you could have her go CEO windows, or you could have her go top square. Do this very thing. Start pushing forward. Kind of act as a pseudo-Monty in a way, crouching instead of being able to stand up fully extended, but still just to dodge these head holes made in the CEO wall and actually acquire control in this position. Herds tries to get aggressive, but good reaction by Furex. They have Demic covering the OSA, make sure that nobody can, well, do exactly what Herds ended up doing. 2 rounds in a row. Now, Rin finds themselves as the early kill, and a 1-for-1. Hazy hops up the window, cuts down Demic, and because of that kill onto Rin, it gets them the advantage.
Yeah, Claymore kind of a telltale sign of what happened over there, huh?
Yep.
Arakaze inside of top square. The biggest thing right now for Furex is that Rin is gone, and having those Rotero drones would have mattered so very much, especially for that position that was built up over in the main hallway up here. Nice discovery there from Good Boy.
Nice.
Following up on a little bit of info game off those drones. You can see Rin and Demic flying back and forth off those right now.
Well, we're back. Unfortunately, we did have a little issue, but we can get going here for this match of Bleed and Loss 1. As we all sit awkwardly close, this hopefully is a series that is going to be close as well. All the stats do suggest these two teams essentially equal when you kind of look at the perspective. Attack win rate, defensive win rate, entry, time on entry is identical. Fox, these two teams really should send us to 3 maps in an ideal world, hopefully for us, as this is, of course, an elimination game. The loser of this series will be out of the 6th Invitational.
We'd love a full 3 maps, and I think we're going to get a full 12 rounds in this first map. That's a bold prediction I'll put on the day. Both teams, like you said, very neck and neck, close in regard to the way that they play. Those very aggressive players, both substantial individual performers.
Well, let's break down the operator ban phase then. We'll kick things off with a Grim ban from Lost, as highlighted on the desk. The little clip we saw on Clubhouse. Bleed not afraid to utilize the Grim, especially to facilitate fast attacks. Dokubi to follow up, so not too unsurprising there.
Both great bans. Dokubi is primarily used in the Brazilian scene, especially on a map like Chalet. You give one phone call, you can take such a huge percentage of the map without necessarily needing to contribute that much information on drones. You don't have to use anything, and it also inputs a little bit of that Brazilian playstyle, the aggressiveness to just float around this map. Since it is a more or less smaller map, you play a lot of window angles, a lot of the balconies. The Dokubi makes it easier to get inside the map after you've accomplished a pick. Towards that, Valk's going to come out on the defensive ban, followed by the Legion.
Legion, an interesting one, of course, quite powerful at the moment. Post-buff, can gain quite a bit of information, damage, obviously now mechanicals, so a lot of different factors that the attack do not want to deal with. More importantly, though, it does leave other key operators up. Azami, playable. Fenrir, Solus as well. So we'll probably see those employed from both sides. It is, of course, Lost, though, kicking it off on defense. And as we've mentioned a couple of times, very eager to jump into this match, fully expecting all 3 maps.
So as we head to Chalet, the map pick of Bleed, we begin the journey of the lower bracket. Of course, over on the B stream, that too has also begun in terms of Fear X taking on W7M. Talk about David versus Goliath in that matchup. Not to be here, though, on the A stream with 2 teams that look quite equal in their right at playing at this tournament. But unfortunately, one has to go home, and that will be after this series. One from APAC, one from Brazil. We love this international tournament for every reason, and of course, this is one of them. We get to see 2 teams from 2 distinctively different regions go toe-to-toe to see who can survive at the biggest tournament of them all.
Attackers are moving to Bleed doing a great job at swapping turret off of the Brava to Ash, noticing that the Los has actually brought the castle barricades. Those have been a phenomenal reinforcement on slowing teams down. We've talked about that 20-second meta. The castle only reinforces that, especially with Azami up. I could see that being brought up later into the future, but the castle will be the first obstacle that a lot of Bleed will have to go through. The Ash play to pretty much get rid of as many of the far-range castles that Los will put in the way of Bleed to enter the map.
Shield as well in the pocket of Maya on Warden, so he'll probably look to play Mezzanine, but in office at the moment, and he's good for the first. It's an immediate trade, though, so both teams switched on very early into the piece.
Yeah, for Bleed, a minute 20 typically on entry. Los is the same as well on their own attack, so I'm not probably expecting the most super fast-paced action, what we've seen, say, from G2, for example, this tournament. But also don't be too surprised if Bleed opt to try and pick up the pace early, set the tone, make sure that they are dictating the gameplay, especially on their map pick of Chalet. They lose Reaps, but Reaps has proven to be, at least in this tournament, not really the sole player that is required. We've seen Turd stand up, Mentalist has been amazing. Hoven and Aspie, though, have really made a name for themselves as 2 players that can clearly hold their own. So it's not just the Reaps show this tournament for Bleed.
Low starting off with a little bit of a fake pressure roam to see exactly where Bleed was going to be coming from. Little trade back and forth, and now Low slowly going back to the site, playing at time, forcing Bleed to have to find ways to utility to get an understanding of where all the Lowe's players are playing, essentially making Bleed be the one to make the first move.
Clutch drones in play, of course, now as well, and a great direct counter to the Fenrir. As mentioned earlier, there is a shield posted up on Mezzanine, so still a decent amount of utility that Bleed need to clear. There is a defender on an island that's Loben inside of Library, although it is, of course, the Wamai, so there should be magnets fortifying this position.
Yeah, slow-paced gameplay because you bring in the Twitch, you bring in that Brava, so a lot of drone sitting. Obviously, you want to utilize the Clutch, the drone, and of course the shock drone as well from Aspie and Hoven. So, and then you lose Reaps, you also lose that Buck. You can't open things up as easy as you'd like. Bit of a piano room push here. 48 seconds to go in the round, still 4 versus 4. On bar games, though, I think Lost are in a good position.
40 seconds then, and we'll see if Bleed can kick this attack into gear. Loban still inside of Library. There's a crossfire for Bleed, and he succumbs to the pressure. 30 seconds now on the clock, and Lost will need to fight from behind.
Cameraman sitting inside of bar stock obviously does need to be cleared out. Angles of sightlines can be opened up. The Selmas from Mental is thrown. 20 seconds left. Another kill for Bleed because Hoven went for that flank from that fireplace stairs position, coming down the mezzanine, got the kill onto Dash. Cameraman needed that nitro cell to at least get one. Instead, he got none. Good shot from Dots, but unfortunately, his partner in crime has fallen. And so far, the attack from Bleed has been good. They can't deal with Dots just yet, though. Coming in towards Games, but Hoven has the angle. And Bleed have the opening round.
Good comms, guys. Keep this shit up.
Dots trying to move back and forth between the door to potentially stop the defuse. He didn't want to go for that fight against Hoven. He was trying to bait out the magazine and get the diffuser down, but unfortunately it didn't go out in his favor. I really want to take note of the opening that Los had. They actually had the back stock bar wall open with a rotate to drop onto the main stairs, while Dots was also playing on the main stairs to maintain that control. Bleed noticed that they weren't able to get anybody out of stock, so they decided, wow, what a phenomenal shot. They decided to ace open stock to put Cameraman in a ugly position to force himself out of that corner. It was a beautiful collapse from Bleed to get that case down, forcing Los to have to retake onto the site.
Yeah, a wealth of information available as well. We can see there in the overhead at the end of the round, I think it was 7 drones still remaining, and yellow pings, red pings, and on top of the fact there's shock drones, closure drones as well in play. So that's probably going to be a key factor in this matchup, information gathering. I mean, it always is, but none more so than when you're bringing the double specialist drones like that. So good start for Bleed. Good confidence builder for them on the attack, keeping in mind that heading into this game, both teams pretty equally matched in terms of attack win percentage. Loss sitting at 39%. Bleed just edging out ahead on 42.
I like the Clash pickup here. The last round, Los really looked like they were trying to slow out Bleed, and unfortunately it didn't work in their favor. So the Clash just had that little extra reinforcement of slowing down that last 20-second push. We see him playing aggressive out onto the Ego balcony, giving his position away, just trying to make it that much more annoying to the player on the rappel.
Interesting decision this from the defense, and Dots more specifically. Very aggressive. Bleed, of course, could elect to try and collapse on this position. The EMP combo could work out, but it's such an awkward spot to push. Elsewhere, vertical. Maya under pressure inside of Library.
Yeah, Maya getting a little bit pressured here. Reaps was unable to do just this on the buck last round, losing his life early, but at least able to kind of force Maya back over towards Piano. He takes a big chunk of damage as well. Won't lie, not sure exactly how they're going to deal with Dots on that Clash. And like you said, Fox over towards Ego. That means that that's an entry point that is being denied from Bleed's perspective. So it does now funnel them in more so towards Piano, which of course is being watched pretty heavily here by Dash behind this deployable shield. He is that front man here, and a big emphasis on making sure he does not lose his life or this position, but forced away by the flashes. Deployable shield is still up momentarily, but he has fallen back with Loban towards Piano.
The utility clear from Bleed has been phenomenal so far. Step by step, slowly approaching onto the bomb site, dealing with the shields, dealing with the roamers. They've completely been getting rid of every single piece of utility from Lost, but that Clash, she's been uncontested out on this Ego balcony. There isn't many positions for the attacking team to entry through when they go through Library, and if she's not pushed back, which we're going to see Line rotate over onto pushing the Clash back. The Clash didn't realize that he was on the rappel and actually fell down. So forget everything I said. It looks like Bleed's in a good position to take the site.
Yeah, that's huge. That opens everything up through Ego. They can go in towards Office now. Minute left. They've also got that Piano control. Reaps down below. So you've got Vert. You've got good horizontal here for the master bedroom and Office site. 50 seconds. Good shots back though from Maya. Down below on the Warden. Does open things back up at least for Lost One defensively with 45 seconds remaining. Dash is low on site, holding a key position. Lovely swing from Aspie though to predict that one over towards the half wall and finds a second as well onto Cameraman, and they should very well know Maya down below on that Warden isn't close to contest this.
As we enter the post plant, Maya very low on HP, will need to look for a retake through Piano. He'll creep forward to minimize sound, but Bleed should have the crossfires established. They should be aware of his position.
What?
The trigger discipline from Maya, good for 2. 4 in the round, it's almost an ace, but Bleed hold on.
I mean, everyone's just holding the same angle.
A scary position. They didn't have the information. We commended Bleed on their information in the prior round. That round, they didn't seem to have a drone or hear the sound cue from Mai creeping through the piano. It almost was an ugly situation, but fortunately, he was able to get 2. He wasn't able to get the 3rd one. And Bleed, even though it got rocky in those last couple of seconds, they did do a very good job on the way that they were clearing the utility, clearing the zombies, clearing the shields, progressing into the bomb site, dealing with the opponents that were put in their way from Los. A lack of adaptability from Los' side.
It's a big let-off. How often at this tournament, especially at this point, when you're into the playoffs now, can you make a mistake like that and really let that turn into a round win? They were very fortunate. I think it was Hoven at the end, who now is on 4 kills, was able to at least clutch up. Because, I mean, the trigger discipline from Maya to not shoot immediately as soon as he enters that doorway, gets information, really does kind of show the level that we've got from these players. Lost 1. I mean, not a bad round from them. Liked what we saw from the clash and what they were trying to do, but evidently dealt with by Bleed. And systematically, they've been able to do that at this tournament. You look back at that group of death, they've played W7M, they've played Liquid, Virtus Pro, M80, they've played against all of these top teams. And so far, one thing Bleed have looked really good at in this tournament has actually been their attacking gameplay. And I think you've got to put that down mostly to Julia and what he's been able to do with this team.
Well then, perhaps a little bit of a let-off for Bleed. A great attempt from Maya. That could have been clutch of the tournament, or at least this phase of it. A great attempt, but not meant to be, and Lost on defense through the late round, being systematically taken apart by Bleed. As we enter round 3, a focus on Snowmobile early. That breach opened up, and I would anticipate, from what we've seen at Bleed from this tournament so far, that they will split this attack and look to take it apart.
We're seeing a different style of play from Los. We're not seeing any slow denial operators to slow down Bleed. I think Los has understood that they haven't been able to match up well against Bleed's aggressive, sporadic play style and the way that they're taking the map. So they're switching up the tempo, bringing a little more utility to fight Bleed head on. But unfortunately, Dash is going to go down as the library entry confirms from Bleed.
Bleed, once again, will kick off this attack well. Maya continues to look dangerous, and he's down below in support of Loban up above in library. Bleed, though, not playing into this, at least initially. Cameraman also close by on mezzanine. So this is a heavy defense off site, and Cameraman shot in the back. It's a double for Hoven. 6 kills for him in the 3rd round.
Now, mind you as well, at this tournament, in terms of the teams that are still remaining, second last when it comes to planting percentage for Bleed. So they don't win their rounds by hitting site directly, getting plant down. They like to peel apart these defensive layers. And I think when you kind of look at these sort of sites, Basement, Chalet, the way teams will opt to play that heavy roam game, I think it plays into Bleed's hands. And we're seeing that early on. 2 kills, clearing pretty nicely. Lost just look a little bit at sea currently. 60 seconds left, down 2 players. Probably want to fall back to side at this point. Dot's at least holding on the Maestro. Needs to be at least good for 1 here if Lost are going to have any chance in this round. Denies the second reinforced wall from being opened up.
We are seeing it. We see a lot of this quote-unquote split theory in the way that Bleed is able to open up every angle of the map and put the pressure from every side. They've been able to completely surround and open up the Snowmobile. Now they're opening up the front. They want to make sure that Los is very claustrophobic in the site so that they have to push out these exposed areas if they want to stop the defuse.
Loban looking to create additional cover late in the round with those army barricades as Dots pushes forward, but denied. It's Loban and Maya. Loban's good for at least 1 with the headshot now blind. Maya's up above, applying pressure, but Bleed are switched on. They're ready to go, and it's 3 rounds straight.
Yeah, it really shows the strength there of Bleed, basically taking 2 fights, 2 different areas of the map, above, down below as well, hitting site, making sure they're not running out of time. Again, systematically, Bleed have looked really good to begin on Chalet. This is not for the first time, though, Fox, at this tournament. I've seen them do it on Skyscraper. I've seen them do it on other maps as well against top teams. The downside for Bleed, though, is they're great on their map picks. They're really good. So let's not get too overexcited. It's the fact that at this tournament so far, Bleed have been unable to win the opposition's map pick. That's when the real test will be. But so far, good start from Bleed. In fact, even forcing now an early timeout from Lost 1.
Clearly Los look a bit lost in this game.
I don't think you're the first one to say that.
Unoriginal, but unfortunately for Los, with some real analytics, they just aren't able to keep a pin in where everybody from Bleed is. Bleed is doing a great job at keeping up that confusion, keeping up the misdirection, and being able to constantly move. We see time and time again that they're simply losing players without getting a trade. It doesn't help that the only real player making a significant impact on Los is Maya. We're used to him being so good. We're used to him being the star player on this team, but unfortunately, unlike Atlanta, the rest of the team is a little bit quiet so far in the start of the Chalet, so we'll see if this timeout switches up their playstyle that much more than the last shift that we saw in the last 2 rounds.
Well, it does look like we may have a technical pause in a moment, as it looks like the server has disconnected, so an opportunity for these players to stew a little while longer. And I'm sure there's probably plenty of new viewers jumping in for this portion of the event, so a quick reminder that during technical pauses, the players and coaches are unable to communicate. So obviously, again, they had that tactical timeout, so 60 seconds to chat over what's been happening, especially Lost as well, probably discussing
where you going,
things so far. And Mentalist is feeling a little bit chilly.
A little cold. He looks like he's just ready to be like, all right, job done, let's go, let's get out of here. Yeah, I mean, as you said, they had the 60 seconds obviously to talk things over, which now obviously means going into the tech pause, you can kind of then dwell on what was being said. I guess more so for Lost than Bleed than anything. But 3 rounds in, obviously 3-0 start for Bleed. I don't really think this is going to matter too much in terms of any potential delays that this may cause. Hopefully we can get everyone back in sooner rather than later. But good signs from Bleed so far. When it comes to Chalet though, Fox, 43% attacker win rate. So I mean, I guess that's probably now job done for Bleed, which means for Lost, they can't really afford to give up many more rounds in this opening half with 3 to go. Otherwise, it's going to be a very difficult climb back for them.
They can't let any more rounds slip by, because every side right now is a battle of adaptation, especially on the attack. Especially with the recent meta that's coming to fruition, it's very difficult for you to get these attack rounds. And it takes a little bit of time, round by round, to adapt to what the defense is holding. Bleed have been doing a phenomenal job. Obviously, they've got a little bit of a cushion, but the mental battle to bring it back, especially when you're going onto the unfavored side, is just that much harder when you don't have the rounds, the comfortability to lose. You can't skip away 1 round. You can't try an aggressive play. It really takes a toll mentally on the way that you individually play. Regardless of if your team is prepared, it really puts that extra bit of stress onto your shoulders.
I think the concerning thing for Lost, from what I've seen so far, is that they have tried a couple of different things in terms of measuring their aggression and also their compositions to counter Bleed, and it just hasn't really clicked for them at the moment. And as you highlighted, Fox, I think the trade game has probably been one of the biggest downfalls, especially early round. It's, you know, they had a triple stack, they had like a triangle formation, top floor for a basement defense, and at no point did they really apply much counter pressure onto the attack.
We call it like the flying V.
I don't know, I'm sure we could come up with a name. And it just got torn apart, players giving away their life for free. But that goes back to Bleed. They're gathering really good information, and they have the confidence and the flexibility to play off that at the drop of a dime, right? A lot of other teams, especially from APAC at this tournament, often stall out even if they have information. Yep. They often can't put the pieces together and work out how to actually capitalize on it. Whereas for Bleed, despite the seed that they've gotten, they had a really tough group, they were incredibly competitive, and they continue to improve.
Well, the good news is we are back into the server, and maybe the bad news for Lost is even after the timeout that they originally had before the tech pause, they've opted to go back to Snow Wine defensively when I felt like they got picked apart pretty comfortably by Bleed on this particular site. This was one of the more one-sided affairs. Unfortunately, rehost was required, so we'd lose all of those fun little numbers next to everyone's names. But I mean, the only one that was really a standout, at least for Bleed's sake, was Holvin. He was having a really good start to this game. Everyone else pretty much low on numbers. I think Maya as well for Lost 1. But as we go back into this, Snow Wine, big round coming up. In fact, probably a big 3 rounds coming up for Lost 1. When you kind of look at the statistics, when it comes to the defensive win rate of this tournament on this map, they really do need the next 3.
I want to see some adaptation out of Los. We talked about them getting isolated, picked off. Didn't really look like there was any trade potential. It doesn't necessarily mean that they need to turtle or slow things down. We see the K to just be an extra barrier on the site, but they need to put a little bit more calculated aggression in the way that they roam up top. We're seeing them hold library, extending up top with that shield we've seen prior. It looks like they're investing a little more resources to one side of the Chalet.
This could be fast.
As opposed to a little bit of everywhere.
I mean, they've got the Osa, they've got Thatcher wall, open it, go deep with the Candelas, Osa Talon shield up close. Now there is a mirror facing this breach though, and a Nitro prepared. Loban also does get the first pick, so this could be tricky for Bleed.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Nitro immediately timed well, I think hit the roof, but it can still deny entry if that Osa does elect to push in. Holvin finds an early kill onto Maya. I think that might have been over towards Blue. Then when he comes in from Fireplace Stairs, goes pro momentarily down onto Reaps as well, so it's only Mentalist and Holvin that is currently standing. It has not worked here for Bleed at all. The The fast-paced rush was denied. The mirror a big factor in that. Hoven got another kill over towards Shell. Dot's trying to swing. He gets involved. 3 more for Hoven. Now in a 1 versus 2 for Mentalist. Pushes in deep towards Snow. Still a minute 50. Still a lot of time. But unfortunately, he's on an island out in the middle of nowhere. And Dash is going to just send him packing. Much better from Lost One, dealing with that very fast push from Bleed.
Much better indeed. We saw that C4 miss its mark, but end up finding the kill later in the round onto the Osa. Unfortunately, it didn't look like Bleed was able to hear with all the construction that was happening. They responded great. The trades were there. I think Los was able to get a little bit more of an advantage, get those picks down, and then when it was in the 1v2 against Mentalist, they played it very well. A little back and forth, baiting Mentalist into the site. It was a good attempt from Bleed to continue to keep that step forward, always making Los have to think about what's next. And I'm not expecting too much than a little bit more back and forth from Los' side. I really like the adaptation. That timeout clearly helped in their favor, although Bleed made it a little bit easier by going for a rush. That is one of the riskier takes, especially on that basement bomb site.
It's an APAC specialty, really, this kind of rush. So that was the Hoven push, I guess, coming through Fireplace Stairs. That was the differentiating portion of the attack from Bleed. They lost Turd really early, so really when they got that rush going, it was a 4-on-5. And it's not the worst rush we've ever seen, Gus. How many blue bunker rushes have we seen on Oregon with the Blitz just look absolutely abysmal, but really well done from Lost defensively. I think, again, that mirror makes a big play. Obviously, the Nitrous up, yeah, it doesn't do what it originally was intended to, but it still had a secondary option in the end. But Bleed, I mean, to go for that kind of play off the back of the timeout, the stall out that we had for the tech balls as well, I don't hate it. It just doesn't come off the way they would have liked. But obviously for Lost, they win basement and we go back upstairs.
Question will be, can Lost continue to build up the round count here on defense, sensing its urgency? Dining for round 5. Bleed with the tools to deal with the roam clear and Reach with a very quick entry here inside of Solar. Has information and Hoven to assist, and that is a really good pinch. As Army taken down first, of course, so keeper barriers will no longer be in play once taken down. There is a trade though. So a 4 versus 4, and perhaps the flank watch now well weakened for Bleed.
Los looking to give up the top floor site. They know that they don't have control of it. They got their pick. Still a 4v4. The C4 coming out from a big window, able to take Mentalist down. And it's such an amazing C4 when it hits its mark. Dash gets a pick as it looks like Los is going to push on to Hoven. Hoven gets one. He's going to get taken down and traded by Maya. And Los has actually been able to retake onto the top floor, leaving Turd alone. In a 1-on-4, they'll pick up dots. Case in hand.
Really well executed from Lost to bring that round back, considering they had given up that top floor control. Like you said, for kitchen and dining, that office and bedroom position of the map is so valuable. Obviously, Bleed went really fast. They were able to get good control of it. Forced Lost into action. Unfortunately for Turd, he kind of got stuck outside a trophy. I think obviously playing a pretty key position here, making sure that no one could go for that rotate down below, coming up trophy stairs in towards Solar. It's just that, unfortunately, it was a more direct approach from Lost. They took the battle over towards Piano rather than going for that rotate. And now Turd obviously finds himself in a 1 versus 4. Certainly not impossible. When you take into account Dots and Dash and their health, very, very low. Can he create a couple of 1 versus 1s? 60 seconds left in the round. Obviously just tries to fire out a few shots. Maybe bait some players out. And the kit, I believe, is up above in Solar, being watched by Lost One. Indeed, as you can see there, right next to Dash, and so for Lost One, very much in the driver's seat for this round.
Yeah, unfortunate for Bleed, they got off to a really, really good start. I thought that pinch through bathroom was great, but the response from Lost was up to the task. Some good banter in the all chat between these two at the moment, as Turd is able to sweep up 1. Just sitting down below, padding stats at this point in time. There's no point really going for it because he's not going to be able to win it out.
We talk about loss, not being able to lose and mistake and give away any more free rounds, and it goes to show you just how disciplined they are in this situation. They don't want to even give Turd an opening. Obviously, somebody peeked through the hatch, got a little overzealous, but they don't want to give away too much of an advantage to potentially let something slip, especially at an event this big, when you have the numbers stacked against you. You have to make sure that you make every single one count. And with Bleed started off well last round. They were able to get an amazing entry into the bathroom. They were able to get a pick. Los responded beautifully. They fell back, waited for the teammate to reinforce up top to have 3 people so that they can commence the retake. And when they pushed through, all the gunfights just went in their favor for the most part.
I should say, by the way, because those at home couldn't see the chat at the end there, but Lost was giving Turdster a little bit of grief, considering he didn't go for it, and the words explicitly were stats, man, as if he's worried about his stats, which of course we can't even really see them anyway because of the rehost, but they do get all added up. So a 3-2 scoreline. Lost bringing it back, looking a little bit more comfortable here on Chalet. And it all started here. Lovely pinch, like you pointed out, guys, where they were able to overload that bathroom position. But the retake from Lost was essential. It had to be. They needed to, of course, retake this above position. And evidently they were able to do so really successfully.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned earlier, right, is the time to entry for both of these teams being identical at a minute 20. Neither team, or Bleed more specifically, haven't shied away from changing it up, switching it up, being a little bit more aggressive in some rounds and withholding in others. So interested to see how they will conclude the half, being round number 6. The Ying is back in play, so I'm sure that's going to be a key tool in unlocking these power positions that the defense will hold.
A big change we've seen in Bleed's playstyle in the last 2 rounds is how aggressive they're getting in the map. They're getting in, but it's exposing them to these vulnerable positions where they're unable to, I guess, cement themselves into these positions that they're taking, where they're getting their picks from. The first 3 rounds, we saw them pick apart Los. We saw them play slow, wait for Los to make the first move, and it doesn't look like there's too much of a change coming out from Los' side. They're still playing very aggressive, very structured, and stagnant in the way that they've been playing, but Bleed has been going for these aggressive opening entries, and Los is responding perfectly to them by waiting them out, waiting for Bleed to expose themselves in these very open-ended positions, and then playing onto that retake.
So the Vetero there from Turd to scout out library. A couple of key pieces of utility have been spotted out. Magnets, I believe there were some proxies as well. Turd as well can deal with the mezzanine shield quite easily. Something that other teams have actually, unironically, struggled with a little bit at this event, especially on that particular position. So the groundwork here from Bleed is solid. Not aggressing as heavily as we've seen in some of the previous rounds.
Going back into taking a little bit more time, clearing out the utility. This is what we highlighted in the first 3 rounds of how amazing they were at just slowly, step by step, clearing everything out, making sure that Los has to worry about everything else around them, and then that's where the kills were able to come on Bleed's side. They were able to push Los into these overexposed positions and always have a 2-on-1 in the areas that they were trying to push.
See Mentalist there, library balcony with the kit in hand, so clearly heavy focus from Bleed's perspective that it is going to be that more direct approach hit for the kit itself, whether that's a hatch drop. Can still, of course, get off of the balcony, go through big window towards games, so options are plenty for Mentalist. 60 seconds left. Outside of him, though, big stack, at least from Bleed's perspective, coming through Piano Aspie with the Kendalas to open things up. He loses his life immediately, though. Maya, great counter, of course, on that Warden, does get traded in the end. 50 seconds, so still time. Bleed can hold back a little bit if they wish to, but no, the go button has already been pressed, and now Reaps was able to clear that library stairs position, turn in towards library as well. 40 seconds, plenty of time, and good map control for Bleed.
Yeah, 2 players sight, 1 down below on the fireplace stairs. If he's isolated, it's going to be a challenge here for Bleed, or for Lost rather. Bleed do have a good read over towards backstore. Perhaps Dash, though, can find himself in a playmaking position. Now a double stack backstore here from Lost, and we'll see if Bleed can pick it apart.
20 seconds remaining in the round. Nitro missed Hoven just by mere inches. Dash will be a factor later in this round, still for Lost 1. And of course, that bar stock position still unable to be cleared out. This is a big factor here for Bleed. The fact they haven't been able to clear this position out, Lovin will get some chances. The Smokestone now start to cover quite a lot of the vision. The run across from Mentalist, and that's with the kit at the half wall at default. That's down with no little time remaining. Dash eventually down, and the kit was picked up. Reach down with the plant. Lobin, though, gets another one onto Turd. It was the team kill in the end. Oh, Hoven, what a kill onto Lobin. A messy round, but in the end, won comfortably by Bleed. They set themselves up early in the round. Good map control towards Library, and Piano eventually hit the site. They couldn't clear Barstock. That was the issue, but in the end, still win the round out. And with that, a 4-2 lead at the half.
That was so close. And we highlighted that they would love to open up the back stock so that they can hold it. A lot of teams on attack open up that to completely expose the people that are playing behind bar stock. But the way that Los is playing, they actually have a player playing on main stairs. I believe it was Dots that we saw creeping up on those main stairs. I want to take a moment to just highlight that Wamai disc. I think we all saw the Capitao smoke in the ceiling blocking off the hatch that was able to completely cut off the hatch players from being able to protect the defuse going on. And Loban almost brought it close back by being able to, off of the back of that smoke. Oh.
Yeah. I think the team got there just to clear the position, of course. Good cover from Hoven. I mean, I highlighted there, right, the double stack Baxter, and I thought it was going to be do or die for loss. Obviously, if they can hold that, it's a very powerful position in denying the plant, but with the sun was exposing that spot, one of the smokes at least landing and making it a little bit more precarious, obviously made it a challenge. Good shot from Hoven, holds on. It's been a really strong map from him. Already back to 5 kills post-rehost. I think he was up to at least 6 at that point, so double digits for him well and truly. Now as we switch sides, we'll see which team can come out on top. As you mentioned, Jake, Bleed on their map picks throughout this tournament have been very hard to take down.
Yeah, they have, and that's been the clear standout. I'm pretty certain they've won every single one of their map picks throughout that group stage. It's the opposition's map pick where they're faulted, and then at times also the deciding map pick. Defensively, not as sound as Lost at this tournament. 52% defensive win rate for Bleed compared to the 58% for Lost One. But I think you could probably point that down to the maps that they play as well. Bleed like to play these more open maps, a little bit more attacker-orientated. Great start, though, for Loban, and a very early entry for Lost One to get rid of a player in Hoven who's been fragging out double digits when you take into account the rehost, and also on the Azami. So that is a massive kill to start the round for Lost.
Loban jumping in while playing Habana. I mean, the confidence in his teammates to isolate that one player. He knows that he can jump into Ego balcony and pretty much push on the backside, and he's confident in taking that gunfight, especially if he goes down, he loses so much hard breach ability. So the confidence for him to do that, the trust in his team to go for an aggressive play like that to take down Hoven, who, as you mentioned, guys, is having a phenomenal game. He has been one of the main slayers on Bleed's side. It gives them a good amount of position to now just focus on opening up the top floor, and the Habana is getting open the hatches. Bleed's gonna have to look to potentially flank here from the kitchen bomb site. They have the mirror, but it just got open.
Yeah, Reeps tried to make a play through Piano, but cameraman droned him out about 20 seconds ago, so that play didn't really come into fruition. Of course, the Solace of Turd was nearby as well, so he may have spotted out additional intel gathering tools from the attack that just made that retake a little bit more challenging and something that Bleed don't feel comfortable committing to. Positive signs, though, for Lost that they have been able to maintain this map control. Turd still on the first floor, so he could be a key playmaker later on in the piece. But Bleed are happy to sit back and wait, and in this kind of meta, we're seeing it time and time again where the defense rather doesn't necessarily have to aggress at this point of the round. They can sit back, wait, and force the attack to flush out these spots.
It looks like Los is just trying to get a little bit more information on where all the Bleed players are before the attack comes out. And Reef's going to get a good pick on the stairs. He's going to get dropped onto and traded. Mentalist is going to get one to make things worse. Bleed slowly taking a group out of an advantage of the way that the site is going. Loban's going to push out to get one. Shots are going to fire back, but the pitch is going to come through from Dash.
Really strong from Lost One. Clearly, you can see a little bit of susceptibleness in the defense when it comes to Bleed, especially on a site like Basement. They opened themselves up, and losing Hoven early on meant they were severely weakened from the get-go. You don't have the Azami for the late game play. Certainly you don't have your top fragger in this particular match. And then obviously you're down a player, stretches that defense thin. It's a really good start for Lost One, and I think clearly we've seen enough now. Heading into the 8th round, it's a 4-3 scoreline. These teams, we built this as a very close affair, 50-50, hard to really split it. Well, the scoreline right now is suggesting that. Bleed have been great in their attacking rounds. Little shaky to start their defense, obviously for Los. Great start in that opening round as well. And feels like a blessing, guys, a blessing. We're getting some really good attacking siege.
Yeah, and throughout the tournament so far, especially some teams in particular have struggled in that regard. So yeah, certainly a nice switch up and a good start for Lost. Let's have a look back at the replay package from round number 7. There's that opening kill, quick and snappy from Loban. And despite bringing it back to the 4 versus 4, the 2v2 here, very awkward from Bleed, stacked towards that pillar position, deep inside of Wine. Splitting the attack really nicely there, a loss in pinching those players. I don't know if they had, obviously, a readers to directly where they were. They probably did at that point in time, but really good reactive attacking there from Lost. And especially on a side that can be difficult to get yourself into, as obviously you need to show initiative on attack. A great way to kick things off for.
The Blackbeard was a big question mark for me. Where were we going to see it? Where were we going to see him push in? And he was just in the big garage, just trying to abuse the washing machine angles, the head glitches, to just give him a little bit more of an advantage so he's able to win that gunfight. Fortunately for him, he went undetected. Dash was able to sneak through the back and get a nice little 2K to make the round just one more on Los's ladder to climb back into this game on the attacking side.
So pretty quick entry here over towards main garage for Lost, and Loban lurking over towards Ego Bulk. Poses a threat to Hoven. Dash has got a West main control as well, so Lost sprawling across the map on this attacking side. Bleed, again, not really eager to contest too much off site. And as mentioned,
wow, that's
Hoven in that key position slain, and once again it's the Azami to fall first.
Yeah, really strong from Lost One, and the fact that 2 rounds in a row they've been able to get the kills onto Hoven, onto an Azami. At that point you have to kind of ask there, Hoven, the positioning on such an operator that really do need alive as long as possible, basically until the end. Get those keeper barriers generating, get them out into the map, especially on bar games. You want to be really locked down defensively. You cannot afford to be losing players early. But that goes to the credit of Lost One in their approach here on the attack. It's very easy down 4-2 coming into your own attack here in the defender side of meta to just kind of drop your head a little bit, but they look amped up. We saw it in the player cams before. They're really taking the challenge here. Trade back eventually for Asfi, a little bit delayed in that, but still got it anyway. Onto Dash, onto the Ace, in terms of hard breach. Not sure if that will be a factor.
Well, utility coming through then for the attack, looking to clear the remaining key barriers and key positions for the defense. Loban does fall. Officially now a 3 versus 3 as Mentalist able to confirm that pick. Cameraman low and Bleed arguably with the positional advantage.
Bleed's doing a great job at slowly moving around the map. They're going through the basement to retake position that Los isn't playing. They're keeping a track of where every member from Los is so that they can play where they aren't.
40 seconds remains. And a pivotal 8th round here with Bleed being able to offset the loss of Hoven this time around, unlike the round prior. They've got themselves into a position where they look a little stronger defensively, a bit more cohesive, and now forcing Lost One slowly towards the site in needing to clear out some of these key positions. A frag grenade in hand for Dots, but no EE1D. Thrown out, but of course it's nerfed, it's not that strong, and the swing from Reeves comes through anyway. Good drop down from Cameraman to at least get the trade, but as soon as he makes his way into the hallway, he meets his demise, and Bleed have been able to bounce back and answer that 7th round pretty comprehensively here on Bar Games.
Very nice lockdown from Bleed. They did a great job at playing exactly where Los weren't. They waited for Los to drop into the site. The trades came, but the trades went into Bleed's favor just because of the positioning of where they were. They're so hard to pinpoint and track down on the side of Los. They're constantly moving. I gotta commend Bleed for the way that they're able to move around the map without being marked. They're doing a great job at shutting down the information game on Los's side.
Yeah, as Bar has developed in the meta, it has become quite a difficult site for the defense to find safe positions to play, and then you add on top of the fact that the Azami is taken down rather so early on into the piece. It is a credit to Bleed in repositioning, finding safe havens to play, good presence of mind, good game awareness, and as mentioned, denying information as well. So confidence builder for Bleed, and a bit of frustration boiling underneath the surface there for Loss.
The operator lineups we see Loss bringing is a lot. It is pretty much to pick off the players on Bleed. It doesn't look like they're bringing too much utility. It is set to get that advantage, get that early pick against Bleed, and they did get it last round. But Bleed did a great job at trading it back and keeping everything close and tight grouped, and then forcing Los to go for this execute. And that's where the operator lineup that Los is bringing ends up struggling because they don't have the utility that Bleed had on their attacks. They aren't able to open up stock. They aren't able to open up all the hatches on the floor to make Bleed have to move out of these hard solidified positions.
So Kitchen and Dining, 9th round, and Bleed now on the verge of a potential map point. Of course, it is their map pick, and we've prefaced this a lot. They're very good at winning their map so far at the Six Invitational. That's become quite a common theme. As the ram rush here from Loban through the Ego Pelt. The swing isn't effective immediately, but almost somehow Hoven stays alive. I thought it was going to be a 3rd round in a row where he'd lose his life early, but it's trades that come through in a flurry for Bleed. One back from Cameraman makes it that 1 versus 3, but the rush from Lost One has been an utter failure. But until this point, Cameraman has slowly brought it back. The drop down, not good enough, and Mentalist will punish him for missing those shots. Shots that were missed initially though on Hoven to begin with from Loban on the entry. How in the world did that man survive? Beyond me. But the consequence now is very much this, it's map point.
Look like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix, being able to dodge all those bullets through Piano. I don't know how the hell he was able to survive and create the buffer for the trade. Laughs all around as I think both teams sensed that that was a very, very messy round. We could see it From our perspective, and I'm sure inside of the server as well, that was a difficult one to track. But 6-3 the scoreline, and we'll see if Bleed can back it up with another defensive round.
The execute onto the top floor looked promising from the side of Los. They were able to get into office without anybody knowing they had a player on the bathroom window. But Hoven here just somehow staying alive. Loben unable to getting a pick onto any of the players in Piano. Goes just pretty much bit them on the back. They gave the opportunity for the rest of Bleed to just get those kills onto Los. They had to find an opening pick onto the site, onto the top floor before attacking onto the site, and they just couldn't. Unfortunately, it was just due to that door frame just being as hard as it was. It stopped all the bullets.
I mean, Hoven's on a heater, don't get me wrong, but one bullet more lands onto him there, the round would have played out entirely different. He gets a 2K off the back of it, plus that buffer of time that was awkward inside of offers created an opportunity for a third pick. So that was just super unfortunate for Loss.
Certainly was. The rush attempt, valiant, but falls short. Bleed able to stop it dead in its tracks. And now they got themselves 3 map points on their map pick to begin in this elimination series. Again, a reminder, if you lose this series, you are out of the 6 Invitational here into the playoffs to begin day 2. We begin our elimination games. And right now, Bleed are on the verge of maybe getting themselves a 1 map advantage against Lost 1. Reaps on the Solus, doing his job, clearing these drones. Only 5 drones remaining with 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Already a detriment for Lost 1 in terms of the information they can find on a basement site where getting info is so critical in hunting down these roamers.
Lowe's taking a page out of Bleed's book by just trying to open up and establish pressure all over the map. It puts people in these difficult solo positions, and Reaps and Asfi are going to take 2 down onto the individual players that are all the way onto Trophy. Los having a hard time to find a leg in this round.
Well, to give some context, we've all just started to sit down because we think this one might be over. Can Lost change that, though? Can they change our minds? Down 3 versus 5, map point, 90 seconds left in the round. Loben, cameraman, Dash. It's on you guys now to change the fortunes of this round, because right now it's looking like Bleed are about to take their map pick pretty comfortably. Another drone spotted out by Reaps. He's done a sensational job at that in this round, coupled with the kill that he found. 1 drone is all that remains available through Loben. As he makes his way in towards this site, minute 15, they need the next kill, but Footholds make this a very perilous journey.
Lost going in blind, 1 drone standing, and I can only assume a lack of information to go with it. Reaps has done a phenomenal job in this round. Hoven gets another with the Deagle. A 5 versus 2, and Bleed on the precipice of winning their map.
Nitrocell thrown out by Mentalist. It does go boom, but it doesn't find the target. Loben and Dash. Well, he too falls, and Reaps is really putting the nail in the coffin here. And what a flawless way for Bleed. With a fish on the desk and a mannequin behind them, they go 1-0 up in this elimination series against Lost 1, against a strong titan of a team from Brazil in their home country. They already look a little bit perplexed. Bleed 1 map away from sending Lost 1 home.
Reeves putting the final nail in the coffin. His roam was a little too deadly, and it was a little too drastic for Los to bring it back round after round. Showed good promise, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough promise, but we still have a map 2 that we got to get to.
Yeah, we certainly do. Of course, that is a new task at hand, though, for Bleed. So far, unable to win an opposition's map pick. Can they find a way to do it here in this series and send Lost home? It's not a far journey for Lost. Still, nevertheless, they don't want to be departing the tournament this early. We head to a break. When we come back, though, of course, we head to the next map of Cafe.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Bleed, the APAC squad has taken map 1 against Loss. We argued before we started this matchup here on the analyst desk that our APAC squad has the advantage, and indeed, that was seen in map 1, Chalet, which was Bleed's pick, but still an advantage nonetheless. And we're here to break it down. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Got Milosh with me, or Alfama and Anne. And let's start talking about this, because strategically also, Bleed looked like they've learned so many lessons so far at SI.
Yeah, definitely. I think when you look at the way they're playing right now, they're really spread out, but whatever they do it together, and I think that's the most important thing. Every gunfight they take is a 2v1. And another thing that I want to point out is how well, and I think Foxay mentioned it multiple times, how well they use utility-based operators. Like Hoven consistently was getting great engagements on attack, winning gunfights, and on top of that using Brava, using Ace to remove the stock player on the bomb site, for example. So removing key positions that would make their execute stronger in the 20 last seconds.
Yeah, despite Lowe's even betting out an operator like Grim, still Bleed were able to track down these operators. It was mentioned on the cast as well, they were executing the split theory very well, and I feel like attack has been such an important subject so far in this tournament. It really stands out with you when you're attacking rounds if you can win out those matchups, and that's something that Bleed were doing really well. Set themselves up for a good attack in half, using that split theory, pinching operators on when they were roaming, especially Library, I think, was a big part in that. Making sure they pinch these roamers, clear that part out of the map for those bar takes, making sure they have the vertical control, and that was something that Bleed were doing very well.
And I think if you look at the early round, I think both teams were kind of similar and equal in terms of level, but when it comes to mid round, I think that's where I started to see the biggest difference in attack from both sides, right? Mid round, you see Bleed taking things together, organizing the way they will execute, how to take the first control before the final execution. And I think when you look at on the other side, Loss, in the mid round, they kept losing the man advantage they gained early in the round.
Yeah, you're right. It was exactly split 50-50 on the opening engagements for the specific matchup. But then if you look at the conversion, that's where, to iterate your point, it really stands out. Lowe's only getting 40% conversion on their opening picks, whereas Bleed are getting 80%. A very big difference. Reeves and Hoven getting really active on the entry engagement. Two players that really stood out to me on this match.
So theory, execution, implementation, gunfights, every single piece that is essential for a good team in competitive Siege is found here in Bleed, and we're very happy to say it, because there's always a negative connotation whenever somebody says, oh, an APAC team, and I'm very happy that Bleed get to prove everybody that they are wrong about it. However, one thing that people don't know, did you know, by the way, if you look into the mirror and say split theory 3 times, Fresh appears in front of you. Something for you to remember next time. But one player that has been living rent-free in some ways in Lost is Hoven. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, I already touched upon it. I think the biggest thing with Hoven right now is that he was the one consistently finding opening kills in attack, while still being on utility-based operators. You see Twitch, Brava, incredible internal gathering on top of getting frags. And that's the biggest thing with him. The biggest value that he brought was being able to capitalize on the utility he had, and also getting super important picks. Look at this, for example, at this execution, he removes 2 players in really key, strong positions for the execute to happen.
I love the point you made about APAC as well, right? Because, yeah, they have absolutely no pressure coming in this tournament, but that maybe means that maybe they're underestimating themselves in this regard as well, right? Of course, it's a difficult team to go up against. They were the finalists at Atlanta. Not an easy-peasy team to take down, but they're doing it here as well. And some situations as well, I feel like we've seen it so far during these highlights already, is that when the low players had that peeker's advantage, when they were actively seeking those gunfights, they would oftentimes still lose them due to probably good positioning on the side of Bleed. They were winning their gunfights, crosshair placement on top.
And I think the biggest difference I see here is in terms of spirit when they come into the game. The reason why they're losing so many gunfights, for example, for us, is I feel like their back is against the wall. They don't want to lose to Bleed. They're Brazilian teams in Brazil. They want to win. When you look at Bleed, everything else is bonus. They're having fun. They're playing well together. And whatever gunfights they lose, it's okay. It's fine. Move on to the next round. I think the difference in perspective is really showing here.
Don't let it fester in your head. And they have to do it here. Quick loss. But we can have to say that Bleed are still human. They still make mistakes.
Yeah, there were multiple occasions where I saw like, oh, they could have gotten punished. And you look, for example, this round for Maya, like we're all expecting this to become one of the biggest and most impressive clutch of SI. He gets into piano here. I don't understand why, but they have no information onto piano. And look at all the defenders. One is doing something on the wall, and two others are watching towards the bomb side. On the other side, nobody's looking piano. So Maya can just crouch around. And this is so satisfying to watch. Ready, 1, 2, 3, boom, boom. And maybe the third one, and it's just that 1v1 that saves them. So Bleed are still making mistakes that they can exploit.
And Los are also showing good things, right? I mean, that garage execute coming out from Bleed, Los were so ready for it. Despite, unfortunately, the missed C4 in the initial engagement, they still managed to, you know, clutch out that round, win out that round. They know what Bleed is about to bring out.
Right. You know what's funny on that one, actually, is that the first opening pick they get is not even after Bleed opens the garage wall. It's actually Lobin jumping out of library window, peeking towards third on Ash, and Ash has 2 claymores in her pocket. She could have just placed that on library before they execute. I think they wanted a rush, but they rushed things, and that was another mistake that Lost could exploit. So coming into the next pack, that's something that they need to look for these small mistakes to exploit.
So now let's turn to Cafe Dostoevsky again. If pressure on map 1 was a lot for Lost, here it's gonna get even worse because it is their map pick. That's something that they can have some respite in. However, you lose this map and it's all done for you here at the Invitational, and you don't want to be in that spot. Of course, it's a big piece of national pride. So, Anne, I turn to you. What can Lost do on Cafe Dostoevsky to bring it back?
It's going to be really difficult because they have to start out on the attack. Of course, you mean you'd expect Bleed to pick out defense if it is the map pick of Los, but looking at recent history, this is actually one of the better maps for Los on their attack. So that is something I'm looking forward to. If they can get a head start on their attacking half, not lose all faith in this regard, then statistic-wise, it's looking still pretty good for them.
Yeah, and if you look at the map itself, if you want to play split on this map, you can do it from outside the windows. So you should be able to get the advantage early in the round and then conserve that advantage by regrouping together from outside the map safely. That's what I want to see Lost doing. Either that or play really grouped when they attack together.
Well, thank you very much. Our casters are ready, so let's head back to our TriCast. Enjoy.
So good news, bad news here, especially for Lost 1. I'll do the good news first. The good news is Bleed have not been able to win the opposition's map pick so far at this tournament, all through group stage. So that's good news for Lost 1. Expected to win here on Cafe. You want to know the bad news? The bad news is Oregon is the deciding map pick. They've beaten W7M and Liquid and M80 all on Oregon for Bleed. So for me, Lost 1 are really up against the wall now.
A tough challenge for Lost lays ahead, but they can kickstart a bit of momentum and confidence here on Cafe. Bleed have struggled against opposition map picks throughout this tournament, yet to get one across the line. They start defense here on Cafe Fox. Let's jump into the ban phase and prep ourselves for what should be a fun game.
It'll be a fun game indeed. We talk about it a lot that Brazil loves playing Cafe. They bring a lot of dynamic, aggressive plays to it, and we've been seeing a lot of it at this tournament. Every team that is primarily slow has been playing aggressive. We've been seeing a lot of Amaru coming out from every team in the tournament on Cafe. We've been seeing a lot of aggressive plays. We know Los love to bring that Osa. They love to bring those shields to get those plants down. So we'll see if Bleed try to target them. They will be taking out Grim, which is primarily a great operator to be using on Cafe to be out the cocktail area, be able to be out VIP, be able to be out Freezer. It gives you a lot of information on where those defenders are hiding.
Yeah, it's an interesting ban from Bleed, considering that they have played a decent amount of Grim throughout the tournament with good success. I suppose off the back of Chalet, they're confident in their ability to gather information and they can play off drones instead. Defensively, it's Azami off the board first, so unlike the previous map of Chalet, she won't get any playtime. Valkyrie to follow up. Again, leaves the likes of the Fenrir, though, still in play, and the Solus, which was a key operator, in my mind, from the very final round of Chalet, with Reaps in particular getting the opening kill and draining the economy of those drones for Lost big time. And on a map like Cafe, you think about it, right? It is so difficult. I would argue probably the most difficult map to get drones into and to especially pre-place, add a Solus into play, and it's almost impossible.
I love that Los went ahead and banned Azami, especially since we saw how comfortable Hoven was playing Azami on Chalet. Although he did go down a couple times early without being able to use that utility, it just goes to show that Bleed is comfortable using it, and Cafe is a map that you can take so much advantage, especially of Christmas, with the Azami closing off the window angles, making it very difficult to get in the map. That also ties into your point about the drones. Also, after your drone is getting into the map, that is the biggest challenge when we approach Cafe.
Yeah, in terms of the bans difference with Chalet, so, I mean, Grim and Valk, once again, banned out respectively. That means the Dokkaebi and the Legion has made its way through. This time around, Ying, Azami, pretty good bans. I'm not too surprised by that. And we head to reading in 5th place to begin. We've seen a lot of teams back in the group stage when it comes to Cafe, still kind of lingering over towards Bar Cocktail, but that has proven to be a really, really awful site to defend at this tournament. In fact, really, when you look at Cafe, it is the second best attacking win rate. What a turnaround for a map that, you know, historically has usually been a map where you can go and favor the defense. I guess in this super defender side it's better. That has flipped a little bit. So second best attacking win rate does mean in this first half, 4 lost 1. It might not need to be 3-3, but at least close enough to a good twitch early on here from Loben, getting rid of these Vulcan canisters. Does miss the default, gets it with the second shot, and then this is the start that Lost need. They need early good rounds. They need to get opening picks. I thought Bleed were in control a lot on Chalet. They were setting the pace, setting the tone. Here now to begin attacking in this first half. Losman need to replicate that. Bad news is they've just lost Dash, and so already a good start for Bleed with the opening kill, courtesy of Reeves, who really started to pick up the pace on Chalet.
Twitch a key operator in this attacking lineup. Of course, a lot of counterplay available. You think about the electro claws from the Kaid. The Goyo canisters popped as well, pre-execute, Fenrir mines, mirror windows. So Loben, even if he isn't able to find picks and kills in this particular round, his impact can still be felt.
And Bleed have a good control of the map right now. They don't need to move. They don't need to go out anywhere. They've done the hard job, which is getting the pick on Cafe. And now it puts all the pressure on Los to have to sacrifice time and positioning to be able to get a little bit more control, but Bleed is just be able to sit behind their mirrors, behind their electro claws, and they don't have to necessarily worry about anything too out of the ordinary before Los makes their first move.
Well, Dot's now inside of Stark looking too, but Grass almost catches Aspie on the rotate, back down below. He can though take the ground in response as Aspie looks to get back towards site. Now inside of Pillar. Potentially though an awkward position for the attack to clear if they are lacking information. 3 drones are down, so it shouldn't be the tallest of tasks, but it is a 4 versus 5 and Lost will want to get to work elsewhere. Of course, Buck in play, so vertical could be the name of the game.
Bleed gave up full top floor control. They are playing the stall game. They already have that advantage, so now they need to make everything be on Los' shoulders. They don't want to give any free picks, no free positioning. They need to make Los work for it.
Most are certainly working for it though, late into the round. 35 seconds is all that remains. Dots gets rid of the F0, and they can go for that drop down, go for the default plan. Rush in towards reading, and Aspie just looked away. But hey, from one target to another from Aspie, gets the double kill inside of Pillars. Now really setting and nailing down this advantage that Bleed have, and Holven should be able to at least get one. He did, the down onto cameraman. The trade comes through from Maya. Gets the time now to go for this revive, but in terms of the last 2 members of Los, they are both known to the remaining members of Bleed, and they are not going to allow them into the site. Not while Reaps is in the server. A strong defensive start for the side of Bleed on the opposition's map pick really sets the tone nice and early for them.
A start to finish textbook defense from Bleed. Get the first pick, play up top, stall the time, fall down. And then they just scurried around the site, picked a position, picked a location, and made Los have to find them. And unfortunately, Los did not find Aspie. He was tucked up under P1 in the pillar area, completely uncontested. Until Los, the time was put on their backs, they had to then try to make it into the site, shoot the Fenrirs, and go one step at a time, and Aspie was there. He was able to pick up 2, and that inevitably is what shut down Los's execute. They did not only have time, but they just didn't have the bodies to make it into the bomb site.
Pretty gnarly opening pick there from Reeps, and as you mentioned, Jake, he really started to fire up towards the back end of Chalet. Heading into this game, top-rated player for Bleed. In fact, he was the only positive-rated player on the team. Ironically, Hoven, who popped off on the previous map, was the lowest rated. So it goes to show that Bleed can show up individually when required. And for Lost on their map pick, who is going to be the player to step up for them on this occasion?
So, 1-0 start, probably not what Lost would have liked. In an ideal world, especially on a map where attacking is quite prevalent, at least at this event. The fact that they've given one over to Bleed early on, and Reap so far looking like he is beginning to activate, not just in this series, but maybe at this event. High expectations for such a talented player. But so far it's been the Holven show. 16-6, back on Chalet. And we've seen Holven and Aspie really ignite this Bleed roster and make it a formidable 5. We know how good Turd has been. Mentalist, defensively, Clutch is sound. One of the best players at the tournament when it comes to defending on site. And it felt like maybe for this team to go one super next level, it's Reaps to really get to his best. If he's finding it here, watch out.
This is the map that we highlighted was so important to get good footings on your attack. And so far, we haven't seen that aggressive style of play from Los just yet. It looks like they're still playing last season's meta of going slow, taking their time, clearing the utility, and that's exactly what Bleed wants. They're bringing out the Mirror, they're bringing out the Solus. We saw how devastating the Solus was on Chalet, completely getting rid of all of Los's information, making it so claustrophobic to attack on it. And now, just to add matters worse, they have the castle. We saw a little bit on Chalet. It didn't find as much success, but on a map like Cafe, where everything is a lot more window dependent, the castle's cut off a lot long lines of sight, and the only thing that can get rid of them is a Gone or potentially a Ashe, and we've already seen one of the Ashe be used on not a castle.
Perhaps the lurk potential here from the attack will pay dividends, and it's Maya to get the first. Reaps falls, information onto the second. Hoffin! They're struggling to deal with him. An eventual trade though, 3v2. Loben to aggress over towards White's stairs, just to slow down the round once more. 2 versus 2, 70 seconds on the clock. Mentalist hits the air jab, and Turd needs to lock down sight.
Just in that moment, again, it reminded me of that whiff back on Chalet, those little moments that are just going against Los One, and obviously for Bleed, they're in a position now where they're just starting to punish it. They're not allowing Los to obviously get away with those kind of mistakes where those shots aren't landing. Kit has been, of course, located as well for Turd. 45 seconds left in the 2 versus 2. It's not necessarily must-win territory for Los Fox, but this does feel like a pivotal round in a 2 versus 2. Getting that plant down, can they convert?
They have the Solus for the information of where the plant's going to come down. It looks like Los has a good understanding. They're going to try to plant on the table, but that's where the information will be relayed to Mentalist so that he can potentially find the angle. I don't think Turd can see this case go down. He will go down. He'll get the shot, but Mentalist drops, and now it's a 2-on-1 for Loben. He's going to be playing inside of the dining hallway.
The fact that he was able to get that kill, but then the fact that at the very moment he got the plant down does now give Loben a chance. It's a very minute one in 1 versus 2, down the hallway. Does he have a good sightline to be able to swing as soon as someone gets onto that plant? Mentalist and Turd, what is the game plan? Right now through 90, they double stack push together. Still have to push in. Nice swing from Loben, now creates the 1 versus 1. Shoulder peek, fire from Turd. He gets on it. Does he fake it? He has to get off because of that skeleton key from Loben. He's playing this perfectly. There's not much that Turd can really do. Needed to stick it at that moment, get the kill. No time remaining. Well done to Los, that's much better. Teabag from Turd. Yeah, but it's Lost who got the round.
Turd frustrated at the result of that particular round. He did a decent job in positioning himself for plant denial, but good presence of mind and a great read from Lost, planting in, I want to say quote-unquote, a safer position. Turd arguably, though, was in a position to deny the plant. He just clipped the metal bars, and by the time he found the pick, the diffuser was set. Loben then, in the 1 versus 2, set himself up so nicely. Great position, great discipline, knew exactly how to play into the clock.
It was a very good read from Los to understand the Solus is downstairs. We have to be careful on where we plant. They able to find the one plant spot that Solus wasn't necessarily able to stop the plant. Obviously, when the case went down, Turd was able to find that little head peeking out. But because they relied so much on the Solus, Turd communicated to Mentalist that he should not push. He needs to play for the denial. So the castle was unable to make a little bit more of that gap be closed so that he can get rid of the other member from Los. That put Loben in a perfect situation to play the closet. He was able to get 1 pick, and then he played the time beautifully off of the skeleton key. He knew he didn't need to go for that pick necessarily. He just needed to burn the time down and make the Bleed just not be able to defuse the case.
Round 3 we go then. Over to Kitchen, and the Monty will see some playtime. We haven't seen a Montang, or a Blitz for that matter, throughout this series so far, and I'm intrigued to see how Lost will employ it. Maybe use to help expedite that push a little bit, get some map control with the safety of the shield.
We talked about it before the game started, that Los loves playing the shields. They primarily like to use the Monty to drop into the freezer and cross over to the coffee angle. It provides a lot more safety than just running across. That is the common plant spot on the basement site. And so I'd imagine they're going to use the Monty to completely clear the top floor of the map and push Bleed's aggressive individual roamers back, and then use it for that post plant.
Similarities again when it comes to Chalet. Reaps on that Solus. He's doing a good job of taking out those drones. 2 minutes to go. 5 already have been destroyed. Probably less so required when you do have that Montang. Basically is like a human drone, can get into good positions, garner good information. Reaps obviously seeing if there's anyone still outside. Hoven maybe getting aggressive too. Bleed showing that they are very proactive on the defense, not just going to sit still, not going to just give free map control over to Lowe's. Reaps the drop down in through Freezer, back towards site, feeling as if maybe job done. Only 4 drones remaining, just over a minute and a half left in the round. And at this point, smart from Bleed to just fall back. Yeah, Lost have been a little slow in these attacks so far, so let them go. Really slow paced. They'll have only probably 20-30 seconds then to hit site. Bleed will have all players up. I think so far, Bleed have been pretty happy with the way the round has developed.
Very happy with the way that they've been able to deny the information from Los. That Monty did save them a little bit of time in the areas that they were losing information, and I think that's why Los wanted to bring it, to make sure that they can get through the map progressively quick and not be struggling on the amount of time. Bleed has put themselves in a great position, though, to where they can play these little pixel areas in Coffee inside of Freezer, and as we see the buck angle come out, Hoven's going to get a shotgun shot through the floor.
Pressure on Mentalist now in the shield in play, as you mentioned. Fox looking to try and get the plant down over towards Coffee, but Bleed step up to the mark. Not going to allow that to happen. Cameraman now a 1 versus 3.
And it just feels like in that moment, I mean, Cameraman obviously wanting to play Vert up above while everyone else is hitting site, but he just had no impact in that round at the end there. So essentially for the side of Lowe's, they're going into site with a disadvantage. They don't have all of the numbers. Not everyone can get involved. We're seeing that though from Bleed defensively. Again, you kind of think back to that middle portion of the round. Good information denial from Reaps, clears out the drones. There's only like 4 left, minute and a half. They don't then overcommit. They don't overstay their welcome. They head back to site and they say, okay, well, you got to come to us. And clearly Lowe's have kind of struggled a little bit in going towards Bleed and pushing into these sites. And so far, really strong start from Bleed. Considering the circumstances, it's not their map pick. They're on defense first. Yes, defender side of meta. But again, this is the second best attacking win rate map at the tournament, 47%, which means they're probably going to need like 1 more round or so, statistically.
Statistically. We saw Hoven get the shotgun shot through the floor. We talked about that info denial being so crucial because it allowed Mentalist and Turret to be able to play under the Freezer and have a beautiful crossfire to deal with that Monty. They understood that the Monty was coming. They set up perfectly for it, and we saw I just have to highlight how perfect that shotgun shot was, because when you make a buck hole from that position, your area is very limited on where you can buck these positions. So the fact that you were able to predict where that buck will be through the floor, I mean, that was a phenomenal play from Hoven that inevitably put his team in that strong position, because the buck can't get rid of these little pixel areas that we talked about before the execute commenced.
It's the Hoven and Reap show, but it's not like they're winning only because of them, guys. They're just super influential.
Yeah, I mean, Mentalist deserves a lot of credit in that last round, and as you mentioned, he's probably been one of the best anchor/late round defenders at the tournament. It's been a bit of a life tournament for Mentalist, considering that he has now been around for quite some time. Obviously, a lot of experience stretching as far back as the likes of Fnatic as well. He was a part of that really famous victory against G2 back in 2020 at this event. Long time between spells for him, but clearly showing that he's as hungry as ever to really put a dent in the tournament.
What does this mean for Los now, Fox, though? Down 2-1, you're already down 1-0 in the series. They obviously can't get complacent. They're certainly not at this point, and they've given all of the respect to Bleed in their approach in these rounds. Very slow pace, making sure they don't over-aggress positions, but maybe is that a sign they should look to pick up the pace a little bit?
I think it is a sign that they should, because they brought the Monty, they wanted to go for these executes, and that's the second time that they go for the execute on the plant, and it doesn't go in their favor. So going forward, they have to be able to understand that this is exactly what Bleed wants us to do. They want us to go for this plant. They want to stall our timeout. We have to pick up the aggression and pick up the pacing on the way that they enter the map. They can't just be sitting on these windows relying on Bleed to make the first move, because Bleed is not making the first move.
Interesting attacking philosophy, right? Bleed obviously with a much smaller plant percent comparatively to their opponents, whereas Lost continually trying to look for that win condition. The Jackal is in play this time in exchange for the Monty, primarily in clearing the roam. Asfi currently holding up above inside of Cocktail, has a crossfire with Hoven. And this is probably going to be the key part of the round if Lost can unlock it. They do. Turd though elsewhere, able to find one top right stairs.
Yeah, better here from Lowe's in terms of this top floor clear, playing off with the Jackal. You can see with the Inox scanner, that was the last one used by Dots, but it does get the kill at least onto Turd, and it gives them an advantage, something they haven't really had a whole lot of. So certainly a lot better from Lowe's. Picked up the pace, clearing these positions, good vert control. Now over towards Cocktail has been established with still 50 seconds left in the round. This does feel like Lowe's chance to maybe get a second round on the board.
It could be, but this is where we saw them struggle on the prior reading round with the amount of time it takes for them to open up the floor and then drone out the players and then go for the execute. They have to worry about any secret players that are playing from Bleed's end, but Bleed is slowly playing back. They want to rely on the C4s to deny that plan and the fires to keep them at bay.
So no Nitrocell in terms of Bleed and what they can maybe do to try and offset this vertical advantage for Lowe's. Dots wants to go in for that default plant once that Vulcan canister extinguishes. Into red time it will go, and the flash is for the entry, but he's just standing in the doorway. It's an easy swing from Reeps' perspective. The plant, though, of course, does come through from Dash, looking for that default position. Could get denied. No. Great pressure from Loben. The plant does go down into 1 versus 1. Reeps on the floor. He does only confirm the kill onto Loben, and he gets the second as well. Fall from Reeps. He said coming into this tournament, you better start to learn Chinese, and for good reason. He is putting on a clinic here on Cafe. 9-1 from Keanu Reeps.
The trash talk coming out from Bleed, and I think they rightly deserve it. We were mentioning, right, that the vertical pressure from up above from Lost naturally forcing the defense back, but that key position inside of Laundry, when uncontested, Reeps was able to swing wide with the SMG, good for one, then repositioned for the trade late into the piece. And the shotgun, specifically at that range, especially post-buff, very difficult to see him lose that engagement. So really good work there from Reeps and a great retake from Bleed.
Los was showing some good promise in the way that they were taking upstairs a little faster. They got that opening engagement early on, but it's the time that it takes for them to clear and the angles that they're clearing. It's almost as if there isn't necessarily rhyme or reason to what they're opening, because the hatch is completely open in Laundry and they're completely leaving Reeps uncontested. They give them exactly what they want. They're playing behind the fires, trying to go for these executes, and that's exactly what Bleed wants. Bleed isn't contesting that. They're sitting back, they're waiting to be put in these positions to where they can win the round off of the defuse having to be planted. And obviously, I mean, like you said, Keanu Reeps is just tearing holes in them.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it, though. Obviously, great start for us. And we were kind of asking, should they pick up that pace? You bring the Jackal. So you drop the Montaigne, you bring the Jackal, you speed it up a little bit, you clear that top floor. Really solid. I mean, it's nothing too crazy. A little bit defaulty approach when it comes to Cafe, but they did it well. They had the 4-on-3 advantage, and from that point, we're singing their praises. But then it ends up being a triple stack push towards default on the entry. Where's the white stairs pressure? Where's that Laundry pressure? Where are you making Bleed look at multiple angles? Instead, it's all just focused in on that one doorway, and that then becomes a bit of a slaughter.
It always comes back down to the information. Los is lacking the information on their attacks, and because of how scary Bleed have been playing in the positions that they're able to hold and maintain that's being uncontested, it looks like Los is honestly a little scared in contesting some of these angles, unprepared, undrone. They don't want to end up losing that advantage, end up losing somebody to pushing down white stairs or jumping down the Laundry hatch. And because they're playing scared, it allows people like Bleed to gain that advantage.
Big start, at least in the round again for Lowe's. 2 rounds in a row where they've been able to find these opening picks. Meyer on the rappel, catching off guard Reeps, and a big player. Obviously 2 shut down. Looking for this kind of cigar shop extension again with the castle barricades, and a second to come through from Dash. Low on that gridlock, but gets the kill onto Turd. Veto's able to get one back. Does kind of salvage the round a little bit. 90 seconds left. Still a lot of time here. But again, we're in the same predicament, are we not, to the round prior, where it's this 4 versus 3 for Lowe's, putting pressure on Bleed. A little bit of that almost sight control. It's bar cocktail. You don't need that much room. So Lowe's are in a really good position, but again, like the last round, will they actually fall apart, or can this time they capitalize?
Yeah, the rappel game from Lost has been immaculate thus far. And only a few seconds ago, there were still 3 players on rappel to try and cut off these rotations from the defense. Good trade up above. 2 versus 2 though, and Hoffen in a scary position for Lost to clear if this goes undroned. Only 2 available to the attack, 1 for Dash, who's low on HP. As for his position, perhaps now revealed off the back of the edge, I bet you can see the counter information available here to the defense.
Los trying to connect the dots and get a little bit closer together. Hoven tucked up behind some safety as Asvi is a little far away. He does have the ability to use that Solus to call the plan. Dash is going to go and down, pushing into Freezer, and now it's a 2-on-1 for Bleed.
Not even in a position to get the trade there, Loba. Now it looks as if it's falling apart unless he can pull off something crazy here, create these 2 1 versus 1. Just push Aspie, make the 1v1, can't get the trade, but even on the vault, it's still Aspie that gets that win in that moment, despite the high ground's advantage being there for Loban on the vault. From down below, and watch there as Aspie hits the shots, and those shots are starting to really sting for Loz as they're realizing that their tournament here at 6 Invitational is very much on the line. They are 3 rounds away from being kicked out of this.
And the start of the round there for Lost was so clean. Again, the rappel game was great, flushing out the likes of Washrooms, giving themselves a 5-3 advantage, able to find some trades at least on the top floor, but others fell wayward. Again, though, it comes back to the information. The Solus in play is causing so many issues here for Lost. Again, great couple of first picks to kick things off, but you look at that drone counter top right, only a few remain at this point in time. Later on in the round, even fewer. Even with shock drones in play not proving to be enough, and the counter information available to Bleed is great, and that's allowing them to play in right positions that are so challenging for Lost to clear.
But that's just the credit to Bleed. Throughout the series, back on Chalet, now here onto Cafe, the trend has remained. The Solus play has been absolutely perfected. They're clearing out the drones. They're making it hard, like you said, Fox, in terms of getting that information for Lowe's, and I think that's been a big factor. So, I mean, right now, Bleed are just playing some really, really good Siege across the board. We saw it on the attack on Chalet. We're seeing it now on the defense of Cafe, and the fact is, again, mentioned it, they've never been able to win an opposition's map pick at this tournament, but they're 3 rounds away. I mean, that already kind of says what this team can do.
It sure shows a lot of promise. I've been a big Bleed supporter since I saw them perform in Atlanta. It really is coming down to the information, and information is what we're going to see Mentalist bringing on the Pulse along with the Solus to really hard down on potentially retaking in the later rounds. On the other side for Los, to me, bringing out the Monty again seems as a sign of desperation. We know that they're comfortable on the Monty, but it doesn't look like they're necessarily bringing anything new. It looks like they're just trying to make sure that they don't mess up what they already tried to attempt.
Stock will be in play as well. Was in play. First Logic Pom did go off and perhaps lulling the attack into a false sense of security. It's 10 kills for Reaps, who continues his reign of terror. Hoven will once again peek outside bot white. He gets a kill this time around, and it's unraveling for Loss.
I feel like Hoven's done that almost every single round, or at least he's tried to and get into that position. So that's not the first time. I'm not sure if Lowe's were aware of the fact that Hoven has been aggressive there up towards bot white, but clearly catching them off guard at this point in the half when he's been doing it every round, that really does sort of nail home that Lowe's are making these little errors.
And the C4 from Mentalist, it looked like they were trying to completely replicate the exact same basement defense they did the prior round. We saw the peek onto the player onto the white window in the first round that they attacked on this site, and it didn't work out. But now, perfectly going into exactly what the game plan that Los knew. Julio showing an immense amount of coordination and information, bringing in the understanding of how these Brazilian teams play.
I hate to say it, but this was looking absolutely terrifying for Los. From second in Atlanta to potentially being knocked out at this point in 6 Invitational already, guys. It really is a testament to what Bleed have been able to do as a team throughout the last 12 months in their improvement since Julio joined the roster. They just get better and better and better, more experience. You don't count out Lost just yet. We know how good they can be. Good kill back from Dash. And when they lost the last 2 rounds with a 4-on-3 advantage, maybe with the 3 versus 4 disadvantage, they could find a way here towards Kitchen.
Pretty obvious pivot then from Lost. Coffee will not be the set play this time around, instead through prep. Dot's now trying to find a safe plant position in sight, keeping in mind there's line of sight to the left that exposes Red and Closet. Cameraman does have that cross if the defenders are forced forward, and without a Nitro in play, they may be forced to.
Turn around, plant, turtle here from Dots. Is there a response? Not a straight away one. No Nitro cells available. Lovely shot from Aspie. How many of those have we seen from Bleed? And from down below as well, through the floorboards, and just like that, as the plant goes down, the round is over. But for Bleed, not for Lowe's, and Bleed make it a 5-1 defensive half on Cafe. And again, if you're wondering, well, it's the defensive side, it better. 47% attacking win rate on this map at this tournament, second highest, and they have shut down Lowe's. 2 more rounds required for Bleed.
We talked about Cafe being one of those maps that is very attacker-sided, or a little more attacker-sided than some of the other maps, but it's because of the aggression that a lot of the teams at the tournament are innovating and bringing, and there isn't much aggression on the side of Los. Bleed is, again, playing it phenomenally in the end there. All 4 members from Bleed sitting back, waiting for Los to go for that plant, and as soon as we saw the Turtle Shield plant go down, that's when everybody from Bleed commenced onto the site. Wow, what a shot through. Reaps is definitely surprised he hit that shot. I mean, I'd be upset if you're Los watching back the VOD. You have to be upset over a shot like that. The top floor is where you want to be able to play that post plant, but when you get just shut down like that, it just feels every single step going against you in this match.
I had the pleasure of casting Bleed versus Virtus Pro. I personally think that third map was one of the best maps that we've had in the tournament, in terms of maybe more so entertainment value and what we were able to get from that. Bleed lost 12 rounds in a row in that series. That's right, they lost 12 rounds in a row, and I'm saying it was good. Why? Because they turned it around on Clubhouse. They were able to actually bounce back mentally. So this is a team that has that mental strength. On their Skyscraper in that same series, it was the best attacking siege I've seen from an APAC team in 4 years. They had systematic game plans. They really could understand what they wanted to do as a distinct unit, and clearly Julio's got them to a level that we've probably not seen from an APAC team, maybe since 2020, maybe since Fnatic. But clearly this is an opportunity now for Los on the defense. They cannot give themselves up. They cannot lower their heads. They cannot feel as if that sense of dread of being eliminated from this tournament is going to envelop them. They need to just bounce back, hold themselves accountable. You're on the defense now. You can make things happen here. And they go to Bar Cocktail to try and commence a comeback.
For Bleed then, the storyline is all about conversion. They have not won an opposition's map pick at SI24 thus far. They have not been in this position. Loban under pressure now. Reeks just sends it straight through the rappel. And despite having coverage behind that deployable shield, he will lose that fight untraded. Loban, though, exposes himself to the upside down rappel.
Yeah, Loban's probably been a real standout individually for Los, but he needs some help, and certainly now that he's no longer alive.
It puts Los on a stressful position because this top floor bomb site is currently the worst rated defending site in all of Cafe. It's very difficult because how you can play those windows, and we saw it. Reeves went for an aggressive play jumping through white window while his team protected both sides of the white hall. He wasn't able to catch anybody off guard, but he did get a little bit of damage and made Loban have to position himself, especially since Los took off the Azami. It is very aggressive to be playing inside Christmas.
I'm glad you mentioned that. When you go back to the first half, it was reading fireplace, it was mining, it was kitchen. Those were the first 3 rounds. Bleed understood that this site is not something you really want to go to defensively. Does them make and beg the question as to why Los has begun here on Bar Cocktail. 60 seconds left, 4 versus 4. Keanu Reaps, though, he's not quite going to be able to do his thing, at least this time around. But neither can Loban for Los, who's been a standout. 50 seconds left. Turd now starting to get a bit of pressure close towards site from Shot, and he's got some aid as well. It's Acme. Talk about just walk in, get the kill. Turd did lose his life, so not so much of that Guardian pressure there for Bleed. Fortunately for Los, it's now a 2 versus 2, and the plant got denied. Still a bit of time here to salvage this. Great shot from Mentalist. He makes himself known. It's just down to Cameraman in a 1 versus 2.
Sneaking forward now. Information available to Cameraman. One of the most experienced players in Siege. Can he clutch it out?
They're going for the revive, double red ping. Cameraman knows exactly where they are located, and he knows that they're both up now. He has that information, can't hit the first shot. They swing together, and Bleed are 1 round away from sending Los out of 6 Invitational. The fall from such heights of Atlanta is an oh so long fall for a team that just look lost at this point. About to get 2-0'd here in the playoffs, 7-1'd. These are damning numbers. This is a horrible, horrible end potentially forming for Los.
It is horrible for Los, but Bleed is playing out of their minds. The way that they position themselves in that man advantage situation, both peeking Cameraman at the exact moment. They didn't want to give him a 1v1. That is textbook Siege, and that just goes to show how good the communication from Bleed is on all ends. Even though they lose the man, there's always a trade right behind it, and they have the game plan. They knew Cameraman was flanking out on the back, and they were all set up as they picked up the teammate and posted up for that specific flank.
I think for me, the key difference between the 2 teams in that sort of scenario is Bleed are willing and able to flex around different win conditions and instead go for the plant, go for the trade. I can't help but feel that Loss in that exact position would have continued to go for the plant, continued to go for that condition. It wouldn't have worked out, and unfortunately wouldn't have gone their way. But I mean, props to Bleed, man. They are playing incredible at the moment.
Even that entry from Aspie, like you've got Kit, he's walking in, he knows he's probably going to get one there. They don't have the numbers advantage. He can't just walk in, go for the plant. He's got to have gun up, ready to go, hits that headshot, then goes for the plant, even then after losing turd. So it really does sort of highlight for Bleed. They have multiple options in these rounds. Like again, it's not this one-man approach. They lost Reaps early. Reaps has been the standout in this game. Hoven was the standout in the last game. So they've got so many pieces across the board. We mentioned Mentalist and how strong he's been. Aspie then in that moment, and we know how good Turd has been as well.
Aspie was also on the Hibana, and we noticed with how aggressive that Bleed have been playing, they know exactly when their job is done and what they need to do, and that is a little bit of the Brazilian playstyle. When you see an opening, you take the opening. Aspie saw the perfect moment to push in, and he ended up getting that trade onto Freezer, which gave them, obviously, the round lead.
We know their pacing has been strong as they look to overload this bakery position. 4 dots away, throws out the gas babe, understanding that that Montang is not something that you want to deal with. They need to win 5 rounds in a row for Los to keep their life alive here at 6 Invitational. 2 minutes, but already bakery control because of that Montang and that push in from Bleed. Again, when you look at this team, it's a team with game plan. Every single round, they know what they want to do, and that's all about executing it. And so far, this SI, they've been so good at executing these game plans.
Vertical pressure, though, the name of the game for Los, and that is not being directly pressured by Bleed at the moment. Of course, still an opportunity to flood deep towards site and perhaps have a lurker up above to contest in the late round, but just something to keep in mind.
There's not much protection on the first floor, and they have that Monty to be able to get into the rice area, which is very difficult to stop the plant from. And at the end of the day, we know that they have the vertical pressure, but it won't matter if the information's not there from Los. They only have smoke in the site to give that first information. As we say this, Maya takes down Monty. That is a big blunder on the side of Bleed.
Yeah, and Lopin still has a bit of that train control as well. Mining too hasn't really been taken over. Second kill from Dash, and maybe just prolonging this match a little longer with those 2, now 3 kills. The Starts has done a significant job on that smoke to deny any kind of early pressure in the round through that bakery push. Much better here from Los. No real mistakes. They fell back to site, played the angles, and certainly this is the kind of round we expected a little bit more from them throughout this match.
I mean, as Fox mentioned, right, the Monty is such a pivotal part of the round there for the attack. If he's able to vault over the prep double window, get across turtle plant and protect himself from red stairs, it's so challenging for the defense to be able to deal with it. So by disrupting it and not allowing that to take place, that's a huge win in the column for Lost. And obviously Bleed at this point in time, they have a buffer, but they just have to be careful because if Lost fire up, they could be a formidable force towards the back end of the map.
Even though that was a great round from Los, it was a big mistake on the side of Bleed. It has to be an even playing field there, and I would say that I think the match point gave Bleed a little bit of the confidence because losing your Monty first is no mistake. You shouldn't be going for any of these exposed places without knowing if there's holes above you, holes to your sides. You have to be able to be calm and collected.
In saying that, I think throughout this series, Los have probably not capitalized and punished maybe on some of those mistakes that Bleed at times have made. We saw it back, I think it was Alfama who mentioned it on the desk. And so that's been a bit of a difference maker. In this round, it's like, oh, we punish it. And look at that, then we're able to deal with the rest of the round because we're not really allowing them to get away with these mistakes. Flawless in the end. Not often we've seen Los go flawless so far. And even though they lost the round, Bleed certainly feel like it's still all smiles because they're up 6-2, 4 match points, 4 series points. And even for Los, a couple of fist bumps, but understanding the task at hand is a daunting one, a long one.
5 seconds to
If you're Bleed, you can feel a little bit comfortable, a little bit of comfort with being up. Such an amazing advantage, obviously being on defense, being on attack. They just need to make sure that they're not giving away those free picks that we talked about in the last round. It was some nice shots on the side of Los. If Bleed is able to tighten up a little bit and not give away any free picks or any free advantages, they just go step by step. It looks like they have the game plan. They have everything in the palm of their hand right now. It's really on Los' side to be able to go out and get these rounds back to claw themselves back in.
It's an interesting defensive composition, right? When you consider that Bleed often do not go for the plan. It's not a big win condition for them, yet Echo in play. I suppose that you can still roam with that information. The Yokai drones are pretty versatile in that regard. In Solace, of course, you can deny drones as well on a map that is very, very difficult to gain information on at the best of times. So I'm intrigued to see, especially when Maya in particular will play this round himself and where he'll station that information. That's one Yokai down. I suppose he's probably still got another in the pocket, but something to keep an eye on throughout the mid-round.
But we talk about information, and Solus already 0 impacts, unable to play from below. Both Yokais, one Yokai was taken down, the other one we haven't seen just yet. So if it comes down to the information, they're sorely lacking on it.
Not the start to the round that Los would have liked to again Sigloop and go down early, find themselves at a disadvantage. Reinforcement there from Dots. Dash still up above towards Plank's top white control that he's got in terms of those stairs as there's pressure coming over towards Piano. Mentalist just a little swing from Pixel. Doesn't want to try and play off of that ping information. Maya finds another kill. Has started to really step up as well for Los. They do lose Dash though on the Wamai. And will Magnus generate as well throughout the round. A couple of flashes available as well for Bleed. They will be prevalent. Minute and 13 seconds left at 3 versus 4. Could this be Los' elimination in this round, or Cameraman, Maya, Dot, can they make a hero of themselves to keep this game going?
4 versus 2 though. Reaps continues to drive this home, and now Cameraman all alone in the 1v4.
And that probably compounds a fall from grace for Los. Unfortunately, from the heights of Atlanta, they've not been able to emulate that here at 6 Invitational. Turbid the plant, the flashes towards bot red. Cameraman, as great as he is, as historic as he is as a player, this may be the toughest moment he's had to deal with in a 1 versus 3 retake scenario. And even on the Solus, that information isn't really going to aid him too much. Time, the biggest factor. The 1v3, the second biggest factor. And for Los, yes, Atlanta was amazing. Second place is great, but unfortunately the 6 Invitational, they have crashed. Bottomed out here in the lower bracket already. We say goodbye to Los, but we say hello to one of APAC's representations of Bleed, who move forward to take on SSG. They look formidable. They look strong as ever. And with Joel and the mannequin by their side, who can really take down Bleed? For Los, it is unfortunately devastation.
And you can see the emotion from Lost. This is a really difficult loss to swallow for them, not even being able to capture their own map pick. But on the side of Bleed, obviously Group C, such a challenging group, yet they continued to fight their way through it. Now here in the lower bracket, I'm very intrigued to see how far this run will go.
Los has had a phenomenal year leading up to this point, so of course the heartbreak settles in that they won't be able to play inside of their home crowd of Brazil in front of the stadium. But fortunately for Bleed, showing a lot of promise from the APAC region, slowly getting better and better throughout this tournament. They'll have another monster to face within SSG.
It's devastating for Los as we see the scenes here and how much it clearly means to them. But it really does sort of highlight, one, that Los were giving it their all. They gave everything they had, but how much has this Bleed roster continued to improve? They didn't even make Copenhagen. They made the big splash at Atlanta, and an even bigger one now developing here at 6 Invitational as they send Los packing, the team that finished second at the Atlanta Major, that looked so strong coming into this event. Unfortunately for Los, we say goodbye. Fortunately though for APAC and for Bleed, they continue on as we go to the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, Bleed is victorious. Lost, knocked out of the tournament here in playoffs. And I'm Milos, but with me are 2 former teammates. They've been reunited here on the desk in some way. Alfama and of course, Mentalist here joining us.
What's up?
Congratulations, Mentalist. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good actually. Didn't expect the games to be a little bit one-sided like that. But yeah, I guess anything can happen in a lower bracket game. So yeah, played too many close games this event, so kind of expected more. But now I feel kind of empty.
Yeah, that's one thing that I was figuring out actually, is that you seem to not be that confident when coming to the game. Actually, like you expected this to be closer than it actually was. And that's the question I had is, we're all saying here, we said it multiple times on the desk, that it feels like you guys are having a lot of fun because everything here is bonus. Like you weren't expected to go that far. That's the statement that most people make, but is it really the statement that you guys have in mind? Did you expect to go that far?
I think realistically we know that we are capable, but obviously it's hard to prove yourself to yourself, right? Because in Asia Pacific, even in practice, in official games, it's very often you feel like there's something lacking and you don't feel that prepared. So even though maybe on some maps we are strong, we don't feel like we are. So over here it's like a proving ground for us. We're tested against the best opponents in the world, and we're gonna see like if we're actually good or not. Yeah, if we're not, we're gonna prepare.
Yeah,
improve.
This makes a lot of sense, actually. I had one more point, and I think it's more personal. Is when we used to team together, that was one thing that was quite obvious to me. You always had leadership and charisma to become a leader, and I think right there, like, you still had the game vision. Like, it was obvious at some point you would become a leader, and you've made that transition coming into Bleed. Like, how does it feel for you to be in that position now?
I feel like I wasn't really thrust into the position. I was more like kind of like gradually guided into it.
Yeah.
After I left IG as well, I led a team of like with Crit J and like the former Direwolves players as well. That's why I first started like feel like I was capable of leading a team. And obviously I learned a lot along the way, and now I'm like the captain of the team, and I feel like I could confidently say that, I feel like a parent to them sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like this in game, actually. Like, I could hear you calls, like, literally you're the one that is calling the reset whenever they're getting overhyped or when they're about to throw around.
Yeah.
You're the one that is keeping the sanity there, and that's already a thing you were doing on Fnatic. So yeah, overall, not surprised.
What's Julio doing now on the squad? Because of course, legend in his own right. What does he bring to the team?
Dude, Julio is doing so much. Like, he does the analysis, he does like the personal guidance as well in terms of individual play. He does so much. I cannot stress enough how important he is in this event. Like, I think he single-handedly carried like the strategic aspect of the team, and I think it's incredible.
How much do you think he's helping you kind of figure out Brazilian teams, especially?
Oh, it's good. Like, the info he has is perfect in terms of their play style, like how they think about the game. In order to counter the opponent, you kind of have to first understand how they think about the game.
Absolutely.
And by knowing that, like, you can then figure out like how you want to deploy your strategies. So I think he does that for me, and I think it's perfect.
Well, with that done, I guess it is time to say again, congratulations, Mentalist and Bleed and all of APAC on this victory. Anything you'd like to say to the fans out there, you can go ahead to
well, thanks for supporting Bleed Esports, and I hope you guys can continue supporting us for a bit longer. We still have a game against SSG, I believe, later on today, so hopefully we can brave through that as well, and yeah, we'll see what goes from there.
Go Joel.
Yeah, go Joel. Wait, where's Joel?
Where's Joel? Joel.
Jeremy, where's Joel?
Joel, bring Joel.
Oh, he's here.
There you go.
Didn't
there you go, we got Joel.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
You really are like their father.
Yeah. Actually, Aspie is the father of the fish, and I'm the father of the mannequin. So
that makes
it's our idea, so yeah.
So that makes you like his uncle, or?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I guess.
That's such a big family, and we are a big family on here. Mentalist, congratulations again from one member of the family to the other here in Rainbow Six, and good luck in your rest games. There you go. Great plays from Bleed. They 2-0 loss, and they move it forward. Now, before we actually start talking about, break things down for this map and this entire series, I would like to remind everybody of one very specific thing that I will repeat in a moment. Also, for those that have not done so and don't know about it, there are 6 Invitational predictions game that is live for everybody to participate in. Do you want to support your favorite teams and also win a lot of in-game prizes? It's actually quite easy. Go to ubisoft.com/rainbow6 and just put in what teams do you think will make it through and win. We had this in the group stage. If you did actually participate in that, then make sure that you tweet it at us and let us know what you went for. Let us know also what you're focusing on for this second week. There you go. Now back in. Anne, hello, welcome.
Hello.
More Radiance on our desk as always. What happened there? They look so good, Bleed.
Yeah, well, first about the predictions, I hope that people have been voting for these APAC teams because they're really giving it a show. I'm not trying to give any spoilers for what's going on a B stream as well, but I've heard that Furex are really taking it on to W7M at the moment. But going back to this game, indeed, a very strong performance from Bleed. It was really nice to see how, despite sometimes losing the opening engagement, they were still able to win out so many of these situations. This play as well from Reeps, I mean, we'll get to it later on, and then in the second round, or later on, sorry, in round 4, that was an amazing play coming out from him. And once again, what we saw here from Bleed was consistently taking those 2v1 gunfights and engagements, all in making sure you push with that body system and have someone else to cover your 6.
Yeah, that's something that's actually quite recurrent with them, is exactly when you get in that middle of the round, they will, if they're in a mad disadvantage situation, they will find and seek an opportunity together, and they will flood 2v1, 3v1, whatever they need, they will flood with all their resources to try and get back that man advantage. And it worked again and again and again against Lost.
And that's helping a lot because they weren't always winning out these entry engagements. The conversion, once again, was a big segment during our first pros desk, and now once again here, Lowe's had a 25% conversation of getting the opening pick and then converting that into a round win. Bleed, once again, 80% on that. So really, you know, converting those rounds that they already get the opening into a round win as well. And sometimes you're like, okay, well, if you have a cafe round, or for example, library, and you go for a retake after post-ban, ideally you want to have that top 4 control. But there are rounds where Bleed didn't even need that top 4 control. They were contesting gunfights from below in situations where they shouldn't be winning them, and then they still managed to win out these gunfights.
Yeah, and I want to point out that Lost did try to adapt. They did try to bring something new. They did try to stay more grouped, actually, to try and refrag more, and still it didn't work. They were slow and methodical at the early of the map in attack. They were staying grouped and preparing a late round execution. They were still playing against Fenrir and Solis that made hard and difficult this execution, and on top of that, even though they had the full map control, I don't think they really exploited it. Thinking of that round, for example, where Rips is getting that clutch, they are all flooding one by one at the doorway instead of using the vertical pressure in the laundry hatch to have multiple pressure points.
So it seems like Lost definitely trying to kind of hit the site all at the same time, but you don't want to conga line into it, right? You want to use that spread. It's like the next step from what you mentioned earlier this morning was, hey, you spread out, cool, you can do the split theory. I won't say it 3 times, so I don't want to play that game. But then immediately move into site, and it just looks a bit conjoined and convoluted.
You did all the hard work. You got all the control that you needed, but you did not capitalize on it. It makes no sense. You have vertical control, you have laundry control, you have pillars control. Use that.
So now we leave you with our Intel play of the game. Let's bring it. One day I'm going to be able to like play of the game, really play it that way. There it is. What a beautiful, beautiful play from Melbourne.
Yeah, and it's the exact same round. This is the actual round where Rips is taking 1v1, v1, v1, and he wins every single one of them. And that's because Lost kept pushing into that doorway instead of using the verticality and the 90 corridor.
And he was so scared. He was so scared about it as well. He was watching that hatch, the laundry hedge drop to make sure no one was pushing him from behind. Someone on the side of Bleed was assisting him from that library door push, but essentially a very, very good play from Rips. And we saw multiple of these like huge personal performances in this specific game. And it once again comes down to who's showing up on game day, and Bleed were winning their gunfights.
All right. I mean, at this point, we've rizzed up Bleed from here till next week, but they still have more elimination games. This is it. This is like the tough part where you're playing to survive.
I think it's a completely different game that's waiting for them. I think Space Station are way more structured. I think they're way better at conserving man advantage. They're really good at closing these gaps that usually teams have. They're not going to be able to exploit that as much as they did against Lost.
So let's take a look at that bracket, actually, put it all into perspective. There it is. Bleed will move forward and play Space Station as W7M set forth for NIP. We just got that confirmed as they beat FearX, and now is sad to hear, but you know, it happened. What do you think of these results?
Well, it's of course, we're seeing a 2-0 there for W7M, but FearX were taking rounds away from them. And I think that first one and the second map, both first halves ended in a 3-3 split. So we're seeing improvement, especially coming out from FearX. They were the lowest slotted or seeded team coming into this tournament, so maybe teams weren't expecting all that much. They made it out of groups, put up a decent show against W7M, so especially going into next year, that should really put up a good prospect for them.
All right, big expectations before we go to break?
Yeah, I mean, I think in overall, one thing that I seem to notice between Brazilian teams is there seem to have a lot of pressure here in Sao Paulo. Teams that were dominating throughout the year are showing lots of cracks. You know, W7M, same thing for Lost that just happened here. I'm just hoping for them to finally take more pleasure in game and, you know, just enjoy the event, enjoy the moment. It's SI in Brazil. Play for fun.
Play for fun. There you go. With that left, thank you very much, Alfama and Anne. It's time for us to take a quick break. As you saw walking in behind me, Team Liquid and Falcons are setting up. So we'll see you in a bit for game 2.
Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab. Right like I'm getting paid time and a half. We finally made it, I know that they hate it. We caddies right out of the bag. The timing is right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. Keep your eyes on the clock. You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink out of vision your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running, ain't making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This is what I just gotta do. Right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Now. Not me, not you, but us. Fear overcome my trust. We move as one, no walls won't be enough. We move as one, we stand as one, as one, as one. Now hand me the hammer.
Acho que vai ser realmente uma experiência surreal, assim, uma experiência única na minha vida.
I feel really excited to play SI in Brazil because all my family is coming for the final, so it's gonna be really, really crazy.
É algo que sempre faltou na minha carreira, poder ganhar um campeonato aqui no Brasil.
Todo brasileiro quer ganhar o campeonato aqui, até agora não aconteceu isso em nenhum jogo. E eu acho que isso vai ser muito especial se acontecer.
Eu vou ser bem honesto, eu acho que eu sempre sonhei em jogar com uma plateia grande aqui no Brasil.
O brasileiro realmente é único nessa forma de torcer, então acho que vai ser algo insano.
A torcida brasileira tem muita energia, eles gritam a cada kill, você quebra um drone, eles vão gritar, eles estão ali por tudo, vão comemorar. Não importa. E é tudo que a gente quer estar naquele palco ali para escutar essa torcida.
Todo mundo tá falando muito da gente, falando que a gente é o favorito pro campeonato. Eu acho que a gente sabe disso, a gente sabe o quão a gente é bom. Realmente, o pensamento de ganhar o Six Invitational e ganhar 3 campeonatos seguidos veio um pouco à mente. E se a gente conseguir fazer isso, realmente a gente vai conseguir entrar para a história do Rainbow Six.
Então vamos para cima, o Brasil vai ganhar com certeza. E é isso, conto com vocês.
Então vamos curtir bastante, torçam aí pros seus players favoritos, que vocês acompanham há anos aí, e vai ser muito divertido.
Thanks to each and every one of you who supports, follows and cheers us on.
みんなの応援がとても力になっていて、レインボーシックスシージコミュニティにとても感謝しています。
La connexion que nous partageons va au-delà du jeu. Peu importe d'où vous venez, que vous nous souteniez depuis des jours ou des années.
การสนับสนุนอย่างไม่หยุดหย่อนของคุณกระตุ้นให้เราทำดีที่สุดในทุกนัด
ومعا نشكل عائلة رينبو 6 سيزون متناغمة لتصبح ذكرى في قلوبنا.
Приглашаем всех на Six Invitational 2024 и не забудьте посмотреть это прекрасное и невероятное событие вместе с нами.
항상 레인보우 식스 시즈를 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 여러분들의 응원이 레인보우 식스 시즈를 세계 최고의 게임으로 만들 수 있습니다.
Juntos, somos a melhor comunidade do mundo.
Muito obrigado, galera.
Thank you for the support.
شكرا على دعمكم.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Muito obrigado, comunidade.
Merci beaucoup.
Welcome back, everybody, to 6 Invitational 2024. Game 1 is complete on both A stream and B stream, and we're ready to kick things off with game number 2. Today's big story is Elimination Day. We already had 2 teams knocked out of the Invitational, the lower bracket, and we're going to keep it up. Hello, welcome back to the desk. I'm Miloš. With me are Fresh and Fabian.
Why is everyone going with that order? Why is it never Fabian and Fresh?
Because it's always Fabian and Fresh.
Yeah, it's true. We're better. You need to start with a better person.
Thank you very much. I mean, you are better today because you're wearing my pants, so
true.
That actually makes you superior.
What?
Yeah, he is wearing.
I wish I wore your underwear too. Well, never mind. Let's move on.
What is going on? I said maybe, but anyways, let's go through things with our matchup here because we're going to start off with Falcons. There's a lot to talk about the squad here, and Liquid, on the other hand, also have their kind of pitfalls that we're going to dig deep into. So Falcons, okay? That's a huge roster that these players are bringing. Let's be very honest. Here to the lower bracket, Penta, your team, had 6 players. Having 8 is another level. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know what's really going on. I mean, we know the visa issues were there, but having 8 players and then getting all the players to come here, then still swapping players in the middle of the event, none of it really makes any sense. I mean, we're looking at 8 players. Quibs and JLad have both played 9 maps. P9 and Okills have played 7 maps. Madskills have played 5 maps. Valentino have played 4 maps. And Burst and Leader have played 2 maps. That's just a complete mess, and it's strange how they managed to swap that much.
I think the inconsistency is what plagues Falcons in terms of their player base. You know, we haven't seen Joker, for example. You know, the starting lineup coming into this tournament was different 2 months before the tournament, 1 month before the tournament, and the week of the tournament. Obviously, visa issues aside, like you say, that can't be helped with Burst having to come in and step in, but it really does create inconsistency for them. And I don't know how you expect long-term results with inconsistency.
I'm just waiting for Twister to jump in on the map so we have 9.
I wouldn't be surprised if that were to happen. Actually, let's talk about 2 specific players here, Madskills and Valentino. And I'll preface this because Valentino is the first ever Lebanese player to compete. I am a Lebanese person with a horrendous passport just like him, and we both made it here. So big ups, big ups.
Vamos.
Vamos. That's what we say in Lebanon.
Yeah, that's yeah. The reason that we wanted to compare these 2 players was that Madskills was the starting lineup that Falcons intended to play this tournament with had Madskills in it. And they wanted to play, I would say, a little bit more strategical depth akin to a European style. Madskills obviously benched himself to allow Valentino in for the Scars game to get through into this bracket. Now, when I spoke to Valentino, it was all around, right, we want to go back to what made Falcons good this year and last year. You know, when they played Gamers 8, they did well both years, obviously Copenhagen. We want to go back to that. And that style it's very simple. It's very simple siege. You could argue it's shallow strategical depth, but on top of that, it's together. It's very aggressive. It's very gunfight heavy. And that's what these players know, and that's what these players want, and they think will give them the most success.
And before you get that strategical depth, you need to perfect the way you want to start playing. Absolutely. Because you start playing in one way, and then you add on to that. You can't just have 5 different play styles where all of them are not the greatest.
All right, so final bits here. We have to highlight 2023 for Falcons. Mentioned it. From this squad that, first started playing internationally, like literally 2023, that's huge. To get here, now play majors, get to SI.
Yeah, I think if you set out goals for the year, which every single team does at the start of the year, Falcons, let's remember, 12 months ago, they were not in a league that was officially recognized inside of the circuit or the ecosystem. So what happens? They come into it, MENA League starts, they get themselves to the major, they get themselves to SI, that's massive.
Let's talk about Liquid then on the other side, because they fell short of expectations, and they're here to survive, Fabian.
Yeah, they have fallen short of expectations, and I'm not seeing the team that I'm expecting to see with all of this experience that they have, all the players they have. I mean, you look at just Paulo, Nash, Wolf, Lagonis, Reese, all of them are super experienced players, very talented players, but they're just not seeming to get it working during their attacks. And it's quite a shame, because we expect more.
It was a big recency bias thing for me. Was there were, expectations for Liquid were low this event because of the fact they didn't make Atlanta. But if you go back to Copenhagen, they made the final. They're a quality team, but they fell short in Copenhagen. It feels like they're falling short here again.
Yeah. What's the strategy piece for this? There has to be something that breaks it.
I think the one thing that we can differentiate, if you take Liquid and you take, say, for example, W7M or FaZe on each side, I think the difference between the 2 teams is that W7M and FaZe can react to their opponents and change tempo and change strategy. They can go from a default to a split take very quickly inside of the round. Liquid haven't been showing us that.
Yeah, it's like they pick the strat, follow it blindly, and hope for the best, and they have no change to it. We're also looking at poor individual performance versus from Volps and Lagonis being -26 and -33 in order. So we need to see them step up as individuals on top of all of this strategical depth that we want to see from them. Because I do think they have it, they just need to start showing it.
All right, with that said, there's a lot of pressure on Team Liquid is what I'm hearing from the two of you. Of course, the fact that Brazil outside of W7M here have been a bit shaky. So let's see maybe, potentially, what maps we're going to be playing on in this game. Because I got to say, Liquid, yeah, they might have a quote-unquote easier matchup against Falcons, but still, that pressure can get to you. Consulate, Cafe Labs, and Clubhouse will be taken out first. Oregon is their first pick. That is for Falcons. Liquid will start off on defense. Nothing surprising there. The follow-up, Liquid pick on border with Falcons on attack. And with our last two banned, Chalet Skyscraper will be left on a bank. Fresh.
Every map is curious for me. So the first one in terms of Oregon is probably the most straightforward out of the three. Falcons have obviously picked into Oregon, highest preference by far, but also Liquid have struggled on this map at the event. They've lost it twice at this event, so it makes sense that Falcons would want to go to that map. Now, Liquid are picking border because it's a very high preference map for them, and it's very comfortable. However, they've looked at it, and it was their most successful map at this event as well for Liquid, because they got that 7-2 victory against Virtus.pro. Falcons have played it a few times with many different rosters, as we spoke about, and had mixed results on the map. The big one for me, Fabian, is the decider of Bank, because Liquid had the choice of Skyscraper, which is Falcons' absolute permaban, have not played it since stage 1, or Bank, which Liquid don't like, haven't won recently. Liquid have gone to Bank.
Oregon, Fabian.
Well, Oregon makes sense because Liquid, you will never say no to starting Oregon defense. That's just never going to happen, right? Bank, as Jack saying, being the most interesting map. I think that Bank needs a lot of the steps-by-steps gameplay that you might not have when you're going for a more aggressive, less strategical depth on terms of Falcons. So I think that it's a good map for Liquid. They must have just seen something that they want to abuse from them when they played it last.
All right, well, now the big question is there a possibility for a map 3, or can Liquid sweep this 2-0? Is that what they're looking for? Is it going to be a bit shaky in the map? What do you expect?
So the expectations for me is like Falcons have no pressure, right? None whatsoever. They're here, they've done their goal. They've probably gotten further than most people would expect of them, especially with all these roster changes. I think it's going to be a 2-0 Liquid, even though they have all the pressure from being the Brazilian darlings.
I love Falcons as a meta team. I think they've been great all year, the last 2 years to be fair. And when they get the momentum rolling, they can take this 3 maps. I think it's more competitive than people will think.
Okay, what would set things apart for Oregon? I mean, Liquid start on defense, so are we expecting Falcons to maybe break through that on their attack?
I think it's genuinely the momentum. I think both of these teams are going to be big momentum teams inside of this. So obviously, defender meta at the SI, defense is going to be huge.
We see Paulo happy today. Do you think he can take it?
I don't know if he's going to be happy.
Mood swing.
The one key thing that I think that, first of all, before you even get that strategical depth, it's that both Volps and Lagonis, they just need to step up. That's simply where I draw.
Especially Volps. You can maybe argue Lagonis a little bit more on the support role,
sure.
The IGLing, especially.
But at the same time, we're seeing this event that supports can also frag out crazily. So it's not an excuse for it. Supports these days, they're just as much fragger as they are support, but they might be utilized later into the round. And I don't think we're seeing that.
Has Nest lived up to expectations?
I don't think so. I think none of Liquid have, in all honesty.
None of them.
You know, we spoke about them being the darlings of Brazil and how much support that they will get from Brazil. However, when have Liquid fallen short, it's been pressure, and they're in a high pressure situation right now.
All right, gentlemen, our game is ready and pressure is mounting. It is a second elimination game for today. Liquid versus Falcons. Ace and Daz, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, welcome over to the casting desk. I'm Des. This is Tim. And this is a game that I think, on paper, people look at and think messy, but I think it could be a real brawl to see who gets the absolute privilege of going to the next round to play against G2, Tim.
I mean, it's not the best prospect to look forward to, is it?
You can play your skins out here and then you come up against the defending world champions in the next round. Oh,
well, the socials are well and truly firmly locked in on the side of Team Liquid. No surprises, really. 82-18 Falcons. The thing is with the Team Falcons, you got to remember, you know, over the last 12 months that we've seen them at these international events, they've shown us that they are capable of an upset. Obviously, here at SI, there has been some sort of roster juggling, and that's not going to make things easy for them. But Liquid have also shown weaknesses. You know, there's no two ways about that. I, as much as anybody, would love to see Liquid on the stage, as I'm sure all the Brazilian fans would, but they are not making it easy. And there's definitely some improvement needed for them. So we'll see who can step up the most today when it really, really counts. A reminder of the stakes. We are going to lose 8 teams today. We are all lower bracket, so everybody who loses packs up and goes home. It is as big a deal as it gets right now.
It's been such like a chill time so far. It's been like 4 days of groups and one team goes home. It's not the end of the world. You go into yesterday and no one's going home. It's all upper bracket shenanigans. Everyone's having a good time. And then you step in today and it just feels like the elimination chamber where you will not be around for long if even the smallest slip up goes through. Anyway, our up bans are flowing on through, Tim. I think for this one, we cast Dark Zero versus Liquid yesterday as well, and we had a lot of comments about Liquid. I think on the attacking side of things, I hate to single him out here, but Volps was a real problem. Often stepping a bit too far inside the building on very key operators like Ying, like Capital, like Blitz, even some rounds on the Buck, and just getting picked off for free by Dark Zero, who were roaming above them. And it's like, guys, on drones, you'd know this player is upstairs. So for me, I'm looking at this and thinking for Falcons, when they go on the defensive side, which won't be until the second half, you may well see them trying to disrupt and get rid of a couple of those entries on the side of Liquid. And on the defensive side, I was speaking to Emmy yesterday about this as well, about the DZ and Liquid game, and said, I don't really feel like Liquid did anything strictly wrong on the defense. The problem was they're playing the same defense that everyone else the tournament has been playing so far, and how that then gets determined to be good or bad, or the results you get really comes down to how good the enemy team is at attacking. And Falcons might not be the strongest attacking team, given the constant changes in roster we've spoken about, given we are down here in the lower bracket, but then finishing 4th in their group. So I think Liquid could be on for an okay ride here in this first half, but don't count Falcons out when their backs are against the wall and this is the elimination game.
Just looking at that defensive setup for Team Liquid, we've got the Valkyrie brought immediately by Nesk, not too much of a surprise. Azami as well, Warden in there. We saw when they played Dark Zero, the Warden was almost completely ineffective really for Team Liquid, and I'm wondering whether Falcons have sort of taken a leaf out of that book and thought this is how we're going to deal with it. They don't have the Thatcher on board this time, so it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, and Palu might just get a little bit more joy on that operator today.
He won't have too much to worry about. It's the smokes of the Capital and 3 flashbangs in the back pocket of Quibs. Like, there's not really lots on side, whereas against Dark Zero, you're either coming up against 9 flashbangs or Ying every single round. Now, the Ying is available. We do keep on speaking about it because teams that use Ying well are traumatic, is the only way I can describe it, especially when paired it with that Thatcher, as you say, to disable things like the Warden's gadget so that the Ying does get everyone and you can flood in and take any rooms on the site that you need to. For now, at least, though, Falcon's taking a much slower approach, looking in towards the Flores, the setup work that needs to come out of the Capital, for example. I'm wondering why the Asher thing for P9, upgraded version of People. Normally you see that come along when there's a mirror, and really only in that situation. So a couple of picks I'm looking at this round for Falcons and thinking, all right, it's first round, we'll bet into this, but I imagine this won't stick throughout the entire map.
Falcons are moving well, halfway into the round. They've got themselves map control, they've got the meeting hatch open, so far so good. They need to start moving Liquid around now. They've got the utility, they've got the hatches open, they've got what they need. It's time to pick up a kill or two and start just creating that little bit of space that you need. Valentino's actually going to be pushing, you just see him on the right-hand side of your screen there, and we get the POV. Going to be pushing down Laundry stairs, so I like this. We've got a number of avenues of attack. O'Kills is heading down the rear stage stairs. We've got pressure on the meeting hatch, so Liquid are going to be under the hammer pretty soon.
They are. It's been 2 minutes to set up. No Habana on side as well, of course, worth noting. Normally see that for this site, but have relied solely on those hard breach gadgets in back pocket. And so far, so good. No one got picked off early, and so they have been able to get themselves the full setup they need. This is the best shot the attackers are really going to have, I feel, with all players alive, all utility in pocket. And looking at J-Lad here, you can see the highlight in his gadget on the left-hand side of your screen. First smoke comes out, and they'll no doubt start singing through for more. This is when the push should come through.
5 versus 4 then as Lagonis manages to pick up P9. The kills start raining in, a bloodbath as expected. Palu getting the latest one onto Jalad, and Volps just trying to hold on to elbow here, tickling the nitro, but he knows he can't swing with it. He knows that his angle is being held, but Falcons, they're just stalling out this 15 seconds, and they're not really pushing here. They're in electrical, they're in elbow, but they're not making any ground, and it allows Volps to get aggressive. 7 seconds left to go, and now they start pushing into those Liquid lines of sight. They go down 1, 2, 3 like dominoes, and Liquid take the first round.
In the game that we cast last night, Tim, the main description I had at certain points was toothless, and that was where you had the game between Virtus Pro and, remind me, Tim? Who did we cast last night? Virtus Pro and IP. And Toothless was really the way that we came about describing it. And I worry that with that first attack, it's very early on to say this, by the way. I'm very aware things can change, and they may well change up the attacking line that they bring. But it did lack a little bit of bite. And I love the fact that they had the Grim, that they had the Capitao coming into this. They had the ability to weaken the defender positions with things like the Flores, but didn't really see much of that put to good use. We saw a little bit of the Capitao coming out, the Grim, we heard the Bees being down, but no real massive movements coming out of the defenders. They still sat and held in the same positions. And I think Volps, they got a little bit scared of him, sat on elbow as well. Didn't want to push into that shotgun, baited it out a little bit later on, but this is the problem when the team is moving a little bit out of sync. You just see separate 1v1s being taken quite a lot of the time and nothing really to follow up off the back of it. So a very comfortable first round for Liquid. Falcons, I'm hoping that this doesn't turn into a trend of, I tell you what, they're feeling it today, Tim. I saw them sat behind the desk is the thing, and they were all looking happy. Like, Parler had a massive smile on his face, and I was like, it's good to see them coming in with the right attitude and not still feeling too beaten up.
Exactly that, and the thing is, you're on home soil, you're playing in the Six Invitational.
Yep.
No, everything hasn't gone to plan so far, but you know, this is pretty much as good as it gets. You know, a lot of teams don't make it here. So, exactly, I love to see it. Smile on the face, go out there, play your game. They know that they're good enough to go further in this. As it stands, they're going to need to win 3 games now to get themselves to that live stage. So there is a long way for them to go, but they can only win the one in front of them. And that was a great start.
And then they've got to win the next one against G2, Tim.
Don't worry about that. We'll worry about that in a few hours' time. They've got to beat Falcons first. It was a good first round from them. They held on. It's going to be top floor this time. Liquid pretty much all on site. Volps on the Solis is the one that is roaming around underneath, currently meeting in rear stage area, but we'll likely see him as he comes into things later in the game. For the time being, P9, he's going to be just trying to hold on to this
spawn peek in Big Tower. Actually, he's looking for the, not really spawn peek at this point, is it? More looking to try and find someone, and that's exactly what he'll get. Quibs. And this is always the danger of playing against Solis. She'll take out all these drones. You won't be able to keep track of her all round long. You already got a Twitch drone extremely early on as well. Just really chewed through everything. And as you say, a little bit too easy that he's been able to go from playing round by showers all the way up through meeting, up through green, straight up Big Tower, and to get a freebie kill without any response on the other side. Yeah, he's made them pay for that.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to see Chalet just able to hold a nice angle around that Kiba barricade. And just like angles, Kiba barricades work in both directions. You know, yes, if you put them on the doors like that, you're offering an opportunity for attackers to get up there and get themselves a little bit of cover as well. 1 minute 10 now as Falcons continue trying to work forward. They haven't really softened up sight at all. There's only Orkills and Jalad over that side at the minute trying to sort of hold on to this area whilst I think more support comes. But there's no real pressure on anybody inside a site as Volps managed to pick up Valentino. He's still a nightmare down in kitchen. They've got the vertical denial. This could be a flawless round, and it will be as Resets and Volts, they managed to pick up one apiece, and Liquid, they are looking like they mean business so far today. And let's not forget, they're on Oregon, a map that they've lost every time they've played it so far at SI. If anything, this should be where Falcons can get something going.
Yeah, I think on the attacking side, they are struggling a little bit. I'm not at all surprised to see even just 2 rounds in that we've got attack timeout coming through, because again, it looks a little bit separate, it looks a little bit desperate in places as well. You've lost both of your hard breaches very early in the round, so you are not getting open the things that need to be opened up. I'm thinking about getting inside a Big Tower potentially and working your way down attic. I'm thinking, of course, about walking wardrobe to open up games, things like that. Nothing is going to go your way when you lose those 2 operators so early on. But to give full credit to Volts, he has had an absolute field day and played the game that was put before him there, from showers up to Big Tower to get the first kill, back down towards showers to get Valentino in the back and turned it into a 3K in the round as well. Just all too easy for him. And again, it's a player that I was wanting to keep a close eye on today, more on their attacking side, but starting on defense strong is never going to be a bad thing for your confidence going into the second half.
Absolutely, we'll be moving into round 3 then. As the timeout runs out, we just get our highlights and you just see how easy it was for Volps there. And a little bit of frustration creeping in on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, Quibs weren't too happy about that.
No, not too happy at all.
That was a great shot.
It's no wonder because I've written in my notes there that it was just poor droning. You have to know where Volps is. Solis is up on the board. You're playing on Oregon. It's a given on the top floor that Solis will be playing underneath. So if Solis isn't in kitchen, say you send your drones into kitchen and into security where you would expect the Solis to be for that vertical denial, you send the drones in. There's your little animation that you love so much, does. You send your drones into that area and Solis isn't there. That should be ringing alarm bells for the team to say, where is the Solis? They're not going to be on site. They're going to be playing underneath. But Falcons haven't gone that extra step to go and find them. And if your drones keep getting shot out in Big Tower, for example, guess what? That probably means that the Solis is in Big Tower. And I think that's something that Falcons, I'm going to be watching the drone economy very, very closely in this round because they must have picked up on that and they need to improve that immediately.
I'm looking at this round and for a second we almost saw a quote stick on the Thatcher and I thought, wicked, we've got the Ying, we've got the Thatcher coming out, that combo that we were speaking about, brilliant. They've got the Twitch to deal with the Mira, for example, but they have changed things away and this might well be a fast hit coming on through here if we're not too careful. The Mira I was looking at thinking that's what the Ash is great for and maybe we'll see the Ying coming in. Here we go, 2 Candela's ring on out, P9 straight in, a good coordinated push, but Volps, he just kind of hangs back a little bit on his way out the back door and just goes, you know what, the freebie, and I'll take it. Down white stairs he goes, no one can collapse onto him, really well played by him, and he's dipped away to rejoin the rest of his team. So despite a good coordinated play coming out from Falcons, Liquid still come out on top.
Yeah, I think, sometimes you have to trust in your utility. You have to think the Candela's going in, I'm going to commit to this, but you must remember that it is possible for that utility to be avoided, and Volps has done a fantastic job of that. 2 rounds in a row that he's got the entry, 4-1 now, resets 4-0. This is a good sign for Liquid because, we know the quality that Nesk and Palu deliver. We know, that Lagonis is solid on the back line, but we need the whole team firing if they are going to continue progressing, and especially, looking beyond this game, I don't want to get carried away. It's only 2-0 at this point, but as you've already said, there's a bit of a raid boss coming up for whoever wins this. So, whoever wins this, the point is valid for Liquid right now, but if Falcons are able to turn things around, they need to have all players online and warmed up nicely if they're going to have a chance against G2 later.
The thing is, they're trying to track Ghost at this point, it feels like, Tim. Like, even just seeing Valentino pause and watch Laundry just shows that they don't have full awareness of the map, and admittedly, that's exactly why you bring a Solus. I mean, okay. Got into a great spot there. It's going to be a near flawless round, if not for the closing trade. Another very comfortable one coming out from Liquid. Even after that timeout, Falcons still not quite able to put the pieces together, but it at least looked better with the Amaru and Ying play coming on through. They just didn't get any results from it.
No, I won't criticise for that. I think, you've come away from it, you've tried something different, a different round, that probably works. You go in, you get the kill onto Volps, you get a bit of top floor control, and fantastic, yeah, no problem. So not really a criticism of Falcons there, but more a credit to Liquid, really, that no matter what's being thrown at them, they're dealing with it very comfortably at the minute. There's no real sort of panic to them, there's no desperation, they're confident in their setup, they're confident in their defense, and right now it's looking like it's going to be very difficult for Falcons to potentially even pick up an attack here.
It does feel that way. Really, the best time to do it is after attack timeout. The blessing, I guess, somewhat being here is now that you get the same 3 sites again. So they've played them all once. Liquid will rotate back through the same 3 sites, at least you'd expect so. They're going to start things off down in the basement, same as where we started round 1, and already there's a good lineup change coming out from Falcons here. Willing to try something a little bit different, keeping the Capitao on side, keeping the Grim there as well, but making sure now they've got that Ying, they've got the Blitz on side, the IQ for the Valkyrie. Really starting to take note here of what it is that is costing them rounds.
The best time to win a round was after the tack timeout. The next best time is now.
Yes, I knew that was coming.
Definitely the case for Falcons here. Let's see whether they can get the job done or not. They're going to be attacking onto the basement. Last time around, it took them far too long. A minute and a half. They had the hatches open. They were pushing down Laundry stairs. They were doing really well. But then it came down to a last 15-second push, and Liquid just would not be moved from that bottom floor. So Falcons once again coming in, doing their work quickly. This is, a good start to the attack. They've got Liquid down on the basement. I think they're pretty confident of everything that's ahead of them. They know that they've got mid-floor control. Nothing to worry about there. Hatches start getting opened. They've got all the time in the world. Let's see you use it, Falcons.
That's it. I mean, to be fair, they had a lot of time back on the first attack, a good 2 minutes. They had to get things set up and then start thinking about the execute. And they started well good. I think they're about 30 seconds left. They started off their execute. Just got a little bit held up by Volps, who was playing on elbow, like we commented back in round 1. Really, for me, the Ying keep on speaking about it, and for very good reason. Teams that know how to use this operator well, or I guess in G2's case, less leaning in towards things like the Ying, but a lot of flashbangs as secondary utility. Those are the teams that so far have done incredibly well. So oppressive when three of your 5 players are dying full white screen throughout the round. And so that's what Falcons need to aim for here, is to overwhelm Liquid. Yes, you've got to try and deal with Parlo, and you don't have an easy answer to him right now, but you can at least keep him pushed back with the Grim, with the Capital, so everyone else can get punished.
Going to be working down rear stage stairs pretty soon. As you say, it's all about pushing back. It's all about forcing Liquid out of their positions, out of their comfort spots. As I always say, remember, when you set up as a defender, you're setting up in your absolute #1 spot. Nobody's going to choice 3. You know, you're setting up in your absolute power position. So the more that you can move Liquid round, the more that you're moving them into weaker spots.
They're going for Freezer, they're going for Laundry, they've gone for Big Tower Stairs, they've gone for Construction, they've got E-Box player, they've got everything going on here to try and work out for them. If they can make this work out, it'll be beautiful, but 1 falls, 2 falls, all they've really got left here is the south side Tim. They have no idea about resets, and they had the Grim on this angle earlier on, but nothing can be done to stop it. And now all they've got left is the 2 Freezer players. There's a such thing as too much of a good thing to have been trying to do. It's a bit too much there, I feel, as a team, when playing for trades may well have been the way to success, as we saw with that only kill onto resets inside of sites itself. P9 can see nothing. Those keeper barriers just so oppressive. It's all down to O-kills here to, well, not quite live up to his name, quite the opposite actually, but turn it into a few more kills in the round. He's found 2, but has got to convert 3 more.
Going to be cut down as he comes around the keeper barricade. And again, as you say, I think, you know, we've got to give credit to Liquid here. Fantastic use of that as army so far. Really making life difficult. We've had Volps on the Solus as well. We know how powerful these operators are. Liquid are leaning into it, and they're doing a great job of displaying just exactly why they are so powerful. And Liquid as well, for me, they're just doing a great job of collapsing at the right time. They see that opportunity. It's never 1 kill. It's 1, 2, 3, and all of a sudden it's 5v2 and the round's broken. You know, 4v2 and it's Falcons on the back foot. So Liquid again doing a very good job of, I think, that call of like, right, push them now. This is the point, and just recognising sort of that point of most danger for Falcons and taking advantage of it.
It just feels like they're always 1 step ahead. Like every single round, there's a new threat they're bringing along. You know, think about back to round 2 when the Solus of Volts made an appearance. Absolutely terrorized that round. They had the tactical timeout and then started looking, okay, can we bring the Ying along? Sure, but they still managed to find a response to that as well. Back in round 1, even clearing out round 2, clearing out the hard breaches as well. They've always just had something that seems to be upsetting the other side. And now Falcons might look at that last round and go, okay, then we've just been really upset by keeper barriers. Do we find a response now to the Azami? And it's like, well, you could try, but you've also got to worry about the mirror they're bringing along. You've got to worry about the Solus that's running around the map. You've got to try and find a way to deal with the Warden, which, interestingly enough, this is the first time that we're seeing Liquid not bringing that operator along. So every round, even when it starts to feel like Falcons get close to figuring out and catching up with Liquid have made 5 steps forward, and now you're suddenly trying to figure out that massive gap that exists between you again. So Liquid just really in control of this defensive half.
I kind of feel as well like, and this is kind of me. Paolo absolutely slams Valentino off the rappel to kick things off for us in this round. To finish my point that I was making, I feel like this is like nostalgia me kicking in. You got to remember, I've been casting this Liquid team for 4+ years now, in, you know, varying rosters and everything else. But I just feel like taking them to Oregon is a risk, one way or another. You know, they've always been very competent on this map, or at least it feels like that to me. We've seen some big wins, big losses for them, but you're never going to have an easy time of it. And this showing us why right now. Palu steps through and hits P9. These are players that have been in Siege for a long time, and this is a map that's been in Siege for a long time. They know every single corner of it, in and out. And I feel like, you know, yes, they might have been beaten here a couple of times, but I just feel like that's maybe more about their performances than their ability as a team, and they're really starting to show us that. 4 versus 3 as Clues manages to get that kill onto Palu as a late trade. That's good. It's going to create a little bit of space for Falcons. Palu was playing in and around game, and a second from Chalet, just looking to move in through Attic. Great stuff, but he's got Nesk to come up against next, and he is super low health, so much so that he's bailed.
The problem is when you're losing players early, like Valentino going down, he was the counter to that mirror that's in Trophy. And at this point, that is not going to get removed because they needed him inside Master Bedroom. He was helping to get set up inside the games until Palu just Ferrari beats him with the SMG and brought him down. After that, they're a little bit like, well, what else can we do? You look towards the Ace, for example, great, but there's a mute jammer on the wall. There's not all that much you can do to get it opened up at that point. And so really all Liquid again have done is just sit and say, well, you know what? We can just play behind basics at this point now that the Ash has been removed. They've got the 2 mirror windows facing outwards as well, so a little bit of a different approach to where you're placing those, because they don't expect to get pushed from exactly where Neski's looking now, up and towards Attic. So that has become their bastion. Pit is where they have set up this defense, and Falcons have fallen to it.
So at the minute, the way that the Falcons attack is shaping up, they've got one here on breach or kills. They've got the Candelas coming in from double window, and Jalad is underneath on the book trying to get something going. O'Kills is going to take the opportunity to try and put this diffuser down. O'Kills on the cover from top right. That's an important spot, but Lagonis manages to find him. Quibs onto Nesk. 2 versus 2, but the diffuser has not yet gone down. O'Kills had to come off it because he knew that the challenge was coming after White Stairs was taken out. Lagonis is just trying to work his way back in here, and that is a big retake moment from Volps there, leaving it now 1 versus 1. Can Lagonis hold on? They knew exactly where he was, but Lagonis plays it super smart with 1 HP. Gets himself out of the way. Lagonis, don't do that to me! Gets himself out of the way on 1 HP. He knows that the time is ticking down. He's got 1 eye on the clock. He's got teammates calling it out to him. Well played from Liquid, but the closest attack we've seen yet from Falcons. It was a better attempt from them.
From a losing position, that was a really good recovery, yeah. I mean, smoking out inside, just smoking out the kids' walls, they couldn't do anything about it. You had the Ying Candelas going in towards kids as well. So that just forced the 2 players that were in there to scarper somewhat. Lagonis actually with the real heads-up play, rather than tucking away inside of the bunk itself and hiding in behind the beds, he actually dropped straight through the hatch, came up behind White Stairs and got a kill there. That's what really broke the back of that attack for Falcons, and why suddenly O-Kills could no longer plant inside the games. So if not for him and this flank here that you're seeing on screen right now, that round feels a hell of a lot messier. So really good play by the Mirror. Yeah,
just straight away forced O-Kills off the diffuser. You just know if Jalad can hold that position, O-Kills gets the diffuser down, that could look like a very different round for Liquid. If you remember, I said it yesterday when they were playing against Dark Zero. Genuinely, for my money over the years, Lagonis is one of the best sight players that we've had in Siege. His knowledge and ability to hold on and make smart decisions in that final 30 seconds from inside of sight is fantastic, and he's just shown it there with that. You know, a lot of people, it's easy to get locked into the site at that point and think, what can I do from where I am right now, rather than thinking there's a hatch available, there's, you know, verticality that I can use here, I can change things up, and thinking about the entire landscape, and it was really heads up from Lagonis. Well played.
Just tell you a lot about how dominant Liquid have been this half, though. You know, we're 5 rounds in at this point, and there are, what, 9 kills, I think, coming in for the entirety of Falcons. Less than 2 on average per round, and that gives you the idea of just how dominant Liquid have been across these first 5. Now into the final 1 of the half. Interesting thought to bring along the sledge here. I'm guessing they want the nades on side to get rid of any potential shields or something, but I'm not really seeing anything on the side of Liquid that you'd use other than trying to make the defenders move away, because you're lacking things like the Grim in this round. You know, very low pick rate for Sledge ever since we've had that nade nerf. I think really what you're looking at instead now is more towards the Buck, who has been incredibly strong throughout this tournament. In fact, as of the end of groups, I believe he was the most picked attacker throughout the entire competition.
Volps has got himself all the way down in basement once again. We've seen the impact of the sort of lack of ability to drone him. 4 left on the side of Falcons, so they are going to be starved of information. No Bravas, no Twitch. They will have some availability, I guess, for, you know, they can check the odd corner here and there with the Rotero should they not need them for utility, but it's not going to be ideal for them. However, what will be ideal is O-Kills and P9 picking up a couple of kills, taking down Nesk and Palu to kick off the round.
And that's the dream start for them as well. The first round we've seen them really have this level of dominance in the early round. It may just give them that 1 round grace that you really want going into the second half. Otherwise,
First entry.
Otherwise, you're staring down at match point basically the entirety of that second half, and that is not a good position to be in. What's really going to show their kind of like grit here, I think, is knowing that you're 5v3 up. Can you slow things down? Can you reassess the situation? Can you push forward as a team and not get caught in constant 1v1s? And that feels like that's what Resets is after. Volps has already found one on Jalad. Almost a second. P9. Oh! Lagonis getting him in the last bullet there, down to a 3v3. And instead, I really wanted to see them hold on here, but the retake of the top floor coming out from Liquid has been sublime, with 2 kills coming back their way.
That's it. You feel like maybe Falcons have made a little less progress than it appeared, and that they were playing into a game plan that was laid out by Liquid. They're going to keep holding on to those vertical angles for the time being. Volps is very low health at the minute. Palu from beyond the grave with that cap can trap, and it's all of a sudden all up to Quibs. Ingo the Candelas, he's just trying to find kills at this point, anything he can. Almost catches out the Oryx.
Oh my.
Gonna be a bit of a gunfight coming in there. Does eventually get it done, but it doesn't matter because the call is there. Volts with the impact nade from underneath, and that's going to be the round for Liquid. A 6-0 half against Falcons.
Well, I did say it would really come down to a measure of their grit as to whether or not they could hold on for a 5v3 and turn it into a round win, but it proves that too much, even that's too much of an ask, I guess. Liquid, though, I'll give it full credit to them. Great retake of the top floor, and it's almost like the initial 2 kills never really came through because Liquid suddenly were the ones staring down through the ceiling onto site itself and going, well, you can't plant, now you got to come and retake the top floor, and they just forced that out of the other side excellently. So really good stuff from Liquid, up 6-0. And I always say there are 2 halves to the game of Siege, Tim, but I feel like there's just a little bit of difference here between these 2 teams that goes beyond what side you're on.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much there will be 2 halves of this one. The defense, of course, could be a turning point for Falcons. They've already had their tactical timeout, so there's no more work that can be done by Twister, the coach. And this is always a problem to me. If you look at a team like Team Liquid with the big names they've got, and they are laughing, joking, and just quite happy in the game, I feel like you're in big trouble at that point.
I think the best thing about this is look into that next series. That we all came into this expecting Liquid. Everyone at home did think it was, what, 93% to Liquid or something crazy. We're all expecting that it's Liquid that go on to play against G2 in that next game. And we've seen teams at tournaments historically where they don't play an earlier game, get caught out by teams that are coming in hot. They've already played that day. They're already at that level where they know what their energy is. They've sorted out issues in that first matchup they've had. And the team they're coming up against who's a bit kind of fresh of the day, they're coming in cold, they can get caught for a few rounds at the start. And that can often be the difference maker in map 1 to give that team that's coming in hot that small advantage. I'm not at all saying that I think Liquid walk in and just walk over G2, far from, but I mean, this is a good way to start the round out immediately as Volts just inside at 30 seconds. This pacing thing will be what the real definer is for me between these guys and G2 later, by the way. Of course, if it comes around to Liquid being the team to face them, it will be that game of pace.
Again, look, we're picking up that entry. 6-1 on the entry now. Volps has had 3 of them himself, and is just proving phenomenal in the early rounds. Now, I'm also interested. I don't think we've had it yet, and I don't want to... I'll wait until we finish. I don't want to be cast a curse in anything. I'll wait.
I think you do want to cast a curse at Tim. Go on. What is it?
I don't think we've had somebody survive a map with 0 deaths yet for Freshers bingo card.
You think Lagonis is onto it?
Certainly could be. He's on the Monty.
Is that actually a bingo card entry?
Yes, and it's 5 versus 4. Lagonis is on the Monty, so we'll see what happens. Certainly one to keep an eye on. Resets is going to be working his way to try and join the attack in rear stage. Orkills needs to be careful here. He's maybe in a little bit more danger than he realises. He is on the Warden, so has the opportunity, of course, to avoid any utility like flashes that come in towards him. But there's not too much of that, if any, actually, on the side of... Liquid. They've only got the smokes for Palu, no Candelas. They do have the bees of Volps, but just taking the time over this one, I must say.
It's a very controlling comp, right? You see the Capitan, you see the Grim. Together, they will force defenders to move away with the fire and the bees, but also gives you a lot of agency on the plant itself. Nesk was not expected to get swung like that by Valentino. Obviously doesn't find himself a kill just yet. I mean, Nesk himself has had a quiet few days at this tournament. Not quite the player that we all think of when we think of Nesk, and I'm sure as the competition wears on, you may see that change. But here he comes, finds one for himself.
What were you saying, Des?
Drops a dunk on it.
Absolutely. I think he might have heard you. Not quite that player as he drops a 180 down the hatch and slams the man playing
it's more the level we've seen, like, again,
no, I totally agree.
It's been a quiet tournament for him so far.
But we're going to see him taken down there. Volps does manage to get Quibs, and we've still got Lagonis alive on the Monty. That's going to be big in this 2 versus 4 situation. P9 trying to work in behind that broken mirror. Lagonis is going to be going for the plant here. The cover is in place. They know where he is. Pick him up from the rotate. This is looking bad for Falcons. Volps with a double, closes it out, and that is going to be Oregon wrapped up in quick, smart time. Lagonis with 0 deaths tells somewhat of a story of just how dominant Liquid were in that one.
Volps, especially for me, the player that I really want to celebrate. I know I wanted to see him in the second half on the attacking side and see if they'd fix those errors that they were making against Easy yesterday, but not really any chance to do so, to be honest with you. Just an absolute clean sweep for the whole team. Volps going 13-2 on the defense. Really can't stress how good of a confidence builder this will be ahead of playing against G2, assuming they take map 2.
Yeah, it's been quite the performance from them, and G2, I'm sure, will be looking on. I don't think G2 are scared of anybody this tournament, but I'm sure they'll be watching this one with interest.
Well, we certainly will be, that's for sure. For now, though, we'll go to a quick break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you. See you in a few.
Welcome back, everybody. Here it is. Team Liquid wrap up map number 1 in, I want to say, very effective fashion, but there's a lot of words that could be used in a situation like this. Team Liquid roll over Falcons. They have smothered the Falcons. They've doused water all over the fire.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't hunting anything today, those Falcons, that's for sure. They looked very unconvincing, and they looked very insecure in their place. It didn't seem like they had any sort of mentality to push through it. And then when they actually got stuck down, they didn't seem to find the tools to pick apart what Liquid put in front of them.
Well, let's actually talk about what Liquid put in front of them, because big victors in this map. It's not done yet for the series, so all my Mena fans, don't worry about it. We're not out just yet, please. Let's talk about Liquid, Fred.
Yeah.
What made them so good?
Oh, you've got to be so happy with your Liquid. I think the thing that made them so good was we said about how Falcons might be looking to keep things simple. How Falcons might be looking to play for the kills, play for the gun skills being the main win condition. Liquid said, okay, you might want to do that. We're not doing that. We're going to use power defenders, power positions, and utility to stop you from doing that. We saw Ward and Shield. We saw on the Master, where they had the trophy holes and the closet rotate, both of them reinforced mid-round. We saw basically playing behind as much utility as possible. Azami was a main defender for Liquid. They were trying to take the win condition and change it from gun kills, which Falcons wanted it to be, all the way through to utility. Even this round here, Volps went up and got that kill, but just before, as the Ying and the Yamaru execute was going off, the player drops a hatch and just didn't want to even try and be in that fight, and that's what Liquid were doing. They were trying to force the executes in the late round. There's a term in Siege that teams do often when they're scrimming, actually, which is let's test their execute, i.e. let's not take too many risks, let's not try and win the round in the early game, even though you might do that normally. Let's try and see what these guys have got when they're actually executing out onto site. Liquid did that every single round, 6-0 on the defense.
It was just step by step. I mean, they were doing everything perfectly. And when you see a team that, I call it layering the onion, because you just keep like taking back one layer, and that's the strength that we've seen so far from Liquid in this event. They have been really good at their defenses. We only got to see one attack, which also actually looked quite good, but then the question comes in, was that because Falcons had kind of given up already because they were 0-6 down, or was it because Liquid actually had a good map overall and their attack was great?
Well, let's highlight a couple players from Team Liquid. First of all, Lagonis had not died a single time in this map. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's very impressive because it doesn't happen often. It really doesn't happen often. Obviously, we've played, 1,300 rounds of Rainbow Six Siege in this tournament before today. I've obviously been tracking it for bingo-related reasons. And it finally happened today. It's been a lot of Siege. It's very rare that somebody will never die in a map, and I thought he put in an incredible performance. One of the two players we was looking at stepping it up.
Yeah, we had two players that we wanted to step up really well, and Lagonis was one of them, Volps was the other, and Volps had a massive game as well, right? So we're looking at two players that we needed to step up, and just look at those numbers, 13-2. I was saying he was going negative. I don't remember the exact number. It was a rough time before this. We expect more of him, especially as he's not an in-game leader. And I mean, on his own, 204 EPS.
He's not good. He's a Grim main twice.
Yeah,
excellent.
It was just incredible.
All right, you know what? I would like to then turn our attention to map number 2, because it's clear. It was Liquid playing out of their minds, and on the other side, Falcons unable to respond in any way, shape, or form. But what happens now on map 2, Border? This is Liquid's pick, but Falcons are on attack. Is there a change of pace here, Fabian?
Yeah, there's definitely a change of pace for Border. I mean, we saw that Falcons, they got put on defense first, on attack first on the last map, and they just didn't really seem to have the tools for anything. But Oregon is a step-by-step map. You need to do specific steps to be able to achieve anything. That's why they got rid of the Cade in the ban phase of operators, so they could easily take care of hatches. Now it's coming to a different map, a completely different map, where all this aggression on the individual performance is much more in count than it would be on Oregon.
I think Oregon is like a big technical map, right? You've got to be technically good, you've got to be able to problem solve, and you come up with solutions on the fly. Border on that scale of like technicality is completely the other end. It allows a lot of individualism, it allows a lot of gun skill. And this is if for Liquid, the win condition when they were on the defense on Oregon was utility and playing those layers, that is significantly harder to do on Border. You've got to be an excellent team and have excellent strategies at doing it. So I wonder if Falcons will find more success on Border, even though it isn't their map pick.
Do the Falcons have the confidence and the strength to reset and then actually be able to win those gunfights? Do they have the skill in your mind?
I don't think they will come back from this. It was very, very convincing for Team Liquid last game. But as Jack said, they don't have these layers. How many layers can we really count on Border? It's maybe 2 or 3 per bomb site at most. On Oregon, it's multiple rooms and you have to clear a lot more harder angles. On Border, those things don't exist. So, for example, if you go for an armory attack, if you want to clear CC, you can just go from everywhere, go from east stairs, go from the window, go from break door. And then when you get to site and you have long and short the hallways on Border top floor, it's just, you don't have those layers to it.
Simple map.
Very simple.
Simple strategies that we talked about earlier on, where it's more baseline and raw. We can use that very quickly. Game is ready.
If they can come back and reset their minds for this, I think that they do stand a good chance, Falcons. So we'll see how it goes.
Momentum based. It's all about the momentum, but no, I don't see them bringing it back.
All right, let's take that momentum and toss it back to our casters. Ace and Des, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Gotta say, I'm very largely fresh on this one. Even if it came down to being a very simple map where the attack doesn't require a lot of sophistication, I just think we've seen Liquid dominate Falcons, not only strategically, but also in the gunfights and tactics throughout that last map. And I don't think that's going to change coming into this map, Tim.
No, I mean, I know that it was different roster, etc. You know, a couple of stand-ins. Falcons have already been 7-0'd on Border by a Brazilian team. You know, we saw that was lost in game 1. So, yes, they've got the players, you know, in that should be in and everything else. Yeah, maybe they've got a better chance here, but like you say, with the way it's more the manner in which Liquid just beat them rather than the result. Glasbang coming out from Liquid to pick things up. Yeah, a little bit of an unusual one.
I mean, I get it. Target ban, okay, like sure, but Falcons haven't exactly had, you know, amazing success is what I'm kind of worried about here. Maybe it's more they want to get away with the potential cheese effort that you can get away with one Glass. Admittedly, a few teams have tried to employ Glass. We saw Bolo picking it up for DZ. Not really to any great effect off the back of it, though. The Monty Bang going to follow through as our second attacker, which means, Tim, that Ying is still on side.
It does. It's just occurred to me as well, something that we heard in the break. Obviously, we picked up on Freshers Bingo card and a player having 0 deaths in a map, which Lagonis was successful with. But what are the chances, Des, of somebody else doing that at exactly the same time over on the B stream? Because, like Olis managed exactly that and went with 0 deaths in a 7-0 on the B stream. Absolute perfect mirror.
Yeah, I did go back in and say, I mean, I like these 2 bans on the defender side, by the way. Azami and Fenrir are 2 extremely oppressive defenders. It does leave the Solus online, but I think as we've seen from the Azami on the last map, Falcons did really struggle to break down the Liquid setups with the Azami, so it feels like the most sensible ban for them to give themselves a better fighting chance coming into this game. So, I imagine on the defensive side, we're going to see a lot more of that Solus. It was Volts running around on it last time around. At least here in round 1, it's going to be Palu picking up those privileges and having a little bit of fun. But on the attacking side, we are seeing the Ying Tim at least being hovered for now, and I really want to see Falcons making strong use of that coming into this first half on the attack.
Yeah, I think ultimately the Solus is of course going to be brought absolutely loads because it's Border, and the majority of this floor, or ceiling, depending which way you're looking at it from, let's say ceiling, seeing as we're defending on the bottom floor, so the majority of it is destructible. You can go anywhere other than Fountain, which is not completely destructible, and then you've got the concrete area in Armory, and that little bit there just inside a triple wall. Other than that, everything else, as you can see, can be opened up. There's a huge amount of destructibility between floors on this map. All of CCTV and to customs, archives down into workshop, and some of tellers, some of bathroom, most of Armory down into ventilation. There is a huge amount of it. So yes, Solus, I think we will see get plenty of play. Interestingly, Paolo has not brought along the impact nades on the Solus, has instead opted for the bulletproof camera. May well limit a little bit that ability for sort of vertical denial, needs to rely maybe on those holes already being open. Can just spray through the floor if they see, you know, the diffuser going down or anything, for example. Can just give it a blind spray through the floor, but could be something to keep an eye on.
Very heavy focus out towards the west side for Falcons as well. We have got the ace of J-Lad out towards the east as well, more for the backstab potential, I imagine, than anything else. But he is very much a solo operator out on that side of the map. The rest of them trying to work their way through on the west, clearing out whatever gadgetry might come before them. You've seen a couple of those Roteros, or at least one, sorry, roll on through to start opening things up inside a server. For now, it's getting rid of things like those Valkyrie cameras, which admittedly did torment them quite a little bit on the last map. So I like that even in round 1, we've seen seen Falcons come out with the immediate respect being shown to the operator with the IQ of P9.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that they're pushing top floor as well. We saw a game on Border against the Sonics the other day, where for Ventilation Workshop, for example, we saw a great Citizen 4K where he just showed exactly what. Come on, Palu bringing out the aim game, but Chalet manages to get Nest. Palu is downed. Resets with a huge double though, and Lagonis as well. Resets make that 3 for the round, and it falls apart in a matter of seconds as Liquid have all the answers once again. That's 8 rounds in a row now.
And you said during the break, Des, do you think we're on for a 14-0? And I said it's very, very possible, Tim. Admittedly, again, I like that Falcons have got an idea, that they've got a game plan in mind. But as you saw, everything really hinged on 1, the Candelas getting through, and 2, on removing the Warden that was sat on half wall. The Candelas, 2 of them were shot out immediately. Really good heads-up gameplay from Palu to deal with that. But look here on the right-hand side of your screen. That's the only challenge that matters on the right-hand side now. You've got the charge on the right coming in, and literally nothing for the IQ to do. She's running in through smoke, for example. She don't know if the Warden's still there or precisely where he is, and instead turns for the body. It's like a child being drawn to a candy shop, just sees, oh, a free kill on the floor, and turns for that, rather than still going in for the Warden. Instead relying on his teammate to get rid of the Warden. So Liquid with a couple of layers there to make sure that execute couldn't come off. But again, I'll give it to Falcons. Nice idea, just didn't quite get the result they were looking for.
Yep, back to the drawing board a little bit. The thing is, I kind of hope that they don't throw the whole idea away. I think, you know, it needs tweaks rather than maybe completely replace it. Honestly, you know, one of the big problems Fresh picked up on it, you know, in the break there, the Falcons kind of want to come in and play for gun skill and take the fights, but Liquid are just doing everything to create situations to give themselves a big advantage in those fights. You know, they're using utility, they're using power operators to enable them to say, you know what, we don't have to play the thing is, they probably can play the gun skill game, not a problem.
They're winning it.
Exactly, yeah. They just don't even need to, because they're giving themselves that advantage as well. So Falcons still continuing to struggle. But look at this, P9 making rapid progress inside of Customs for the time being. I think going hunting on that ground floor, just aware that there could be somebody down there. Looks at maybe a little push up metal, but they are well aware. The Falcon picks him up, and surely P9's days will be numbered here, Des.
I mean, there's a black eye in exactly the same spot last time around, which is probably the hardest part of this, and sure enough, just getting deleted. Like, no idea that Volps has managed to get himself downstairs and has ran at you across from waiting area. These are the kind of things that when you've got 8, that's the most painful part, Tim. They had so many drones available to them, 8, yet only 3 were out on the field. They really should have had so many more of those deployed out on the flank watch, but it just feels like that sort of like core fundamental part of Siege, the information game, has been kept away here, despite there being no Solis on side in this round. I don't know if that's fear in case there is a Solis that will pick them up, but until you confirm there is a Solis, until you're losing drones to her, you've got to play the game that's before you, and it just feels a little bit hesitant on their side.
They knew that they needed to deal with Volps underneath, because they were going for the Archives door, planting behind the Ossa shield, and the floor was opened up and Volps was down there with a Nitro in hand, still being chased around by Valentino down there, but the clearance is available for Chalet to potentially stick this. Quibs manages to pick up resets, 4 versus 3 now, and Falcons, I think this might be the time to get that diffuser stuck down on the ground. There's nobody in a position to prevent that happening. All kills is going to get taken out, and they can't let Liquid catch up, which is exactly what has happened as Lagonis manages to pick up Valentino. Volps, he's now trying to push around, Nitro in hand. He could launch this over the top as soon as he hears that diffuser going down.
I like this, that it's moved instead into the solid flooring. It does put yourself at a lot more risk, but with Quibs playing on the window, this is a really strong power position. Problem being, Volps has got a C4, and as soon as he hears this starting to go down, guess where the C4's going, Tim? Right into that back corner, and the smoke is not helping because now Quibs can't see anything. This is horribly gone wrong for them, and the C4 comes over. There's no easy cover available. In fact, it landed quite high, so he could still see. Got himself a 3K in the round, but has got to convert 2 more. He's got 1 to his right, 1 to his left, and he is toast.
Yeah, Volt's not really needing to peek the last man on the window, but in a 3v1, having downed the diffuser, I think he says, you know what, I'm going to take my chance. I'll see if I can double down here and find another. It was really well played by Volts. So Volts was underneath on the Valkyrie the whole time. I think if Falcons had recognised that sooner and they'd gone in and dealt with that area, it's one of the key areas. If you're going to go for an archives door plant, which they were going to do because they had the Orsa there, if you're going to go for that, you need a drone in waiting. You need to know whether there's somebody playing underneath those east stairs waiting for that exact denial. They hadn't done that, obviously, because they went in and then kind of find out, oh, Volps is underneath and he's going to prevent us from planting here. So it just burnt away so much time, and then Volps came back upstairs, held on to his nitro, wasn't going to be baited out by the smoke, played it fantastically well. Volps has had a great round there.
Well, I just love how they played it out, because Falcons had the right two pieces in place for sides itself. They had the Ossa ready to get the plant down, they had the Ying of O'Kill sat on the window. What they really wanted was someone underneath looking at Valentino there on the Zofia to make sure they couldn't be threatened from below. Now, Valentino instead was pushing his way through Office, so kind of looking to get on the backstab, stop any kind of like lateral C4 rather than the vertical one. But what I love from Liquid was rather than letting this all play out and just holding their positions, Volps not only came back after killing P9 downstairs, I believe up Metal, and then forced the 2 versus 1 along with Nesk to guarantee that Valentino died. They then also ensured the rest of the map was completely clear, and the last 2 players for Falcons were the ones that were looking at sight. And there's only so much you can do there. Volps had to stand and wait. They had the cross from the Mirror, who was sat on Metal, for example. They just played the round to perfection, removed any optionality that Falcons had.
And also, think about P9's death. You know, not wanting to get too critical, but P9 comes into customs and he's looking to deal with the player next in this spot underneath. But if you're going for an archives plant, do you really need to do that? P9 was in and could go forward to challenge Volps, take Volps out of the equation, and your diffuser goes down. So I think Falcons maybe just getting caught in a couple of mindsets as to what the attack really was, and Liquid just taking full advantage of that. So Valentino going to be opening up that break room door, looking to take top floor control. It's Bathroom and Tellers that they're attacking onto this time. Nesk is up in Fountain at the minute amongst others. So Liquid, one wet area that Liquid can improve. I know they're 2-0 so far. One area they can improve is the entry. They've lost both of the entry kills so far. So it would be, you know, an improvement for them to give themselves that advantage rather than having to play from 4 versus 5.
I mean, here at least they kept things a little bit safer with the Jackal on side. You know, the KB now moving over to Valentino, instead sacrificing out the Zofia, which I think is a great idea because they have been stung a lot by Liquid out on their own. And this round, at least, there are more drones out on field, so they should not be getting stabbed in the back by the Solus, for example, or by the Valkyrie of Volts dropping down out of seemingly nowhere. And sure enough, that composure is starting to pay off a little bit. They get themselves a kill, they get themselves a second this time round. It's Parlo and Nesk, the ones walking into the angles, being held by Falcons. And Tim, my only fear is they've been in a 5v3 before and they threw it away spectacularly. Lagona's going to start things off on that comeback for them. Volts is watching the wrong side here. In fact, sees it, but how on earth does P9 not even check the stairs on his cross, almost losing his life?
Yeah, he was very lucky to get away with that one there. Volps just not quite finding the head. But yeah, Lagonis' kill certainly getting them back into things here. Falcons are going to take the drop directly on into Bathroom. They're thinking about getting the diffuser down. I'm wondering that myself, Des. I'm not sure. The cover is on the hatch. P9, right place, right time. 3 versus 2 now as Lagonis manages to fight back. But Liquid on the back foot. And this could be the first round for Falcons to collect.
But is they're all watching upstairs now. It doesn't matter too much because they'll step away from the angles and not get exposed to it. But I think Volts can now retake this hatch. You've got Lagonis pushing in downstairs, but a great shot comes in from Valentino. And Tim, it may have been 9 rounds in a row, but it feels like Falcons are finally about to be able to get on the board.
Yes, it certainly does. It's all up to Volts now. We know that he's had a great game so far, but a 1 versus 3 with a crossfire established is always a big ask. And Falcons, they lock it down, guarantee that it will not be the 14-0. They've got themselves on the board. Now, what can they do with this foundation, Des?
That's the big question, Tim. What else can they translate it into? Because let's not forget, too, that was the offsite for Liquid. That's that first quarter of rounds played. We played 3. We'll now go back and probably see those same 3 sites play out again. Starting off events and workshop for the side of Liquid. It's going to be on Falcons to figure out exactly what went wrong last time around. And for me, it was the Solus. We spoke about it quite a lot at the time, but they were just absolutely tormented by the Solus running around, making sure there were no drones available. And that then translated into a lack of drones in following rounds because they didn't trust themselves enough to get the drones out without losing them to the possibility of the Solus being on side. It comes back to what I spoke about in Oregon. It felt like Liquid were always 1 or 2 steps ahead. They always had a new idea or something to bring to the table that the other side simply weren't ready for. And it feels like it may well prove out to be the same again here. Big change in lineup here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And no surprise really, because they've already attacked onto this side, didn't have much joy. The Ying does come along again. We're going to see the Jackal switch out to the Ying, but the Ying didn't, again, have too much of an impact. It went in towards Paolo up in Armory. Paolo was able to shoot out a couple of the Candelas and just really didn't have the impact that they were hoping. So let's see what Falcons go for here. I'm particularly interested in that blitz and see what J-Lab can do with the shield. Can they bully away these top floor defenders? I feel like Falcons need to create some space, something to call their own inside of this map, Des. Get themselves an area where they can lock it down and they can build from there.
He's on the diffuser in hand here, so maybe more of a safety thing to try and get a plant in. Imagine if they go something more lateral and just try and ignore the top floor. I'd be very shocked if they do. We're looking towards Candelas, maybe coming in through the roof here on towards Nesk, who's sat just down below. So a bit of a coordinated play coming in here. Jalad's ready by the looks of it. They've got everything ready to make a push happen. Ness needs to know to drop away. Jalad's in underneath, but because of the flash upstairs, he can't shoot him, and that's it. A straight, easy walk in. Great play coming out of them from a bit of teamwork, but now what can they do with it? Sure, Jalad's in a good spot, but have you thought 2 or 3 chess moves ahead? Because this is where the next phase starts to break down.
4 versus 3 now as Volks manages to pick up all kills, but the push keeps coming from Falcons, and this is going well.
Oh my.
Just going to be shut down inside a site by Nesk. Important kill there. 3 versus 2 now as P9 is just holding long angles, trying to find something, and again, they've just not managed to really get themselves established in the map. They haven't got any serious control, anything that they can sort of base an attack from.
Bit of a target-rich environment there, I fear, for Jalad. Just didn't really know where to point his gun and instead caught no one. Chase bows, rabbits, catch zero, the classic saying as it goes. Again, nice idea, but my only fear is that Falcons didn't give themselves too much to think about ahead of time. They thought about step 1, but step 2, step 3, that was a nice shot coming out. But didn't really think too many steps ahead beyond that point and have paid the price as a result. Liquid now just got to wait. There's still half the round to play here. And Quibs, if anyone's been hitting shots for his team, it's definitely been him.
Certainly has. Research just looking to peek around this corner on the wood, and he knows when the Candelas coming, the push will likely follow. Not pre-firing though, and does give the opportunity for the Ying to take the fight. Quibs does exactly that, and now it's a 1 versus 1, but Nesk is there. As soon as the utility comes out, smart time to peek, knows the hands won't be on the gun, and manages to pick up the kill.
Yeah, nice bit of play coming out from Ness to close things out. A close round though, Quibs almost pulling it off there, and looking to be kicking themselves if they're giving that round away, giving Falcons a second round on the board and their attacking side of things to then press on. Wouldn't have been good. But 3-1 down, Falcons clearly not happy with how the attacks are going here. Call themselves in another attack time out and see what can come out of the back of this one. Last time round on the first map, Tim, didn't see too much success off it.
No, it didn't really change anything for them. They lost 5 rounds on the back of the tactical timeout last time, but we'll see. We know that Twister can be an impactful coach, and we'll see whether he can get anything done with this one or not, whether there's any way that he can inspire his team towards greater things. So Falcons, as I say, just really struggling to get themselves established inside of the map, create that sort of foothold, get a room or 2, get office, get archives, get armor, get a hold of it and be able to do some work towards site is something that I think has been lacking from their attacks so far. They just need to get in there, claim a bit of that map, and then they can start, using the vertical, trying to push Liquid around.
I did wonder when the second kill came through there, because I know Jalad managed to get in ahead of Nesk. Had the Ying come in that just kind of took him out of action for a few seconds on Sandwich. And it was good play, but obviously as it wore off, they didn't really, again, plan for what happens next. You had the plan to get Jalad in, and nothing really to follow it up. So I want to see Falcons planning a few more steps ahead here and thinking about if we can achieve X, it leads to Y, and then helps us unlock Z a bit later into the round. So here we go then. Armory Archives, as you say, Tim, a pretty stock standard defensive lineup coming out of Liquid, really. Nothing too flashed worth noting here. Of course, that Valkyrie on side once again. Falcons have respected it so far with the IQ on side, but by the looks of it, that is not going to be a factor in this round.
5 seconds to go.
P9 instead saying, you know what, Nook sounds good. Let's go for that. Yeah. Can't really say I think of Border and Nook going well together. It's normally a bank association, which would be that 3rd map if we get through to map 3, though it's feeling very unlikely the longer this draws on.
Yeah, of course, knock to play rate dropping quite considerably after the alterations to the nades. I think Hot and Cold probably most notably picking that operator a few times from memory over the event. But, like you say, certainly not too much of it. And here on Border, I'm just sort of thinking, where are the areas that you can sort of sneak into? Where can you get a little creep going on? But it's sort of few and far between, really, because the the map is quite small. Once you start trying to get towards a room, you're usually only one room away from sight and you're playing into an extension. But we're going to see now as P9 goes forward. Also, there could be somebody playing in at the half wall of CCTV, and this looks to maybe push in from the top of East Stairs.
Right sort of idea. You could see him stepping around the corner or something and just getting beamed by the player that was hovering around 90. I think it's Lagonis inside of Fountain, and Palu is sort of hanging around Beepers. Here, look, in the spot to be able to challenge and make sure that there's going to be no free walking up that way.
It's going to be Volts that manages to get that opener onto Valentino. Chalet manages to get the trade, leaving us 4 versus 4. Bit of work being done from underneath. Not too often that you see hatches breached from underneath, but that is going to be the case, just trying to weaken that position of anybody holding inside of office. Of course, they need to be careful of any utility being thrown up there.
I love how they've always got someone covering. If Lagonis has stepped across in towards Fountain, then it's Nesk holding that angle. P9's really got to make something happen here. And those shots are not going to help because now they're going to know that he's trying to work his way through. Nesk has got him on lock here as well. Even with a nade coming on through, it's quite a giveaway as to who the operator may just be. That's the secret of Nook now exposed. 4v4 though, Tim, and about 70 seconds still to play. The longer this runs down, the more I'll worry for the side of Falcons.
Oh, he's got it. And managed to find Nesk, and that is great for Falcons here to start building on. Reset still holding a tough position inside of Fountain, just preventing any push coming from CCTV, and that might be the case very, very soon. You can just see the outline ahead of you, and he's going to hold that angle for the time being. 45 seconds left to go. Palu, Lagonis and Reset's trying to hold on. P9 still battling with the man underneath. Reset's manages to pick up all kills. He's had so many sort of critical mid-round kills this game as Resets.
It's probably going to be Palu versus Chalet, by the way, for the execute on site itself. Everyone else is really just for posturing at this point, waiting really to see what Resets does. Lagonis working his way down metal. There's no one down here though, buddy. I think they're all standing above you at this point, unless P9 has dropped down. In fact, yes, P9 is down below. Chalet, though, he's still waiting. He's got 15 seconds. Tim diffuses in hand. He's got to make a move soon.
15 seconds remaining.
P9 is going to be looking to move up. Better look at the timing, though, as he just alerts Lagonis to his presence. It's an easy shotgun kill to bring it to a 2v2. And Lagonis manages to wheel around, get his secondary, find the headshot, make that a triple at the end. What a finish from Lagonis, proving that he truly is the Lagotiness.
It's one of those Siege timing moments again
really
as well.
That is how I see a lot of people in Siege. Just disappearing ahead of me, around the corner, just ahead of me.
And then you chase after them, they turn around and just bang you in the head. You're just like, brilliant, I love my life. Yep, absolutely there with you, Tim.
I completely feel P9 there. I completely feel him.
Oh, it's so unfortunate because if he gets Lagonis as well, you don't see those 2-3 kills come in to close out the round, and maybe, just maybe, you see Falcons get another round on the board. Instead, they find themselves down 4-1 here for the last defense. Went pretty well in this site last time round, Tim. So if they're going to find success anywhere, it should be here.
Indeed. So, round 6, it could be a 5-1 half for Liquid, and it could be a very quick morning for them. Liquid, if they win here, will play again today. So, looking, you know, potentially beyond this. It was brilliant from Lagonis, to be fair. Looking potentially beyond this matchup for Liquid, they're going to have a big game against G2 later on. And to be honest, you kind of feel like the quicker they can get this done, the better for them, because they're not getting fatigued, worn down. The last thing you want is that, you know, big sort of 3 maps overtime, stressful game. Are you going home? Are you not? If they can just get this done, you feel like it puts them in the best stead possible to be able to go up against G2.
Exactly that. Like I was saying earlier on, coming in hot to that game is like everything, because I feel that's the team that you need to be when facing off against G2. We know, of course, that they're falling down to the lower bracket. We can't ignore the performances they've had at this competition so far.
Okay, then Bathroom and Tellers will be the final defensive site for Team Liquid as they try to hold the Falcons' attack at bay for another round. 4-1 on the scoreboard so far, and Liquid looking good across. You can see Volts having a good game, Lagonis as well, 8 and 4, 6 and 2 respectively, and really putting the work in for their team. Resets with a couple of important kills along the way, maybe not a lot, but certainly have been pivotal. Cubs is going to get himself inside now, doesn't manage to take out the goo mine on the way in, so that's going to signal an entry likely for Liquid. They will know that somebody is inside of the building, you would expect, and that's not going to slow him down too much though. Quib's able to continue pushing across into break room.
Slow and steady start the way that it should be, not to find yourself getting picked off too early on in the round. And I like the Jackal respect being brought along again. We saw the Jackal to KB combo previously when they realized they were being run over by Liquid out on the roam, and not even an early roam sometimes, but here they've got an initial bit of contestation coming in. It's Nest holding off, has got the right sort of idea, flash over the top, tucks himself in the back corner. Does he get white screen? Yes, he does, but is there any action off the back of it? The answer so far is no. Volp's taking a bit of a 1 versus 1, really trying to keep Falcons outside the map, and so far succeeding. It's 4 versus 2, you should maybe say 4v3, but Quibs needs recovering, and something tells me he's not going to get saved. In fact, they use him as bait. That's the real way to use your teammates, Tim. Use him as fodder. They bring it down to a 2 versus 2 and save Quibs in the process. Great passage of play by Falcons, and they've got a chance of winning this, but everything stacks against them. Limited information, and you've got Lagonis and Resets just hiding and ratting away.
Yeah, Quibs is just a little bit low health as well, which is not going to help. Lagonis had taken some damage along the way, but you just feel like Quibs is going to be losing out in probably any gunfight he finds himself in unless he can catch somebody out. He's going to be trying to move in there. 37 seconds left to go. Just going to scan those footprints, but the scan won't last long given that they were green, and that's going to mean it's just 1 or 2 pings for him onto Resets, who's just holding that hatch. And this is really all that Liquid need to do. Just wait for the push to come. Resets is able to take out all kills, and that's the worst one that Falcons could have lost, really, because Quibs is low health as well. And now all Liquid need to do is hold a crossfire, wait for this drop to come in, and just force him to take the engagement. But no, they've allowed him to go 1v1. 7 seconds left to go. It's up to Lagonis. He's going to get scanned out, and the pre-fire comes in 2 seconds. Lagonis is running. He's keeping himself safe. He's winning another round for Team Liquid.
Almost again from Quibs. He's had a few good rounds in the game, I'll give him that blessing, but none really quite enough to get over the finish line and get his team to a critical round or 2. Well played by Liquid in the 2 versus 2. Again, shout out to Falcons. Really used Quibs as great bait in that round to net a couple of kills back to even up the scoring. But no matter which way you look at it, it's still Liquid up to a 5-1 half. It won't quite be a 14-0, Tim, but it feels like we're heading towards another very strong finish for Liquid.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably... I think there's maybe a timeline where Falcons can sort of feel a bit hard done to that they've not got an extra couple of rounds, but certainly, you know, they can't feel hard done to that they haven't got a map, for example. You know, Liquid have been head and shoulders above and ahead of them. But there is a couple of rounds that you look at and think, Falcons maybe could have turned that around there. They maybe could have got that done. And I think they'll look at those and think, yeah, you know, we could have probably made more of a game of this so far. But we head into round 7. It's going to be Falcons 1, Liquid 5 on the scoreboard after the first half. And Falcons, it's now or never, really. If they lose here, they are packing up and going home. And it is going to be a tough one for them to swallow, I'm sure. But Liquid certainly having a better performance than we saw yesterday against Dark Zero.
Absolutely. Onwards we march then to see how Liquid can do on the attacking side. I remarked quite a bit about the game versus Dark Zero and how, especially when there were roamers out and about around the map, they would get tripped up. They would get upset by the other side. Bit of a change in roles, mind you. Volt's normally the go-to Capital Buck player for this team. Here, he's playing across on the Hibana instead. Maybe it's a map more specific thing over anything else, but at least as it stands, you shouldn't see him running in and getting himself domed too early on this time.
Let's see if they can keep up the entry. They struggled, did Liquid, in the first part of the game. The first 4 rounds, the entry went in the direction of Falcons. It didn't really buy Falcons any rounds, but it meant that Liquid were having to fight back every time. But the last 2, Volps has managed to pick them up, and I'm sure they'll be keen for that to continue. And on the attack, it could be even more important to be picking up that entry so that Falcons aren't able to sort of relax back into their utility and try to hold their angles. So for the time being, they're going to be keeping hold of an extension on that top floor. Valentino's inside of CCTV. Orkills is inside of Office, and it is an Armor 8 defense. So they're just trying to keep hold of as much sort of ground as they can up on that top floor.
Yeah, don't blame them either. It's a good idea. It's a way to waste time, slow things down, give Liquid more than one thing to worry about in the round. So, as it stands, with the verticals being opened up too, it will deny at least some of the downstairs play from the other side. However, as we always say, Tim, there's holes work both ways. And with the current strength of Buck in this competition, as mentioned earlier, on the highest picked attacker that we have at this event, purely because things like vertical nades have been taken away, and Buck is one of the only ones that are particularly competent at opening things up from above. But that whole saying of holes work both ways really comes into effect. He's got the skeleton key out, Quibs actually got the gun out and brings him down.
Yeah, that was great from Quibs there. He just managed to skirt with danger after the first bit had been opened up, and he was waiting for that second to give him the location. Manages to find a location for Volks as well with a Nitro. Chalet manages to pick up Nesk, and this is going all in their direction. Liquid have no idea that O'Kills is just playing inside a sandwich there, waiting for his man, and he will pick him up. Palu, 1 versus 5. Liquid staring down the barrel of being knocked for a flawless round.
It's these kind of things that make me worry a little bit about Liquid versus G2 later on. Again, assuming that Liquid take this 2-0, it's looking likely that they will. But there's just a general lack of awareness at points about where specific players are. O'Kills has really kept himself tucked away. Almost got caught by the player working in through backroom and looking upwards. Palu's finding himself a couple. He was 0 and 3 earlier on, Tim. Is this where he really wakes up and wins a 1v5 to give his team the round win? You can't plan for that.
No, that last shot was classic Palu, really. It was an absolute beauty. But as he comes back around the top of East Stairs, the round will end as expected in a Falcons victory. 2-4 now. 2-5 as they manage to make things at least a little bit more competitive here in the second half. They'll be trying to chain a couple of rounds together. Maybe just a little bit of comfort, getting themselves on defense. They can play their own game now. They don't need to be pushed around by Liquid. You know, they're not trying to play into their setup. They're not having to adapt. They're not having to figure things out. And this was great from Quibs. Like I say, he was just waiting. He knew that the buck was underneath, and then the Nitro goes out. Just great command of that position. Very impressive.
Really good stuff overall, I thought, for Falcons, to be fair. It's the sounds bad. Probably the first round that we could turn around and say, yeah, they played this really well, but they actually have. They've sat in there and they've punished Liquid for a lack of information. Quibs especially, as mentioned, has no doubt been the standout player for this team. I know Jalad's putting good numbers up as well, but even looking back to the last map, it was Quibs that we found ourselves talking about more often than not. Downstairs we go then. It's going to be into Vent and Workshop for this next defense for Falcons. Liquid, as we said so many times about this site, no doubt looking towards this top floor, trying to establish some vertical control and pressure, and making use of that to pull off and execute. Yes, I do still like the pause animation, Tim. Simple things, I don't need much in life.
They'll drop down. I was going to say they'll drop down any second. There they go. Right, okay, round 8, it's going to be Falcons. We're not going to talk about comeback trails yet because they are a long way off one, but they've got their first defense. They now need to double down and get that second in a row. They need to hold Liquid away from map point for as long as possible because that is likely to happen at some point, and the more time there is between now and that point, the better it is for Falcons. Now, just having a little look with the drone, tries to hide it away, but knows that the game is up.
It took him a few seconds to actually lose the drone after he got off it, but he pretty much said, yeah, this drone is not going to get saved when there's a solo staring there at me, so it just bails off that and then instead turns towards the actual round itself. Now, what I love actually is the willingness to throw drones in against this Solus here and hunt her down. Ensure that the team are able to pinch things in here, but it's going to be this pace now from Liquid and how quickly they can shut around Valentino and close those walls in that will really make a difference. And the answer so far is it's been very tentative, a little bit cautious, not wanting to overexpose themselves, and I don't blame them. Last thing you want to do when you've been trying to zero in on a Solus and find yourself getting beamed by someone else who's playing support.
Palu going to be sending the Bravo drone in. One of the analysts actually mentioned it yesterday, I think it was. Palu have been playing Twitch and they said they'd rather see the switch over to Bravo because just the drones were offering better utility. Arguably the guns a little bit better. The F2 now very difficult on the recoil, not for somebody like Palu, I'm sure, but it was just a consideration that maybe Bravo would be more effective for him, and that certainly seems to be the case with him switching over. He's dealt with a couple of those laser gates now. His drone will be taken down, but Reset is going to open things up by taking down Valentino, though, absolutely removing Palu from the archives window.
Beaming him is the only way I can really describe it. Over Nesk is in, gives himself away a little bit, and Jalad is there for the trade. It's good play from Falcon so far on the defense, always playing close to each other as well, trying to guarantee as many trades as they can when it comes down to it. 3v3 with 60 seconds still to play. It's a lot of time to work with here on the side of Liquid, but Falcons I can see holding strong.
Here we go then, P9 just going to be racing around site on his little go-kart of a Yokai drone, just using it much like an attacker drone really to try and find a bit of information. What's going on? Where are they pushing from? Can he give his team any intel that's going to help over the next 40 seconds as Lagonis tries to get that top floor opened up a little bit. They don't have a lot in the way of vertical destruction. They've got a soft breach charge left on the Ace of Volks, but other than that, they're pretty much limited to making use of that DMR or maybe a couple of those XK Kairos pellets, but they're not fantastic for opening up any sort of great lines of sight.
I was going to say the problem is Liquid have got a lot of the control that they need here to make a plant happen, and sure enough, they move in to cover off Lagonis, planting just inside server, as you can see up on the table, and they've got the angles they need. Falcons set off a little bit too much here, and they're giving them a way back in. O'Kills can't find the last. Lagonis, yet again, is the one opening things up for his team. It's a commanding lead now for Liquid, and a big comeback required from Falcons.
Okay, then 6-2, and I spoke too soon. I said that Falcons needed to hold Liquid away from that map point opportunity for as long as possible, and unfortunately, in the very next round, the very next round, Liquid were able to get themselves onto that Magic 6, ready to take not just the map, but the series here. This will put Liquid through into a matchup with G2 later on today. Another game that will be do or die. I mean, we're going to have a huge org going home at that point. One of them is going to go home. Falcons will be sent packing after this one should they lose it. Look at that, Lagonis. I'm going to give Lagonis a shout here. It's not just about the support work that he's done so far today. He's actually had a great game against Falcons. He's been pivotal for Liquid, and he's just been, you know, all over the place. Some important kills, plants, holding down sight. Really, really good play from Lagonis.
I agree. Really excellent series overall. You know, again, Volt's probably the man that I'll shout out as my MVP for this series. I'm sure the stats will reflect just as much, given he's gone 10-7 here as well, but stand out in the sense of we've seen a lot of the mistakes from yesterday being cleaned up. His play on the defense has been absolutely sublime. Say what you want about the level of competition he's coming against. You can only play the game put before you, and he has risen to match the occasion. I really hope that continues against G2. He will have a much harder time, and the only thing that I'm worried about for Liquid is, and again, no big disrespect to Falcons, this has been a much easier game than what they can expect to face against G2 later. I'd hate for them to come into it a little bit lethargic, a little bit kind of relaxed. I know I said about them coming in hot is definitely a piece to it, but you come up against weaker opponents, it does kind of like allow you to be lazy with your gameplay. You can make little mistakes that you'll get away with, and the last thing you want is for that to become your, air quotes, muscle memory for the day. Sounds like the B-stream's going nuclear.
It certainly, you could tell that I was just sort of giving it a second to hold my ear open for the B stream on the other side. We're here and Hap going absolutely wild at the minute. Nesk is going to take a little bit of damage, just trying to get in there, and Resets takes an awful lot more as Jalad manages to pick him up there. 5 versus 4, and Falcons might just be able to keep themselves holding on.
Jalad's in a good spot here, actually might be able to get through and get one, but no! Nesk was there, the crossfire was ready at the same time, mind you, so it wasn't the easiest one in the world, but it's a good attempt by Jalad to try and upset the apple cart a little bit, keep Liquid asking questions. 4v4 things down, then still half the round to play though, Tim. Lots more to figure out.
Lots of things for Liquid to figure out. Palu, he just knows! Manages to get all kills through the soft wall, cuts him down, and what a kill from Palu. 3 versus 4 now. P9 low health as well as Falcons try to hold on. This could be their final 1 minute 15 of the 6 Invitational 2024. They've had a fantastic year, really, and the ability to get here has been something else, but they're just struggling to cling on at the minute, coming against one of the all-time big teams in Siege, and Lagonis just peppering his man, but the call comes out. Volps manages to pick him up. Jalad is going to pick up a kill onto Nest with that EDD, but Lagonis now has the space to get this diffuser down.
Then they've got the vertical. Yes, they have. I saw Valentina moving across the top floor and thought, has he found the angle? The answer is yes, and P9 a couple of quick kills to close things down in round 9. Falcons hold on, at least for now.
Deciding that, yeah, it's not the time. They haven't finished playing their 6th Invitational Siege, and they will be holding on for a little bit more. They like what they're seeing, and they want another round or 2. Falcons trying to fight their way back in. It's going to be 3 more rounds that they require just to take themselves to overtime. A lot of work ahead of them, but they've shown us once or twice over the year that they do have the capability, and they will be trying to get it done.
A couple of kills coming out, because again at the very end there you saw this 2-man crossfire coming in from Liquid, and although this is a real like pedantic point to go into, but that was a very, very small window into some of the issues that we saw from Liquid versus DZ yesterday. Although there was only really, what, a second, maybe even half a second between the two swings coming in from the Liquid players. That was the kind of stuff that DZ were punishing them for, whereas when DZ was swinging, they had like 3 players all on point at the exact same moment, hitting their shots, and the defenders just simply had no chance in a 2 or a 3 versus 1 to be able to deal with that. Whereas there, P9's had time to take the first gunfight, kill the player, turn around to his left, and immediately lock on for the second. You give teams at the top level the smallest window to be able to take 2 separate 1v1s, they will take it. And so that's a small, again, insight into what I think might come to bite Liquid in their game against G2.
Round is round 10 now, and we're going to be heading back up to the top floor. It's Armory. Last time Falcons defended this was back in round 7, and it was one of the successful defenses that they have had. But you just feel at the minute like they're sort of on the edge of the rock.
Oh,
but no! Potlu gives himself away way too easily. It's the oldest trick in the book, and he falls for it as P9 picks up a great opener for Falcons.
Shows that even the most experienced among us can still get caught out by the absolute basics, Tim. That one straight out of everyone's first Spawn Peak playbook, I'm pretty sure. A nice early one to find, though, is that Grim taken offline. We spoke a lot about how he's a real space-making operator. Drop down those Bs with the Kawan launchers, and suddenly defenders have to scatter. Either that or you stay still and find yourself murdered. So good pick to find, I think, in the early round. Arguably the most impactful coming into this round, outside of maybe the Ostra of Lagonis. Do they know?
I don't think they do. Volks just takes a little spray through the wall there. It at least tells Jalad that there's somebody in that area. He's going to be hunted down now, but Volks could come away with a kill. Gives it the quick peek, goes for the skeleton key, opens up the extra angle, but great teamwork from Falcons as Jalad is there to pick up his man. But then Lagonis comes in for the trade. How many times are we going to see Lagonis keeping Liquid in these rounds that they ultimately go on to win? And a great performance from him today continues.
You really want to get someone, I think, on this Archives window. No one's yet made a real play for it, assuming, of course, that's where they want to plant. But I'm just seeing now, both Lagonis is full charge towards East Stairs at this point, right near where P9 currently holds. I imagine around the outside of the map. And maybe there's going to be a different angle of attack coming in here. They may have abandoned entirely the play in towards the execute of Archives doorway. Got to be careful, mind you, because P9's now getting hunted.
Yeah, he's going to be getting put under some serious pressure here. Lagonis taking a lot of damage there, but it does allow Nest to level things up. 3 versus 3 now. Still, the Orsa will make things difficult for Falcons. Those shields always tough to play against, and always giving a little bit of space when it's needed to get that plant down. 40 seconds left to go, and I'm not sure that Liquid have got a plan to deal with all kills just yet. And if they're going to, they need to do it quickly.
I don't know if they know that he's a thing, to be honest with you. I mean, they've got the right sort of idea. Both C4 players are holding way back. If he wins that fight, that is everything. But again, there is a trade there. These Liquid players have grouped up and started moving as a unit of 3 around the map, using the Ostra as the kind of Monty-esque style operator to collect information for them. And they've got themselves on West Main. You've got the Warden and the Capcan sat on site. They have not moved because they've got the C4s in back pocket. And I just fear with Lagonis' HP, this round is toast.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a little too late here from Liquid. Lagonis has no option but to try and throw the diffuser down. Valentino hits the bullseye with a double on the Nitro. Beautiful stuff. And that is going to be the round for Falcons, 4-6. And I think it's about time to start thinking, could this be a comeback?
Imagine. It's 6-4. And Liquid are letting these rounds slip away from them. They had such a monumental lead. 5-1 at the half.
Falcons have just really woken up the last couple of rounds as well.
They have, and the beautiful thing is that team play coming in. You know, look at when, for example, Liquid step forward and someone finds a kill. Think about Volps on the downstairs inside a workshop. Sure, he gets a kill, but immediately there is a player behind him that turns around and gets the next. And then look at even when Liquid do manage to get themselves in a trade-based scenario, like the end of the previous round, P9 in a 1 versus 2, but broke it down into 2 separate 1 versus 1s. Beautiful stuff to see. And I just fear that at this point, Liquid may actually be letting this go towards overtime. Admittedly, we've got to go through the offsite here of Bathroom Tellers. If Liquid don't win this one, I can see Falcons taking it from there.
I would agree. They're certainly going to be doing a lot of damage to the mental of Liquid at the minute. Liquid do, of course, still have a timeout in pocket. We'll see whether Hugzord chooses to pull the to pull that one out of the bank or not, but for the time being, they're going to be going for it again. They will be attacking this time onto Bathroom and Tellers. And, you know, the facial expressions, the general energy for Liquid has certainly changed over the last couple of rounds. I commented how earlier it looked like they were just having so much fun playing, and, you know, there was so much positive energy in there. And I just wonder sometimes with this team, you know, we've seen it when they get put under real pressure, do they stand up to it as well as others maybe?
How the tides have changed. How they have changed. All right then. Loving the comp coming out of Liquid in this round. Feels aggressive, Tim. Couple of globals in the form of the Finker and the Decabi coming in. But also that Ying. I've spoke about Ying to the death at this point. And the thing is, there is no Warden on the other side in this round. If they make good use of this Ying, get those Candelas in the right place at the right time, can capitalize on the back of it with Iana charging in with the ARX, with Bolts running in on the Blitz as well, they could completely bowl over the other side. But Tim, already they've only got 3 drones left. Falcons have chewed through Liquid's intel game, so this could be a very blind execute coming in.
Yeah, you'd have to assume that P9 has been the one that's been going through and finding that utility, and as you say, just fantastic removing it all, and it just really leaves Liquid in a tough position, you know, having to function without any information whatsoever. Out goes the call. That's going to help the push to come through, but then Volks changes his mind. He's not going to go in through break. Instead, he's going to look to push towards the top of East Stairs instead, but there's one underneath. He sees his man can't quite find him. Valentino, however, finds resets and manages to get a big opener for Falcons.
That's all you need sometimes, that one entry. That's Diana taken offline. Yes, no massive crucial utility, but resets was really coming in here as one of the main entries for this team in the round. Lagonis also falling down. I believe there might have been a second call still left in pocket. I didn't see the use of it. Candela's finally coming. The globals get hit and the push begins, but there's no one on the upstairs. Here's the problem, Tim. So all that effort really for nothing.
It certainly has been. Falcons have done a great job of this, really, just, you know, wasting the time, getting the kills, dropping away, keeping themselves alive. Just seems like Liquid are really off the pace over the last couple of rounds. Volps does manage to get all kills with the pistol. 50 seconds left to go, though, and no real control over site. They do still have the Candelas that they can play in behind, but they need to get themselves over to the other side of the map here, Liquid. Let's not forget, this is a Bathroom and Tellers objective. It is not Workshop, and we're going to see Volts getting down in there. And he will continue fighting. You picked up on the Finker earlier, and what an impact Neska's just had.
And he's get himself on the side as well. This would be the biggest from beyond the grave you've ever seen if he can pull this off. Down to a 2 versus 2. Palu hits the deck. There's 20 seconds to go. They've got one more juice. They can get him back up in a moment. When he gets back on his feet, here we go. They've got to try and make this work though, Tim. They're still so far across this map. They've got to cover. Got to get inside Bathroom, and Jalad and P9 have got all they need to bring this one back their way. A couple of kills come in. Ness finds one more. P9 doesn't find his man, and the cross has been held. The Finker may be the MVP in this round, though. P9 full flash down. Diffuser is down. P9 finds it down onto one, and he finds a second. P9 keeping Falcons alive. What a round we've just seen.
What an unbelievable play from the Soulless. Even moving through a Candela wasn't enough to stop him. Liquid almost grabbed it right at the end there. They played it brilliantly. Ness getting across, Palu on the cover, but P9 had all the answers, and Hugzo's face just says it all. Liquid are stunned.
It sounds like the other streams had a moment at exactly the same time. What is going on? All 4 of us came out of our rooms at the same time, like 7-0? Yep, 7-0. And we thought, man, these series are just going to be a bowl over. But Falcons have battled their way back. They looked like a shadow of what we've seen from the MENA region at previous events. And then here on this map, my God, have things turned around. 1 round away from balancing things up and sending us into overtime, Tim.
And there it is, the tactical timeout from Liquid. As expected, really. I've commented on it previously that we hadn't had it pulled yet, and that Hugzo did have the opportunity to just try and break the little bit of momentum of Falcons, but I can't help but repeat what I said earlier, and that is there are some sullen faces. Things are looking a little bit dire on the Liquid side of this game at the minute, you know, compared to how they looked earlier when they were bouncing through that first map, and all of a sudden on their own map choice of Border, Falcons are really pushing them to the wire. P9 having a great round. Look at this, fully flashed out, and then look at the awareness straight in. He's kept moving through that Candela. He's been aware of how far he's moved forward, of where the shower cubicle is, of where the planter's gone down, and where he needs to challenge that first man. Great stuff from P9.
I'll tell you what, that takes some balls.
It really does. To keep running in when you white flashed.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, if P9 dies there, Falcons go home.
Yeah.
Everything is on the line.
But obviously the one thing to consider is the last thing you expect someone to do when they're full white screen is run at you. For very good reason. They can't see you, but just as the screen starts to recover, it's enough for him to get back into things. And I think the thing as well is the turnaround from Nest probably was on the assumption that he would round instead towards the rotate in between sites rather than running straight through the middle door. You will ask questions, you know, where was Palu looking at that point? Was he expecting him to rotate into Workshop instead? I don't know. But the two angles that Liquid were covering were not the ones that P9 chose. What a round we have just witnessed, and it could be, as said Tim, what sends us through to overtime. Here we go though. Not quite Hail Mary coming in, but already Candela's being dumped inside the sandwich here. Liquid wanted to get themselves inside this top floor. Nice and quick, create some room. Got the EE1D coming out on top as well, but Nesk is in. They want to catch the drops. He's found himself one man. Where do they go? Because they can't get out of this top floor. Nesk has found a second. They've cracked things open. They forced them down into the Piranha's pit, and Nesk stands there waiting. Plant goes down. Quibs finds one. Surely we don't see another round like the last one, Tim.
It's going to have to be something seriously special. It'll be a 1v5 ace clutch if Quibs can pull this out, but he's low health already. Liquid have had time to get outside, and resets shows how Liquid managed a perfect reset. They got it done after that tactical timeout, and you just feel like the words said were right. Come on, enough is enough now. Let's go and show them who we are. And Nesk did exactly that. Straight into sight, like a spear to the heart, getting 2 kills, opening things up, and Team Liquid finally managed to take it. Heartbreak on the face of Falcons, and it's understandable, Des, after that gargantuan effort that they just put in on border.
You can see how it was a play coming straight out of scrims as well. I mentioned it at the time, but the Candela's flooding that top floor forces everyone to drop hatch, to run away. And who's waiting? Who else other than Nesk to catch you as you flee to what you assume is absolute safety, but it turns out not to be. Good play coming out of Liquid to close things out, but my God, was it close. That round 11, I remember that one for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the ideal finish for Team Liquid when they're looking towards the remainder of the day. Really, you want to be coming into that fixture hot, you know, not having Falcons run 4 rounds back at you. But one way or another, Liquid, they get the job done, so show some great mental perseverance and a great tactical timeout there, I think it's got to be said. You know, that's obviously a little pocket play that's been brought out. Look, let's stop messing about here. Let's just get aggro, get into sight and put that diffuser down, and it's worked a treat.
And now they've got the reward of facing G2. But before we start talking any more about that, we'll throw it over to our desk, who no doubt have got plenty to say. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ace and Des, and yes, we do. And for that, we actually have someone on the special guest, Lagonis, or what do we say?
Lagonis, yeah.
Lagonis, there you go. Joining us here on the desk, major champion, and now here at SI, looking to prove the rest of the team at Liquid. Welcome. Congratulations on the win. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm very happy that we won. It was a little tough match in the second map. In the first, you were really good. But yeah, I'm happy and looking forward to face G2 right now. Yep.
Obviously, you're in the lower bracket. Yep. Things haven't gone necessarily too well this SI. What do you think are the reasons for that?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, so like what mistakes have you made to end up in the lower bracket?
I think like yesterday, like it was a really tough match for us. Like the coordination from VC was really good. Our gameplay, like we have a good game plan for that match yesterday, but we could not put inside the match what we have talked to each other. That was bad. So we planned something and we could do in the match. So I was a little bit sad about this. But yeah, now we are in the lower bracket and the run is long, so I hope to at least we qualify to the main stage.
Yeah. So G2 are coming up. Obviously, you will be going up against Alamau. How do you feel? Because the last time Alamau played you, you beat him.
Yeah. So it's always fun to face Alamau. Like right now we are in different teams, of course, but I know his personality and he knows very well my personality. Like we share the same room on the game house when we we live together. So yeah, I'm faced to face him. I'm happy to face him, and let's see who won.
Do you think that he struggles against Brazilian teams?
I don't know, like a little bit. Like yesterday they lost against FaZe on the Copenhagen Major. They lost for us, and from W7M on Atlanta. So yeah, I think a little bit, but they got Ramalho right now, so he has a good insight of how Brazilian teams play. So I'm happy to have this battle again, and let's see what he can do for us.
I mean, there's one thing that I noticed, that the team was quieter than what we're used to over the past couple of days. Why has that been the case? I hear you constantly talking, giving calls and everything, but the atmosphere seemed calmer than usual.
You mean today or in the other days?
I mean, today specifically, even with the win.
Yeah, I think like today we were very calm because like the match was not that difficult, especially in the first map. Like it was going all right, like everyone was communicating a little bit. So yeah, today was a calm match, but yesterday was tough. Like we could not scream because we just like won one round on Night Haven Labs. So yeah, we are feeling match after match, and yeah, that's it.
How's the pressure? You ready to take it on?
Yeah, the pressure is always there. Like we know that the Liquid crowd is like giant. So yeah, we have the pressure, and as I said to you guys, at least I want to make the main stage. So yeah.
Do you want to say that to all the fans out there? You can say it in Portuguese.
Yeah, para todo mundo que torceu para nós aí, muito obrigado. E a gente quer muito chegar lá na arena principal, então espero que a gente consiga e a gente está batalhando para isso. That's it. Yep.
Thank you very much, Lagones. Congratulations, Team Liquid, on the victory. Go ahead, get ready for your next game. Fresh, what a game we had. Falcons almost clawed it back, but still, Team Liquid, they have the experience. We expect them to be more comfortable, and we got that at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think that's exactly, you know, we were going into this match, me and Fabian, especially on the pre-desk, and we were saying about how maybe it might be a little bit closer than expected. I think the result and even the scoreline was absolutely as expected. Obviously, Falcons mounted a little bit of a comeback. We said it, I said it would be a very momentum-based game. 7-0 into 5-1 into more dominant halves, and obviously Liquid just had enough quality to get over the line there on border.
It was just a question about time of when they would finish up that game. Like they just needed that one last round when they had 6, and you saw them when they won. It was so relaxed, so calm. This was more of a game. Get through it, get over it, prepare for the next one. And I think that was the expectations before the game, and I think that kept throughout all of it.
All right. I mean, at the end, yeah, like we said, Team Liquid on top, but I feel up next is their greatest challenge. Do you think, after having seen them in this game, Fresh, that Liquid have what it takes to take down G2?
Honestly, it's quite a hard barometer. I think, you know, Falcons didn't put up anywhere kind of close to a fight that G2 will put up, even though we talk about G2 potentially having that, you know, mental block against Brazilian teams. Liquid will fear G2 just as much as G2 will fear Liquid.
Well, if you're Liquid and you notice them, obviously from your experience, Fabian, what are things that need to be worked on quick before that game?
I mean, both Lagones and Wolp step up massively today, so they have that like more momentum coming into the game. Sure, we saw a little bit worse of a performance from Nesk and Palu, but if they can do what they did in groups, and then we can get the Lagones and Wolps we got today, I think they're standing a good chance. I think that the strategical depth of Falcons was so shallow that it's very hard as a player, especially when you're an experienced player, because you make assumptions. And those assumptions is movement, decision making, and when you're inexperienced as Falcons, playing with a more aggressive loose style, well, assumptions will most likely be wrong.
All right, let's take a look at our Intel play of the game. Play of the game. Put it up on the screen. There it is. And it's on Volps. Fresh, got us through it.
Yeah, again, we were looking for him to step up. I thought this execute on Oregon was actually a really good one. It was very basic, laundry freezer, but Volps was making things happen on the Grim. Grim's such a good operator as well, just generally coming into the way that we've seen him at this event, because he provides such intel, that bounce mechanic that they had. And Volps was the one we were looking to step up. So it was good that we saw him make those plays as well. Hopefully he has the confidence in himself now to be going on to make those plays when they play G2 later today.
I just think it was a great game. I think that Falcons made some mistakes there. For example, the ban on Monty on the second map didn't really make sense to me, but I think that Liquid, they have what it takes to give G2 a real match.
All right, well, Falcons, they bow out of 6 Invitational. Personally, as a person from MENA, I give them big commendations.
Yeah.
Well done, Shabib. Next time, I can't wait. They'll play better next time. I'm very proud of them to make it here. Though, here is our bracket in front of us. There's still matchup going on B stream. I won't spoil that for you. You'll get to see it on Rainbow Six Bravo. However, we just saw our matchup move. Team Liquid will be playing against G2, Bleed up against Space Station Gaming. and then we'll move on for our final game of the day. We've yet to know how that kind of shapes up, but you'll have to stick around to see more of it. Gentlemen, closing thoughts on this game?
I think it was an enjoyable game, but again, as I said, it's one that Liquid needed to get over. They did, and now I'm more excited for them against G2.
Yeah, Liquid absolutely met the expectations, and again, it's the step up for G2, literally repeating what Fabian said. I think for Falcons, again, just a quick word, is like, again, expectations for Falcons over the course of the year. They would have wanted to make this event. That's expectations met by being here. They obviously had a turbulent event as a whole, could have done better in their minds, will be disappointed, but the year for them has been great.
I tell you, as an Arab myself, it's not easy to get visas done on time. So yeah, we're thankful when we can actually make it happen, including myself for this event. So here we are. Anyways, thank you very much, Fresh and Fabian. We will take a break and then we'll be back for halftime show. It's a special one. Stay around. Welcome back to the 6 Invitational Playoffs. We are absolutely blasting through the maps today. I'm not even supposed to be here for another hour and a half. That is how fast we are moving. So let's slow down, let's take a little breather and have a halftime show. My name's Ian Chambers alongside Fresh and a very special guest. This man is used to being sometimes in the crowd, you know, doing a lot of cheering and clapping for the players and everything else. So let's give him his flowers this time round. It is content creator,
Tom,
Siege superfan, and all-round legend. It is Tom J. Sherlock.
Hey, thank you guys. Thank you for having me. As you can see, I've prepared massively for this as well. So got all my notes down, ready to share my insights about everything to do with Siege with you boys as well. So plenty to rack my brains about, I reckon.
Well, we're going to have a lot of fun over the next 10, 15 minutes. I don't know how. We can go as long as we want, I imagine, until somebody tells me to shut up and move on. But in the middle here, we've got some Brazilian snacks and treats, right? Most of these I've never seen before in my entire life. So we're going to eat those and just answer some fan questions. So if you've got any questions for Fresh or for Tom as you watch along at home, please do get them coming in and I will get those questions asked for you. Now, before we eat anything, Tom, when did you get to Brazil? Welcome to Sao Paulo.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Well, I got in at 6 o'clock this morning, and then we had a 2-hour taxi.
6 o'clock this morning?
This morning, yeah. So, I got a little bit of sleep on the flight. I had a nice aisle seat, so I could sort of...
Yeah, that means you can go to the toilet without jumping over anybody.
Exactly, yeah. And yeah, I'm not very tall. They haven't actually put me in the ground, that I am just this short, but yeah, so I don't take up much room on a plane, so it's not that bad, to be honest. So
it's a top man, Tom, isn't he? You know this man really well.
Yeah, I know him very well. He's been at every single event, and I think, you know, that's why we wanted him on here, right? you appeared in Jönköping and you never left, basically.
Yeah.
And there's now a big group of Tom and his army, shall we say?
Yeah.
Can't call his actual name on the broadcast. Nope. Tom and his army of super fans that travel to every single event. You know, we saw them in Copenhagen, SI, Atlanta as well. And now he's here as well. So
I want to talk about all of the events that you've been to, the noise that you make. You're one of my favourite faces that I ever see when I'm on stage at any of these events. But before we do any of that, let's run it right back.
Yeah.
When did you start in Siege and how?
So I started in Siege. I started playing on console, and I used to be very much like a FPS, fast-paced FPS player. And when I first started playing Siege, I'll be honest, I hated it because it was so slow paced.
You're gonna get dragged off. You're gonna get dragged off.
Young down the background. But then I fell in love with it. Just the more I played it, the more I fell in love with it. Started streaming about 4 years into playing Siege. Made the switch from console to PC, and then sort of just made my way through. I'm not very good at the game, so I just sort of started watching other people play the game myself.
Yeah.
And that's what I sort of mainly do, is watch parties or community casts of competitive Siege. And I guess that's how I sort of got to know a lot of the people within the competitive Siege community as well.
It's crazy, isn't it, Fresh, how you can just literally pick up a pad, load up a game, and then fast forward several years, you're on a desk at a 6 Invitational. That's pretty crazy, right?
Somehow, with a show match in between as well. Yeah, it's great. The whole story is, how you get involved with Siege.
Yeah.
And the community is so welcoming. And I think that's been one of the things, for me is noticed is how, the casual community and the community that watch the game can get involved and meet pros, for example, at events. You've done a lot of, I imagine you've shared a pint with a few pros.
Yeah, a few shots as well, but obviously on their days off, not when they're playing the next day.
But that's great. At every single event, I think that's what's one good thing about the Rainbow Six professional side is that they will go and interact with the fans that come to watch them as well.
Yeah, it's amazing. And should we start eating some of these snacks, by the way, before I start asking?
I looked at this one. It looks absolutely honking.
Pass that to him. Honking?
That one to me.
Absolutely honking.
I'll eat this honking snack. What
it
is
looks like an orange flapjack, but with no oats in it.
It might be nice.
This looks good. This looks good. I'm going to start asking you some questions, by the way, from people watching at home. Which op would you delete forever from Siege? Take a bite of that orange thing first.
It might get stuck in my teeth. I might not be able to speak.
That's good TV. Here we go. It's good, isn't it? I don't know. What's it taste like?
I'm not sure. Have a whack on that. Have a whack on that.
Fresh,
I'll get the other side. I'll get the other side.
Well, you answer the question while he has a whack on that.
Don't smell it.
Oh my God, that's lit.
Are you sure?
No, actually. No, the aftertaste. Picking a little.
Do we have a cup that I can spit?
No.
I'm gonna have to swallow it.
Get it down here, Fresh. All right, we won't have another one of these. Dossier Master, I'm not gonna try that.
No.
When did you start going to Siege events, and what was the fan experience like for you from first hand?
So first one I went to was in Jönköping. I probably butchered the pronunciation of that many a time. But yeah, I went out to Sweden. It was the Dream Hack event out there, and it was probably, in regards to some of the other ones we've had since then, it was pretty small. But I felt like it was like quite a good introduction, because I also got to meet a lot of people who I'd met online but never in person, and it was to be honest, it's fantastic. Going to these events, you get to meet people who you've met throughout the Siege community in the flesh, which is just sort of like makes that relationship a bit stronger. And I got to sing songs about Fresh as well.
Well, speaking of which, right now, one thing that you are very known for in the community and at these events is your amazing original chants that you bring to the table, right?
Okay. Yep.
Not all of them are family friendly.
No.
In fact, I think none of them are. So what we could do, is you do the chant, but then when it comes to like a naughty word, you point at me and I will quack like a duck. All right?
That sounds good.
And we'll get through it that way. So I will censor your chant.
It's going to take a lot of. Remember, I've been up for a long time. So if I mess up, please forgive me.
So point at me when you want me to quack. All right?
Just one practice. Should we do practice?
Quack.
Bit more gusto. Come on, you've got to get behind it.
Jeez. Quack.
Yeah, that's okay. All right, are we ready?
Yeah.
So it starts off with Fresh is massive. He wears a massive hat. And when he's on the analyst desk, we say thank for that.
Yeah. Any more? No, should we end it there?
I realised I was just pointing at you. I was just getting into the rhythm.
Honestly,
of it.
I never thought when I got into this job that I would stand and quack for anybody, but here we are. That is the beauty of Siege.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that everybody at home has had to realise what that chant is, or that my grandparents heard that at Jönköping. No, not Jönköping, at Copenhagen.
Hey, your Twitter X, whatever it is, profile picture is with me on stage in Atlanta, so in Copenhagen.
It is indeed.
So let's run back to that for a moment.
And everyone always asks me who's that attractive man in that picture. And I say, well, it's not me.
Is that your Tinder profile picture as well, yeah?
Well, probably not, because I think my girlfriend would be pretty annoyed if I had Tinder, so yeah.
Good point. What was that like, being up on stage there in Copenhagen as well?
It was unreal. Like coming here today is unreal as well, because being a fan of the game and never being involved playing competitively whatsoever, because I'm bloody awful.
Okay, we're eating.
I'm just moderated.
I keep forgetting to eat.
To see everything behind the stage, behind the scenes, you don't realise how much goes into it to put on the show that you witness as well, and it's fantastic. And like opportunities like this are amazing. And Copenhagen show match was unreal. The crowd was loud. Although one of my best mates was absolutely hanging and in bed all day, so he didn't even come and watch me. So if he's watching, I'm never forgiving you for that, Callum. But,
you also dropped like 1 kill. It wasn't amazing. We lost.
Yeah, but that's because you didn't tell me how to change my DPI, and I was on default FOV.
It's down, yeah. It's really good. Coconutty. Have a bite of that.
I don't like coconut. I'll try it though.
Have a bite of the
I don't want to be disrespectful to the culture.
I'm going to rattle through some more fan questions. Which team?
That's actually all right.
Do you want to win SI, Tom, and why?
Bliss.
Yeah. How come?
I'm moving out to Australia in June, hence the mullet and the moustache. So I'm trying
You're starting early.
Yeah, starting early basically. That's who I'd like to see win or bleed. Fucking love. Oh,
no. It's all right.
Yep.
Fabian's the only one who's allowed to swear on this show normally. Just give me a heads up, I'll quack you next time.
So love bleed. I mean, their energy. It's impossible not to fall in love with them. The way they play Siege.
Yeah.
The energy when they're playing as well. It's almost infectious when you watch them play.
Yeah.
And I think that's what people want to see from teams. They want to feel the story, feel the passion, and get around it and get amongst that. You know what I mean?
Yep, I'm going to move on to the next one. There's actually one for me here. Ian, what's the most stressful thing about hosting?
Doing it whilst eating. How about that?
Yeah, that is probably stressful. This is just a nut, isn't it?
I really don't like nuts or coconut, so this is really well for me.
Brazilian snacks are banging, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah? Most stressful thing about hosting. I mean, I've seen a sneak preview of the arena here in Sao Paulo. You can vouch for me, right? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The most stressful thing about stage hosting in particular is the fear of tripping and falling over flat on my face. I have nightmares about it.
Really?
Yeah, I imagine like walking out welcome and boom. That's the most stressful thing. What's the most stressful thing about being an analyst?
Honestly, I think whenever you mess up. Honestly, whenever you mess up, because you on the analyst desk, you're supposed to be like this expert, right, who predicts what happens. So you've got to either be, as an analyst, you've either got to sit on the fence and be a bit crap, or you've got to just give your opinion and hope it turns out right. And if it turns out drastically wrong, say, oh yeah, it happened for these reasons. But honestly, just where you think you know a team, and then they do something completely different, because obviously the team knows themselves, and you don't get to see that internal bit of it. That's the scariest bit.
All right, I've been told we've got time just for a few more. I'm going to do these rapid fire, okay?
Yep, I'll try my best.
Fresh, is Tom allowed to join the Fresh and Friends stack?
He's always allowed to. He's already been in the Fresh and Friends stack.
He's never invited
He's
me.
in the Discord.
I've never played with him.
He's in the Discord. He's not blacklisted.
Okay.
Ooh, this doesn't smell good.
Get it, just eat it.
He's allowed in. He's allowed
Tom,
in.
if you could add a new gadget to the game, what would it be?
AC-130.
And if you could add a new operator to the game, attack or defense, what gadget and weapons would you give it?
Let me just consult my notes.
Yeah, take a look.
I want someone with a glider. Let's stick someone in with a glider. Well, no, you got Maru. What am I on about? Yeah, there's a reason I'm nothing.
Have you
really
just proposed to Maru for the game?
Yeah, I have.
Genius. Genius. Fresh one for you as well. What do you do in the off season? What do you get up to?
Fun fact, I actually work for Derry.
You do work for Derry?
Yeah, I've actually got a job that I've got a real life job that works for Derry.
Yep.
I try to stream occasionally. I was the biggest co-stream in Europe, and then he's taken that away from me because he's much more consistent with it.
Is that it? Just consistency?
Yeah.
Nothing to do with quality. Nothing to do with quality.
Not to do with the shoeies, the nice personality. And then I play a shitload of ranking. I am a degenerate for playing ranked.
Stop swearing, everybody. It's shitting annoying. Listen, Fresh, you've also got a magazine out. Go check that out. Tom, if anybody watching this wants to find you, follow you, watch you, where can they do that before I let you go?
Just Tom J. Sherlock on everything, nice and simple. Which is my actual name as well. It's because I once watched Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah.
They said, what do you want your character to be? He said, Will Smith, because then everyone will know who I am. I'm nowhere near that level, by the way, should I establish. But yeah, just my name.
Well, listen, we want you to enjoy Sao Paulo. We're delighted to have you here. I hope to hear you making a lot of noise in that arena.
I mean, I might be drowned out.
Yeah, probably.
Massively.
But you won't be at the Manchester Major, which is where we will hope to see you in May, because the UK is about to stand up big time. We're going to be back very shortly with SSG versus Bleed after a short break. Thank you to Fresh. Thank you to you, Tom. And thank you. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. Welcome back to the high-rise city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, currently filled with Siege's greatest players looking to tower over their competition and lift the hammer high this weekend. It's playoffs, and we are speed running through this play day. It is blink and you miss it stuff right now, isn't it? My name's Ian Chambers, joined by Fastan and man like Leo. Do you want me to call you Leo, Alfama? What do you want today?
I guess we're in esports, you can call me Alfama, you know. That's
okay, Alfama.
How most people know me, but you know.
I love that name. Let's take a look at our next one. This is huge. Another team will be about to go home. SSG versus Bleed. This is a rematch of the Atlanta Major Phase 2, and so a bit of a grudge match.
Definitely for Bleed as well, right? Considering that this was the match that they needed to win against SSG to play main stage, and they managed to not win that game out, got eliminated by SSG, and look at where we are here. Once again, it is an elimination game between Bleed, between SSG. The loser goes home.
High stakes, that's what we love to see. Let's talk about SSG. Staying with you, Anne. This team is just so vocal.
They are very vocal indeed. I mean, especially in that game yesterday, there was shouting left, right, center. There was people going crazy in the all chat as well. And I think we should have a clip of this very, very soon, because we constantly heard Ashen being super vocal towards the enemy team. As I said, they're vocal words-wise, vocal in the chat. But then, of course, they did not win that game, and Canadian absolutely went crazy as well. I love this. It's about competition in Siege. Just yelling, I can't hear you.
Actually, I've got a funny story about this. See how Canadian runs in the other booth and starts yelling at him.
Yeah.
At my first SI, I'm 18 years old, playing on the stream. I play against Evil Geniuses. After first map, EG, Canadian is on EG, he reverse sweep us, comes into the booth and starts yelling in front of me in my eyes. Yeah. And I was like, what is going on right now? And actually, that's psychological warfare. They know what
it's
they're
crazy.
doing.
The thing, when Canadians started going off, I'm thinking, surely he's not going to go like face to face with it.
Yeah.
And
He doesn't care. He comes in.
Anyway, Leo, SSG, so together. This team has got a real togetherness, just but in the server and out of it as well.
Yeah, I think overall it's Scarlet's game vision, I think, and overall vision of how a team should work, right? I was playing with him in United. I think he really believes in what he calls the system. It's something that everybody needs to commit to, right? In and out of game, it shows, right? In VODs, in screams, sleeping, eating, everything they do it together. They hit the gym together. Look at how buff they are, you know? It shows out of game, but it also shows in game as well, in the way they play. They're really tight bonds, they're really structured, high levels of discipline as well. Very, very different from Lost.
Yeah, let's take a look at Bleed now. Shout out to APAC. If they're not your favorite team coming into it, they're surely your second favorite at least. Now, earlier today, they made light work of the Atlanta Major runners-up in Lost and continue to blow away doubters in their SI journey. Bleed, though, and they can, you know they can, and they have to match the energy here.
Yeah, and of course they should. I mean, we've seen them be vocal a little bit as well, but of course we talked about it earlier this morning. They've proven before they can beat a Brazil team. They did it again this morning. They've also taken down an NA team already in this competition, being M80. However, my main fear is that SSG is probably of a different caliber at the moment than M80 was in their last opponent.
Completely. That's what I meant, is that actually right now, the way that SSG is playing is very structured and highly disciplined. They don't leave any gaps. And the thing is, Bleed is really good at exploiting these gaps, but they're not creating them necessarily. And SSG won't give them these gaps. So now, how does it work for them? They need to create these opportunities, and that's just a step harder than what they had to do against us.
All right, let's get into map vetoes. I told you, we are running through this. We want to get you right into the action here at SI in Sao Paulo. We've got our bands, Oregon, Border, Skyscraper, Consulate, and our picks are now coming through, Anne.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by the Clubhouse pick from SSG here. It's a good map for them, but then Bleed have 2 losses on it. They made it very close to Virtus Pro, but they can be very explosive on it. Definitely something that SSG can counter in that regards. We have a Bleed picking up Chalet here. It's the only map that SSG don't actually play, so that is something I'm really curious about. Bleed are kind of picking into the unknown on this, but they themselves, they've won 7 out of 8 games on the map. It's a very, very comfortable one for them.
Yeah, so two main points here, 2 main stories. For Clubhouse, the pick right now of SSG, I think it makes sense because they've got 2 really recent VODs full of rounds to analyze, and SSG is known to be really good at counter-stratting, so I think it makes sense for them, and they likely have a game plan going into Clubhouse to counter-strat Bleed. And then when you look at Chalet, Chalet is actually a map that they had in their map pool, but nobody knew it. They prepped it for SI, they're ready to play on it, and Bleed just picked into it. That's really interesting.
And Alfama, it has been short and sweet, like the Brazilian treats I had in the halftime show. We've got to keep on moving. Let's get into map 1 with Lynx and Stux.
Well, Ian, for a rematch of, well, the very game Bleed went home on in Atlanta and what sent SSG to the main stage, I hope this is anything but short and sweet here in Brazil. As you said, I am Lynx, joined by Stokes, and we got a quick Bleed game earlier, Sam. 7-2, 7-3 against Los. For this, 2 of the most entertaining teams, personality-wise, in all of Rainbow Six, it's got to be a 3-mapper.
Oh, yeah, most definitely, especially with the way that I think, not Dez, but, oh my goodness gracious, his name is
You've been hitting the table
right
a lot, I've noticed. This is like a new trait you've picked up.
I don't know what it is about it either,
like
but Guz called Keanu Reeves earlier. Hell of a call right there, but hopefully we can see some more action-packed stuff out of him and the rest of Bleed up against SSG, because honestly, that's the only thing that worries me about this series potentially going to 3 maps is how dang good can Bleed play against SSG? And I mean, what else would you expect? Space Station is in the server. There's going to be conversation.
Liam... Ashton just actually typed out a whole essay in the chat right there. You don't often see it go more than 1 line. That's impressive. How y'all are gonna, I don't even know. Anyway, Fanface is going through. As the desk talked about, we have Clubhouse as our pick by Bleed, and this is a map where they have shown...
SB says, calm down, bro. It's just Bleed.
And it is Bleed on a map that, as the desk mentioned, they have shown quite a bit of footage on. They had that 7-4 loss against W7M, and also an incredibly close game against Virtus Pro, with a lot of stuff SSG can look at, counter-strat, especially as Bleed are starting on the defense, where they struggle to find the right balance between getting aggressive, taking gunfights, contesting map control, while also playing passive.
I don't know what duo was in here before. Was it Ace and Des? Yeah, neither one of them are tall. Why was this sitting so high? This chair, I was kicking my feet, y'all. This was ridiculous. Listen, both of them have they're like 4 inches shorter than I am. I had to lower it down. I don't know what the heck that is. Somebody likes, I guess, kicking their feet while they're sitting in the office chair.
I stand some. Oh, also, little lore behind that.
Oh, the gar?
Yep, at Atlanta, Ashen was obsessed with a garfish. I don't really know what that is.
You don't know what a garfish is?
I mean, I can presume it's a fish.
If I remember right, this might be off base. If I remember right, it's basically like a pseudo alligator fish.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a fish.
It's weird. It's got like an elongated nose.
It's a pseudo alligator. It's a fish.
I mean, yeah, but like.
Listen,
you know,
I'm tired of fish thinking they're all that. Okay, like fish. You're swimming. We evolved past you years ago, okay? Stop trying to compare yourself to alligators and stuff.
Yeah, dunk on the fish.
Yeah, dude, honestly, you know who really needed to be taken down a peg? Fish.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Fish can't even dribble.
I mean, Bleed have certainly been trying to bring Fish back. We've seen the presence of Joel and, of course, the presence in the early game.
Here we go.
Oven deciding to peek this secret window very early on, but just ducking below it. Not finding anything, he'll back off instead. No damage exchange either way.
I really like this from them, especially because they actually have a pretty solid entry, all except for Aspie, who's 8-25 for some odd reason at this event, as their breach player as well. I mean, that's just a little egregious. Just gonna put that out there. So we'll see if that obviously rears its ugly head here, as SSG will be trying to flaunt things here on the offensive side. J9O attempting to try and chase these players down. The best player on Space Station so far throughout this tournament. 1.19 rating for him, and plus 36 on his KD spread.
Mentioning Aspie on Bleed is very good because both of these teams have had solid performances across the roster, but whereas SSG has one player that's a step above the rest, this has been a particularly poor tournament for Aspie, who has consistently, I believe in the VP game, or a couple maps where he was barely struggling to get more than 1 kill, it seemed at times. It's been very, very difficult playing this tournament so far for Aspie. But Bleed, I mentioned that in that VP game, they struggled to find the right balance between aggression and passivity. Well, at least right now, it's 5 players all on the bomb site, and they're trying to let the utility do the talking. It's working good for the moment. The impact trick works, but the sheer number of X-Kairos seems to have outlasted the supply of impact grenades Bleed are willing to part with, at least.
Well, not only that, but, I mean, just look at the lineup for SSG. No matter what, that hatch was inevitably getting open. They have quadrupled down in their hard breach successfully as well, as they've gotten that hatch open. Didn't really have to reach for those other tidbits to try and solve that equation. So now they'll work their way into this basement. Fultz assisting with the keep a barrier here as Ashen will hold the longer line, just trying to get some access here to the church wall, and it will work out very well. Any nitro cells here on the defense? We do have one. It's gonna be in the pocket of Turdsta here. Impacts out. Not gonna be able to get that other Selma though, so the right-hand wall will be transferable. Reversible, rather. And is hot and cold. He's going to swing in through. He might have just dropped down that hatch right there, as he'll be able to at least trade out one and down another in behind AK. It's going to get discovered by Fultz here.
J9O trying to find that position on the very AK you just mentioned. But how rare has it been this tournament to see the attack making so much progress? Sure, it's still a 3v3, but J9O's found his way into blue. SSG have opened up the church wall, and Reeves is really struggling to find impact inside of the site. Asking you shall receive. We've talked about Aspie having a poor tournament, and he's in ace territory in the very first round. Fultz finds Reeves, both Bleed players, everyone in the lobby on reduced HP. But Bleed have the man advantage. Are they going to go for the retake? No, instead, Aspie will try to stick the diffuser. He falls off as Reeps falls. And the moment to go for that retake upstairs is gone. Aspie will waste too much time to push up the main stairs. He needs Fultz to make a mistake, needs to get this gunfight, needs to get this 5th kill, and Fultz is not giving a single inch, backing up, playing passive. Ashen with the trash talk in chat. But I wouldn't say it's necessarily Aspie making a particularly poor decision. Instead, it's Fultz playing this extremely well, as he should. SSG take the first round on Clubhouse on the attacking side.
You know, Carter, usually when we come to these events, I'm the loudest person here. And you quickly took that crown from me when you and I started casting together, because you're kind of a yapper. But Ashen, on the other hand, I think he might be coming for the crown, my friend. A lot of conversation from him, but overall, great strategy here from SSG. I think the thing that I love the most about that basement setup there from them is that they actually tried to gather every aspect of the basement, kind of making things look like they want the church, kind of making things look like they want armory, and then Hot and Cold all of a sudden bursts into sight, kills one, knocks one, gets traded out, but it sets up SSG for so much success in the latter half of that round.
And I think the amount of ground they were able to gain, even though it ultimately came down to a 1v2, though spearheaded in large part by Asfi going crazy on the AK position. Quick aside, that's why I love the Azami there. You have that Kiba to block the blue angle, even sometimes to block the angle from the hatch as well. Really just a great spot to play with Azami on the board. But SSG were able to acquire so much, move into blue, open up the church wall, get the bomb down inside of Arsenal. When we've seen on Clubhouse, one of the most defender-sided maps at this tournament, a dramatic shift from where it used to be. Teams struggle to even get those hatches open at times, it seemed, let alone open up church wall or move into Arsenal and make all this progress. Basement has been a difficult bomb site to crack for a lot of these teams since the meta changes, and now SSG, even if it came close, have shown a very solid first attack with a lot of great pieces to build upon.
Yeah, as we sit right now, Clubhouse is going to be our third most defender-sided map, sitting at 62%. The basement, Church Arsenal, 57%. Master Gym, 69%. So pretty wild right there. Cash CCTV to round it off at 62. I highly doubt we see a bar stage, but just because I said that, it will most definitely happen. J90 does have a breaching charge in hand as he's going to assist with SSG, clearing things out, trying to get some pressure on the CCTV/cache setup, as they will be clearing across this top floor to try and gain access to construction to assist with this master push.
I hope we see some good counterplay by Bleed right here, because sure, we might not have seen this exact push out of SSG, but
well done.
I was going to say, forced on this blitz, it's a very common strategy SSG will bring out on every map, but a very good clear by SSG early on. 2 rounds in a row now. We see them get that opening pick. Previously, I believe it was Hot and Cold, finding a kill inside of the site. Now we have Ashen with the follow-up on the player inside of Bar.
Love the identification here from SSG that Aspi was isolated inside of Bar, and they immediately answer it. Nice little pinch there. He was not expecting that move in from... lucky there for Fultz, but they were not expecting that move in from Strip that ended up gathering that kill for Space Station. Still have one more exothermic in Fultz's pocket. No secondary EMPs or anything of the sort to try and assist, though, so they're going to have to try and find an answer to this jacuzzi wall.
Maybe they'll prioritize CCTV and cache in the early game. J90 just holding that angle has found Reaps. Taking a gunfight with the player sitting inside a garage. There's a lot of utility to create a secondary position that those players can fall back to. You have the Kiba barricades inside of construction now. Forrest not sprinting as we often see the blitz, instead making his way forward, but look at the coordination we're waiting to see. Castle barricade about to open up, gets an angle. Potential position. Hubbin is playing. Forrest expertly dodges that C4. Backing up just a little bit. But there's still some work for SSG to be done. Remember, that jacuzzi wall, the exothermic was bandit tricked. It was shut down. The progress SSG has made beyond clearing the cache position has been very minimal.
Well, the beauty of the situation is now is all they're going to need is balcony control and then to just base this off of Forrest. But he's going to take a lot of damage here, and he's actually going to get stuck inside of a crossfire. In from Logistics. Hot and Cold to pick up one, though. Ashen working his way in down low. More than likely going to try and work his way up main stairs while all this action is going on. J90 now at the helm over here with that case down in front of him. Fultz does have the opportunity to work his way over to the balcony and add that extra angle into this play. And here's Ashen on main, just like we talked about, and that's what you expect. SSG are pressuring every single point across the entire site, and it's really difficult for them to try and gather that information. They just did not expect it, especially with Ashen with two backstabs inside of that singular round.
That round, I think, is a great example of how far SSG have come from Atlanta, where in rounds like that, when they have a 5v3, they start over-peaking. This
communication is so
exactly.
good.
They start getting a little antsy, but right there, as you said, look at how close J90 was to the rest of those defenders. He might as well have been in a crossfire. He might as well have been in the middle of multiple of those defenders, but they still have the communication and the coordination to send Ashen to go for the backstab. As you said, 2 different times it ended up working out, while also heavily benefiting from the 5v3 they had earlier. That's got to be an insane conversion when you look at this. They get the 5v3, they don't have jacuzzi wall open, they're in construction, but have not cleared out the players who's still holding that spot, but by rotating players in the right positions, and of course finishing off with a nice pre-fire on the guy in Logi, SSG are able to bring around over the line that needed absolute discipline and A game from everybody involved.
That was very Vamos indeed, Ashen. I 100% agree with that. As the level of coordination there was absolutely insane. I'm sure a couple of our more keen-eyed viewers also saw that yellow ping on the player inside of bar. Every single level that you would expect out of a professional grade team is being met and exceeded right now by Space Station. That little graphic is really, really cool.
I was about to say,
that was super dope.
I don't know if I've noticed that.
Oh! Hey, production, what are we doing?
Are we being invaded?
What's happening? I'm scared.
Just we know what we do know what's going on. We know it's an ad for our 6 small.
Oh.
That's what I thought it was.
I didn't know.
I saw the portal. I mean, I'm assuming
you know something that I don't.
I just think it's a cute little graphic.
It's super dope, dude. I hope they make like stickers out of that or something. I want them all over my iPad.
Ooh, you get the you get a little portal, like two portals on one side, like one guy half out, the other guy half in, and then it's like sledge or cast on the middle. Dude, we're cooking right now, actually.
Yo, Ubisoft, hit us up.
Dude, we got ideas. We got the day off tomorrow. Like, let's make something happen.
Oh, more impacts here. As this is always going to be the name of the game when it comes to the basement, folks. That's why Space Station is constantly bringing so much hard breach when it comes to this scenario. Not only that, but also lets them expand their horizons, Carter, where you don't have to be so dedicated to one area. Oh, we opened up Arsenal, but now it's an issue, right? No, they can open up absolutely everything and be like, well, what makes the most sense? And then they go for that instead.
Bleed are still wasting a lot of time in the kitchen hatch, though, and so in terms of opening up those options, SSG are being presented obstacles to overcome. But almost all of Bleed's impact grenades are gone again. Hoven kept his the last time, saving them for the church wall once SSG used the Selma charges to open up some angles. It was mostly successful, but one full hole was fully open by SSG. J9O in the same position he was before. On the blue stairs, we often see, I feel like a lot of the superstar players on teams. I remember Newer's playing this position on OXG and NA, J9O playing it on SSG. This is where you want your #1 aimer, your most mechanically skilled, to try and cut somebody off as they're rotating around Gen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Other thing to remember about that Gen position, if they don't reinforce things properly on that backside, Carter, you can get some disgusting crosses into Church. There's been many a time where either I have been the one changing someone's fate or I have died just simply trying to run across Church, get into Moto or something like that as Kaid. I mean, sometimes it can be pretty egregious, so there's something to consider there. Pulse is going to back off, and a nice discovery there from Asti as Ashen just drops through that armory hatch. J9O also gunned down inside of blue, but my God, man, he actually got reaps on that. Only like 3 rounds that he ended up shooting. Forrest will go down 2, and these 2 supporting angles not working out for the last 2 remaining members of Space Station.
Now, Hot and Cold still stuck on top of the blue hatch. He drops down. There's a Kiba barricade in his way. I wonder if they know, because he did let off a shot as he fell. Surely they know the position now. Spots one, but Turd's able to cut that off completely. Ult's just baiting for kills at this point, a 1v4. Very difficult, especially as Bleed are moving and playing passive behind these Kiba barricades. Nice little flick. Boost the stat line just a bit and might very well end this round 5-0. Okay. Ashby with a 2-piece, I suppose, but I have to say for Bleed there, even though the impact trick on the church wall is a little cumbersome, these Kiba barricades have been putting in the work for this defensive setup.
Yeah, most definitely. The biggest thing there is that SSG did not get the opener the same way they did the last time. You know, it was a trade game instead, whereas previously Hot and Cold had that nice kill and then was also able to down a player over on AK, and that practically opens up the entirety of Armory. You only have to deal with that other player that was trying to pick up that player that had been downed. But obviously for this one, Space Station not able to garner as many kills and Bleed able to stand tall instead.
And Asfi, all 5 of his kills so far, 6 of his kills, excuse me, on this church bomb site, a 4K and a double. His kill opening up that round for Bleed and then ending it with the first and the last kills of that round. And I think more close to what should have happened before in the previous round, because a lot of the positions from Bleed were there, but we had a huge Asfi 4K that I think overshadowed a lot of the actual moving parts that were existing in that setup. Reaps contesting blue, and then of course you also have the players watching main stairs, the Azami.
Admin, they're doing it sideways.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
It's such a cute ad. Like, it keeps distracting me. It's so nice.
It's so adorable. I genuinely think production is just doing it to mess with us now.
Maybe. They're like, Lynx is making a point. Throw up the cute ad.
It's like,
and I'm like, it is nice.
Guys, we are... at least I'll speak for myself here, egregious amount of ADHD. You cannot do this to me. I'm like,
that's the funny thing. We're both easily distracted at times, and it's like bright color.
I'm like a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with one if I caught it.
I'm gonna keep chasing. I'm gonna go after that car. Bleed going after a gym bedroom defensive win after the failure of the previous attempt that got SSG to the 2-0 position. But all SSG's wins so far have been close in terms of how they won the round with the control that they had. Still a lot of Bleed setup intact, but SSG making really good calls on that previous gym attack to end up taking it. Specifically Ashen going up main stairs, in no small part because this jacuzzi wall was not opened up. And I think that's why we see Fultz migrating away from the Thermite to the Maverick. So they're not susceptible to that bandit trick, but could still open up that jacuzzi wall. And they still have the Ace-2 to dedicate a Selma or two to the plat wall. Like the little adjustment by SSG, nullifying the bandit trick from Mentalist.
Well, early pop there from Reeves. Just to try and make sure nobody was backing up that information on the stairwell with that drone that we saw. J9 will get rid of another one, and yes, indeed, folks, this is going to be another master offense here. So SSG going for a similar clear, but they have a few different options, especially for Ashen, as he's going to be rocking the Rotero drones this time, had the IQ previously, and Forrest more than likely going to be looking to try and lock up some stairwells with that gridlock. So, let's see if we can get down to the nitty-gritty here. J9 work his way through Cash. Already forced them off of this area. Trying to work construction into the fold, and Ashen's going to go down on the window. Are they aware of this, though? Forced to work his way up to try and battle off Hoven, and it works out successfully, but Bleed, they'll double down, and Hot and Cold, not quick. Oh, wow. I almost said it, but I was wrong. Hot and Cold was quick enough to the trigger to take out that player hopping out of construction.
The Narnia cut off the redundancy to make sure that Ashen can't be finished off or run out on from construction. Huge pickup by Fultz. All turn left, as you just said. Again, it seems like SSG are stalling out. It seems like they're struggling to gain control. And in a matter of seconds, we go from an even 4v4, a 3v4 technically with Ashen down on the balcony, and now SSG so far in the lead, so much control of the bomb site and the angles surrounding it that Turret has no way back into this round. 3-1 for SSG. 2 rounds on Gym Bedroom that I'm just scratching my head like, how did they come up with that?
It's so very well done. You know, even making sure to have the redundancy there as well, like you said, because when you're playing against teams like this, when you're playing against people that are hyper aggressive, it might seem pretty far-fetched to just have somebody off on an odd angle holding a window, but sometimes they'll just gift you things because they know, like in a situation like this, they know that if Ashen is down and they're able to go out there, get that fight onto the one player, like the gridlock that we saw from Forrest, there's a capability to get 2 big kills there and completely change the round for the defense. But SSG more than aware of the stylistic choices of Bleed, and they're more than capable to strategize around that.
And we're seeing, unfortunate for Bleed fans, similar trends to their previous clubhouse defenses. They try to get aggressive, they try to go for those peaks, and the opposing team punishes them, whether it's W7M, Virtus Pro, or now SSG. They have shown that they can adapt, that they can play more passive, but right now they're facing similar trends. Aspie getting caught fighting that metal balcony player. Hot and Cold, as you just mentioned, Sam, punishing the run out of construction. Very good reactions by SSG and counter-stratting what Bleed are going to do and what their tendencies are. But as we start getting into the latter part of this half, we just need to see Bleed start making some adjustments, trying some new ideas. It's a shame because we're starting to get to the first attempt of the CCTV bomb site, and we're already on round 5. So we'll see what they can do here. We see the mirror window set up, one down below inside of Lounge, actually, watching Garage, and of course the mirror window on the main wall. And this is what it's used for. If it gets popped, it makes hard breaching this wall a lot more difficult because you could have a C4, somebody holding the angle. It basically makes walking on plat wall difficult, let alone opening it.
It's so funny, too, because for a very long time, you know, you're playing a ranked game or whatever, somebody puts a mirror window on the main breach, you're like, are you trolling? Are you actually, are you dumb? Like, what is happening here? But nowadays, we've kind of reinvented the wheel. You're no longer trolling, but you are if you didn't consider nitro selling or impacting out of it.
Yes, but in this case, if you're Bleed or SSG, this mirror window makes a whole lot of sense. It's difficult to counter sometimes, and Bleed have also forced their hand a little bit. They've said we also have this presence in Lounge down below.
But I like this. SSG, there's already been an obstacle put up over here on Plat Wall Carter. So they immediately answer this. There is no, oh, we need to take 45 seconds to decide what we're going to do next. They immediately start throwing things over to construction. There's drones rolling around in cons. We have Ashen and Master. J9O's working his way in here. Hot and Cold's down low. SSG, a lot of consideration and a very quick response to what Bleed's strategy is, and it's almost gotten him a kill, but Reaps, he's so damn good in moments like this, but no way. Forrest is all the way downstairs, and once again, we'll say it, redundancy. A beautiful moment there for him. He knows that they more than likely want to escape after they've droned things out. He'll be able to find Reaps as he drops down the bar hatch.
I love that play from Bleed. You have the barricades to give Reaps the sound effect if somebody peeks from pool. Somebody does, he gets the kill. But as you said, SSG simply outplaying Bleed at this point. It seems like they know what Bleed are going to do before they're going to do it at times. They've got those counters. They have that forethought. And it's now got them this 4v4, but it's happened multiple times at this point. SSG are an even man count. They don't have all the control they need, some but not all of it, and somehow they find ways out of these rounds by communicating and coordinating. They have the Candelas as well that Ashen can throw in, all 4 in his pocket to make a flood in through some of these windows and walls a lot better. But without this plat wall presence, Sam, it's still going to be difficult, but Fultz with a clean rotation. Still even man count though. Fultz going huge on the plat wall mirror window. That Bleed opened up in the first place. Now we get the flood. SSG back into it. Turd in a 1vx again. The 30 to 20 second execute is where SSG are the strongest when they have to abide by instinct, make the plays on thought and feel alone, guaranteeing themselves at minimum a 4-2 winning half.
What a team right now, man. Every single step of the way, they are making the right decision, Carter. Even when things are getting antsy, when the anxiety starts to shoot through the roof, you're sub-minute, you still have this execution go off. Everybody is chomping at the bit to try and rush into the site. But you even see Ashen, one of the most energetic people on this roster, put that Candela away for a second, let Fultz work his way over to the plat wall, and Fultz makes the most out of the situation. A 2K from him in that position. A huge moment here that opened the floodgates for Space Station to work their way in, especially with that kill onto Hoven. Hoven really needed to calm down there because that garage position matters so much to this push. It's usually the first thing that's considered when you see CCTV.
The way to describe this attacking half now for SSG, if there are constraints in the round, if there are problems, they're not necessarily solving anything or getting everything they want, but they have been so good throughout this tournament, but in this game as a current example, of reading the situation and maximizing everything they can get out of what's presented to them. All right, we couldn't open the plat wall. That's fine. We're not going to stall out and try to open it. We'll move to something else and instead use the mirror window in the late round to basically, as you guys flood in and start creating chaos, Fultz, can get kills on players rotating because they probably, like they've noticed, plat wall being closed, they'll get a bit comfortable. They might get a bit antsy, and I should be able to get kills. And now Fultz 9-1 throughout this half so far. Having a solid tournament. Sure, J9O might be at the top, but Fultz is still one of those players that can pop off and is really thriving in this lurk, more passive position, while players like maybe J9O or, I was gonna say Hot and Cold, but well, with the kill Hot and Cold got all the way outside Metal Balcony earlier. A little bit different. Hot and Cold still just chilling outside of that jacuzzi wall. I can't believe I tried to give credit to Hot and Cold for getting aggressive when Hot and Cold loves these long angles, man, outside of the jacuzzi wall, outside of the plat wall. Constantly just holding these particular angles.
Hot and Cold working his way in here. Ashen as well. Some discovery work to be had inside the logistics, but it's going to be a trade here. It's a double kill for him as Turtle go down. Very nice find here. So continue to work ahead. Bleed doing their best to try and stem the bleeding. Looks so far so damn good, Turd. A quad kill from him. J9O would be the ace if he can find it, but I'd be fed to the wolves down here. A nice little find now. Just remind you guys, J9O has been no slouch this entire event, so there's a moment of opportunity here for him to continue adding to his tail as a professional player. Hey, son, remember the one time that I 1v3'd against Bleed? No? Well, here's the clip. J9O working his way across this top floor. Turt's actually going to keep himself inside of logistics here, working his way around. J9O, it's time for the duel of fates, one could say. Turt's going to run his way through, trying to work his way away from Bees.
Yes,
there we go. I believe that they have been able to secure this case now. J9O more than aware of this. There's 3 drones active right now and 1 in his pocket with 50 seconds remaining. There is a world where he's able to work a little bit more info into this. But if you guys saw that yellow ping earlier, there is a drone around inside of Church. And this is the thing about Space Station. So very scary when it comes to this info matrix. He notices the EDDs as well. J9O, what are you not capable of?
Well, maybe walking through fire. Vulcan pack blowing up, EDDs in his way. He had 1 minute and 20 seconds to make this 1v3 work, but now down to the final 20. Hoven is looking to try and get himself to a position J9O can't account for. Still 3 of those canisters in J9O's pocket. But J9 has to start baiting out this plant. He's got the intel that nobody's there, but make a decision. You got to start baiting this out. Hoven on a potentially long rotation. He doesn't have time to go for the kill. It's going to be the split second, but no! At the last second as J9O gets the bomb down. Bleed playing the time so well that round, and even with some good intel going SSG's way, it is still the patience that gives Bleed their worthy reward.
Oh, and that was a scary one. Hoven milliseconds away from having to take a gunfight there with J9O.
Such a solid 1vx from, of course, Bleed to get that half, but man, Sam, such a close one. I do believe we might have somebody coming up. We got a little Frenchman to talk. Alfama, my boy Leo. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, right, we're looking at a masterclass from SSG on Clubhouse. They had a clear game plan coming into it. They have a very versatile lineup so far. They bring Hard Breach, Buck with flashes, and then a power position removal operator, Verif and Grim, or sometimes Blitz. Now, look at the way Bleed is playing the defense. The only traps that they're throwing at the opponent right now are utility-based. It's Azami, it's making the side stronger, it's Castle, it's Goyo. It's only utility-based. And every time they try to be more aggressive, they got punished, right? Look at the last round, they actually were the closest one to winning it, and they won it thanks to Turret getting a 4 kill. But other than that, utility wasn't good enough. I mean, the SSG just went away around it and found a great way to adapt. So what I want to see from Bleed right now that they switch to attack, is be more disruptive, be faster paced, go for cheesy plays. You have nothing to lose now. That's what they need to bring to the table, something that's new, that's fresh, that's not expected.
Well, Leo, quick thoughts, you think it'll work?
Honestly, so far, I think SSG's are super well prepped, and I think they will win this.
All right, well, thank you very much, Alfama. We'll see if your prediction is right on the desk after this, because as we are getting into the round, we have some of those cheesy operators he mentioned, the Ying, the Grim, and the Osa, starting to make a bit of a re-entrance into the meta. Of course, we've seen her on some isolated sites. For example, if you're attacking Armory Archives, moving in from the east side to get a plant down inside of Archives, for example. But we've seen her on Oregon, now we're seeing her on Club, or seeing Forrest go for a big 2K, but there's a cutoff inside of Kitchen. No, he is not getting away with that one, but he's cut down the Grim. Well played indeed.
Don't tell him that. Stop it.
I mean, listen, I don't know if Turd is being truthful or not, or serious or not, but
maybe.
Maybe, but taking down that Grim, if cheesy operators are the name of the game, that's one of them gone.
Yeah, most definitely. You just never want to give Forrest any props when he pulls a Fofos on. That's the thing. Whenever he starts doing this craziness, I'm like, come on, man, what are you doing? But he's never going to stop anyways. It doesn't matter. He's been doing this for 5 years. I mean, I don't even know how long I've played/casted this guy. It's absolutely insane. So, and I don't think he's ever been one to do things with grace when it comes to Siege. He's always loud in your face and makes the most out of situations that a lot of other people just simply wouldn't even be capable of. So very well done there from Forrest. This will take down Turd. 4-2 in favor of SSG as they start off this defensive half. It's going to be a basement defense for them. A couple of things implemented here that I really like. First things first, well, my discs out of J9O, but on top of that, hot and cold with the Fearnox gas. It's going to matter a lot for Bleed on this entry. Yeah, you can ying things out and try and get these players to move, but if you end up stepping into one of these traps, you're not going to be able to see either.
You have to hope this push works out. If they're able to dodge that F now, we see the Ink sprint on through, but Mentalist goes down. That's the guy with the diffuser. Finished off now, 3v2 established in no small part by Ashen with that huge double on one of the Arsenal boxes, but now Aspie pushes on in. Knows somebody's on that box, but he's completely unread. Reaps now goes for the drop. The sound cue gives away his position. SSG swarming around the remaining buck on such low HP. Diffuser control in hand. The cheese ops do not work. SSG, as Alfama said, very well crafted this first defense. Up 5-2 on Bleed's pick.
Man, that Fear Nox gas is so annoying, isn't it? You're like, oh, we've done everything. I'm going to be able to enter the site and take these gunfights, and I can't see. I cannot see the target that I am trying to shoot at. And, well, Ashen especially make the most out of these sprinting situations that we saw out of Bleed as they were trying to get on the gas, but took a wrong turn and crashed into a tree here. I'm going to call a timeout now to try and figure out this situation, as I don't think the strategy was exactly bad, Carter. I think that they were able to build things up pretty well. They knew what they wanted to go for, and the execute was at least built upon the back of that precedent. But when you have Ashen on just a normal situation like this from Dummies Box, able to melt 3 people with the Vector, you're never going to find success in that regard.
No, and SSG have that individual strength to match the strategic abilities they're able to bring, because just as we saw Bleed really make good use of those Kiba barricades in their Church Arsenal defenses, even if the first attempt wasn't successful, we see SSG bring the same thing alongside F-Not Mines to stop somebody walking or dropping down Blue Hatch. You have players watching the blue hallway behind those mirror windows to make sure that nobody can again gain ground and push in, whereas SSG were able to find some of those gaps a little bit more, whereas Bleed were not necessarily looser, but felt that they required more focus to really shut SSG out of some of those rounds. SSG, it felt like everyone was on the same page. They had the utility to make it work, and still Bleed were able to find some momentum. Don't get me wrong, there were some good moments, but that strategy combined with everyone on SSG playing their role led for a really brilliant round 7.
Hell yeah, it did. Now Space Station 2 rounds away from taking their pick here on Dubhouse. The roster has changed a whole heck of a lot from what it once was, especially with Lycan at the helm. But still, whenever you see that logo and you see Clubhouse, there's just something it does to you, doesn't it? Space Station trying to bring this one back to bear. It's like old times. Up 3 rounds right now, and so far so good. It's going to be an offense leading into master bedroom here for Bleed, and I especially like the setup here that they've brought. Good amount of hard breach, but those Rotero drones, Carter. That's what matters the most to me here. I really like to see Flores on sites like this because you can get so much done with him. You can do things as simple as blowing open a wall and making a rotation for yourself, or you can get rid of those castle barricades, things along those lines. It's just a really good shout in moments like this.
In the wake of the frag grenade change, he becomes a must pick in some certain situations against specific strategies. So good pick by Mentalist, as you just mentioned. And with how much both of these teams have been running Azami, we'll have a lot of options alongside the castle barricades for what Mentalist wants to use those Rotero drones for. Very early retreat by SSG, actually, outside of CCTV and Cash. They have pulled back very early on. We saw Bleed, I think, still holding this position very aggressively, even with a minute left, whereas SSG can still contest it. Fultz inside of construction, for example, but there's no actual physical presence there. And even then, look at how far back Fultz is playing, really relying on a long angle, not into Cash, but just holding construction. That is a little bit risky, I will say, especially now that the Selma's opened. With that impact, I believe, missing. Bleed now have a powerful angle to look for this setup. Oh, man.
That was definitely not supposed to happen. You can even see Mentalist. He was a little bit of a distance away from that hatch. It just so happened that that was a hell of a toss there out of J90. A perfect arc lands at the feet of Mentalist and will blow him sky high. Cadella's now for Bleed as they have to try and work their way into the site down a man. Not only that, but they have to deal with some pretty considerable utility, especially with these mirror windows implemented. Reap's trying to work his way in. Ashen's going to go down to Hub, and still an opportunity here, especially after Aspie gets one. They know where J90 is, and Bleed. Finally, these guns come to life. Oh my, Forrest. Almost able to get it done, but Turd knows what he must do in the moment, and he'll swing back through to assist his teammates on the angle.
Hubbard able to find that first pick on Ashen is great because of, well, the follow-up that was heavily telegraphed by Bleed. They knew Hot and Cold was sitting behind the weight rack. So if they were able to pair that with a second kill, and then, of course, get the secure the one that they had intel on, that's a 4v3 right there. After Mentalist falling to that C4 as he goes on there.
With this flash, man, you can't do that. Oh, no. It's always the little things with Siege, man. You think something as simple as, I'm a good distance away from this. I'm going to toss a flash down there before I get my drone out. If it's a good enough player across from you, they're like, oh, this guy is sitting exactly here, and I'm going to blow him up with a nitro cell. But at the end of the day, didn't really matter for Bleed, as the guns were very hot from construction.
Yeah, very hot from construction, and again, able to get that 4v3, collapse into the bomb site, and then find those remaining kills. Again, similar to those SSG attacking rounds, really right at the door, struggling to find an entry point, but I have to imagine, finding Hot and Cold on that weight rack is really the key to opening up that execute for Bleed, taking the advantage, and then moving on forward. And moving forward in the site rotation, CCTV and Cash for SSG. Before, there was a mirror window on the plat wall that Bleed tried to shut out SSG from finding a way into CCTV. No mirror present for SSG here, despite it being present on, I believe, both bomb sites previously. Still being a very powerful operator on Clubhouse overall, it'll instead be a more, in all likelihood, traditional method of hard breach denial, but I also think Forest is probably not putting any bandit batteries on this wall because, well, they're probably betting on Bleed bringing a Maverick, as most teams feel obligated to do since the introduction of Tuber out.
Absolutely. And a good call as well, because, I mean, well, look at the wall. What's happening right now? Mentalist, I mean, torching things up here. Drone in sight as well. Might be discovering something. Hubba with an early use on this Candela. Don't know if he's just trying to get action out of Space Station, seeing if he can potentially get somebody to try and swing through. At least with that pre-fire, that's what makes the most sense. Oh no. Mentalist. What have we done? Reaps goes down. I don't think he's even going to try and fix the wall. Can we get a look at this wall real quick after this little engagement here? That'd be great. Forrest is going to be able to at least take out one, but is there a couple pixels on this that have locked this up and now he's just going to have to abandon ship? I think that's exactly what's happened here. The left-hand side looks torched well, but I think there's a... Yeah, I think it's on the bottom. Yep, it's on the bottom right there. That little pixel is what is holding up the entire wall right now, and he can't go fix it, Carter, because the man is in the window. That little bit, just that tiny little bit. And that's on map tricking correctly, folks, and that's a round based off that precedent. Space Station annihilate them over on the master side, all because they can't even work that angle on plat.
You talk about small things. I mean, we saw in the G2 phase game yesterday, goo mines stop freezer pushes. We've seen small little engagements or missed shots define rounds. But it doesn't get more siege than that when literally a pixel of a reinforced wall stops the Maverick trick. They can't go back because they're exposing themselves to angles. That's the risk with Maverick. Holes go both ways. You might very well die if you go back to it. And of course, with the pressure SSG also had on this other side, because the strategy was, all right, they're probably going to get plat wall open because of this Maverick. We'll hold construction, we'll hold bedroom, just in case they decide to go on the backside. And then, of course, if they open up plat wall and rush, we have the redundancy, the positions to fall back to the bomb site. But because Bleed couldn't open that wall, they had to run into all of SSG's setup.
Yep.
All of what SSG had previously. Just a complete series of unfortunate events that ended up forcing Bleed's hand and basically giving SSG match point by the smallest of mistakes.
You gotta love it. You have got to love it. You and I always talk about the fact that, Carter, this game is legitimately bullet chest, even in the verbiage, right? And that's it, once again, right there. It is always the little things. Yeah, you can obviously fundamentally be playing the game incorrectly, but when you have good teams like this, Reaps with a hell of a shot up against J90. Took him a second, but still able to find the heady. But either way, always comes down to those little things, doesn't it? That time around, it just so happens to be the torch job there from Mentalist as he torches the round for Bleed.
Great opening pick to cut down J90 on the fallback. As most of these SSG players are on the site, with the exception of, I believe, somebody inside of dirt. Yes, I see Fultz right at the top. Yes, indeed. Just a little angle, little cheeky angle all the way up onto, is that the jacuzzi balcony? Well, either way, still an angle onto the outside. There's 3 players actually on the site right now, and with no control being contested on that top floor, Bleed should be able to make their way down to the middle floor and start opening up these hatches in good time. No Kane on the board, so will have to be the impact trick from Hot and Cold and Ashen. Aspie. Remember when I said Fultz was peeking outside? Well, Aspie found it.
Space Station's ability to just go for things and be like, all right, well, if it doesn't work out, I'm sure we can still solve it. I love it, man. They're always looking for the next step in their strategy. They're not just going to play patiently and just do the fundamentals. They're always looking to add something into this chemical makeup that can be the game-changing moment for them. Once again, here it is. Active play, Nitro Sellout. It'll take down Reeps. They'll stop the hatch play. Minute and 20 seconds remaining. This timer's going to start eating at Bleed. Reeps might be confirmable, but doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do too much here. Forrest not aware of that going on upstairs. He will get picked back up. But now this angle work is going to be even more scary given the circumstances of his health.
It'll be a difficult spot to keep going for those skeleton keys, but I also think with this hatch open, they might feel a little safer. Good utility clear from Bleed to clear out the shield, directly contesting Blue. Of course, there are still the mirror windows, which is the big problem for Bleed at the moment when they go for that flood downstairs, just as it was when SSG were on the attacking side. Finding a way to deal with those. I like this rotation. Before, Mentalist was going down Blue. This time, he goes for the much more standard kitchen drop. There is still Forrest who could go for the swing, but Mentalist has already worked his way all the way into the bomb site. We need to see counterplay from SSG at this point. Can Ashen find an angle to land this impact grenade? The coverage from Reeps is simply too good. Mentalist follows up on the fall off with another kill. Bleed now have the advantage at 2K. He even pops the shield to give himself cover. Look at that quick heads up play. The brain on Mentalist. It's in the name, for God's sake. Quick little 3K to keep Bleed in the game.
That was brilliant right there. So smart. I'm sure a couple people were like, oh, he punched it, he can't see. But that's the point, guys. He doesn't want them to see him. They have no idea when he's peeking now. And that was so well done there from Mentalist. Can play that situation, especially as that man count starts to dwindle for SSG. He can just play it off of audio, play it off of his teammates' communication. Because they more than likely have a few things around the site to be able to assist with that. Still had 4 drones active, so very well done from him, especially given the circumstances of what has been happening to Mentalist throughout this series so far, right? And man, that's some good aim, bro. Some good aim. You saw Jinxie get announced, right?
I did, yes I did.
My boy, we're in Champion now, baby. Hell yeah.
We're very much not in Copper.
Yeah, so we're in Champion.
We are not in Copper. That was a very big brain play with the Osa, and 1 kill before this round, now 4 and 8. I'm sure maybe you're saying, oh, 4 and 8, not as impressive KD, but listen. When you got Aspie having a good game, you got Turd, you got Hoven, you got these 4 great players on the roster. Somebody's got to do it, and Mentalist is still showing up in games like against W7M where, what was the game? What was the map? Oh, Oregon, where Mentalist had a life game to get that map 7-5. Also on this map, getting a huge 4K, moving through the jacuzzi wall against, I believe, VP. This guy can do it. He can do it all, and he's been around long enough to basically have us all be like, yeah, you know, classic Mentalist play right there.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, he's practically our Siege dad.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, this guy was on one of the best versions of the Fnatic roster all the way back in the day, and he's just constantly been working on his craft, and it's worked out extremely well for him. Definitely one of my favorite players, especially from the olden days of Siege, so nice to see him still, you know, fighting and finding success. So, going to continue things on here for Bleed as they are still 2 rounds under SSG, trying to force this overtime here on Clubhouse. We'll breach things here on the far CCTV wall, but do remember, this is a basement defense.
And SSG have completely changed the name of the game. Before it was a very passive hold. Now they are contesting the entire map. They have Ashen on the Solus to decimate Bleed's intel game. Ideally, it's actually a minute in. No drone has been found. Instead, they found Ying on drone outside a garage. Great find by Ashen, roaming around on this side of the map. Reeps was also lurking around the kitchen area, but has now fallen back. This is still a great adjustment from SSG. They have been giving a lot of round to Bleed. That lets them get their very execute-focused strategy of getting that Osa in the site to go for a plant, of letting Bleed get that to work. Now they have to fight a whole lot more for this control, and look at how much time it's wasting. Before half the round in, we saw Bleed on the ground floor. Now they're still fighting faults upstairs, but they found J9O as well. It's cost a lot of time, but Bleed have got the kills to potentially make up for it.
Such a solid cutoff angle. One that you're always going to want to try and favor when you go for that top clear. If you know people are upstairs and these hatches are sealed, or maybe you have somebody implemented inside a bar where they can't drop back, Carter, you can always work that window over here on main into the fold, and they're not going to be able to escape fate. It's a perfect scenario here, and SSG not aware that that player was playing outside. Very well done from Bleed to be able to discover this.
And such solid coordination. Now we need to see the conversion from Bleed of that advantage into a good execute. We don't have the OSA this time just to plant the Talon Shield and then back up. But by the same token, we also don't have any C4s from SSG. All we have are those impact grenades. So somebody's either got to swing on the planter, where Bleed have the advantage, and if their coordination is good enough, should be able to trade that out, or B, those impact grenades have to land perfectly. Forced going for a rotation to strike at Bleed when they're potentially the weakest, right as they're setting up for the execute, right as they're moving onto the site. But that moment might be coming, and I was about to say, Forrest has to rotate back because they've lost Ashen. His gun is needed on the site, and Turd can cut him off. It is only Hot and Cold actually on the site. Forrest can't even get across. The coverage should work. One drops down. Hotten's not even able to down the planter. Excellent round 11 from Bleed. We see adaptation from both teams, but it's Bleed's coordination. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, Bleed's answer to the roam of SSG was absolutely magical right there, Carter. A good amount of pressure, also the understanding of where the fallbacks were going to be, and able to eliminate those players on rotation. This is going to proc a timeout here from SSG as they want to be able to get things done here inside of regulation. And immediately when SSG called their timeout, just like when Bleed called their timeout, it's going to be some conversation points here in the chat as Bleed's like, oh, you guys panicking? What's going on?
I think definitely that's been one of the most successful points of Bleed, has been the fact that not only do they bring a decent level of strategic prowess to the game, but the coordination that Mentalist gives in organizing these four young gunners to not only, of course, be in positions to get kills themselves, but find kills that are really beneficial for the entire team.
I actually got a question for a gentleman in the room right now. You guys don't know this, but hey Zen, do you think that Bleed bring this back and force overtime? Our Aussie boy is saying yes, folks. I think it's a little biased, but that's okay. We enjoy bias casting here, especially when you're not casting this game. You're allowed to be biased. You're allowed to favor your teams. I'm totally not wearing SSG merch right now. That would never be a thing. But Bleed, one round away from forcing overtime here. I think it's a very well-constructed timeout from Space Station. You're at max regulation right now. Your defense on Clubhouse. They're going to go back to the basement, and they're going to try and find an answer here for what strategy they had last time. And honestly, at least at first glance, from looking at this list here, Carter, it looks like we're not going to be going for this roam. We are going to be able to get these hatches, but a lot of this speaks to me in site setup, especially with these ADSs coming in here from Jaeger. We haven't been seeing a lot of play from him at this event, but he will be here inside of our last potential round.
5 seconds to go.
And Bleed realize it and immediately adjust. Mentalist back on the OSA. So I imagine SSG are going to this strategy anticipating Bleed might run that OSA strat back and have specific counters for it. I did like what Ashen tried to do there, but again, the coverage was very, very good from Bleed. He tried to use Akiba to block off the angle, watching Church from the main hallway, and then sprint across and get a timing and stop Mentalist from getting the diffuser down. Of course, he was stopped because, again, Bleed were covering the plant very well, but there was some ideas for small plays they could do in-round to make this work. So I want to see how SSG actually end up dealing with either the blue drop or the kitchen drop, because Bleed got into the map so quickly last time, opened up those hatches by a minute 30, started setting up for the execute, and we don't even have the F-Knots this time. That was one of the reasons that at least the blue drop iteration of Bleed's strategy failed. So I want to see, once we get to that execute stage, what SSG start to do, because at the moment, it's still a little unclear.
Most definitely. I think what they've done here is that they've gone with the full understanding of what happened with Bleed's strategy the last time. Obviously not the clear, that's not what they were considering. What they're considering is how they got the bomb planted, and that was Mentalist with those OSA shields. So if you look at the lineup right now, what does it speak to you? There should be some volumes here. It's gonna be those 2 nitro cells and those 2 impacts. This is going to be some preventative maintenance from them. You can see Ashen's gonna play in behind AK. We probably have some nitro cells that are over towards Church, over towards that double door to make their life a little bit easier to try and slow this down. J9 J9O also, I absolutely love this. They're going to have him playing dummies box over here for blue because that's where Bleed poured in a lot of their utility previously. They really like to throw smokes, flashes, anything in between except the kitchen sink at that position. Perfect spot for Warden to be playing.
The soft destruction again from Reaps, the C4s, the impact grenades, they're there for SSG, but will they land? Some of those utility, they've been in smaller quantities previously, but it hasn't worked out very well. But now, just by increasing the numbers, do they feel it is enough? Mentalist is going for that kitchen drop again. It's the one that worked, so they will attempt it for a second time. Candela's being thrown inside of blue. You can see Mentalist preparing. Still intel being found. Turd going with the lurk up main hall. Hasn't found anybody yet, but this might completely stop SSG. But he's spotted by Ashen playing that AK position. So the game isn't completely up for Bleed, but now in the man disadvantage, they can start brute forcing this post plant, brute forcing Mentalist position alongside those C4s, those impacts. But we need to see them land. Bleed's coverage is still good. They're watching from the kitchen hatch, but down goes Mentalist. No impact needed. A 3K from AK. None of that secondary utility is necessary when the young gunner, primary and secondary 4K, to take Bleed's map pick in maxed regulation.
Amazing adaptation there from Space Station. As you can see, they knew exactly what strategy Bleed were going to be going for. So very well done from them. Space Station will be able to take them out.
Just a small position, small adjustment, Sam. I'm in church. I'll go to AK instead. And what do you know? We end up having the round end because of it. So that is Bleed's pick now going the way of SSG. We'll have a break and then the desk right after this.
SSG's pick, Clubhouse, is theirs. They take a huge step forwards against Bleed in this best of 3 here in playoffs in Sao Paulo, Brazil. It is the Rainbow Six Invitational with me, Ian Chambers, Fastan, and Alfama joining us on the analyst desk. It's we was expecting it to be super loud in here, but the volume's not too high at the moment, Leo. Is it high pressure? Is that what we're feeling?
This is really how it feels. I think, it's an elimination game, so I think the air is a little bit heavier. But like, you're used to seeing Blitz smile and having fun and joking around, and it's not at all the same atmosphere as we had this morning versus last, right? It's much more serious, I think.
Yeah, especially when we were just walking past them. We were walking past them when we got back to the desk here, and they were having this little hurdle. They looked a lot more serious than what we've seen from them earlier today.
Well, nobody wants to go out, that's for sure. Let's talk about Bleed on the defense. Did you think they had maybe an obvious game plan here, Alfama?
Yeah, that's one thing I tried to point out during my jump in here, during the first map, is it was clear that they wanted to bring utility to force the passive SSG to waste time and in the end deny the execute. They played Azami 5 out of 6 defense rounds, brought Solis, brought Goyo, brought Castle for a long amount of time because SSG wasn't bringing Suffrage. So they tried to abuse utility. The thing is, you're playing against one of the best team in terms of chemistry. So clearing utility isn't a problem. That's the best way to fix it. And the thing is, utility is just gonna buy you time, but not the round.
I feel like that was a big difference in comparison to the game that Bleed played earlier today, where they could capitalize off the little mistakes that Los were making. They could find these gaps and play off of them well. But SSG weren't really allowing Bleed to play off of the gaps. SSG weren't really leaving them gaps. They're playing very disciplined together, making sure that they have all these angles covered, whereas Bleed were sometimes pushing, even though they didn't keep control of an angle that was behind them, for example.
Yeah, and Alfama, in regards to SSG in defense, they play so differently to Bleed, right?
I think they had a clear game plan again. Like, they wanted completely different to Bleed. They wanted to spread out completely. They wanted to contest entry. They wanted to be in their face, gain the upper end, gain the man advantage, and then fall back to side. Problem is, when they started doing this gave, because they were spread out, more opportunities to Bleed to actually punish them. And if you see how they handled the last defense to close out the map, they turtled back on side with Azami to make sure they would win this.
Bleed an attack full of opportunity seeking, and a lot of the time, man, it works, doesn't it?
Yeah, but we've seen it before in similar playstyles, and they did this against Virtus Pro. Sometimes they were just on the side in a 5v4 trying to get the plant down. I feel like we saw similar things here, right? They have these explosive takes, but the big issue sometimes was that they didn't have all these angles covered when they would go for hedge drops or pushes through a single doorway, like for example at bodies in Armory. They would push through, they'd kill the person behind the mirror, but then there would be another player from SSG right thereafter to refrag, and they didn't have all these angles covered.
You got a clip, haven't you, Leo, that describes this well?
Yeah, it's one thing, I praised Mentalist earlier today on how he can find adaptation, find great ways to come up with a great execute. So look at this round, he's trying to attack on Armory and finding out the best way to execute on this. It's 5v4, they have the upper hand. Instead of planning default spot, he goes back all the way and look, he uses the reinforcement that was a clear anti-spread from SSG on the usual rush wall that they used to buck, and now he's safer to plant. And he will actually use that plant spot to then get a triple kill from the shield. 1 kill, second kill there behind the bomb chassis, and then a third one in the hallway. Overall, like, great opportunity seeking. He sees that the reinforcement is there, it will give him a safer plant spot, and he goes for it without hesitation. That's Pat right there. That's Mentalist finding the right opportunity and the right way to execute the plan.
When it comes to big performances, we're seeing them, and this is what you want in a lower bracket situation. In regards to SSG, I mean, J90, popping off as always. We keep hyping him up and he's delivering.
Yeah, but I feel like he's had a really consistent tournament so far. He's been sneaking himself into the top 5 of the leaderboards of like the kills, of the entry as well, of clutches. He's been a really, really consistent player for this team. Full had a great start of the game too, slowed down a little bit, and I feel like another very consistent factor has to be Ashton, despite being such a young player at this SI.
And I just feel like Space Station have grown so many talented players, young prospects, into top-tier professional players. Look at Fultz when he came in this team. He developed then in SSG and is now one of the most achieved player in the game. I think that's what they're doing right now with Ashen. And I think J90 is in between both, right? He's perfectly at his peak form after being trained by this team. So overall, like, such a great formation team, such a good chemistry together. I think that's why they're performing so high, and that's why they have more expectation coming to this SI than Bleed.
For sure. I mean, Chalet is next in this best of 3, which is an interesting pick for Bleed because, Leo, you think this might have been a little bit of a trap?
Yeah, I feel like it's a trap indeed. So you look at Bleed. Bleed is really strong on Chalet, and they displayed that on the last game already, right? The thing is, Space Station haven't showed Chalet in months, right? Nobody knows if they actually play it. Well, the thing is, they left it open against D+. That's what you mentioned. So the thing is, they were ready to play Chalet. They were just waiting for someone to pick it against them. So they might be really good on that map, nobody knows.
It's a really low preference map for them ever since September. They've been banning it out quite a lot. It's the second most banned map. But yeah, as you mentioned, it was supposed to be the decider against D+. It didn't actually go that way. It's just, I feel like for Bleed, this probably is a comfort pick. Like you mentioned, they beat Low, they beat M80 on it. Hey, look, another NA team. They are very comfortable on this map. They've won it 7 out of 8 times, I think, the last times they played it. And yeah, it's just curious what SSG are cooking up on it though, because you know, they haven't played it since September, but they were willing to let it come out against D+, so maybe they have something cooking on it.
Well, Bleed have been defying expectation all tournament long so far. Can they do it again and push this to a 3-map series, or are SSG about to soar forwards in this lower bracket? We'll find out soon with Links and Stucks.
I can tell you this, Bleed have certainly surprised in Atlanta, and less so, I would say, here, only because our expectations grew as a result of what they could accomplish here. And while they're still certainly impressed, on a map SSG clearly have been prepping and hiding and have no footage on in the past months, Mentalist will need to have his work cut out for him here, because if you're reacting on the fly to stuff you might not have ever seen, that leading, that coordination needs to be perfect more than it ever has been.
Most definitely. Gonna be walking into this one a little blind, trying to figure things out in the moment. But then also begs the question, can you just play your game? Can you just go about this map like it's another day in the office? Don't overthink things. And I actually think, folks, we are gonna just a little extra second here. I know we're on the map fly through, but I just saw SSG leave the lobby, so probably more than likely just going to be a split second here before we get them back in. But I mean, after Clubhouse and what they were able to produce on that, which was max regulation in between these two squads, Chalet for SSG, I mean, especially given the circumstances of them being able to practically hide this for some time now, it once again does beg the question, what is Bleed capable of in a moment like this?
And as the desk said, this is a very good map for them, a map they are very comfortable on. And on a map where it's a little bit smaller, you can play positions a lot easier. Prod 4 or 5 different points, and if you are able to take down one, then find a gap that you can flood in, take control of, and push forward through the round. It makes complete sense why Bleed love this map and why Bleed want to still leave it open against a team like SSG. But if they've left it open against D+, if they've left it open another series, banned it for months before this tournament, and just coincidentally decided to bring it out here, you have to imagine it's not a coincidence. It's not an accident that SSG have decided to pick this map, despite it being strong for Bleed. It is something that they are more than prepped and more than ready to face this team on.
Lots of conversation in between these two. Always very tentative to the chat whenever SSG is in the lobby. You know, it's all fun and games, but also the other thing on top of this, folks, is there is such a thing as mental warfare when it comes to these kind of things, especially in certain moments, getting under people's skin, and some of those things. Even something as simple as shooting a body. If it's the right person, oh, dude, they're tilted off the face of the planet. So, that being said, let's see what we're not going to have to deal with here on Chalet. It's going to be Capital and Dokkaebi for the offense. Really, really like both of those, especially with the Capital. You and I have touched on that on him quite a few times at this event so far, just due to the fact that the nades have been changed. So Capital's play has been going through the roof a little bit. Dokkaebi, obviously the most banned operator currently at the event. She's just so darn good across the board. The logic bombs, her secondary utility access, and that EBR as well as the SMG-12 on top of that. A lot of people finding some pretty solid success with that gun in recent months. So definitely have to be happy about that. But Fender are going to be the last thing banned out here for SSGs. They will be affecting their defense just a tad bit, but obviously not needing it for what they are going to be going for. And overall, a pretty big nuisance op for the offense. So Bleed more than likely happy that that's gone.
And they're not going to complain whatsoever starting out on the attack, that they don't have to walk into those F-knots Also like the Capital ban by SSG. I think as this tournament has shown so far, in the absence of the powerful frag grenades, some operators have really risen in importance. Ying was already really, really strong. One of the most banned attackers throughout the entire year, but alongside her, Grim and Capital as alternative options to clear out power positions have become so important now that you can't just bring a sledge with nades to do that same job. Also seen Brava and Twitch, not necessarily increase in pick rate for Twitch, but definitely gain renewed importance for a similar reason. You try to hunt down those gadgets that before you could maybe blow up if they were in an off spot, but now, not necessarily the case. Start out, do have the, I suppose, final of the selection, Flores. Very common pick on Chalet to deal with the library shield or the Kiba barricades that I imagine we'll see SSG bring pretty consistently throughout this defense. But Turd, looking for an opening, will give away his position, but just firing a couple shots. He'll back off instead. We'll see where Bleed decide to stake their claim in the early round. There you go.
Drone works as well as Aspie over here on Master. So that drone working its way across office as well as Piano, just trying to clear out this longer extension. But oh, Ashen, there's absolutely no way, right? I mean, yeah, we're talking about professional grade teams here. There's no way nobody droned Bathroom. I'm firmly convinced. Ashen's worked his way out of Solarium. Mentalist is holding the bottom of the stairwell. Another drone out here, and now we found him. Aspie working his way up. Ashen, what is your response here? That's the real question. He's still just standing right there. Oh my God. Aspie gets absolutely body bagged. That was disgusting. What more do you want, Aspie? He's not even looking at you. Holy crap.
And look at this, Ashen with the shotgun. Is he looking for more? The bullet's going through the wall. Bravo on the opposite side. Ashen doesn't care, he plays patient, but Hoven's able to react. A risky gambit, but 1 minute and 50 seconds wasted. 1 minute 50 since the round has started, and Ashen was good to take down the Grim, one of the more important operators we've talked about recently. Able to gain some renewed importance since his introduction onto certain bomb sites, and now it seems almost every map at times. It's the Ying who's got to do a lot of the heavy lifting onto these positions that haven't been cleared. J9O still in mezzanine. Fultz is still in library with a Capital. This spot is normally cleared in 40 seconds. Now we've only got 40 of them left. Hoven just sends it into the bomb site. Mentalist finds an opening onto J9O, but the trades are solid for SSG. Hoven's still good for another. Inside of the site, he's facing two different players. Fultz dropping down for his third.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Reaps recovers that diffuser, but Forrest and Fultz can play the crossfire now. One inside of stock and one on the opposite, the bottom of library stairs. Might be a bit difficult. Reaps could have a 1v1 onto Fultz or Forrest, depending on the angles or what angles SSG are not holding. But he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind, he domes Fultz through the smoke. But surely Forrest is good on time, right? He's got to push forward. Reaps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Forrest printing up, he doesn't know! The 1v2! They don't build him like Reaps, the 3600 DPI Demon. One through the smoke and the other on time. Round one goes to Bleed.
Unlucky there from Space Station. A round that was completely teed up by Ashen and almost completely solved by Fultz on the top floor as Bleed tries to address library. Is quickly swept under the rug by Reaps 96 and will go down as a successful round for the Apex squad. Extremely well done from him. We got to see this again. This shot here had to be disgusting. Yep, indeed. Ashen, what an adjustment there. And Fultz able to lay down quite a few bodies of his own with that MPX. But Reaps, man, in that moment, the info game from Space Station just not available. And this shot here, obviously mattering the most, is just a single shot in through that space. Fultz was doing his best to try and find him through the smoke, but they knew that he was the Warden, so he just keeps popping shots over there. He knows more than likely eventually that player will step up. He finds that kill. So very well done from him, and a very deserved round for Reaps.
Incredibly well deserved. Insane mechanical skill on display. But a good setup for SSG. We can see part of the reason why they banned that Capitao. If Volts or somebody on SSG is going to be playing that far position in Library, tucked into that corner right in front of the hatch, Capitao's the main counter that. Put the Firebolts on there, and unless you're Doc, you literally cannot survive there with 2 Firebolts placed at the proper intervals. So now SG can abuse that position a little more, basically make Library a bunker for them to hold with the absence of nades and the Firebolts. And SSG also want to get aggressive. We saw Ashen on that roam before, now hot and cold on the office balcony doorway. One player outside on the rappel. He'll back up for the moment, but another opening pick for SSG. Forest this time, a second run out. Hot and cold not committing, Forest committing, but again traded. Just like round 1, 4v4 now. But before it was the Grim, now it's Reaps 96 punished for his good deeds.
Man, the Ying gone. A huge moment there for Forest. His castle barricades are already up. Might as well take a risk and see if you can get something. And once again, he goes fishing. Lands quite the catch. Hot and cold, gonna try and maintain things on the office position. Hoven will fall off of Ego Bauk. Looking to see what the next step forward will be. Does have some clearance over here inside of Fire. More than likely going to ask Aspie for this rotation so they can start working on this main wall. Hoven gonna try and fire upstairs. Hot and cold. Seemingly trying to work his way in over for the balcony, but there's nobody home up top as of right now for the entirety of Bleed. Aspie's over outside of West Main. Hoven's working his way in through the kitchen hall. Turd in tow for him, and a nice little hop in there will actually feed SSG 2 big kills. Not able to secure the one lasting inside of West Main, but now it's just down to Mentalist after Ashen gets that big kill and make it 2 for him. SSG with their very first round. I can't repeat that.
I wanted to let them speak their piece. This is one of those games where I definitely want to let these teams have a little bit of a moment after every round. We can hear them. I want to hear what they have to say. Also, shout out to Mango. It's the analyst of SSG sitting on the front of Liam's camera right there. Nice little run up from Forest, hearing the sound cue. But as Bleed think they see openings and try to run in, they're really not well informed. 2 different players trying to walk up through the short hallway right there, through that rotate, completely caught out, and give Ashen 1v1s that he's prepped for. Just 2 to 3 shots, and Ashen's got their number. And finally, the 3rd kill, just trying to sprint up West Main. It was really around that SSG did not have to break a sweat. The overall structure and setup, Bleed didn't really pay that much attention to.
Man, the dichotomy of Space Station is just killing me right now. You just have Ashen popping off after every round, and then the rest of them just giggling. Just like, ha, 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 ha. Like, oh, Ashen, you're so funny. Like, it's great vibes, man. Really, really good vibes. So, Bleed.
5 seconds left.
About here very, very soon. And the hard bridge as well as Thatcher. And oh, I figured out what this is, by the way. Rainbow Six Small. We have released a iOS game. It's pretty sick, actually, as well. I was looking at it during the break. I'm excited to play it after I get off camera here again. So probably have some tweets about that later on just to see what the heck's going on. But guess what, dude? It's a roguelike. I love those things.
Never been a big roguelike guy.
Really? Oh, come on, man.
Actually, quick aside, I told a college professor I tried to play a roguelike, and they were like, oh, how did you change your build to meet different situations? And I was like, I didn't. I just brute forced the same one. And I've never seen someone more horrified. Speaking of, SSG might be feeling a little scared. Bleed just decided to rush on into the snowmobile wall, but Aspie putting the bomb down is completely shut down by Forest. Believe that is maybe on the top floor, not entirely sure, but frankly, it doesn't matter. Hoven has cut down 2 different players, maybe traded out, and SSG suddenly finding their way back in on a lengthy pre-fire. Reaps 96 makes this a 1v2. We've seen Janano clutch these before, spots the head of Reaps, but on 1 HP.
No plant.
No plan indeed. He spots Turd for just a second, but does he realize 2 minutes for both of these duelists to play this out? And Reaps makes a smart decision, rotates out a snowmobile. It's J90 lacking on the intel at the moment, whereas Turd knows he's in Blue Hall. He might give it away, shooting that mute jammer. Another flashbang goes out. It'll force J90 back and potentially give Turd the time to put this diffuser down. Air jab will put J90 on his back. Now Turd's in the post plan. It can cut him off effectively. Great call by Bleed. Struggling on the clear. The trade game too good. Well, just sprinting through the wall and catch SSG before they're set up.
Yeah, you're allowed to do whatever you want strategy-wise as long as you do it together. And that was the mentality that Bleed carried through that round as they bodied the site, set up a space station. Space station not really able to get anyone, under their banner until very late into that round where we already saw 2-3 kills pouring over for Bleed. We'll get confirmation right here, but either way, the story is the same. Asty with a beautiful shot right there. Hubbin with a nice 2K here on main stairs as well. And yes, indeed, 3 kills going their way. Then Turd obviously able to shut it down in the 1 versus 1. A great round there from Bleed. Didn't need a single ounce of map control.
And Hubbin there is definitely the MVP of that round because with the 2 players upstairs, SSG had contingencies if somebody sprinted. What did he say? I said I was going to give him space.
I can't repeat what he said, but the reason I was laughing is because it was like the bare minimum energy to get it across the room. He's like, you guys are trash.
That's how Ashby is. I remember like at going against SQ, he was just like, get a kill. It was like these very because Ashen is like he's losing his mind, right? And Ashby's just like, you suck. It's like he yells like he's walking away.
It's so funny, man. Ashby, oh man,
GN.
That's a resident sleeper there. As Foles is going to be taking a dirt nap there for a little while. Asp with a lot of damage dealt to him. Reaps a little consideration as well. Let's see this again here from Reaps. What a shot. Literally the first bullet out of the T95 lops his head off. So
T95 merchant this game, I must say.
We got a couple of them here at this event. Most definitely Reaps being one of them.
Well, at least here, Ashby being on low HP, he is still alive. So that means the Grim and the Ying that Bleed have should persist into the mid-round, both on the field, whereas rounds 1 and 2, that was very much a struggle. For spots the Maverick opening things up hot and cold. Look at this aggression on Turd outside of the game's window.
Ooh.
The ability for SSG to ratchet up the pace in this match is ridiculous. They're fighting for everything. Full library control on their bar game's defense. And here again, Force taking gunfights with the garage window player. Hot and cold, not letting anybody get comfortable outside of the game's window. He might be droned, but SSG want to make sure that Bleed are constantly fighting for the smallest bit of territory.
NA was based inside of Las Vegas for a long time, Carter. But it seems like we've opened the casino again. SSG constantly asking Bleed, what do you want to bet on this? What are you willing to try and risk in order to get this portion of the map, access to the site, or what have you? It's working out for them very well. Hot and cold with a double. Hubbin's going to try and work his way in, but that stun completely blinds him. Reaps now working his way in through mud. Hubbin's still in the main hall, but no, actually Scratchat's still inside of the site behind this bar. A nice shot from him. Not able to turn immediately. Pistol in hand as he works his way into bar stock, but he is constantly getting battered and bruised by these rounds that are getting sent down range. 2 versus 2 now, but now they know exactly where both of these remaining players are. It's an even duel as Reaps will go down. It's up to Hubbin now, who, yes, was able to work his way into sight, but he's going to have to try and defend it now with SSG chomping at this moment, trying to see if they can potentially find that nice little angle. Hubbin, no real assistance, no drone in his pocket. Just going to have to try and hope and pray that he can find this moment to get the big kill.
Well, J9O is looking the other way, as we know, but with Ashen up above, he can easily cover or get J9O's trade. SG have this setup at the moment to cover this, and Hubbin does not have the diffuser. He'll go pick it back up. SG don't really need to make an adjustment because of that fact, because Hubbin's going to have to go back to the bomb site anyway. Nobody on that library stairs cam, though, so Hubbin will slip by relatively unnoticed. But now there's the sound cue. Ashen has this hatch open. He can drop down if he wants. They're wasting such good time. Ashen only drops now, and he finishes off Hubbin. Great second round for SSG. And I think there a little separation, a little disconnect from Bleed. Hubbin walking into the bomb site a little behind Asfi, his teammate, and just the setup from SSG is able to repel most of what Bleed have to offer.
Yeah, that's the thing about that site. If you're able to maintain a few of the valuable positions, especially on that top floor, or even a few of those angles working their way in like main stairs, you can try and battle back things like Fireplace Hall. It gets really, really complicated. Hot and cold with some nice angle work here as well inside of games, but the moral of the story is this: SSG able to keep this strategy active throughout the round and not over-adapting into what Bleed was doing, able to punish them every single step of the way, maintaining that man advantage, especially and going down to those dying moments.
SSG definitely catching Bleed off guard, not only with how far forward they're pushed and postured, but also just how well the trade game is on the site. Hot and Cold, not even necessarily the trade game, but the awareness of these site players. Hot and Cold is doing double duty, peeking anybody who goes up to the games window, and then also, when he doesn't feel he needs to do that, watching Bar alongside Ashen upstairs to make sure nobody can push in. They're accomplishing so much with only 1 or 2 pieces, and yet somehow fighting for so much control in the aggregate. Move upstairs now, kitchen dining defense, so of course SSG will hold the top floor. And I have a feeling we'll see a similar thing here. This is a great drone for Mentalist inside of Office. The longer that survives, the better it'll be for Mentalist to counter these aggressive players. But Ashen heard someone walk in. Can he shoot these Selmas? There was somebody by the garage window earlier. And I think that player's gone, and Ashen instead will stay inside a bar.
Be able to get that drone too. Literal milliseconds away was one of the players out here, and the fire double dying to the hands of Ashen yet again. No Nitro Cell implemented here for Reed, so won't have to worry about potentially getting blown off of that proximity, but they'll most definitely know that somebody is inside of the library now, especially as Hot and Cold is right around the bend. Reaps, as well as the rest of the squad, trying to work their way through library right now. Ashen has already been discovered. Some pre-fires coming out here from Reaps. Some other ways that they could handle this as well. Oh my God, what a read from Forrest. He hears that swing, immediately challenges the balcony, and yeah, Ashen is going to go down, but they've already gotten rid of Turdsta. That's a huge moment here for the defense.
I gotta say, one quiet bonus of this half for both teams is, especially in that early game, SSG might get the opening pick, but it always felt it was a 4v4 very quickly into the round. Bleed have done a good job in certain instances, countering this SSG aggression. When they get these kills, they're able to fight back. That's where SSG, I was gonna say their site structure can often be the best, but Aspie just drive-bys Forrest inside of Office. That leaves only 2 players on that top floor, 3 players overall. Jane, I know, and I believe Hot and Cold upstairs. They'll start pulling back, and well, Hoven reads that, sees both defenders all the way back in master bedroom. They've got these long angles, but Bleed have accomplished so much, it can very easily hold this top floor if they want to go for a dining execute.
A minute remains. They have to make their decision, and they have to make it quick. Until it's more than likely still having a few Selmas to try and consider onto that wall as well. So this should be a fairly straightforward affair when it comes down to strategy, Carter. But probably not when it comes to gunplay, as SSG has been pretty active in that regard, especially for J90. And we haven't seen the biggest moment from him yet on this map, which begs the question, when will it happen? Because it practically feels inevitable at this tournament that once a map, he's able to do something so grandiose that he wins SSG around.
It definitely feels that way. Such good players overall on this roster. Second to last Candela goes out. Mentalist going for that plant. Inside of dining, moving in through the wall. Aspie's able to cut down Fultz in the coverage. J90 on a solo retake. Now a solo effort in the 1v4. If there's going to be a flashy play, it's got to be here. He spots Mentalist and is able to fall off.
Oh!
But not Hoven, who holds on to master bedroom and Office. One singular player brings back the round after almost letting J90 get away with it.
Very, very close right there on the repeak as well. An opportunity presents itself to be able to handle the twitch, but Hoven too clean there on the repeak. Able to find the heady. And Forrest really like this run out here, all off of that rappel audio. But Bleed able to keep things at least accessible for themselves. Finding Ashen exposed over inside of Barstock, using those drones to their fullest advantage and abusing that isolated player. Bleed are playing very well in this offense right now.
This has also been a crazy game for Aspie so far. Really big performer on map 1. Map 2 there, getting a huge 3K to boost Bleed's chances. But Hoven still needed to bring that back because sure it was a 1v4, but able to find that diffuser. J90 then at a 1v1 against Hoven, and as you said, he's been so good this whole tournament, able to find these opportunities, capitalize off of enemy mistakes and unforced errors, and then end up pivoting it to a round win for SSG, but they're a little too tall of a task. Hoven a little too on point. Final bomb site SSG will defend will be the basement one. We saw that very successful rush by Bleed in through the jacuzzi wall. I have to imagine SSG will be a bit more ready for it this time. And will be trained on that garage wall. And oh, there you go. Introduction of the tuber out by Hot and Cold. We've got the Zoto canisters and the Electroclaws to make hard breaching just that much more difficult for this bomb site.
Once again, Space Station giving that aggressive look. Few angles working their way outside, at least initially, but nobody going to continue to hold on to those. As usually only sit on those for about 15, 20 seconds to see if somebody wants to rotate out. Got the tuber route implemented here. In Forest as well, so let's see where Forest actually is. He should be right around the bend, and he is indeed. He's sitting right next to Hot and Cold. Doesn't have any Electro Claws on his person, but they're just going to continue to ice things up. That Electro Claw is actually on the top left of the wall, if you can see it right there. So this is going to lock this up for an extended period of time. Hotton still has a singular one of those Zoto canisters. That should be the last one going on right about. Ooh, another EMP out.
And another Zoto turn.
And frozen. This time, though, they're just going to set it on the wall and hope that things stick, but Forest Electro Claw more than likely capable of getting this. Hot and Cold. No longer having access to those walls, or rather those freezing canisters. And yeah, I do believe the wall is fully sealed now as that Electro Claw turns on in time to be able to get both of those pieces of utility off the wall. Mental is dedicated back to drones, and they now have to try and figure out how to do this, where they really haven't made any. Well, as they say that, they have made a couple of considerations, but haven't really tried their hand at getting this clear going on this top floor.
And now if they try to pivot, you still have Ashen, who might be unaccounted for on the roam. Such great on-site play from SSG, combining those Zoto canisters with the Electro Claw. They took down most of the Selmas, actually all the Selmas. Ask me those exothermics. Now J9O finds Ashen with a second on a turd. There's a refrag by Bleed, but because those two roamers doing their job so well, SSG got the advantage. And now Bleed are in the difficult spot attacking teams sometimes find themselves in. If they want to go for this clear, there's both Ashen and Fultz on the roam. There's not a lot of time. They need to get these kills without expending too much more of it. Flashbang goes out, but Fultz is still able to find Asfi before his sight is ripped away from him. Hoven now looking for the finisher, but what a rotation! He vaults out a mudroom window, vaults back into West Main, and back down to the bomb site. Move over, Alfama. We've got a new Mr. Worldwide. But Hoven might just have the idea. Z-ping on one player inside of the site. Hoven's able to find him, but Forrest cuts down Mentalist on the push down West Main. The garage kill goes Hoven's way, but the remaining three is a very tall task. Fultz might give his life away. A big round from Hoven, but one that's ultimately meaningless. SSG in the lead at the half.
What a moment there for Space Station. The utility usage downstairs, extremely well done from Hot and Cold as he puts the breach on ice. Has that entire wall locked up. Nobody capable of locking thing, or rather opening that and having to traverse the rest of the map where they end up running immediately into that roam game.
Of course, we do have Anne, I believe, with a little bit of an update for us, or at least some of her thoughts on this current Bleed SSG game. We heard from Leo and his prediction ended up manifesting. What are your thoughts at the moment?
Well, I wanted to talk about the fact that we just seen the attacking half of Bleed, of course, and the reoccurring trend that we've seen from the previous map into this one are those direct takes that Bleed keep on bringing out. We saw the kitchen one, but it tried to take that control, sneak it out without having a top 4 control. Didn't really go that well. But then, of course, afterwards, we saw a similar take that we saw this morning against Los as well, with that breach pushing in deeper than they did this morning to force off that control. They're obviously learning afterwards from the kitchen take, forcing out the top 4 control. I've actually sat inside, listened to a few of the calls. You heard Mentalist calling for these direct takes, and they've been working out for them pretty well. A 3-3 split very much is still possible for Bleed to win out this map.
Well, and Leo thought that SSG would win. Do you feel similarly?
I feel like obviously now them on the attack, I kind of want to see if they have these similar explosive takes, and if Bleed are ready for them. I don't want to manifest a 2-0. I hope Bleed can come back from this one.
Well, I certainly hope so as well. Thank you, Anne, for the comments, and I'm hoping for the 2-1. Well, not the 2-1, the third map, and then, of course, a 2-1 for some team overall. But Bleed, who have captured our hearts and still also captured our minds in some ways. Looking very solid throughout this tournament and in Atlanta as well. You'd hate to see them lose in 2 important matches, being sent home by SSG in Atlanta and potentially being sent home again at SI.
40 seconds off the clock now as Space Station have a much easier time getting this breach open as Bleed have not adopted the same strategy. No tuber out for the basement. These Selmas work swimmingly on this wall. Be able to open up that right-hand breach. No more impacts here for Hoven, but he does have the ability to seal the wall, at least for a little bit here with the Kiva barriers. So he's going to do exactly that.
Oh, look at this little read that they found. Forced walks immediately up to the rotate. Nobody from Bleed watching it either in Red Hall or inside the site. That was a crazy sound effect right there, and I think it's indicative of the alarm bells going off in Bleed's head. With Turd fall, and they know SSG are right up to the site, but they backed up. A very long angle. Janino is able to cut down Mentalist inside of Wine. That just leaves Hoven on the bomb site and force some rotations out from Bleed.
2 bodies down now. Still have this player here inside of Kitchen. The thing I love about SSG, man, they did all that stuff. They make that breach run in through Trench. They have that player over on Big Garage, but then they immediately adjust the strategy, and they almost get another free kill because of it. As we thought that it would be a nice rotation to go over towards West Main and try and assist with these Trench players, but they're not there anymore, Carter. They're over inside of Big Garage with a nice cutoff instead. Constantly considering what the next level of strategy is, and only Forest, man. Only Forest would do something like this. Exothermic for verticality in West Main. Oh my God.
Listen, sometimes you got to do it. That's a good angle too.
Whatever you need, right? Like, you need access to that. You want to be able to shut down the stair rotate. I totally understand it. It's just always so funny when you see something like that happen.
It is a funny image, but look at Reaps moving upstairs. We see the big hole that came right up, but nobody there to actually counter it. Forrest is instead rotated back down. A lot of adjustments from SSG, running back and forth. Looking like it's going to be a very ad hoc execute put together at the last minute. Will spot Reaps, who pushes forward, almost punished, but he finds himself in cover behind the library position.
Wow.
The tree is Reaps' domain. Forrest falls down, spots one. Will Reaps go for the finisher? The cut down onto Forrest to get Bleed the half. Yes, he will. 4-3 now, a 4K from Reaps. That man owns West Main, and SSG regret taking it to him.
That's an insane round there, and honestly, just all things considered, that exothermic there for West Main, if he actually plays that breach, he more than likely kills Reaps when he rotates back up the stairwell, but instead he comes back down to Big Garage to try and assist, and Reaps set up for success there, but still some really difficult fights, especially the one that we'll see here in just a moment, where he was able to just thread the needle here and find that headshot onto Ash, and what a moment there for him.
And just to finish it off with the prone super shorty peek, just for the style. Wow. The Grim Reaper arrived in round 7, and SSG, unfortunately, the wrong end of that scythe. 4-3 now for Bleed, moving on to Bar and Games. So many different players showing up this series for Bleed overall. Aspie only 4-5, but he had a big round to completely keep that dining plant covered on the attack. Now Reaps and Hoven, of course, 10 kills so far. That's the problem with this squad, man. 4 talented players and 1 guy who, Mentalist, sure, he's got the mind, but he can still frag out when he needs to. Bleed are always going to be a threat. First attack doesn't necessarily go SSG's way. You can see some hectic comms and coordination going on at the end there. We'll see how it goes on Bar and Games. Will we see some direct takes, as Ann mentioned? We saw Bleed go routinely for. Is it going to be more complicated? I think this attack at the next one will start indicating the pattern SSG will stick to.
Well, they most definitely want to deal with this site setup and shut down a few of these rotations here. That's why you see the Nomad come in. The Flores, obviously, for sight, and IQ can assist in certain regards as well. Won't be able to assist with the Frost mats that have been implemented here from Turd, but most definitely won't be able to assist in other means, like dealing with the Reaps here and these goon lines. It's going to be top floor defense here from Bleed, trying to extend themselves out all the way over towards Master, kind of mimicking what we saw earlier in the day, trying to make it to where if they do go for this clear, it'll take them a little bit of time.
Right as Fultz goes in for the flash, the library player drops down the hatch and leaves the rest of the setup on that top floor to be played out by Bleed. 1 player over by the stairs, another by mezzanine. You can see Fultz looking at them all through the wall. Of course, we have the advantage of that knowledge. He doesn't necessarily. But I imagine they can assume what a lot of these positions are going to be. That's why you see Ashen just staring at that top fireplace stairs right now, seeing if anybody makes that rotation or tries to, well, deal with this very position, because he wants to open that stock wall. A powerful angle for the attack if they can get it. And, well, Ashen certainly opened it up and taken control and made that position a much greater risk for the defense.
Oh, J90 pixels away from being able to take out Reaps there, but won't come to bear. And that's 11 kills for Reaps so far in this game. Turd with a nice one as well, so he'll take down Ashen. Good little find there as he was attempting to rotate his way up main stairs.
Not again.
Oh. They actually slipped through the cracks on this. Very close gunfight there as Hot and Cold doesn't even attempt to take it. Instead, tries to work his way back over towards Blue and Bleed with a flawless round in front of him. Forest, head in hand, conversation to be had here. Yeah, need to try and figure out what the heck is happening on these offenses.
That attack, you can see the ideas that SSG are going for. That hole in the stock wall is very common. We'll see maybe a Maverick make it, an Ace make it. This particular case, Ashen on the ladder, but aside from that, Hot and Cold down below tries to retake that position. It doesn't even seem to be aware necessarily. I'm sure he's aware of the player up above. It had to have been communicated, but still availing himself to it, and probably dies if Turd just hits a few more shots, because Turd used almost his whole magazine on that position, it felt like. Then he's caught up by the player on blue stairs. Forest does find one after the regroup. Two different players from Bleed giving some kills to Forest, looking for the third. Now Hoven with the Deagle one tap to finish things off. 5-3 for Bleed, but I definitely think that whatever communication happened at the end of that round, Forrest talking with the rest of his team, I hope we see it manifest, because the attacks so far have been very unconvincing.
No, most definitely not. Bleed able to constantly get in the warpath of Space Station, and I mean, that round, a complete failure to launch. Some aggressive looks presented by Bleed as well, but Space Station not having the capability to try and close things up. I'm genuinely confused as to how Hot and Cold did not know that player could be occupying that angle above him when Ashen died from the exact same thing. Might be just a little bit of lack of communication there or something along those lines, but either way, across the board, Bleed able, more than capable of punishing Space Station.
Still see some semblances of that Bleed we saw at Atlanta, the one that really defines these rounds by gunfight. So many impressive shots and tight angles, let alone the one tap to end the round by Hoven, just for style points in the 1v3, or the 3v1 technically. We'll need to see something better for SSG, better intel on some of those positions, knowing that you have Turd on top holding that fireplace. The top fireplace stairs. It seemed Ashen had a general idea of it, but again, nobody actively watching it. No direct counterplay for that position. Nobody at the fireplace door, for example. Just need to see something better from SSG. This is your map pick. It's been in your back pocket. Sure, this might be your first game day play of it in a long time. But if you seem so confident that this was the time, this was the moment to bring it out, it doesn't always go your way, but we want to see a close fight, especially given they're 1-0.
Ashen working his way in here with these Rotero drones, and what a brilliant shout as of right now as well. These things can be very detrimental, especially to these Evil Eyes, but might be a little bit dual back and forth between those things if he's on the proper one, right? Drone mechanics up against the laser, constantly getting spat at that. Almost a minute off the board though. SSG haven't gave up a body just yet. E1D out, he'll get rid of that Frost mat, which should be a telltale sign that he's worked his way into the bathroom, but they have no idea that E1D is so loud, they're not even going to be able to make out that audio cue. Turd has to go in behind the half wall, but he's been discovered now. J90 with a nice angle here, and he'll be able to discover him too. Able to find that angle on him. Fultz with a nice kill, and SSG take the reins here in round 9.
Complete roam clear on the opposite side of the map. Aspie able to get the jump out. Maestro rotating upstairs to try and retake some of this control, but SSG are going in for the pinch. They're collapsing on the Maestro. They start retaking up top. Reaps finds one, but now downed. It's the 12-4 Romai to try to fully bring back this round. Catches one. Ashen completely off guard. Down goes that Flores, and Reaps maintains control of the second floor for the moment. SSG going for the counterplay. There's opportunities here as SSG starts splitting. One going through bathroom, other on the opposite side. Reaps instead drops down. He's trying to force SSG's hand. Say, okay, you can come for the execute. You can come for the bomb site. Then once they drop back down, Reaps will go for the rotation back up. It's a game of anticipating the other's moves, and whoever can get further ahead might very well be the victor of this late round engagement. Reaps going for the rotate, holding the angle with that pistol. He hears Forrest stomping up above. Now going for the rotate back outside. Reaps holds his ground for the moment.
Just hear the stomps of the players upstairs. Hot and Cold. Kiritos in hand. Impact out. Reaps, have you done enough? Oh my. What a moment right there is not only does he pistol whip the first man, but the impact, the knowledge to know that that player was going to attempt to follow that up. Insane stuff out of Reaps right here. Not very many players in the world, folks, are capable of time and time again finding these clutches, but Reaps seems more than, willing to put himself in these positions and make some magic happen.
6-3 now for Bleed, a monstrous clutch from Reaps 96, 15-4 right now. Completely dominating this game against SSG. We thought they had it. You see that coordination on that clear. They're able to use the E1D. They know the roam is there. Sure, it seems the exact intel is lacking at times, but for that first pick, Ashen reacts in times. The Azami swings out. Then they find the player behind half wall, take him down through the soft wall, and then get a third, a 2v5 that was initially. And Reaps is able in the 2v4 right as he loses his teammate to find it. But again, it's the intel from SSG that is well and truly lacking. Nobody aware that Reaps is on that top floor. All right. Mistakes happen, now you know, but then we just have two players funneled downstairs. Reaps gone completely unnoticed, leading SSG on a wild goose chase, and they end up making the exact move Reaps accounted for and anticipated. No round gained by SSG this half so far, and Bleed just need one more to close out Chalet 7-3.
It was picked by Bleed, but SSG doing a solid job of hiding this map for a while. Thought they'd have some solid considerations here, but Bleed just better in the pocket as of right now. This map looking more than in the backpack, which would carry us on to Nighthaven, but Space Station with that timeout. Solid considerations more than likely as they will look to try and go on a perfect streak for the next 3 rounds to force overtime on this map. The current lineup that they have looking pretty solid for a basement offense as they'll be looking to try and rip up the flooring here inside of Fireplace Hall. Make life a little bit more difficult for the defenders, burrowing themselves down in the site.
Use those boogies to create those openings. A little bit different usage than we've seen before. A lot of the times we'll see teams maybe open up that top floor and then, that balcony and then use those holes to kind of look down and get super long angles. So I want to see if Fultz will decide to do that as well. Use that final boogie to create a line across that heaven balcony. We'll have to see though, he is rotating up to that second floor. Heard the buzz of a Maverick torch earlier, likely trying to open up that garage wall. Another EE1D goes out from Forest. No capitalization from SSG just yet. We need to see this entry. We need to see them start setting the pace. It's been Bleed in the early and the late game who have so successfully forced SSG to cave and meld to their game instead of SSG to set theirs. Second to last E1D now gone. Ashen has moved his way in from office balcony into office proper. Reaps needs to cross this position. He's trying to win the fight. Instead, it's Aspie who swings. Forrest caught off guard. Great team play by Bleed, who can now start rotating back to site.
It's moments like this right here. Once again, the coordination from Bleed on the angles, body Space Station, but they're trying to add a few extra things into the fold. Hot and Cold will get traded out immediately as Fultz will pick one up from the verticality. Somebody trying to work their way up main stairs. It's gonna be Hoven to try and reclaim, but Fultz, a beautiful move, a masterclass in positioning, gives him that kill. And now a minute remains for Bleed and for Turd to try and have a clutch moment up against Space Station that would send us to a third map.
Hoven making a play he didn't need to make. A little bit of an overheat there. You got the 2v2 on the site. You can play time. Sure, they can find intel, but if you're gonna make a play like that, give them a 1v1. Maybe you catch them off guard. Maybe SSG's intel's lacking, but if Fultz is just looking at the right position, he's in bar. He can catch you off guard. Now it's cost her a teammate in a very, very important 2v2. They're down 1-0. They need this round to solidify map 3. But SSG can still lose it. Flashbang goes out. Turret dodges it. He's got to know Fultz cross. No, he just walks in. Is Fultz watching? He's able to get the initial engagement, but there's the swing from Fultz. That could have been 7-3 right there, but instead, man advantage goes SSG's way. They're able to hang on a little longer on Chalet.
Most definitely. Fantastic prospect both of these squads right now. Bleed with the opportunity to elongate their stay here in Brazil. At least for another map, if they're able to pick up one more round. Space Station Gaming already with one successful round in this clutch opportunity to try and bring us back to overtime. That round pretty scrappy as well, going back and forth constantly as each team was trying to fight fire with fire, searching for that man advantage. But Space Station, after the dust settles, come out on top of the heap as king, at least for that round. Now, leading into this, one of the harder sites to try and deal with on Chalet, it's going to be bar gaming.
Bleed can take advantage of this Capital ban, though. I really like the rotations back to the side, the coordination between Asvi and Reaps as they moved their way from the top floor down through the dining hatch. Not necessarily the case here. I mean, you can, of course, move all the way in Master Bedroom office, but you're just going to rotate across the top floor. Here, because of that Capital ban, and again, the nade changes we've mentioned and everyone is aware of, you can sit in that library corner just at the bottom left of your screen right there, the southeast corner on the compass right now. If you're able to sit there and hold, there's not a lot of counterplay from the attackers to actually go for. Bleed aren't doing it. So there are options they're leaving on the table for what they could do. Instead, they're going with a much more normal hold at the top floor. They have the mirror windows and the Azami, but nobody actually in that death position. So there's going to be a very familiar defense at the moment for SSG. But still, you have to actually fight the members of Bleed, who, as this game has gone on, Reaps and Hoven, sure, maybe not playing the best in that previous round, but still two players you need to worry about on this clear.
Yep. Beauty of a situation like this for Bleed is, well, Carter, there's certain things that you can't strategize about, and you must just do. That's one of them. Fight Bleed. Yeah, you have the strategy set up, you have the operators, you know where your path is supposed to be going, but what is Bleed going to do to you when you attempt this? Ashland's going to work his way in downstairs. Forrest in tow, but he's wrapping himself around over towards the gaming window, I'm going to assume here. Houghton with a beautiful find inside a fireplace. Who is this? I think it's, I want to say that it's Reaps. Standing right around this corner. No, it's going to be the Azami. Oh, what a moment. He's going to be able to take down Hoven. I don't even know if Houghton knows that he was actually more than capable of picking that up, but doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Mentalist could just hold that cross right outside of Bar. So instead, might be a pickup here from Tard, but big moment right now.
It is a very big moment. I mean, things could change. Hoven slowly crawling up. He just got that Kiba off to shelter him as he went down. As he keeps crawling back and back up. There's the find from Forrest. Just in the nick of time, right as Hoven was at his most hopeful he might find a way back into this round. SSG play the patient game, cut down 2 birds with 1 stone. 5v3 now. Ashen lurking down below earlier, now making his way to West Main instead. It's a reset from SSG.
Such an unfortunate moment there as well. The roles were reversed and it was Turd at the bottom there. Maybe, just maybe, then the opportunity to try and seal up that window or something along those lines, but nobody even considering the fact that this angle could be working into the offensive favor. Asvi still trying to hold things down here inside of Library. A nice find here through one of the glass cabinets, and he's going to follow that up with a double kill, but still, SSG persist.
There's the intel for Reaps. No, he doesn't look! Despite the intel, he's looking the wrong way. Mentalist is cut down too. There's a winnable round there. Again, a 2v2 thrown, and Reaps not reacting to the intel. SSG on so close to losing it at times and being disrupted, but they hold on just one more round till OT.
I was expecting the timeout. I saw Julius might go down, so let's see what they have to say here.
Got into position.
Can't hear things too clearly for Julio's perspective, but let's see if we can hear anything from call out. Both of these guys pretty quiet, so I guess we'll just
I was about to say, call it a bit more of a reserved guy. Yeah. Julio also not a super bombastic personality, but still 2 very, very well-respected coaches in their own right.
Absolutely. I mean, Julio, a hammer lifter. Call out, he's been playing and coaching this game for so long. I literally used to scrim against him. And I haven't played a competitive map in like 4 years, 3 years, something like that. I think it was 2020, the last time that I did it, so insane stuff.
You still love these reactions, though, from SSG, Sam. Of course, Forrest getting that 2K, and then the full push on the Candelas. Just great stuff from SSG, making those improvements since their timeout.
Absolutely. These timeouts matter quite a bit for both respective squads, because that's the one thing you always have to account for as well, folks. When you take a timeout, I mean, really in any game, both coaches get to talk. So call out also more than likely with some solid considerations as to how they're going to go about this round. And something has bubbled up to the surface, at least for me and my eyeballs, and it's got to be hot and cold on that Ashe. We haven't seen him with any majorly aggressive operator in his hand just yet on this map, so this could be a change of fate for him.
And we've seen him on the Nook, an operator that we, for a time in North America, practically just associated with him back 2 years ago, back in 2021, 2022. Felt like his bread and butter. We are seeing the tuber out as well, but not on that basement site we saw SSG bring him. Instead, we've got the tuber out on the kitchen and dining bomb site. It's got to be that dining wall they're really worried about. They could actually do the office wall as well, of course, being basically in the same position on the, hold up, X-axis. There we go. I started mixing them up for a second.
It's always so hard when it comes to commentary, because there's just that angst in your moment right before you say something. You're like, am I saying this correctly?
Literally, I was like,
I'm in front of a lot of people right now.
I was like, wait, that is the X-axis, right?
Yes, indeed. Let's see what they can do with that in mind. That's the beauty of Rainbow Six. You're not just playing the map horizontally, you're also playing it vertically, and sometimes you're playing it even more so vertically. I mean, we've seen kills through a multitude of levels on maps. Absolutely insane stuff, and honestly, one of my favorite aspects of this video game in general. Your ability to deconstruct the map, worry about those separate angles, spray through walls, spray through floors. It's just so damn cool, honestly, guys. J9O gonna be rocking the 417 here, as he'll be occupying the space outside of West Main, more than likely just trying to make sure a few of these rotations aren't as easily accessible to Bleed as they were previously. A Twitch drone in, be able to identify at least one player in the space, trying to assist hot and cold with this, as he is currently sitting at the bottom of the stairwell. Forrest. Some exothermics as well, or rather some Candelas he's willing to pitch in, but he's immediately going to get gunned down by the MP. Very nice find there as Hot will run into sight. He finds the Tubby. Mentalist with a nice kill though on default. J9O has case, and he's gonna start it in behind the half wall.
He somehow made his way in. J9O with the coverage of Hot and Cold, reclaiming that Ashe has found the opening necessary. Now we're in the post plane despite all those vertical angles. Bleed have somehow let this gap open up. SSG exploited so perfectly, and now on the retake, they've got to make their way down. Ashen cuts him off. No kills found for Bleed at this point, as SSG now take their lead, both in the execute, the control they had, and now in the man advantage overtime. A very real possibility. 3 rounds in a row for SSG to match Bleed's 3 of their own. Chalet might just still be SSG's map yet.
Oh, Bleed. All of the sirens going off right now, Carter. As Space Station have done it 3 rounds in a row. On to overtime now, and all the pressure on to Bleed. Beauty of this situation, SSG's already won the first map. Things can still go awry on Chalet, and things will be okay for them. They can look towards the Nighthaven Labs. But for Bleed, they must try and get things done inside of OT here. These next 3 rounds of the utmost importance. To see what they're going to be capable of, but what a moment here from Space Station. A beautiful strategy there as they simply walk things through West Main and are able to find that big kill, that big entry onto the kitchen player.
As rounds get close like this, it's unclear who a victor or loser might be. If you think you've got an idea, remember you can make predictions on the official Ubisoft website. In-house, see if you really know your stuff on Rainbow Six. If you know which teams might be able to win, just go to the website, be able to make those predictions. Sam, I can tell you this event so far, I had a couple of hot takes that didn't end up panning out. I don't know how you felt. I know you did literally the hottest take of all time on the B stream earlier.
I did. You want to tell them about it?
So if you were watching the B stream, Sam said that W7M will be making the grand. Well, did you say main stage of the grand finals?
I said grand finals.
Okay, I was about to say.
Yeah, I said W7M will not be in grand finals.
Which, still considering they're 2-time major champs, very hot take.
Yeah, very hot take. But you got to be spicy about things. When you're feeling it, you're feeling it. I bet a few parlays are not exactly looking the greatest. So don't cast stones at me. Okay, all right. And I mean, speaking of predictions, by the way, Fox has been kicking butt this entire event. Honestly, next event we do, I feel like Ubisoft just needs to make him like the king on the website and be like, who can beat Fox Ace predictions?
The bracketologist in the Rainbow Six staff.
Bracketologist.
That much is we can be sure of. We'll see if he's got this game, though. We predicted it'd be close. We'd hope it'd be a solid affair, but I think a lot of us were really praying this would be a two-mapper, just to give us a little more bleed in this tournament, a little more chaos, a little more excitement in our lives, but SSG have really fought back. 3 attacking rounds in a row. A great call last round to rush into that dining bomb site, covering JNNO on the plant. This time it's a much slower full clear. Taking control of master bedroom office, now likely going to apply pressure onto the library stairs positions. A bit of a switch up from what we've seen before. It's been a bit more loose for SSG, but right now it is all on the opposite side of the map from this setup.
It's moments like this that separate the strong from the weak, the good from the bad. Space Station, so far so good for them. We're facing such a hill to climb. And yet so far they've done such a solid job of being able to traverse this rough terrain. Now things are tied up, looking to bully their way into this top floor. They have to worry about the blue stairs player, but they might also just go direct here as Ashen. A big moment here, folks. What happens with this player inside of Bar's shock? My God, what a shot out of Mentalist.
Insane moment from Mentalist. Now all of Bleed tries to rotate back, but Jane, I know, cuts him off with the secondary. This man can't be stopped. The American Cyborg programmed to kill. A few shots from the pistol. 3 indeed. Match point, series point for SSG.
And even Hoven blown away by what he's just witnessed. A 3K out of the RG-15. I mean, don't get me wrong, this pistol's great, but wow, J90, a quad kill for him inside of overtime. A moment that will be ingrained in a lot of our brains for quite some time.
Well, you said earlier that we have to have this map, some big performance from J90, some moment we can point to that shows everyone what he can do. We didn't get one on the defense. We didn't really get one in regulation, but first round of overtime. Pulls out the pistol, and at high noon, domes 3 inside of Baron Games. Now Bleed need 2 in a row, 1 on attack, 1 on defense, just to get us to Nighthaven, just to prolong their 6 Invitational 2024.
5 seconds left before.
And just to get revenge on SSG, the very team that knocked them out of Atlanta, robbed us of an underdog storyline that seemed like it was destined to occur on the main stage. Just 1 more round for SSG and it'll happen again.
Ashen with the lineup there, just spraying in through the trees, and you can see the pressure. Space Station, a full understanding of what the headspace is more than likely like for Bleed, and they are doing absolutely everything to be detrimental to their success inside of this round. Ashen throwing himself over towards the kitchen window, not seeing too much right now, but Hodden still with a fantastic default cam. Who is on the roof? I think it's Aspie. This is egregious right now. Somebody has to get this camera. They know exactly where he is. Ashen most definitely not going to get overly aggressive. I mean, does have this drone that he's going to be able to get rid of, but insane stuff.
He's got 2 of them.
It will still continue to persist here.
Not like this, not on match point. Reaps at least escapes it, but as Aspie still on the roof, SSG might not care. No Jane, no Ashen getting into position. There we go. The most rookie of mistakes in this game. And Bleed lose their hard breach because of it. 1 simple run out, 1 simple ping. The moment he peeks on the basement site, default cam, Fultz rubbing salt in the wound.
That mental warfare, folks. Space Station Gaming may have done it. Oh man, where's the rocket ship, Bleed? It's time to go home. Space Station. They're gonna lose Ashen, but I think they've already done it. This is so very close right now, Carter. We still have some considerations here for Bleed. We have the big garage player rotating Roteros in, but Space Station have such strong capabilities, such solid positioning across this map to thwart Bleed's further game plans. And do Bleed only exist in this tournament for 1 more minute?
That's 10 seconds gone. 60 down to 50 seconds left for Bleed to make the quickest of arguments. They can still face not only SSG, but go to map 3, maybe W7M later, to keep one of the strongest teams from Southeast Asia we've ever seen, echoing old Elevate. Some players like Onigiri, who have made names for themselves on the international scene, Bleed, have taken that mantle back. But 20 seconds left, 2/3 of that minute gone.
Man.
J9O going for this flank. Bleed have left default cams up. Have they caught their drones? Have they caught these flanks? Nobody pushing in. J9O going for it. There's Hoven now gone. Turret and Mentalist, the only two standing between defeat. And their chances are frozen. The hearts of SSG cold as they send the underdogs home. 2 tournaments in a row. NA may survive, but another fan favorite falls in Sao Paulo.
Space Station Gaming. 5 rounds in a row with their backs against the wall, 6-3. They will win this series, 8-6. What a game from them. J9O 14-7, Forest 13-11, and just an absolute treasure trove of frags coming out from every single one of these Space Station members. And they never doubted, Carter, even when it was down to the wire. They said, well, I don't feel like playing Night Haven Labs, do you? We're gonna solve things here on Chalet, and that's exactly what they did. Amazing stuff out of Space Station Gaming, an amazing series overall. And we're gonna send it down to the desk now to break this one down.
Bleed fall to SSG again. They missed the main stage in Atlanta, and now again here at SI. Heartbreaking for them, but SSG roll forwards. We are now joined on the desk. I say we, myself, Ian, and Fastan are here with Ashen. Ashen, right? From the moment this all started, I've been wanting to talk to you on this desk. I've heard you from anywhere I am in this entire vicinity, and I love that about you. How much are you just loving this experience, SI?
Yeah, it's just great, you know. Another event, I missed school for Brazil, so, you know, shout out to my parents and stuff like that letting me go, you know, all the support back at home. But, you know, we had a boot camp before this. This is just, you know, the culture and all that. It's great to be here, you know, just still battling in here, lower bracket run, you know, we're running the gauntlet, our backs are against the wall. You know, the atmosphere and stuff like that is still great. I'm still screaming, you know, I love screaming at the enemy team because, you know, it showed yesterday, you know, we can get in some people's heads, you know, just by screaming. So, you know, it just, even if it's like 5 more seconds that it lets me get in their head, you know, that's 5 seconds off the round. So, you know, it's great for the team. You know, we have a great atmosphere around us, you know, team, just like, you know, just a team environment. You know, it's obviously, you know, no one can count us out there. Showed it again in Atlanta, showed it again here. So, you know, we're still a constant threat.
For sure.
Yeah, sounds great. I'm super happy to hear that. My main question is probably about Chalet, because you haven't played this in September. Were you kind of hoping they would pick it? Was it like a card up your sleeve that you still had?
Yeah, it was a card. We started a bit rocky on it. You know, we had the game plan. We had a really good game plan going into it. We executed it great towards the end when we were, you know, on down match point. Yeah, it's definitely a trick card though. You know, they, I think we played really well in the game plan after the timeout. We had that 5v2 that we unfortunately trolled, and you know, their gaps were gaping. You know, they just weren't watching the graphs or anything. So, you know, we abused it, and then, you know, we just had the game plan for it. It was a really good map for us. So, regardless of overtime.
You touched on it yourself there about like the unity. It's like a real cohesive unit, this team, because it's not just in the server that you all, you know, together and you've got each other's backs. It's outside of it as well. You know, you're always in the gym together. There's a reason you've got a chest like that.
Just flying.
Yeah, but you're all good friends as well, right?
Oh yeah, you know, outside of the game, you know, we play other games like PUBG, stuff like that, and you know, whenever we're here, we have something called MOG protocol where, you know, we no matter what, all like, you know, 8 of us or 7 of us, we all walk around together. So no matter where we are, we're always together. We have a great bond with each other, and you know, that gym, you know, you can look at Forrest's chest right here. Look at that thing flying right there.
Look at it.
Yeah,
Forrest, bring that chest over here.
Bring that chest. Bring that chest.
Let's just have a look at that chest.
Let me touch that chest.
My word. There's a lot of talk about chest here. I apologize for that. Ashen, what I love about you, obviously, you are making a name for yourself at every event that goes by, and you're doing it again here at SI. You talk a lot, and you said why. It does get in their heads. It is a strategic move sometimes. But there's a camera right there. Any doubters? Do you want to shut them up?
we just snouched Bleed Snatch. Or we just, snatch Bleed Snouts. So, you know, we're keep rolling. We're just going to keep rolling, keep snout snatching, going to keep taking souls. So never count us out.
Talking about keep taking souls, your next opponent is playing right now on the B stream is either NIP or W7M. You have a preference, or are you happy with either way?
No, regardless, souls are being taken.
Final thing, there is a chance if the chips fall in the right way for you that you could face up against Dark Zero again. You said to Canadian very loud and passionately that you will see him again. Is that a matchup you'd like?
He knows he'll see me again. He shouldn't doubt it. He's probably up at night thinking about how he's going to see me again. So he's always thinking about my voice in the back of his head. Clearly it showed the game we played yesterday. So we'll see him again, and he knows it.
All right, Ashton, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations and best of luck in the rest of this tournament. All right.
Thank you.
Good stuff. And it was a phenomenal series to watch, and it's been a phenomenal journey for Bleed. You know, they've blown a lot of people away expectations-wise. And we'll get to them. And I want to celebrate some of their key moments there. But Leo, you now rejoin us. Aggression was the word on that map, wasn't it?
Yeah, a complete shift on playstyle compared to Clubhouse right now. They were really passive on Clubhouse first, right? They were controlling the pace, contesting entries, and then falling back and playing time wasting. Now you look at Chalet and the way they were playing, constant aggression from both teams, super proactive, and actually just had a word with call-out SSG's coach, and it was all part of the plan. They knew coming to this map pick from lead, they wanted to be highly disruptive and be highly contestive of all entries.
Yeah, that's a few of the things they did on their defensive half. If Bleed didn't go for a direct take, it was more so SSG trying to contest that map control, getting that early entry. So from the very first round, where Ashton went back up to Solar, got the kill. From there on, they create this kind of chaos on the side of Bleed, then pull back, wait, let the time go by, and eventually win out those rounds. There are 3-3 splits, seemed salvageable from either side, really. And then, of course, you know, Bleed managed to make it to a 6-3, and then, unfortunately, weren't able to close it out. Maybe it comes with experience, just making sure they get that final round, but for SSG, of course, that resilience to bring it back, absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, I think that's where you see the overall difference of expectation, also different type of experience on the team, right? You have one that really stayed in it because they had incredible individuals. That's what Cole was telling us. These guys can shoot, right? Yep. You will put them in position where they will have to take gunfights to win against you because you're so above strategically and methodically. You're just better in getting the man advantage. You're forcing them into playing aggressive towards you, and they can shoot their guns. So it's really bad to play against them when you're like this because you're always fighting that you're going to lose those gunfights. In the end, they stayed true to themselves. They were the better team today, and I think it showed in both play styles, both passive and aggressive.
It's a brutal tournament. It's always hard when there are two teams that, you know, as a neutral, you maybe want both of them to progress because they're so entertaining to watch for a multitude of reasons. Let's just give Reaps some props here because the Grim Reaper himself, Keanu Reaps, he didn't reap the rewards with a victory there, but he was cooking on gas, Leo.
Yeah, I think he was one of the guys that really made Bleed stay in that game. Although SSG, look at this. This is a perfect example, right? They're 4v3. They gained the first pick actually by force, rushing into the bomb site and getting the pick. Now it's 4v3, and just before the execute, Rips goes crazy. Double kill here, picking them 1v1, and another 1v1 he will win here with the shotgun on close range. The thing is, that's where he's so good at, is finding his opening engagements. There again, first pick, opening kill, from picking outside into the unknown at 1:30 in the game. And then here, look, it's a 1v2 clutch. And who brings the pistol to a 1v2? Only Rift can do that. You know what I mean? He knows how much damage he can do close range, and he's so confident in winning those gunfights that he takes the pistol to do that. I mean, what an incredible display of skill from him. I know initially when they were picking him up, there was always that thing that Rift might not have the best English. He was such a talented player that I think he's really learned how to progress in terms of communication. But apart from that, the talent, the sheer talent he has, if he can stay in that team and they can develop strategically to be more consistent compared to SSG, there will be a real contender for titles next year.
It's a sad one. I mean, they didn't manage to make the main stage, but they did make an impact, and I think that Bleed have done their region proud.
Definitely. I mean, of course, we've been talking about, I think the big thing for this aside so far is people saying, oh, you know, supporting an APAC team, it's difficult. But APAC is definitely showing that we should trust the process. There's influences coming in for these multiple APAC teams that show that, you know, even with coaching staff, for example, they have this background of these multiple different regions, can adapt to that as well. I feel we're seeing that with Bleed, we're seeing with Fearx as well. But yeah, once again, on Reaps as well. I mean, you just put a little highlight package there, you could just copy it straight, put it onto YouTube. But also, he was getting vocal, and that was something I love to see. These guys are having a really good time. As we mentioned many times, no real expectations off their shoulder considering the region they came from, but they were having a good time, and that's sometimes it's all that matters.
Yep, shout out to Bleed. It is now time for our Intel play of the game, or as Milos likes to say, our Intel play of the game. Leo,
Wow. What a jump in. So it's J90 again doing incredible J90 things. Like he's been so consistent throughout the tournament, but look at this. He gets a triple kill, even a wall bang with the pistol. Like he's the only guy. Look how much fun he's getting. Like he's so happy doing that. And I think that goes again, like, obviously we're praising Reeps because he was an incredible individual on bid. I think Hoven as well was an incredible individual, but like, overall, what I meant by saying that SSG was the better team is, yes, strategically they were the better team. Methodically, they were the better team. But also on their hand, they've got some incredible individuals that can shoot their shots. And J90 is one of them, and the most consistent one, if I have got to say, with Ashen.
If you are watching closely, you can see right now some absolute mega stars taking their seats behind us here. We have got a huge series coming up very shortly, but before we discuss that, let's take a look at the bracket. This is huge though, isn't it? I'm getting seeing all these big names behind me. Oh my word, like Doki just said he's not that big of a name. I think you are, brother. Yeah, so the bracket continues to shake out before our eyes, Anne.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, we touched on it briefly with the interview with Ashen, right? They're either going to play W7M or NIP next. W7M, of course, you can see currently leading that series 1-0. And then, of course, if you look at the bottom there, there's 2 huge elimination games. Either G2 or Liquid is going home today, and I don't think I want either of them to go home, to be honest.
That's the brutal thing about this bracket, isn't it? You know, G2 were flying through those group stages. They just make one hiccup and they're right in the thicker things in that crocodile swamp that is the lower bracket.
Yeah, you look at the teams that are facing each other right now to try and qualify to the main stage. And it's heartbreaking when you see G2 versus Liquid. Yeah. You see W7M versus now Space Station. It's teams that should belong on the main stage. But that's the reality of Six Invitational. Yeah. You can only have so many talented teams on the big stage. And that's what it's making it so special.
Yeah, and listen, we've still got a little bit of time here before we throw to a break, and you know, I've actually we've all had the luxury of having a little sneak peek at this arena, where it's all going down this weekend for the Hammer, and it is huge. This has got to be, I mean, it's been called the biggest event in Siege history, and we know that the Brazilian fans love this game. They're going to show up, they're going to be loud, they're going to be supportive. In a word, how excited are you?
I mean, I don't think there's one way or one word to be able to show how excited I am. I mean, of course, you mentioned that the Brazilian fans, so passionate, so good. And of course, the chance they were bringing out. I mean, I was in Berlin as a viewer watching that. The chance that they were bringing out the Brazilian viewers, I can't wait to hear even more of that in the arena.
All right, guys, you've been an amazing pair of analysts. Thank you very much. I'll let you go and watch what is set to be an absolutely epic battle. G2 versus Liquid is next.
I am Doki, I play for G2 Esports and I'm the entry fragger. I think the team's playing good, like 16 points out of 16 points, so can't complain. I think there's some things we can still work on though, so I'm just hoping we can fix them in the off time and then be ready for tougher opponents. It's hard for me, like in the position we are, to like see a team that could pose a real threat to us because I think like we're playing so good. We know how good we are and we know how good we can be, and we're finally playing like to that standard. So I hope it just doesn't drop, I guess, because if we continue playing the same way that we are right now, then we're going to win it no problem. Guys, I know everyone is looking to beat G2. We have a massive target on our back, but it is our hammer. It belongs to us. We're the team, the organisation that's won it the most. So if you want it, you got to beat us. You can't avoid us, so come and get it.
I'm Reset, play for Team Liquid and support 2. I don't think like the pressure is on us. I think it's like on the other regions, because when they get to the main stage, they will see like the Brazilian crowd. So yeah, I was very anxious to be there. I think like our biggest strength is like our union as a team, and for what we play for, like our family, our friends, like they are all in home. So yeah, I think like the union of us as a team and with the crowd.
Bom, rapaziada, aí ó, muito time tem medo de jogar contra a gente e estão mais do que certo. A gente aí é um dos melhores times do mundo, um dos bichos papões do campeonato. Se der mole aí, a gente puxa o pé de todo mundo. E é isso.
you have just joined us. You have picked the most wonderful time to do so. Welcome to Sao Paulo, Brazil. Look at it in all of its glory. Welcome to the 6 Invitational playoffs right here, right now. My name's Ian Chambers, joined on the desk by the man on the end, the biggest brain in all of Siege, Fresh.
He's right.
And we may as well call him MC Hammer by now. Fabian joins us once again. Fab, give me a smile, will you?
I'm just insulted that you called him the greatest mind of Siege.
Biggest, I said. Oh, did I say greatest?
Yeah, I don't know. He's been relegated once. That's more than me.
Just to say, the next matchup here on the stream will give you goosebumps. This is the sort of series that gets the blood pumping in all the right places. Just seeing it on screen. G2 Esports versus Team Liquid. It's huge, Fresh.
Oh, it's absolutely massive. These two teams, their history within this game as well. The history is the two esports orgs competing against each other. It basically, in esports, does not become any bigger than this.
First, I want to just back up for a second.
Yeah.
In which places specifically?
What, the blood pumping?
Yeah.
You don't want to know, brother. Let's take a look at G2 Esports now. These guys, it's a tough run, right? They smashed through everybody in the groups. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Then one loss in the playoffs, Fresh, and you're right down in the mud. It's a tough old game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really rough, this bracket. Had they won, obviously they would have made the main stage ultimately whatever happened. They didn't. They ended up losing, going up against FaZe, and that's the big thing again. They've lost against another Brazilian team for us. Their big losses this year for G2 was the quarterfinals of the Copenhagen Major against Liquid, the semi-finals of the Atlanta Major going up against W7M, and then the loss in the upper bracket against FaZe yesterday again. And the one common factor of all those 3 losses, it was against a Brazilian opponent.
Yeah, it's some sort of ghost that exists. Like
playoff booed by
ghost.
G2, by the way.
Yeah, but they boo at everything. They don't know what they're doing. It's a ghost that exists in playoffs for some reason, and it seems to have a common tendency where everything just starts to shut down in the middle of it. I like to look at facial expressions, and because I know them and I work with them, I know what went on in Copenhagen. And in Copenhagen, it felt like, well, at least according to Carl, Alemão, the in-game leader, it was like they knew every step ahead of us. And when you have that feeling inside of your team, that will obviously move on, radiate from your in-game leader, and everyone else will struggle as well.
Fabian, staying with you, let's talk about Benjamaster. I know that you're a little bit concerned about him because if G2 are to get where they need to be here in Sao Paulo, he needs to cook, doesn't he?
So yeah, Benny had an amazing group stage. I mean, as you said, Ian, they completely smashed through all of it. Yesterday, I didn't see the Benny that I'm used to seeing, and I understand that people have bad days, but the performance he had today was so uncharacteristic of him. I'm wondering if something's going on. I hope, so for his sake, it doesn't.
Felt a little bit yesterday like he was trying to force it a little bit too much. We saw him try to force entry kills where they weren't happening, not using his utility. There was one on Cafe where he's run in, knows where a guy is, has a flash to just kill the guy, doesn't, tries to swing him, doesn't happen. But there is a graphic. There is a graphic that I think will give people hope.
More Benja graphic.
This was Benjamaster at 6 Invitational 2023. 1 year ago, the MVP of the tournament. He has the potential. He doesn't even have the potential.
No,
he's realized the potential.
We know what
he's literally one of the best players in the world. One bad game yesterday doesn't necessarily make a player.
No, but it is a little bit of a fear, you know, because if you have that bad of a game, maybe it gets into your mentals a bit. Maybe you feel like you were the reason for why we lost. I don't think that will be today the case, but you definitely never know.
Let's talk about Team Liquid now, shall we? Fresh, they came through the lower bracket. They've already played today. They're making noise right now. They are very much up for this one. Do you think the fact they've already played is a benefit or a negative? Because they were dominant against Falcons.
Yeah, so there's definitely... So this happened yesterday with Wolves, right? They played up against W7M. And why am I speaking about Wolves? Because it's relevant. Wolves played up against W7M. It was a mad series. It went all the way across 3 maps. And then Wolves played in the next game and had absolutely no energy. Could the same be said for Liquid today? Probably not, because the series that they played earlier on today, to be honest, it was piss easy. They got a 7-0, and then they should have capped it off with a 7-1, 7-2. It was a very, very easy game for them. So the fact that they're warm coming into this, and G2 are, potentially cold, not played since they played yesterday against FaZe, could be a determining factor.
I think there are so many positives that play into this as well.
Yeah.
Because if we look at the experience that the players have in Liquid in comparison to Wolf again, we have a lot more experience than Team Liquid. So them playing 3 maps, well 2 maps earlier and then just now continuing, I think it's just a nice warm-up, get into the fields, get into the flow of things. The most important part, I feel like, was that both Lagonis and Volps had really, really good games earlier today that they haven't had earlier in the stage, or in the tournament. And I also think that both Nesk and Palu that have had a little bit of a rougher game, which is, well, it is difficult when you're playing against an unpredictable opponent like Falcons, where they are just trying to go for raw aggression and individual performance. You can't predict anything. So I think if they keep up what they've been doing previously, together with Lagonis and Volps coming back and actually starting to get alive a bit, we're looking for a very, very good game.
One thing that might make things a little bit easier to predict is map vetoes, and we are ready to see where this best of 3 series will play out. And Fresh, I'm fascinated to get your take on this because, you know, we do this every time, but it almost adds that extra little bit of spice when you know it's G2 versus Team Liquid, right?
And do you know what's interesting with the map vetoes is these 2 teams are juggernauts. They both have huge map pools. They therefore have very similar preferences. So the maps we're going to are in the top 4 preferences of both teams at this event, and they're kind of high to middle preferences. Now, there's an interesting story with every single one of these maps. So Oregon, Liquid have picked. Now, G2 would only allow that open, considering Liquid won this earlier today against Falcons 7-0, if they had seen something. They've definitely seen something because G2 have picked attack, despite the fact that Liquid won 6 defenses in a row earlier.
And to build even more on that, Ramalho as a coach, knowing how he works, he's heavy counter-stratting coach, which means that those 6 rounds he saw in defense, he knows how to break. I'm a little bit surprised that Liquid picked the map, especially when they know who they're going up against and the coach that they're going up against.
I don't think anybody here, of course, wants to see either of these 2 teams or anybody watching at home exit this tournament. But I just want to shine a spotlight on Liquid for a moment here, because if Liquid do drop out here, Fresh, it's going to break a lot of hearts of Brazilian fans that have bought tickets for this weekend, because they're the biggest name in Brazil, right?
They're the biggest name in Brazil. They're the best supported. And, you know, there's a lot of hopes and dreams of Brazilian fans pinned on Liquid. Now, don't get me wrong, should Liquid lose, it will be another Brazilian team that they support because they will want Brazil to win in Brazil. However, this would be an absolute, whoever loses, it's an absolute juggernaut going home out of the competition that you would not expect.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams have massive pressure on them. As we say, Liquid are the darling of this country. Everybody loves them. G2, they have to defend their title. Like, the game is massive. The support that Liquid has from their fan base, that is even more precious. It's just like, this game really shows, do either of these teams have what it takes?
But speaking of having what it takes, when it comes to high pressure, you know, it doesn't really get bigger than this. It's, you know, elimination series are hard enough as they are, but when it's up against such a big org and such a fierce rival, Fab, how much does that play into things?
I don't think it plays into it too much. They're both here to win, and they don't really care against who it is. Maybe it will have a little bit of an impact on G2, seeing as they know that they've had playoff ghosts with Brazilians. So maybe that's the only part where it plays in, but I think all other players are just, it's another game. We need to beat every opponent to be the best in the world. Well, these guys are just the ones next up.
What have you made about the vibe in this room, just getting into this first map, Fresh? Because it looks to me like Team Liquid are super focused, laser beam focused and ready for this one. And G2 are very much the same old G2. You know, they're listening to Eminem on a big speaker as we're about to go into this. They're all laughing and joking. Doki was pulling faces at me just a matter of moments ago. Like, but that sometimes could be a privilege, a preference maybe?
I think for both teams, they're probably going to try and go about this business as usual. G2, whenever we've seen them, especially when they've been in the upper bracket or the groups, it's been very much business as usual. The big smiles, they're the most interactive team with us. And I think that's what it's about. It's about keeping the game day ritual business as usual.
All right, well, it's about time to get into business in the server. It is map 1 of G2 versus Team Liquid, and we've got Fluke and Hapcom in this one alongside a very special hairy beast of a man.
Thank you very much. It is the hairiest beast. Well, it's a classic game of classic teams, so I thought, why not get the classics master himself, Mr. Losh Milosh.
Hi. Thanks for having me on. It's an honor to be on here. Not just...
Milosh.
Yeah, that's me. Not just because it's G2 Liquid elimination game, as the desk was talking about, but because I get to cast this with my friends, and I really love them.
Aww. Even Hap?
Wow.
Beforehand, Parker also said
whoa,
he'll Hap there in the cast.
80%. in the favor of G2. Sort of makes sense. Now, if you're unaware of how the run of these two teams has gone, G2 hadn't dropped a map until they dropped a series, and now they are here in that sort of sticky situation. They hadn't dropped, a showdown at all. You go from being one of the top teams and the top team to fighting for your life within one missed moment. Uh-oh.
Oh, indeed. I mean, that game yesterday, G2 versus FaZe, was an incredibly close match.
Yeah.
And the big conversation, we heard it on the desk, and everybody's been saying it in the cast, that you have Ramalho also behind G2. You expect G2 to know how to figure out Brazilian teams better than anybody, and yet yesterday the blunder happened. Today, can they fix it? But also, you want Liquid to move through, darlings of the region. I don't know. It's tough.
They truly are the darlings. I couldn't imagine a team that would get a better reaction at this sort of event.
I mean, when I was, we were casting in SI Paris for the first time, our first SI. We have, of course, had like the Liquid versus NIP showdown in that grand final, and I didn't know who to root for, because when I ever got into esports, NIP was like my favorite team, but at the same time, like the story of Paolo and Nesk finally raising that hammer would have been so insane as well. And ever since, I've been wanting Liquid to do well and just win a major, or like even the SI. And hopefully they can make a far run. But it would come at the cost of G2, which are like the best hope that Europe might have.
I mean, Virtus.pro have been playing well, but G2, they're the reigning Hammer champions. Yes. They did it in a lower bracket run last time. They were dropped down in the very first round by Wolves, who have found themselves suffering at the same second. Uh-oh, they play on the other stream, or are currently playing on the other stream for their own lives. So we could end this day with only one EU hopeful left after all three came through in the upper bracket.
I mean, I have to say, with only 3 European teams coming in, I'll say it right ahead. I'm no longer a caster, so I can say I am definitely biased towards the EU side, so that's completely fine. However, we want the best to move through, and if EU is not the best in the match, then so be it. The better team will win, and they will be the team to actually deserve that hammer.
Now, we do have the Sense coming through together with the class from Elamau, so it is going to be good to see where this is going to go as we're heading into the laundry room. So basement. I'm just doing the plane sound.
I'm doing the sound of a plane. I'm doing the sound of a plane as it goes around. I'm a professional 30-year-old.
Same.
All right. The take here, underneath with the eyes on, a bit of Bench Master action. They had the great graphic beforehand. He hasn't had the strongest year outside of the strongest possible performance at a major. But that is what happens when you set the bar as not only a rookie on their first aside last time, but a rookie who did it with only about 1 month on the team.
Yes. It's not like Liquid are moving too much around the map. Sometimes you see teams roaming. That is not really the case here. G2 will just have to plant things. The defense meta, you're expecting it this way. Alamau bringing the glass, for those that don't know, it's not actually unusual to have it on Oregon for this sort of take, but you have to play it properly.
As they steady themselves towards it, Tubrau might be able to buy them some time. The new operator has some cool that they can keep against potentially the hatches. Not that one. Seems to be the drive when you've got Blue Wall, when you've got Freezer Wall, or even Moto, depending on playing against it. There's no Kaid, so it would just be a sort of matter of delaying and pushing G2's approach. Freezer's not going to be the bait. There it is. The Zoda canister is going to give Maverick some work to do. He's also a little chilly himself.
I was going to say, should be on the meeting hatch. This is the most important hatch really to have control of. So if you manage to keep that one shut for a little bit longer, a lot more time gets wasted. Sirotera is also being used just to prepare for the execute. That will come down in about 30 seconds from now, making sure that G2 can hit from multiple different sides at the same time. We have Uno, who's ready on the laundry stairs. You see a bit of presence as well on the freezer side, and the rest looking to drop E-Box.
Holding patiently at this point. You're sort of expecting the moment here, but what do you think they're waiting for, Milos?
Honestly, waiting for the right information. You have the Flores here who can destroy all sorts of utility that is on the site. The Tubarão, you just have to wait him out, and that's exactly what happened. But you have to wait for that proper timing and maybe eliminating one player either here on the Shaco spot behind the pillar or in freezer.
30 seconds left, just about. It's all going to have to come very quickly as Doki finally gets the clearance here onto the bottom of blue, and the break starts to come right across Lagonis, swinging wider and wider onto the pillar side. The blinds in the cover of the smoke. They might just move in and amongst it. When you're up against your own smoke, well, you're going to be inside theirs just as much. The role of a Sense. The roly-polies are out, and so is the player. The kit is cold. The players are a little bit hot. Lagonis resets, and Nesk all across the board. And Alamau, as I said, is falling right into the smoke. Cannot do anything about that at that range, and enough time wasted for Liquid to make their mark.
It was a very late execute that we were seeing, but before that, there was also no real pressure point whatsoever. Entry kill came in at about 22 seconds left on the clock at that point, so it was a full-on 5-on-5 execute. Using those sense gadgets as well didn't really work out, didn't really have everything covered, it was just for a single angle. As a result, Liquid, just the cleanup crew out there, didn't really have to feel stressed whatsoever.
It's difficult to roll your roly-polies from the sense.
They don't go in the best way.
Yeah, because you really have to place yourself properly in the hatch above, and even then gravity can sort of take its own toll and effect on it. It was nice that you had the pressure off on the side, as you saw, but there you go. That's the drop. There wasn't much pressure that could be done on other angles. Everybody funneled in. You lost the fight at the bottom of tower, exactly here, because there was no pressure on the Wamai, and the last came too late. Doki could not capitalize on the amount of craziness that was happening on the site to actually find an opening, and I mean, come on, it's basement, defense, and a defense meta. Liquid played it properly, and it's very difficult to break, no matter what even some of the best teams in the world can try to do.
Obviously, several different storylines coming into this, brilliantly raised by our Dream Team Desk. However, the one that sort of cites the most concern, I think, for the side of G2 is their love letter to Brazil. And by that I mean letting them get past them every single major. As Liquid proved back in Copenhagen, the team that sent G2 packing there, and then Liquid clawed their way to the final itself. Take note as well, if G2 had won that game, Liquid technically wouldn't have had enough SI points to be here. They would be short an extra about 120, which would move them below BDS and I think a couple of other teams. So their run there, the importance of that game got Liquid here, and they may be able to double down and take themselves even further.
So thank you for getting us here. Now let us send you home nice and early. That's kind of the motto we're under then at that point. Attic is being opened up with the Heartbreach gadgets. Doki is putting up some pressure there. Uno is on the premise as well. Of course, has Maverick, so could use those blowtorches to create some nice line of sights that could be covered from the staircase, but for now they just want a nice and easy openings. When they do start pushing the Attic though, frost mats on the bottom of pit, so that might catch actually a player off.
Actually, this is incredibly defensive setup from Team Liquid. On our own screens, we see one player kind of roaming away, but the rest are staying on site, and Resets is trying to hold on to this connection.
They're doing their best, but you can also see G2 are trying to knock on the door a lot earlier. Last time it was a very late push. They were still clearing utility with a Flores drone with only 30 seconds left. So this time, a little bit more attentiveness, a little bit more drive towards the push onto Attic. We saw a glimpse of Volps far on the opposite end that can cause some problems with the C4, but because there hasn't been any pressure onto Walk-In, there hasn't been anything from G2 onto Armory really directly as of yet, it gives them a second to build, to rotate and re-establish.
They've just found out Volps is down below though, so they do know there's only 4 people on the side, and look at the bees out here spotting out 3 of these players. That's going to be absolutely huge. Opening up with the Attic as well, allows Vengeance to go into the fight, but Alamar finds one before Resets, trades out into Vengeance, so a 4-4 and we go.
That was the flanking player of Volps go on Resets. He's trying to move it amongst the bees, but it's a terrifying force as they suddenly show up in force. Resets is going to go for a wider retake here as Lagonis gets Alamau, gets the cut across. It's Doki, and then it's Resets with the double. I said he wanted the retake, and he hops up and puts the 2 players to bed, leaving just the Australian player Virtue left alone with 30 seconds. Goes down to the bottom of white, but everything is as noisy as you like, and a shotgun twice in a row has been the punctuation at the end of the round.
Game sense extraordinaire. Resets immediately turns around, and for those that aren't also too familiar with the setups on here, a lot of times you'll see Mira being placed just to kind of cover the connector from bedroom into the attic. That was not the case there, but somehow it just works out because you had an open space with an operator.
Early technical timeout to be called by G2 here.
Yep, very early. I was going to sort of see they've seen those 2 rounds and they've said, no, we are letting this get away from us.
I mean, you kind of see it, right? Like the setups, and it started off with the pit play as well. Flashbangs being tossed in, but there's no real response coming from it. There's also no challenge at the player as soon as they do hop back in. And Resets finding those 2 kills from the bedroom, just not covered off. Lack of information being out there for G2. two very deserved rounds for the side of Liquid. G2 had no business winning either of them, and of course didn't get close to either. So they really need to talk. They really needed to get themselves back together. Normally, just for a quick reminder to the team at what they're coming here to do.
And it's good to have that talk now because there's so many teams that have been incredibly frustrating for us watching from the sidelines. There's a lot of teams that do not actually get to use their timeouts, even in tough situations. We've had it even up to today and yesterday. So you have to use it. Ramalho is a coach with a lot of experience, getting to call it, seeing there is an issue. If they're able to flank and let resets turn all the way around and catch us off guard, there's a big issue we need to fix right now before it slips away.
What is it about Brazilian teams that are so scary to G2? What is it about them that their mental starts to find itself struggling when they are more than happy to declare themselves as the biggest mental team?
Honestly, coming into this game, I saw Liquid as the most down I've ever seen them.
Yeah, they have been.
They just activate.
Statistically.
Yeah, and they just activate again here versus G2.
I mean, rightfully so, and again, like Liquid, they've struggled and it looked like a bit wobbly at the start of their groups, but have managed to make it out and have the opportunity to push on now here against G2. Again, many Brazilian fans adore them. Many fans from like outside of Brazil adore them as well for just how long they've been around in the scene, especially Nesk and Palu. There's a lot of players that take a lot of inspiration out of those two, so seeing them go and do well, a lot of people will be happy with that. But we are headed towards the dining site. That means that the small tower is going to be quite important. You see instantly does Rotero's actually stunned or impede, and the stun grenades come out, but it's Nesk who's playing around with the ward and has those glasses, will still blow up the Rotero, and that means that that shield will fall.
I mean, it'll always ping. It's only a temporary last, and Virtue gets one. The swing round from Anima doesn't connect, no! The SMG not locked in, but Benja should be able to pick up the pieces of the player. He's breakdancing. You just saw him. There it is. Now they'll get the reveal. Benja's inside the site. The E1D will buy him a second at a time, but that is all that is being traded right now. It's time. Virtue finds Nesk. Palu, he's crept his way back in for this engagement. They're either side of the Finca, so they're just going to see if they can try and force the first, but another EA1D means we have to stop. We have to take this moment in this break as G2's gone back to the boards to try and find where the players are.
Has Palu been misdroned? Yes, he has. I just saw the drone come in and leave, but he gets traded out. Luckily, Volps, though, strikes onto Benjamaster, leaving him in a 1v2 situation now with a player right behind the B bomb chassis and one in security. He has some tough choices to make.
1 minute 20, Volps. They're going to go for the plant. It's currently a 1 versus 1, but if he drives in, well, he'll get knocked right out. There you go, G2. A response after a timeout, but the game ahead of you is all to play for.
Again, another flank that G2 had to worry about here, but in the end, they're able to recover it. And it seems like already spirits are quite high within G2 just after one round. That's the power of having a coach as, I guess, as respected and as collected as Ramalho, and all the players on G2 looking forward to keep it up. What I did love is that there was instantly a response from G2 once one of their players went down. Immediately a refrag and a contestation, and that's what you expect at a high-tier game like this.
Yeah, exactly. They hit pace. Now they've used their timeout, obviously, already. A lot of heat, a lot of bleeped words, or quacked words, as we've done on the A stream earlier. There was some quacking. We need Ian Chambers, an expert now in quacking, to cover the bleeps. But G2, it's their first round of the series, first round of the game. They know the heat. The loser of this goes home. You have, as weird as it is to say, looking at, you know, an EU team and a Brazilian team, two favorites for the live stages. We have to say goodbye to one of them right now.
Sorry to say, that's just the reality of the Invitational. You're among the best teams in the world. There's only one that can make it through, and maybe it's just the better team on the day.
I mean, if we didn't want to eliminate teams, we should go back to round robin and play the entire thing out.
It's a very long tournament.
It's a very long tournament, but I'm just saying, if we don't want to eliminate teams, that's the only way to do so. It's just the reality of it. Someone has to go home of these two giant teams, giant organizations today.
20-team round robin.
Weeks. Laundry again is going to be up. Now, last time we did see the entry come down, about 22 seconds left on the clock with a 5v5 execute. And again, we do see that Liquid is completely on the side. They're just bunkering it down. They don't have to go upstairs.
If you ask me, this is the biggest test for G2. It's the most difficult site to break for any attacker, and we know that every single attacking win round is incredibly important in the current meta. They're able to break this round. This might be that comeback that they require.
Doesn't seem like Liquid want to try and step onto this fight anywhere else on the map. 2 minutes, and they're more than happy to keep it as a sort of flat horizontal engagement. Radiant stepped up on the stairs, but with this being 100% opened, the play towards the Maverick, you can't really sit that aggressively without finding yourself caught and trapped later on. The busybody work is being done by G2, and thankfully much quicker than it was last time. Remember how late it was. They were paying attention towards the entrance onto blue, towards the utility that was buried around pillar. Now they're doing it, I mean, at least a minute quicker.
Aware of those Capcan traps to be on the side of E-Box, so that's going to be making this drop a little bit more difficult. As it's been placed on the angle, it's very difficult to get. I think Uno's trying to achieve the destruction of those, so they can actually just jump in instantly after and try and get that plan down on the default spot, whereas Doki is currently hiding inside of barrels. Now he's hoping to be the little bit of a disruptive factor as soon as they do go for the drop, where he can strike them in the back as soon as they try and challenge for that drop.
Who's going to make the first bold swing here? They have the Banshee to scream on the entrance, but it doesn't quite get the catch, even though Nesk gets the kill on the back. A bit of width and wiggle room with the smoke canister, but Alamao locked out by the side of the barrels, and suddenly it's only Uno. Blinked and you missed it. Everybody caught off on that execute. Gets one to stop the flawless, but with 30 seconds left, finds a second. Canister sort of says, look, let's be honest, at this point it's all for stats. After they bounce back for the 3rd round, this 4th one has just been shut out.
That's what they say about the SAS shotgun. Believe in it, and it will work. And that's exactly what happened in the spot. That was such incredible range out of the M9 or M590, but it works out. Uno, I mean, like you said, there's not much that you can do in the spot, and it's the toughest site. It's all right. But now you get to rotate to something else. The question is, how many rounds are you looking for on the attack here for G2? Because we have to think on the macro side of the map. 2 rounds attack, you're looking good. You're going to be able to play the same thing on the other side. That'll be the next question. But now what do you do on the next round?
Look at the statistics overall over the tournament. It has been a 66% defensive map so far. So we are expected to get like a 4-2 split for Liquid here. However, G2 over the game that they have played here have found themselves with about 50% of their attacker rounds won. I still think if they manage to get a second attacking round here, that they find themselves in some good water to go up against the rest of Liquid.
They're trying to get into Alamao's head.
That's what I was going to say as well.
That's the thing, right? This is always the point, and it's always been a conversation piece about this team for as long as they've sort of had a head-to-head against Brazilian teams. Alamao left the region with, I'm not going to say burnt bridges, but a sassy walk at least to say, I'm going to EU and I'm going to be the best in the world from EU, and I'll beat all of Brazil. And then Brazil had a sort of great bit of siege and then a bit of a dip, and now is having some of the best siege, setting records, back-to-back major winners in the region. So there's a bit of pressure on who is the IGL, who you need to keep a cool head.
As much as Alamao and Romalio know the region, the region itself knows them very, very well. And we know that Alamao is someone that, to be very honest, can tilt very easily if you can push him off the edge.
I think that's where Uno is also quite important, right? Like the experience that's on the roster there kind of needs to, start reeling him back in if things do go south, or start taking over some of the responsibilities. Because honestly, Romalio right now cannot do anything anymore until Liquid call a timeout. So it's all down on the roster right now to try and keep themselves in and try and keep the momentum going for themselves. Make sure that there is no tilt coming into their roster, no shutdown in terms of communication.
Quick breaking underneath, getting that reverse vertical control, and seeing if they can try and force the players out of the positions onto the side. A heavy stack onto it, the shield, and
they're bunkered in!
At least 60% of the team have discovered a home there, and they'll probably get forced out of there at some point. You look at the positions, though, and none of them are being moved as of yet. This is the probe from G2 to find the weakness.
But they got MREs in there. I mean, they're all ready to hold on, but this buck, that is a great solution to a potential problem.
The thing is, though, as soon as they were on that roam game, they got completely shut down by G2 quite effectively. G2 have been struggling against Liquid here as soon as they bunkered in. That's how they lost those 3 rounds, the bunkered in rounds where they cannot get through. So I totally understand Liquid deciding to just completely bring it in right here.
Heavy take. Doki gets the first bite, and one of the rare moments we've had an engagement not lead to immediate trade or at least chaos. Benja at the bottom of Armory. You might not know about the loose player that's already on the far end. Nest is around the top of Armory stairs, but he's going to quickly rotate his way back towards it as Doki does get caught in the double window. Alamau, he's going to try and scream his way up from underneath, but you're sort of wondering where the rest of the G2 players are. There's one outside the double window that's going to try and keep cover. Benj is able to get the take of his own as he's causing some chaos onto the game's window. The games he's playing is trying to draw attention from Uno, going for the plant, but Virtue gets the lock to 5 versus 4 versus 2. There's a quick cutoff on a rotate, and there is G2 getting their second.
A bit slow to get Banjamaster on the window here to cut off any rotations or power positions from the defenders. We know quick peeks through the doors when you're executing. You can't have too many people watching angles, but that specific window is incredibly important. And finally, when Benja got on there, getting 1 kill for the second, forcing the second down on the floor behind the pool table. That was or the flipper table. I don't know what you call it at that point.
Foosball.
The foosball table.
Foosball.
There you go. Having support through big window to follow up after it. Beautifully executed, but that's G2 pulling it back from the edge.
I agree, because Doki was too tunnel visioned when he jumped in. He was looking over towards the players in pit, not knowing there was one in games in foosball that actually downed him out there. That could have gone really wrong if it wasn't for Benja on that window to shut them down right as the E when they get so many pings down. So it's a good recovery from G2, that's for sure, but that could have gone really wrong.
A year ago, G2 did, I'm not going to say it was the impossible or the unthinkable as they did it and we thought it. They did the run in the lower bracket. They lost the very first game. So they're technically a step ahead as they were last time. And to get the championship, you got to beat everyone, including yourself, including your own demons, even if they are Brazil as a whole region.
I mean, that has been the greatest end boss for every single team wanting to lift a trophy over the past 3 years. So, yeah, yourself and every other Brazilian team.
All right, we're back into dining. Last time, small tower, big entry point early on. Don't think there's anybody playing there right now from the site. No, there's no one playing there right now from Liquid. They realized as well that as soon as they went on for that little bit of a roam game, G2 again able to consistently find them, crush them, and basically make it into a very comfortable round for them. So they've decided to bunker down again, but this time in a different side. Extension into shower, which is of course the basic setup we saw when the rewalk just came through.
You do have the Solace in the pocket of reset, something that we haven't seen as of yet. They're going to see if they can try and limit the intel game, because remember, G2, they found themselves within the site, and you can only do that if you know that you have a clear run through. They're trying to shut back against that drone game, force G2 to play themselves a little bit more blind, a little bit more cautious, and a little bit more controllable.
Yeah, Solus to get you the information, any drones or any sort of plants around. There's the first kill going to Volps, but it's also important not just to hold things down with Amira and the Warden, but also to have some top floor control, and that's what Volps provides with his Valkyrie, because now you can put that rest of the intel on your Mira and on the Solus.
New interaction, if you're unaware, Hash can now break the back end of a Mira window, as can any sort of ranged explosive. So you can see a little bit of an uptick against holds like this. Volps does get caught. Benja watching the rotate round on the back, got a little bit too thirsty for the fight itself, and they're just trying to shepherd a bit of room here. Push back against Liquid inside the shower and see if they can be the ones sitting pretty, but both of them go down in the middle of it, caught in a crossfire, and suddenly G2 have the angles, the watch, and now the 3-3 half.
Hey, they answer back. I love it.
No, they have to, but the thing is, if they don't respond, right, like they bring it to you, you need to bring it back to them, because otherwise just that one side of the fair that might get into your head. And G2 did what they needed to do. The 50% that they had on Oregon before in attack, well, they managed to put that one down again. A beautiful collapse from them. A very tiny angle onto Volps out there. A beautiful hatch from Benja. And G2 lock it off 3-3.
Wait, I want to hear.
That's going to be your reaction. Clip it and ship it, Salty. You got what you want today.
I've never expected Benja to respond like that, by the way.
Benja getting heated? Oh, everybody's heated. If you've got Benja getting involved,
10 seconds left.
honestly.
He looks like such a composed young man, you know.
The rest of G2 have been an influence on him, but he was the point of question on the desk where they said,
absolutely,
we need tournament groups, Benja, not yesterday, Benja.
And he showed up, and this is starting to look more and more like the Benja from last year, which, you know, has been on sort of a flip-flop kind of moment through this year until we get here to SI, had it in groups. Hopefully we get it back here, but really, it's not like Liquid are going to give up at this point. A 3-3 at the half with G2 on attack is already very good, but we know that Liquid are more than capable to answer back on the server. We're looking for this first round to build up that momentum. The biggest issue for Liquid has been to get that started.
Don't really see too much play of Ella. You will get a bit of a call, and the gun once upon a time was the scariest gun in the hands of the right player. It's obviously since fallen a little bit out of favor, but I guess it depends how they want to get the first break against the approach. There's Alamau actually getting it. Volks is caught out, whether it was on the back of a Grismod or not. Look at the stretch here of the G2 players. They're about to be hunted by Nest, but there seems to be at least 2 or 3 of them where they've taken a hatch drop and got out of there. It does seem so. They've handed over the territory after getting their single kill, and that will leave Liquid with a lot more to clear, and it's going to take a lot more time out of them, which they cannot now do on the back of an EE1D.
It's also the global operator gone offline, so no more EE1Ds coming through. They have the Grimbees, though, which could be used to have a bit of area denial, or at least get information once it gets accessed, but it's not going to be the global denial of movement that we are going to be having. So that's going to be helping G2 once the execute does come through. They don't have to worry about that scan coming in and having to stop dead in their tracks or be afraid of catching a bullet.
And for OGs, they'll know the impact of Lion, what's had on the old, before they were G2, as Penta.
Shaking.
Absolutely. That sort of moment does not fade away, and Liquid have shown over the years that they can definitely use and abuse whatever is put in front of them. And they got extra Bs. Grim is going to be used also to pull G2 players out of position. I'm wondering if it will succeed, because G2 could not pull it off on their attack.
A minute left here, and we've heard the first sort of exchange of C4s and other pocket bits of utility, but we still have a lot for the pressure and the press on towards the site itself. It's a similar problem. And at this point, it's only really down to G2 to hand them the engagement. They're trying to get themselves stacked up on top of the E-box hatch. Go for the draw, and Benja slapped out of the server, resets. He's had a great tournament, great bits, and he's often been able to bite a couple of bodies back into rounds where things have gone away from Liquid. There's Alamau getting one, a little bit lost in the sauce there, Doki. Thought maybe he was under pressure, but as Alamau's able to get his third drop into the box, is it an ace? Are we on for it? No! But he did more than enough to carry the team.
I just thought this is
someone else laugh. I don't even think that was any of the players. This is just someone in the room.
It could be Doki, it could be someone in the room, I don't know.
Was it Anne?
You thought Dark Zero SSG was entertaining, at least with the quips between the two teams. This is starting to lift the bar a bit higher up, and Team Liquid respond with a timeout. They realize what's going on. They do not want it to slip away, and using the first round of attack as a probe to see, hey, can we do it or not? What's the failure? We can address that point and immediately react to it.
It did feel like they were, you know, on that last round, like a bit punching in the, like trying to find where could we go. But the fact is they didn't open up on the Shaiko wall, for example, from E-Box. So it was just a blind drop in into 2 guns aiming there. They were walking into blue as well, but didn't really have a way to truly support the players going for that drop. And talking about the scary gun, you know, it has fallen off, but it's still very scary with the fire rate it has. If you can control that recoil, you're going to be ripping through everybody.
Beautiful. How close is he to the ace? Oh, he swapped onto a secondary there.
Respect my hammer on my name, motherfucker.
It's a family show.
I don't know.
Respect my Ella.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything else.
No, all right. That's fair enough. It's weird for you to not swear on broadcast this week.
I haven't sworn yet this week.
Oh,
last week.
Carter swore
quite well.
And he swore. He said, holy bleep. as Parker once did, yeah.
Attackers
And
have located a bomb.
It was
Was
deserved.
it the Holy Bleed moment?
It was a Holy Bleed moment.
Okay,
But
fair
then
enough.
my follow-up was, you really are your father's son. Because Parker did the exact same call at one point. So. Runs in the family. 4-3. They go up towards dorms. We're on the back of a timeout. It was a bit back and forth, but then since 3 G2 rounds tied together in a row, Liquid need to break this momentum and fast.
A different sort of setup. What we saw from Liquid when they were playing here in dorms is they're setting up more for, we're going to make sure that nobody comes up through attic, and we'll put all of our resources towards that. In this case, it's more towards bedroom, which is the classic way where we see defenders and attackers kind of interacting.
We do have Amaru on the board, though, and that means we are going to see some quick control coming in off T3, especially if they have information. However, Uno, being alive is going to feel reinforced right now.
Yeah,
Doesn't
he's gone.
seem like there were. And yeah, we'll close it up. That means it's going to be safe. And well, it's just Heartbreach Gadgets from now on to open that up.
Gives himself a route out for 2 stories. Uno is now in the basement. Trying to sit and wait and cause some problems elsewhere, hoping maybe it's been droned and maybe he will not be droned. The Flores drones have been a consistent rollout. This time to try and get itself through the gates, cause some problems on anything on the other side of it as well. I think, is it immune if you activate it as you jump through the gate?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Basically only destroyable by an explosive, but that basically does the exact same thing if you destroy it by an explosive.
It's true. But can they try and find the first pick here? It's something where this is where we've seen the Liquid wheels fall off throughout this tournament.
I mean, Liquid, they lost the first player and just could not find an answer to it in the last round. And G2 just kept going off of pure extra manpower. Can Liquid bring that back themselves, find that opening? The Amaru is going to be important for it. Going up to the top and tower. Nobody found on there, but might be used to dive into kids' dorms to kind of help the assault on the side.
Oh, Ness caught out an armory, a position he played as Aroma for a long time before, and Doki is able to double down and get himself set up inside Trophy. See if he can maybe find a second follow-on for the fight itself. Palu's putting the pressure from the back end and just gets a little bit of return fire, but they're still sort of fishing, probing, hoping to get a kill. Resets. He's moving in inside the back end, but Bender and Alamau get kills apiece, and he's suddenly locked out alone once again. We find another player alone, far and far away from the rest of the fight. 50 seconds for Palu, but you're thinking of this round on the back of a Liquid timeout on Liquid's map. It's not going to do wonders for the mental.
No, and Palu has been that player where if he's feeling the game, he's really into it, the motivation's up, he'll be screaming, he'll be yelling, he'll be all red from excitement, and that's just not what we're getting in this round.
Well, the round's still on, but
yeah, just quickly
some shouting back and forth.
I mean, you got to get in their heads.
Yeah, the round is still on. Letting you guys.
I tell you, as much as it is easy,
the end of the round.
yeah, as much as it is easy to get into Alamau's head and break him down, it's the same way for Palu, and you need Palu to play up. Lagonis is a great IGL, but if the players are just not in the zone with him, there's not much that you can do no matter who you are.
I don't know what he was shouting very quickly, but I do have estimations. It's probably along the lines of what we've seen, which is stop baiting, stop standing, come fight us.
Going back to the NA game that we had yesterday, you know, help your team, something along that line, because we got on a lot yesterday. But can we talk about team, NJR? We just had a tactical timeout, though, and it's a flawless round from G2 to respond to. That must hurt to your mental.
Again, that was during the round.
Yeah.
About 30 seconds left.
Let's go for loud call-outs there.
Very, yeah.
Doki being respectful.
I just like that was included.
I'm sorry.
I think Uno was trying to make a call at that point. It's like, you know,
I'm sorry.
You got to talk about the actual game. Look, it's not done yet. You can talk all about what was happening in the hallway afterwards. But yeah, flawless round. Going back towards dining right now. And that must be painful. And I was looking at the last round as well. There's only the 2 Heartbreach gadgets they had available to them, so they couldn't even open up any of the walls if they wanted to. They did so with Attic, but then they had died everywhere else.
And look at the way that G2 are defending. They're bringing, in my opinion, like the complete opposite in terms of operator lineup compared to what Liquid did on this very exact site. Liquid, they're bringing a Solus, they're bringing a Mira, they're bringing ops to lock things down. That's the game plan. G2, on the other hand, they're filling themselves. So they have the Warden to help them against flashes, but they're just moving around. Uno already trying to get into people's heads.
Will they try and lock him down on the doors? No is the answer. Instead of getting themselves set up to try and find a fight, which he expected a little bit, they are droning it out. They're being cautious. They're double-checking everything, and that's getting the other players antsy for a fight. Virtue almost caught out. Maybe didn't know just how close Palu was, and he's a bit lucky to survive, especially against that gun from the pockets of Dockerby. But didn't get the kill, didn't get the bite, so time will tell. It is worth remembering, obviously, that this round, the technical third round of Dining, was the first round G2 won on their attack half, so there is still a lot of game ahead of us potentially. Liquid, if they get this, is still pretty much set up as a back and forth.
It's also kind of bad side, 40% win rate so far for the defense, so the attack generally does take this one home. But that also means that G2 can make a statement here if they win this side and if they do it quite convincingly. Because if you're looking at Liquid right now, they're kind of pushing all over the place. We have someone in big tower, we have 2 people around small tower, we have someone around the master bedroom. They're looking to collapse all into a central point, but if you are getting the opportunities to go into these 1v1 fights and G2 does come out on top, well, that's bad news.
And you can guess the game plan. You got Ram, you got Flores. You want to take control of the top floor, break into that, force G2 out of position, but G2 are bringing the ops that actually can deal with that. Look at that run up, first kill for Doki.
I mean, he's looking at the double window for the second follow-up, where you've got still Virtue just holding down. He's not been pressured or threatened since the first engagement. Alamau swings on the resets on the bottom of White Stairs, a famous territory that G2 loves to wrest control of. And now, as they just bury themselves on the back, lose out against Volps. Huge take from the range. They're still eyeing up the hatch. They still have 50 seconds, loads of time. They're concerned about this. The C4, if it's thrown well, could be maybe the end of this. He's, I mean, we can see everything we can see. Benja, he's hoping to get a fight at the minute. Instead, sets it and blows it. Not yet. They hop out. They're going towards small tower.
Good to see the goo mines there that were thrown in. They'll slow you down, chip at damage. With gunfights that are going to go through walls, you need that extra bit of damage.
They're going to go for Dining Execute right now, so they're rotated around because Kitchen is not going to be safe. However, Alamau inside of the showers, Benja inside of Dining together with Virtue is going to be a very hard hole to actually break through.
They didn't really have anything for this. They're just going to try and muscle in through, but there's still all the reinforcements, all the defenses, and all the players on that side. Liquid, a little bit of a panic buy environment there of we need to win this round, where do we go? Let's try somewhere else, but it sort of negates all the work because the verticality is great for a kitchen take, but doesn't really impact a Dining Execute.
And it doesn't impact it when you have one person slipping through your back lines. There was nobody on flank watch. There were no drones also to cover White Stairs. And that's how Doki can just walk up. And if anything, even if it was Doki, getting one kill, it wouldn't have mattered that much if it weren't for the fact that there was no refrag immediately. He cost his opponents not just one kill, but up to 30 seconds of slowdown, accounting for extra goo mines.
Of course, that's also the case, but you're starting to think about it. It's like so much utility gets used to prepare yourself for kitchen, and what do you do in the last 20, 30 seconds? You rotate around to the small tower and you just hope for the best. But everybody's located there, showers and inside of Dining. They knew that the rotate was coming due to information being out there, and they were just catching them as they walked into the small towers. So G2 really read that well, and Liquid unable to make anything stick out there.
You asked me. Liquid were playing super defensive on the defense, every single operator they're bringing, etc., all their lineups. G2 are bringing the exact opposite. Liquid are thinking, hey, it's defense. Why aren't they doing it? We're bringing the ops, but it's just not reactive. Another team, or maybe someone that's maybe in the clearer mindset, would have seen, hey, they're bringing the complete different operators. We spot that in the early round droning. Maybe we should swap ops to something more relevant. And here, I feel they've done it finally. Capitao being brought up, that's going to be massive.
Let's see if they can put it in a spin cycle tactically as well as on the site itself. But Doki is still that tactical problem as he's hiding out. No one really better suited for the roam in a lot of comparisons than a Solus who can pay this. Keen attention towards the drone. Do they know? Well, now they know. They'll have the idea of the reveal, but there's a lot of places you can go at this point. It's a little bit of cat and mouse.
Happens to everyone.
Finally gets the removal. They have some cover, but look at the pings coming out. The E1D Volps is getting the hot droned information, and there's Nesk with the pickup through the window. I think that was from the distance. Yeah, double window sprayed against. And gets the rotate round underneath.
Not a lot of time wasted either by Doki here, so basically just gave away his life. And I mean, this is also what G2 did when Liquid went on the roam. They were very effective at clearing out those roamers, but then they struggled when they hit the site for the majority of those rounds. Whereas G2, well, Liquid actually has been struggling to hit the site altogether, so taking out this first pick, uncontested, should be a good pick for them.
If there's one site you play Turtle Defense on Oregon, it's basement. And G2 flipped the script again. They lose Doki because they're thinking, hey, maybe we can get an early game pick. Solus, we can sacrifice it, but Solus is going to be very important, if we're still alive, to kind of support into any sort of access into blue and into the hallway from there.
A minute 20 separates Liquid from finding themselves hurtling towards map 2 on an 0-1 and on their opponent's pick. Here, they've been able to wrest some control of the top 2 floors, but the fight is the site itself, and with some pressure coming down on the opposite end for the first time, generally, you've got Nesk pushing down onto Freezer. You've got some pressure around Washing Stairs as well. They're going to see if they can try and bait into the first engagement. The kit is rotating over to offer some support here. They're going to maybe see if they can utilize those Capital bolts, the cover of the smoke, to just charge in the back end.
Again, a late rotate coming through. You saw all of them move towards the laundry. Now all of them are going towards the, well, Freezer through laundry right now. So they're not really sure what they're doing. And now the EUD comes in, they are going to execute.
Here it is. The Capital bolts. Nesk starts to scream his way up, and then Virtue screams right back, locked out with the spray across it. Virtue gets the double. There's Lagonis at least stemming the flow of all the bodies being red liquid here. Benja, he's trying to get the wide swing onto laundry. Parlu round on the back stairs, leaving just out of bounds. No, Parlu pops off.
A bit quieter on the other side, I'd say.
A little bit quieter.
I mean, they also know, right? They're on a map, 2 map points behind now. They were 3 behind, so they still need to be bringing it back. You cannot really afford to, you know, get aggressive or start shouting back at them right now. Not until you're 6-6.
The Capital was a great pick. Like I said, the E1D to lock players down. Yes, you lose 2 on the execute. Virtue popping up, getting 2 kills on the Valk, but being able to clear Doki.
Okay.
So there it is. Now we could see it.
I thought it was double window, but yeah, makes sense.
But in this position, you get the first clear, you hold on to the man advantage, and then you execute with the Capital to block out lines of sight that are also powerful in the basement, and you're good to go. You have the gunfight skills. We know that of Liquid. Nobody takes that away from any team that is here at the Invitational. But to execute the timing properly, they showed that they can, and basement is a tough nut to crack. They got to do it again.
Yeah, again, they are going to be playing in that basement, and now the big question is, are they going to be putting someone on the roam, or are they going to be playing it in that turtle kind of setup? And, you know, for now, you see a lot of people rotating around, but it's just to put those barricades down, just to slow them down a little bit more, just to get a bit of information as well, because those being opened up, that makes noise.
The one thing that highlights the response here more than anything is Uno. Off of the Adder, off of the Scorpion. It's not about respecting it, it's about respecting Volp's Capital game. They are able to utilize the Wamai discs, maybe take away from the pressure onto the bolts itself, which was the last execute. If they do not have those smokes, those fires, where they wanted them, maybe G2 would have felt a little bit more confident to hold some positions and not be caught out by the width of the swings. The drones will still go for the full map clear. You can never truly trust that G2 is entirely back on the side. There are yellow pings towards, I think, one player. That's Benja, yeah, just holding the top of these stairs, but Volps has to make noise. Benja will hear that and know that they're coming for him.
One thing that I noticed yesterday, I think, it was a matchup with Team Liquid when playing Dark Zero, I think. An EMP would come out at the right moment to disable the Warden that helps with the execute. And I'm wondering if this is gonna be the lesson that Liquid have learned to be able to crack this nut again. EMP down, disable the Warden, flash in, use your smokes with the Capital, and then drop onto site.
Double EMP being used to open up the hatch, going to make sure that there's no trickery going on with the Electroclaw from Benja. Not that he was trying, but you can never be too careful with those kind of claws that come through. You do not want to lose the limit of heart breach you have. And as they are rotating through, the pressure is again coming down from multiple different angles, this time Blue, Laundry, and Freezer.
They really want this first engagement to go their way here, G2, but Liquid probably wanting a little bit more. They're being so cautious. The Kaid to play against the chance at the burn here. They have 1 EMP left. They're going to roll it first. That will be perfectly timed. Very, very good combo there of utility. They knew what to expect, whether they have the drone on it or not. Liquid, they're making sure that everything is done in a step that is together, something that has been missing from some of their play throughout this tournament. It's occasionally turned into the Nesk show or the Parlu show, or even occasionally at the side episodes of the others. It's great to see them all operating at the same level.
Hatches alone are not enough to dive into the site. Remember, you need some players to kind of distract from the backside in the big tower or go off into freezer or maybe even from construction. Not the case here so far for Liquid, but they're still in the setup. And bees are all over the place.
The bees were caught by the discs, and they're probably happy it's those, but the smoke canisters, this will buy them a lot of time here. Very well lined up, very well placed onto the back end, and they still have at least one. The removal of a C4. That is the level of gun skill we're playing with here, but with 30 seconds, it's time for this to turn on. We have the smoke cover towards the back. The players forced out Nest with the drive up where Parley got the triple, but they're going for the plant. In the meantime, it's a 5 versus 3. Lagonis, will he stick it? Well, he's got the perfect cover too. Doesn't find it. Just dropped cold. 15 seconds and a 2 versus 2. Liquid, they recollect, dive all the way to the hard wall as the remaining G2 players double up, but it's all on a bulletproof on the right-hand side. They go either side. They win out the first fight. There's the second. G2 claim Oregon from Liquid.
Beautifully played by them there in the end. You saw them trying to make sure that their execute would stick. The bees coming through, the fire there as well, but the smoke canisters just making sure that there was the opportunity for G2 to move back in, especially with that bulletproof being out there as well. Perfect information being fed through.
Well, we will throw it to a quick break before we're back with the desk to break that down.
Liquid's pick, Oregon, is taken by G2, and if Liquid don't drop out of this, well, they could drop out of this if they don't fix some leaks. Am I right, Fresh?
Yeah, it's been pretty difficult for Liquid. I think they took a gamble, I think. Honestly, going to Oregon, G2 will have sat and watched that today. And like I said, G2, they chose attack, which was a big risk. It was a calculated risk for me, but they achieved that 3-3 split, which, to be honest, was absolutely incredible. The first 3 or 4 rounds, they didn't really look in control of the fixture, but they got rounds 5 and 6, and that was crucial.
Yeah, when we head into round 5, Liquid decides for some reason to turtle up. I don't understand why they decided to turtle up, because it was 2 minutes left, and they had already gotten themselves to the positions where basically the game ends. And they shouldn't be there 2 minutes left of the round. They need to spread out. And then after that, for some reason, they decide to go kitchen dining off the bomb sites. We looked up statistics for kitchen dining and top floor win rates during the entire event. Top floor has a 67% win rate, which means you win 2 out of 3. Kitchen dining is down to 29. That is not a great gamble to take, and I don't understand why Liquid would take that gamble. And it just keeps getting worse because, I don't know, their attacks were terrible.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right, is if G2 have gone for this calculated gamble, we'll go attack first in a defender-sided meta, and then Liquid, you know, play a bad strat round 5, and then play an even worse site round 6. They give G2 that 3-3 split. They let G2 have that confidence. We've spoke about G2 potentially, you know, having this mental block against Brazilian opponents. They gave them all the confidence they needed in the world to go on. G2 coming into yesterday were literally the top top defensive team in the tournament. 3-3 split on Oregon, defending Oregon against the worst attacking team. It was only ever going to go one way after that.
Yeah, I mean, just look at round 9. They get flanked up white stairs by Doki, who kills one of their players in the middle of trophy, or he's in the door to trophy, and just when that kills goes down, everything just erupts into a mess. Then Liquid, for some reason, decides with 25 seconds left to rotate small tower that they should have taken the first seconds of the round. Because you can just set one guy in small tower, he sits and waits there, then you take top floor. But we're just seeing a mess of attacks that I did not enjoy watching.
I mean, one thing you definitely will have enjoyed watching, because you wanted to see it. You said it in the pre-map that you wanted to see Benja pop off.
Yeah.
He showed up, didn't he, Fab?
He really showed off, and that's what we expect of him. He is a big game player. He showed that over and over and over again, and he had a phenomenal performance. It was nothing like the Benja we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that was the big thing. That's what we came in, you know, when we did the pre-game, we said, yeah, Benja Master was great in groups. Dropped off yesterday against FaZe, but he is one of the top players in the world. He can have a massive performance. MVP map 1, that's exactly what we wanted to see from him coming into this map.
Is he the sort of player that once that fuse is lit, he really starts to start gunning?
Benja has a Nordic mentality, just like we did in the old team when we were playing. He keeps calm no matter what. Like, he gets up in some sort of, well, I would say it's like enjoyment when things are going well for him, but it's not like he will overreact on emotions and let them get the best of him. He's a calm player. He will keep calm even when he's struggling. Maybe he'll get a bit flustered, but that's about it. No matter how well he does, he's just going to keep going.
On the flip side, Fresh, what happened on Liquid's attacks?
I honestly think they lacked control. I think, you know, they take a few risks. Lagona spoke about it earlier when we interviewed him after the Falcons game, and he said, yeah, we make mistakes, we lacked control, the coordination, the communication wasn't there, and that was just so amplified today. Like Fabian said, that round 9 in particular, where there's a player just flanking up white stairs and then walks all the way, but gets to big window. I think it was Doki.
Yeah.
They had no idea. They had no control. They had no drones.
They even had a guy outside the window.
So there's a guy outside the window, there's no drones, there's no flank coverage. All of that shouldn't happen at this level of play. Whatever's going on with Liquid's attack, we're continuing to see it.
Do you think that, how much is pressure playing a part here with Liquid, do you think? Because there's so much on the line. You know, we can't say it enough. Not only do the fans want them there in this, you know, live arena environment, they need that. They want that.
I mean, they need to be there. To a certain extent, they're playing for their country, you know? Like, everyone loves them. But the pressure seems to be getting the better of them, because all these attacks, the numbers just linking up that their attacks are poor, they cannot afford themselves to lose. I don't think they can lose more than one defense, because if they do, they are in for like a really bad time, because it just looks disjointed. There seems to be communication issues, communication errors, just basic things that I learned back in year 2 just seems to not be there, and I don't
I don't understand how they can't be, because the experience they have behind their players, their in-game leader, which is Lagonis, together with Alema, who's the game leader for G2, they were people that created this method. They were the guys back in Team 1 that created the way we play today. I don't think Lagonis or any of the other players in that team, especially like Nesk and Paulo with all their experience, they need to have a higher standard, higher expectations on themselves and their teammates to not let these things through.
I genuinely just wonder, are they a little bit too far gone at this point? Has the repeated failure at international events, I'm not saying the relative failure, the big ones, letting international events get past them, mean that they're too far gone.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is the high-pressure situation. They can't lose a map in this series now, and they can't lose another game if they want to achieve their goal.
It's the sort of tournament you want to roll into with, you know, previous momentum and previous success, isn't it? The amount of times I've stood on a stage with Palu, you know, moments before a final, an international event, and he said, this is the time, this is our time, and it doesn't ever seem to click for them. If they can somehow pick it up here, and they've got a tough job ahead of them. Consulate, G2's map pick next. Fresh, both teams like this map.
Yeah, both teams absolutely, you know, love this map. I said it at the initial ban phases, all three maps we're playing, these teams have a high preference. Now, Consulate itself, G2 have only ever lost against W7M, but Liquid have only ever beaten it against W7M. So if we're using W7M as a parameter, like I say, both teams will feel confident going into it. Now, in theory, G2 will be starting attack, and I think you said it, Fabian. If Liquid are going to have any success, they need to be punishing these defenses.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got to jump in. G2, Liquid. This is a treat for all of you at home. We are moving into map 2. It might not be the last. Fluke, Hap, and Big Papa Siege himself are ready for you.
Big Papa Siege?
I'm 30 years old. What are you talking about?
Big Papa Siege?
Like I'm from the Jurassic era. I am, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
When I was a caster, it was just Jurassic era. Fabian was actually winning all the time back then. That's how long ago it was.
Fabian catching strays.
I casted him losing on this map, so...
I know why Fabian's catching strays.
Why?
Because of a story you just shared before we went live about clothing.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, I am a good friend.
A very good friend.
So I lent Fabian my wonderful white linen pants for him to use. I won't say I also lent him the underwear, but you know, every now and then, you know, you gotta help a friend. Yeah. So he ends up kind of returning the favor by rolling his pen over my white linen pants. It is a black felt tip pen.
A disaster. A disaster.
I think he owes you a hammer.
He owes you a hammer.
Absolutely. I have one, actually. My friend made me a hammer.
That's nice. Yeah. That's cute. I don't. Well, I have a regular hammer for like hitting nails.
Yeah, but he like is apparently a blacksmith. I didn't know. He trained for a year to make it for me. That's great.
That's very
trained at you.
I have incredible friends.
Okay, you do have incredible friends. I can name a single blacksmith friend I have, let alone one who would make me something.
Be the friend you want to have, Remy.
I'm actually very lucky. There's some very great creators in the community that have like gifted me things over the years, and I feel horrible because I'm like, all I do is shout, and they're like, I've made this like prisma, like from Andan, I got this like prisma, and they were like, here you go, and I'm like, I feel like I owe you like my life or a lot of money for this. And they're like, nah, it's cool.
You give the gift of happiness.
I give the gift of shouting.
We have the gift of an incredible map too. Map 1 was, I would say, kind of close, but still, you could see those flaws in Liquid's kind of play in general. I loved G2 with Ramalho calling the timeout and then pulling the team back from it. Didn't work out for Liquid. Yeah, it was beautifully done.
Super early.
That's the experience. So many teams do not even use it. But Consulate is a different beast with the amount of rooms in here.
I think we throw our minds back here to old man Milos, Papa Milos.
It was Atlantic City, New Jersey. Not a great state to be in. I was perched up there with Emzo and we screamed.
We screamed.
We screamed, I tell you. When Fabian died. To the lion.
It is. For those,
I'll be back.
For those who are new to Consulate, well, it was a very different map. It's very hard to compare how it was to how it is, because this map is like 2.5 Consulates compared to old Consulate.
Absolutely.
But there is a history. There is a sort of a title towards two teams where, to be fair, very, very, very different G2 roster. Pretty different Liquid roster. A couple of similarities of the core 3, but otherwise, the punch and the fight is at the front. The Pocket EMP, a very quick breach here onto the wall. Parley is not going to try. and roll and double trick that because he just assumes it'll get opened anyway.
Yeah, good to just run away there. I think if he would have stuck around, he might have actually found himself shot right through that first breach that went through. But we are playing exposition, and that means that the top floor is going to be quite important, and there is actually some acknowledgement of that from Liquid. There's a very heavy roam going on here as Ness playing on that also famous vendor machine corridor behind the shield out there. We saw that in our previous game as well, but difficult to take care of.
A little bit of hot droning coming in there for Doki. He wanted to try and move all the way behind it, but this is that no man's land. It's a very long, very narrow, very dangerous point to play against this shield. How do you get rid of it? Well, there's several different ways. Bees aren't the step in, that's just to force the space of Volks.
It's going to be creating some opportunity there to actually take the direct area above the map, but it is not going to be decided itself yet as Nest finds himself into a bit of a fight. He's leading back in and out. Fade away. That's the entry out there for the side of Liquid.
It happens. Sometimes you go to step into a fight in that engagement, but G2's making sure that they can try and keep the pressure hot. They forced the player and lost the body because of it. The IQ is gone. And that can obviously offer you great benefits as the game goes into its sort of deeper state with the Valkyrie cameras, with the position of everything against it already. You can assume they have a bit of a read. Remember, what they're taking here isn't the side itself. It's the sort of pressure against it, the force of the play. There's a bit of punishment. Nesk had the entire read on Doki. Doesn't matter if an E1D pops off if you're stationary.
You still have Fenrir on the board here. Lagonis can isolate the site in any entries, support his teammates, but if Ness is just going to pop up and get kills, then you're going to be comfortable regardless. Let's remember, this map, even if it's in its old format, as it is currently nowadays, it has been the playground of Nesk, and will continue to be the case. You have to respect his positioning, and Alamo is going to try to flank and play it against. There's the Fender in play.
I mean, they know exactly where he is. They got Benjamaster in the second as well. Virtue on a roof, waiting, flashing down, but again, really on this take, they weren't anywhere near the site itself. Finds one, the second finds him. Liquid wants to again get this opening round.
Beautiful played. I mean, what can we say here, Hap? This is just Liquid locking down the top floor.
Yeah, also a lack of information from G2 there. You saw with the second kill that came through, of course, the first one, beautiful fade away that we saw, but after that, just walking in, not having the idea of the person that's playing on the close corner, not knowing of the AFNAT being on the corner, you know, on the side as well. Just finding yourself being picked up. This is what I mean. Nask finding that kill, and then Palu picking up someone that just walks right through the AFNAT. It's a lack of information out there.
I have to say, a lack of information, yes. But I think it all started with not being able to tackle Nesk on Soda Machine. It is a power position. There's quite a few of them on Consulate with this modern rendition. Yep. You have to clear those out. I understand it's a lot to work through, but that power position allows you to control the entire hallway and have multiple ways to access the site from either angle. Will give you less pressure, of course, on that balcony doorway. It's a power position. Was not tackled with only one player there, immediately eliminated. That was, for me, that early game inflection point.
Was an interesting brawl as well. When you're looking at that sort of Piano Expo site, you generally don't see it turn into such a fight around admin. Sure, there is vertical to play against. There is attention that needs to be paid towards these positions, but usually not with as much dedication. Defenders of Liquid didn't really want to give it up without the fight and at least taking a body on their way out the door. Here, well, it's always going to be a brawl. You're looking for this top floor take. There's only really one or two ways to get your way in, whether it's a top yellow sort of structure or a quick plant and play, which might happen when you're looking at who Alamau is and what's in his pocket, already putting pressure onto the cubby window. We've seen this fail and then succeed earlier on today. You assume it's going to turn into a juggling match against the smoke.
That was quite literally just bashing your head against the wall. They did try 3 times before they finally managed to succeed out there. But a lot of information is being gained right now about the actual site itself. They have the opportunity to see if it is going to be clear or not, and I believe there is just the hopping going through, but that's Alamau down on the ground floor below, though, so he might be eyeing up a hatch instead, rather than the window on the direct site.
It's a fun little push-up and plant. It was a play that was done on the old Consulate as well, just tucking in on a couple of different sites where the kits and where the plants would lie together. The bees force a little bit more space. Alamau is on the ground, but he can obviously be in that window in a second. There's no E1Ds or calls to cover the audio, but there is a supernova on the side of Doki in and out. Wanted to bait the utility there. The C4s or anything else that might make it happen. The vertical, there's a bit of damage on the cover. There's the pick back up of Benja, the Buck. Getting some of this quick work done. Just sees the side of the next engagement, but doesn't quite get the full taste of reset, who is living on a sliver and a dream. Alamau, he's still in, he's still out, he's still trying to play against that exact intel. It is, imagine, you're going for the plant on the bottom of bank, but it's a much longer way rather than just dipping in and dipping out. The cover's important, but Benja gets the kill, and Uno just puts bodies in and causes a war crime. There's 1 and 2, though. 3 to 1, Lagonis. All that's left, he cannot quite get into the stopping position in time. He might be able to get the first fight just on its nature, but no, Alamau slips out.
I mean, he's going to have to go outside at some point to actually try and get that one that's on the rappel. And as he walks up the staircase, gets shot from behind, actually finds two at the same time. Good clean up from G2. They lost the entry kill. Alamau was also just going in, out, and then eventually decided to stick it. There was no utility being tossed this way. He was just afraid and trying to bait for someone to just swing into the angle.
So this strategy, especially knowing that it's Alamau, IGL, and Ramalho as coach for G2, makes my old brain tickle a bit because...
I think you should get a text.
Yeah, because I have to... A few neurons have fired up here because this is exactly what Liquid and generally LATAM Brazilian teams used to do in the past. What I reference, this is a specific bait strategy that used to be employed, especially between two Brazilian teams. We're talking almost 4 years ago, if not a bit earlier than that. Because teams will go in, bait once, pull back, bait twice, 3 times, and sometimes even run out of time because they ended up baiting the plant so many times. And now that you see this old husk of a strategy being pulled back, but with a crucial piece. Of course, you got Gara hooks that could be used. They immediately pull you into the site. You got players to support you on the windows, the positioning from the Ash on the rotation, the Buck downstairs also to clear out. When you play that vertical play, there's so many moving parts to make the strategy work. Don't think that it's just the Gara hook to go in for a plant.
For a true trip down memory lane, I mean, you both will remember the old way to clear yellow stairs. At some point, we had the 10 flashbangs and 4 grenades being tossed
absolutely.
in. And just the guy sitting there and he's like, yep, there's so many indicators around me. I'm dead.
This is fine.
This is fine. Yeah, yellow, it was the corner of every hold, really. It was that sort of backline pillar, and now it has more structure to it. It's a little bit safer to hot drop into it because of the wall, which is why the wall behind it is often opened up, just so they feel a little bit more skeptical. Talking of, Benja is skeptical of Volt's ability to live. Gets them off on the very opening pick there. They're concerned about Nesk on a run out. Oh, look at this. There he is. Doesn't believe he's alive.
Very early over that top floor. Nesk now trying to find a bit of early engagement outside the window as well, outside Visa door, but he's being chased down by Benja. I think they're fully aware of his position out here.
How do you deal with them? You need intel, and Benja is on the route also. We talked about earlier today how powerful Buck is as that entry up, and they'll at least be able to push Nest for a moment, but he's trapped now. Oh, solo in this Visa check. Can he get the kill? No, he cannot. Good clear from Doki.
I mean, you hit the procs at that point, but they know there's a second player. Palu does get Benja, stops it being an entirely one-sided show at this moment in time, and drifts deadly and cautiously upwards. Gets himself up towards Spiral to find a new location.
The thing is, right, we've seen so many attempted executes onto this garage floor, and every single time we see them kind of run out of time. They run out of manpower to truly get themselves into an advantage where they can actually continue that trade game onwards. G2 now do have an effective 4v2 advantage on the site, with Palu still upstairs. So they have to pay attention to him. They cannot just go for an execute without respecting him. But they can actually make it stick and then have to transition back to his position.
You do have Alamau on flank watch, which is something that could be used if he's actually paying attention, but not to the vertical, not to where Palu is. This is an older strategy also. You have someone that's playing a triple vertical where he's all the way up and can just watch you all the way down, and that's that flank watch gone off the server.
Yeah, flank watch wasn't watching the flank. Irony is abound, but so is Doki, leaping and bounding towards the site itself. Uno on the rotate round with the kit on towards Spiral. He will find an engagement first. Lagonis is a bit up to his shoulder, but Doki's going to sort of try and pull them out of position. Second for the round. Palu, he's back to the site with only 30 seconds left, though, is removed from the site. Lagonis, watching, waiting at the back, just needs to stop the kit, and because of that, well, G2's pulled themselves away. They're opening up the hatch drop. They're going to make sure that they can attack this all together as close as possible. Why go wide when you offer the risk. They're inside, they're having a scrappy fight that Virtue logs out. Get the bleep off me.
We need a
button
we can actually press
Absolutely.
Is there a swear jar?
Well, we did used to have one.
We did.
If you
Fabian
remember.
filled it within like a
It's as soon
day.
Fabian joined the E-Will desk.
I'm sorry. Get off your high horse, Hap. I've heard your casting.
Yeah, but there was no swear jar back then.
There wasn't. He
That's
just
true.
did it.
The moment we introduced it, it was just Derry and Fabian that were putting up. Look at that clear.
It sounds so cool. They're like I thought that was like Pac-Man. That was great.
It was beautifully played. You have one player, the Buck in this case, who's putting pressure on one side. There's no way to cut them off from the hallway. The castle has already left the position. Doki walks in, gets the kill, gets the clear. This round is off the back as his kills.
Exposition is up next again. They've managed to take that one before, but that was a strange round where G2 went for a full top control from the side of admin, couldn't really get through on the no man's land vending machine hallway. But at the same time, also on the opposite side near yellow, didn't have the right information, got themselves stuck by players around corners or the FNATs that basically rendered them useless in those fights. So G2 need to change that. Again, we're seeing a very heavy hold from Liquid up top. It's just Lagonis that's currently inside the side. He's using the FNAT to stop the quick entry into the side, at least for now, so he doesn't get surprised by a rush. But I'm wondering if G2 is actually realizing this and actually going for a full horizontal, what it seems to be right now.
Now, I'm not entirely sure because I know there was a little bit of a change in the back and forth in some of the graphics of who the winner of this would go up against, if it's the game that's currently in play on the other stream, which is Bliss Wolves, or if it's one of the ones that was already sorted on. That is obviously tomorrow, so there's still games in hand, but they get through those and they'll find themselves in, depending on that opponent. This is the end of today, and one more for the break. G2, they're getting the break themselves. A very different take, a very opposite-ended take. They're up on the windows of console. They're getting the break onto the back of piano door instead. We talk about how Yellow Stairs was a focus of takes and approaches last time. Well, look at this. The fight is over the top, but it's reset, locking out Virtue.
And this is the problem with not taking the top floor. It's so difficult to vacate any defenders from up here, but it might be necessary. You have Alamo in a power position that can lock down rotation between the two sites. However, with 2 players, 3 actually, from the defense upstairs, this is proven tough.
They have all the watch. It's shooting G2 branded fish in a barrel here. 5-2. Doki and Uno looking at, well, just a room where all their friends have died. They have no control over any of the verticality. They haven't been able to break and move any of the visuals either, and there's nothing to give them that. No smokes, no coverage, really. Uno does find a kill. Uno finds, well, Doki gets one and then a death. Uno has to now find 3 more. Volps has taken a bit of damage, but when you're looking at I try and drive here through, all of the players are above. I mean, not even Splinter Cell himself could find the sneaky route here.
Mr. Cell.
Mr. Cell.
And we are looking at that macro now for a moment here. If you'll allow me the time, just because 2 rounds on the attack are already a minimum that we look to, not just on consoles, but in general in a current metagame. Liquid locking this down means that they have understood that G2 are going to take their time, but taking so much time that you can't really do much about clearing the top floor. There's a lot to do on this console. For those that haven't played this new console, there it is. That haven't played it, I mean, hello, you should probably do it because it's actually quite an entertaining game.
Do it.
But it does play very differently. You have so many rooms to clear. It's like virtually bigger than what it was just because of those added extra walls. And you got to worry about that. You got to worry about the top floor and the vertical play.
So we saw G2 in one round go all the way up top, and then we saw them all go horizontal, except for like one that was still out there. They haven't really been able to find that good bit of balance around exposition. But they've been able to be very convincing in the other 2 sides they have attacked so far. So that is probably what they're banking on right here. It's okay to lose exposition as long as you can win console, as long as you can win garage, as confidently as they did.
Did you look up who they play next if they win?
That's Wolves or Bliss, depending on who.
Okay, so it was the other one. I remember there was a little bit of conversation about whether the bracket flipped, and to be honest, I couldn't remember.
I mean, I went to Liquipedia and checked. So
yeah, I mean, that's the best way of doing it.
Usually we just hear
I don't have any electronics. I don't have any connection to the internet on me. I like to live in the moment.
10 seconds left.
Do you know what I'm excited for actually when I do get my phone back? People are gonna be like, oh my god, she doesn't know Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell is Sam Fisher. It's like, no, I say these things to irritate the people around me. I'm gonna start calling him Zero and only Zero.
You know, you're very good at that irritating
His name is Zero?
Zero, Zero.
Well, might as well reset this counter back to 0-0.
Whoa.
We got 2-2 on the line here in G2 and Team Liquid, and still a powerful defense from Liquid. Now they're getting more aggressive. The Pulse bringing out, what is this, year 2?
What is this? Year 2? I don't know.
What a line, I mean. Beautiful.
We're about to see if they can try and make it a little bit more reminiscent of that fight. The run out on the door is more of a run out into the door. Doki does get the first rotated. Volps off towards the back end. I was going to say Resets might be offering some support, but he is actually on an entirely different read on the floor. I was looking down at the top down. Palu is in fact the one who is not too far away. The call back-to-back Alamau. Safety first is the name of the game as they ensure that, well, anyone with electronics on them is going to be sniffed out and dropped down. They have vertical control, but they still have a whole story separating them from actually getting the fight. And look at this. Remember last time Liquid, they were all over the building. They were really stretching their legs. There was only really 2 of them that sort of sat down and stayed there the whole time. This time they want it to be deep.
Yeah, we're not going to have any of that roam game on right now as everybody's fallen back. So if the roam clear is good enough from G2, they'll realize that soon, and that means that from the next minute 15 onwards, you know, that timer, they're going to be starting to pressure down towards the side. They're going to make sure that they are eliminating the angles that these defenders can play on, whilst also sending some people towards the basement so they can actually play in a horizontal manner as well. That Nitro Cell just delayed out there from Volps. Hatch will open up either way. Nothing to be found.
And that's the issue with running the Pulse. I know we made the joke, haha, year 2, but running the Pulse as your only remaining Nitro Cell in this case is a lot of things to juggle for one player in a site that relies so much on verticality from the bottom up. So now you don't really have answers other than slowing your opponents down with a Legion, which is a sound strategy, but you have to answer back with something other than just, hey, I'm just kind of in the way.
All 9 players alive in 40 seconds. It's going to be a punch that is going to echo probably around every single Liquid player as soon as they get the first angle of a fist through a wall on the side itself. Still clearing castles and still trying to get a blind, but they had the read here on the rotate. Resets does find Uno. Doki is being surrounded. Look at the aggressive retake. Wins one, can't get both. Palu trying to pinch their way up and get the cover on the hatch. If they win this control, then there is really no way for G2 to get a comfortable plant in at this point. They have to decide very quick. What do we do? Go for the site, go for the play, and hope the cover comes together. That seems to be the A road, and that seems to be the one that they go back against. Oh no! Benja takes the head off for 1. There goes the remaining 2. Tragedy has struck.
The script.
Well, actually, I mean, I didn't write that. But to be fair, if there is a script...
It's very good writing, I tell you.
If there's a script, we're going to map 3. And if that is the case, then that's actually poor writing. I mean, who relies on something like that? Come on.
All right, so before we insult the scriptwriters too much,
we're not allowed to say much.
We're not allowed.
No, we cannot really give away the hand that we have written here. So.
It was just on the hat. Can I have the Banter Master Virtue moment again? Because that was he was just on the hatch. I mean, they're all smiles. Mistakes happen, but
I guess they know.
Here it is.
Hey. No. What? What?
That must have been like an issue in comms where he said like, yeah, I'm downstairs.
Yeah, shoot me. What?
No. It must have been like I've dropped whilst he was dropping, and then he's like, what the hell? It's like I don't know. Like I cannot think of another way.
I mean, at that point, all you can do is smile and move on.
Absolutely.
They're a map on. They are still obviously, you know, on the opposite end of this. If they get a 3-3 half, that's pretty great. That's obviously where we found ourselves on the other turn of the half before they then turned it up. Liquid struggled with the ladder play and struggled with getting themselves, you know, properly put into the game of Oregon. And here, Liquid on their attack might find themselves on similar struggles. G2 are well aware of it, which is why they're all smiles. They don't see a cause for concern as of yet. We'll get ourselves towards the third sight, and again, maybe a 3 versus 3. The quick break on the single wall will come together. There's not a bandit trick against it this time. But, well, there's a burn through it, and almost a trick on the bandit.
Yeah, I think that was right through the opening of the Maverick out there, instantly firing through. Almost losing his life out there. That would have been huge if you could have picked up Lagonas that way. That would have been a Nitro gun. It would have been a good player out of the way as well. But they weren't able to find it. And if we look at the rest of the setup of Liquid now, there's a very heavy presence towards the side of admin as well, with the opportunity to fall back towards vending.
It's not a complete break. You can just see the line of it. It's at the bottom middle. Yeah. There it is, Doki. Gets it clear. They have a C4. It's a little bit of a slower approach. Last time they just smashed the wall open with a Selma, if I recall correctly. And here they're going for a more direct take, and that's something that could be played against. You've still got 3 smokes, a couple of C4s, everything to try and take away from the range of it. The first gets tossed and shot right out. Clay pigeon shooting is a practiced hobby of both these two teams.
Now, what do you do to clear the player on Soda Machine? Let's remember, this was the power position that gave Liquid the advantage on the round where this was played, where the site was played last. You bring in the big change in the Maverick, you give yourself more flex on the other side, but Nesk is still around, baby, here on the server. Beautiful, clean headshot.
He knew put Nesk in a shootout, and he's going to have a pretty good time every time. Here is a pressure from underneath the buck of Volps. Well, the buck towards Volps even. Is locked out. Alamau gets his first for the map as well. It's an important part. A bit of confidence for the IGL to start really cooking into this game. He was 1 of 2 at the start of last round, and it was Lagonis who got the 2 that ended the previous one. So if he can replicate some of that and get the drive here, we might see a little bit of a different result. The roll of the grenades, the pressure of the smoke. Nesk goes low. That second one, not quite enough, obviously. But that sure is bullets. However, there's a player sneaking up round on the back. Again. It is Lagonis. There's one. Caught out on the drone, 30 seconds, and now they've got the decision. Do we try and focus on who's behind us, or do we try and push for what is in front? Virtue on the roof, still watching and waiting to see if they can catch this loose player, but he's moving slowly. It's the pressure now, a 2 versus 2 in this position. Uno tries to plant, but nothing is allowed, takes a huge bit of damage. There's at least their engagement, a 3 versus 1, but they've still got to try and put the kit down. Resets, he can do a hero play, he knows where the default is. They don't need to! That was so close! But Benja!
Redemption!
Oh, Rebensham.
That is redemption for the last round. The team kill doesn't matter anymore, I would say at least.
Second time though, the flank comes through. We saw it in round 5 where Palu was able to just come up, go back down towards the yellow stairs, and then shut down the plant in the end. We see it here from a different player this time. Again, finding that 1 kill onto Alamau, really throwing a spanner in the works out there, but luckily this time they were able to bring it back because it's like, that's 1 offside. Let's hold them off before he rotates back, and the rest executes the side.
However, same major issue had happened before. G2 could not deal with Nesk and Soda Machine. And that is a power spot that they couldn't clear out. However, it's actually the perfect time to fail it, especially when you got the round back, because now you swap sides. Now you're on defense. You got 3 rounds on the attack. Let's look at the macro, people. We're outside. 3 rounds on the attack is huge on Consulate, not just with the meta, but also given the fact that this map is so, I guess, so open for any defender that wants to move and roam. And that seems like a hybrid that G2 are bringing with the Valkyrie, but also the Fended and the Pulse.
Playing the split side, servers, tellers. That is almost never played. Only 8 plays so far throughout the tournament. It was won 7 of those times by the defense. And usually you're a bit like, ooh, the split side is quite difficult to hold on to. But it's vertical. You kind of need to have basement if you want to actually get a plan down.
It's also something G2 really enjoy doing, which is first picking the sort of off the beaten piece side. It's something that it can shake the attackers. If you are saying, we need to win this first attack, and suddenly you're locked onto something else, even if you've got a prepared play for it, anything that adds 5% of doubt can turn into 50 when it's as loud as this stage can be. 3 apiece, G2. They have themselves a nice bit of intel gathering alongside the Pulse and the Solus and the Valkyrie. They've actually kind of got a good lockdown on all the intel, both players and technology.
And as they are starting to open up some of the default utility, think of, one of the walls actually there. Hard breach. That's Volps just running through right now. That needs to be able to... UAD is in the point! Benja with a great kill! Couldn't follow up for the second though. Ness shuts him down, but you lose your blitz. That was a huge part of the attack.
I mean, what a tragedy there. The blitz hit the flash. They had support and cover. They just ADS'd and tried to get the kill, and Benja held down left mouse click and got the perfect result.
You got support behind you. Trust your teammate. Let them get the kill. Just flash and try to block that damage. It was not played well. At least a kill was traded off at the end of it, but still there are powerful ops on the other side. You still have 2 Nitro cells. You in Virtue and Alamo, of course, playing. You have a Clyde, you have a Pulse, you have a Fenrir. There's a lot of intel from Valk, a lot to play with, and a kill from Doki, but not the other.
Almost swung around either side, but again, this game from Liquid, they are making sure that every loose player has at least 2 of the Brazilians either side of them. It's a 3 versus 3 with a minute on the clock. They're still trying to aim and angle their way. You look at what they've lost, and it's maybe the herald of an A push and maybe the design towards the B, but with hard breach, with Dockerby for some crowd control, and with the IQ, they have a great selection of guns and a little bit of utility for what is going to be the swing on towards the site itself. But the concern here is that verticality, 2 C4s and a pulse, all the intel that they can utilize to build behind anything that is attempted on the second story. It's turning into a little bit of a nightmare here for Liquid.
Virtue missed them though. Luckily, Uno was watching the hatch because they all were rotating around when he was watching the opposite side of it. They did not know where they are. Now the Nitro is going to be prepped as the plant is being attempted. Uno gets shut down as Reset pushes in.
2 versus 2 at this point, and they pulled off the kit. They find the kill though. Virtue swung his way up. They look away at the worst possible second. They don't have the connection. Resets through the wall. I mean, Liquid, they read it perfectly, knew where they needed to have a player and sort of said, look, you stay up there. I'm going underneath. I have a couple of G2 players and my bullets have their name on them.
I will say it is a very ballsy move from G2, like Hap mentioned at the start of the round, to take this split site to play on. It's beautifully set in the way that it is. You're playing the vertical. You're also getting a trade kill every time. You get 1 kill and then you get refract. It's okay. It's fine. You keep that amount of those numbers for you to use. But the ability of Resets to drop down here on the Habana, get the first kill, and get into position to close down the second is beautiful. That's why this site is so tricky to play, because and went with a pulse solo, because you need to get the intel and then use the Nitro cell. You need someone to remain with you. And I feel that in the round, the Fenrir didn't really get to do what they wanted to in slowing things down and cutting off those line of sight.
I think that G2 might have gone a bit too aggressive there when it was the 3v3 situation. They saw someone coming down from Spiral, they tossed the Nitro cell rather than holding the close angle. The post was going up the staircase as well towards the upper sides rather than playing it below, guiding the Nitro cell with the cardiac sensor. So you basically left your teammate there in a 1v2 situation. I think if they played that a bit more passively, not that that's a G2 playstyle, quite aggressive, but they might have been able to bring it across the finish line in that case.
We might be about to do a little bit more Brazilian juggling, which is when you juggle a Brazilian in and out of a window on a second story for a bit to try and play against utility. Reset will be the one that steps into the shoes that Alamau had pretty brilliantly before, but Volts doubling down on the blitz. I mean, it was successful until it suddenly wasn't, but you could have made it perfect, and they'll know that more than anybody else. So instead, they'll see if they can try and lead with that iron flashy fist.
What do you do now with the Amaro? We saw how G2 were able to utilize the operator themselves of just trying to baiting for a plant. Can Resets pull something off in the same way, or does he have another game plan?
He's either going to be playing this from below and go up the hatch, or he's waiting for the blitz to make a good move, but as he goes in, it's just complete shutdown from G2! Only Palu left! There's only been 10 seconds gone since the first kill. And he's looking like, team, where are you? Why are you all dead? What happened?
That is when Brazilian juggling goes bad and you unfortunately get in, but you have already exploded. They've thrown the utility and timed it well with your push. And that is, in a way, the negative thing about the E1D, because if the defenders don't care...
There it is.
If the defenders don't care to be spotted, then they'll know that that sound means they're about to try something. So let's just throw our C4s, pop our Goyos, play against it. We'll either waste it to an E1D or we'll waste an entire team.
It's like when some teams and some players will do it. This is like a great reaction. It can backfire, of course, but you're in a kind of dead or maybe I'll die a bit later situation. Somebody's flashing you. What do? Do you sit back and just take it and die 2 seconds later? Or do you just say, you know what, they're gonna pop the flash, I see the flash coming at me, I'm gonna fire and hopefully I can get something. We saw that on Clubhouse, I think yesterday, and it played out wonderfully. In this case, everybody collapsed in and then everybody was just vacuumed immediately out and vacated out of console.
I think he's saying I'm having a great time playing Rainbow Six Siege with you all.
I love Rainbow Six.
I love Rainbow Six Siege.
In Portuguese.
In Portuguese. Now, I think that's what's being said. I don't speak very good Portuguese, though.
A big thing about these top 4 executes we usually have is the Ying, but that got removed in the bans, of course, because usually what you see is a lot of flashbangs being tossed out, which makes it so only the Warden has the opportunity to take the fight. The other thing you then do is toss out those C4s, but that's the bait that goes with it. Candela goes out, there comes a C4, Candela goes out, another C4, and then you can go for a plant. That's not going to be there now.
It is that interesting ban removal as well of the mute that was played by Liquid here, how much of a problem they think that would have been towards this map and this hold. Sure, it's a limitation on the drone game, it's a limitation on a game that I said they did very well, but there's several ways for a team of these two teams' caliber to stop against that game, to play against that game. So maybe it's a focus on walls or just, you know, some of that utility drive that is mute the best option to take out of this defense? Time will tell.
I mean, the mute gadget is not as strong as it used to be.
Yep.
You could block out the entirety of like yellow stairs in the past. No, obviously, we're many years beyond that at this point. But if Liquid deem it that, hey, maybe this is something that's blocking us out, maybe it'll just deny our drones. That's something to think about. What I did like is Volp swapping from the Buck off to the Ram. They got the droning in. They got the intel. Hey, we're going to need more vertical top down. So let's just bring the Ram. It'll open everything for us. But you do need that top floor control, and you need to avoid nitro cells being flung at you.
Heavy roam game, though, from the side of G2. Only 2 players are currently on the site. The rest is playing around that first floor, which, of course, directly leads into the verticality that is going to be playing into the site itself. And as long as they can just stay out here and support one another, Liquid might be up for a bit of a surprise because we saw some missed information in the last round. If they miss information again this time, they're going to be in trouble.
Well, there's the grenade that they for a second wanted to swing into, but they're in a position where they just clear utility. There is a dangerous game. Trying to jiggle peek. Nesk usually doesn't always go your way, and they have realized that. Pull back instantly. Nesk with the lockdown on the roam. It's a double down as well with the Nomad. They're going to make sure that their site is focused and driven. They have bodies above and bodies below. And Doki, how long are you going to sit here in a situation that becomes thinner and thinner as time goes on? Banger's behind the desk, and Alamau is behind. Nesk gets the take. Doki gets Volps as well. In and amongst the chaos, they've been able to take a couple of bodies and fight for the trouble. I said don't always peek on that swing, but Doki takes out resets. There's Benja. He's sort of saying, I'm sorry, mate. I don't have your ticket. You've got to go elsewhere. This desk is closed. Look at this.
Flawless again, back-to-back flawless that we're seeing from G2 here. And again, the heavy roam game out there, and they're just winning those gunfights, leaning into it, not being afraid to back down, but then lean back in twice as hard.
And that's the heavy roam, is that it seems like G2 are baiting Liquid into a position where they feel they're comfortable. So whether they do, hey, we're playing all the way at the bottom, sure, you could take the top floor, use your Ram, take your time, because we don't care. We're going to be playing closer towards yellow stairs. We're going to shut you down there because we know now that you're going to be able to kind of send Nesk over to that position. Well, he's the first eliminated. And what do you do when you're trying to breach? Well, you end up losing more and more ops because your vertical play was not successful in bringing anything because all the other ops are actually in, you know, indestructible positions. Defended it at the end to isolate. Get in their heads. There you go. Get in their heads. 5-4 for
Honestly,
G2. This might break the mind of Team Liquid.
Well, they haven't taken their time out. They still think they can pull it back. They're only 1 round below. Before, it's this 2 rounds in a row. It's the second time this map 2 rounds have been threaded together.
5 seconds left.
And we are going back to the split site here, and I'm still like thinking that G2 should have won that if they played it a bit more passive rather than the aggression that they showed when it was a 3-on-3 situation. The roam game, that's fine. You can have that out there. Actually bringing the Capkins now just in case there is another blitz running through, so you might be able to blow them up before they are successful. But if you're able to just slow it down a little bit more in those final seconds, use the teamwork and the synergy between your gadgets and utility, they could be finding themselves with some good success here.
Counteract the gadgets. What do? You bring in the Brava. It's a good reaction from Team Liquid. Hopefully they're able to cancel out as much of the utility from Fenrir as possible, because yes, it wasn't that big of a deal in the last round, but had they actually committed to the execute, Team Liquid that is, then Fenrir would have become an issue.
Yeah, would have become an issue, that's for sure. And of course, Uno at that point as well, back in the first round that they played in defense, still was on the opposite side of the map, just holding off any rotations that came in from that side. So, good operator that you really need to take care of. Hatches are being open up though, so there is definitely an approach towards that basement site. Let's see if it will last this time.
Still trying some crime, and this time an F dot is stolen. Uno, the man who owns them, is going to be disappointed, but he might sort of taper that by shooting people in the face. He's ready for a fight, and Alamau is ready for an appearance. Emergency exit, keenly watched, which will buy some support on towards maybe the window hatch. Lagonis is the potential victim, but as the calls come out, it's Doki that is the first blood found. 1.5 minutes though, so it's taken much longer for that opening engagement to occur. However, it's much cleaner than it was with what happened with the Blitz previously. Steady incline towards the map and the site itself. Steady droning too. It's Alamau that finds the next, then Uno that finds himself out of there, untouched and unscathed for all the time that's wasted.
Reset's completely blinded though as he's moving through, but in the meantime the roamers of G2 already left, except for one who went all the way up top. Two now, all the way up top. So they're going to be playing this on multiple levels of verticality, not just from the bottom up, but also top down.
Benja, he's on the hunt as well, and I mean, sometimes you shoot your friend in the face and sometimes you shoot all 5 of your enemies, and he's a player that has that ability. He's about to find one. Gets rid of Lagonis, the Dockerby snuck up on, and suddenly there's that cool, that sort of clarion action moment of they are behind us, they're around us, and we've only got 30 seconds.
With Liquid not clearing for the first time ever the top floor, this is biting them back. They already lost 2 players. You're down, man, and there's the flank from Uno.
I mean, the fight is right on the window. He's able to get the end of it. It's a 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds. The kit is cold, though, and that's the big defining factor. Resets. He takes the point, and the fight, the rotate, isn't quite in his favor. Benja gets his second. C4 is almost there, but he just threads the needle.
Good job, guys. Great round, guys.
Good job, guys. Great round, guys. Beep, guys.
Sounds like Tommy K, if you ask me.
It's rough. It's rough at Liquid right now. What are they looking at? The end of their SI. So we take the time to talk because 1 round separates them from watching from the stands.
I feel that, again, I'm not Fabian, but I can tell you, I believe that this timeout might be too late. Should have been called maybe in the last round, only time will tell, of course. But in the 1 round where Liquid do not clear from top to bottom, it becomes an issue because, well, now G2 can just maneuver between you, and what happens? Benja goes upstairs, shuts down your flank that was oh so essential to lock out any rotations from G2 off those stairs.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
I also think they should have taken it after 2 flawless in a row.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
Yes, you're going back to a site you won before, but you, in my opinion, shouldn't have won it at that case. G2 had everything in the cards right there and didn't play it right. And, you know, with the right flank coming through here, I was going to say it's actually a smart position to plant that because when someone was going down the stairs, it's like they can catch the nitro cell off from the poles. And Benja just blows them out of existence out here.
Let's go, Benja! Benja! Let's fucking go, Benja! They're so scared to push me. I'm trying to come kill.
Come kill me.
Come kill me. So
what a Finnish way of looking at it.
He's just looking to have fun.
I didn't need to tell you to.
Come kill me.
I don't need to tell you to, but that is probably the most Finnish saying I've ever heard. I mean, everybody's watched the Kimi Räikkönen interviews.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is just normal Finnish people if you're watching Uno.
Cool as ice, cool as anything. And that's why they brought him on the roster. That was the change that obviously happened between that previous SI run and this one, outside of some Swedish bloke who is behind them's gone, is they needed him for the late round. They needed something to balance the fire and the fury of Alamau's early round calls to the cool collected, we have 20 seconds, what do we do, Uno?
And this just shows that overnight, G2 recovered from losing to FaZe, and they've learned a lot of lessons to play and pit them directly against Team Liquid, even experimenting in the middle of this map. It is still not over, though. Liquid are trying to fight back, and a Monty is a response.
Yeah, but they've seen it on the default cam just now. It was being watched while it was being shot out. Phillips, in the meantime, is entering from below as well, so has to be some kind of bottom-up kind of play coming through out here from the Buck on side of Volps. And, you know, together with that Monty, maybe try and force the plant out, take no more than you need, and then see if you can make it stick. I mean, the A side is definitely a good position to do so, because there is that little bit of the small awkward cubby out there where you can plant inside the door, and there's relatively no cover.
6-4, it's still not a million miles away. We've seen whole flawless sweeps before, and with the timeout, we've also seen flawless returns after it late on in the game. The problem here is G2 are very fired up and have been for most of this tournament. Even when they're able to flawless through their groups itself, a single knockdown means that this might be the game where suddenly all the importance, they get their heads together. Perfect read in the call. There's a C4 that Benja wants to thread over the top, but Monty survives with the awareness. They pull around and they're trying to find the fight either side. Lagonas caught on the window. Nesk had the cover. Great team play from Liquid.
Lagonas wants the drone. He's the IGL, and what does he do? He literally turns into the human drone. A bit of damage here on the Monty as we talk about Lagonas, but they've already dodged Nitro, as you said, and they're going to try to re-maneuver into the second door, try to push through past that soda machine.
That's a great way. I was just going to be bringing that up as well. You can take that hallway so easily when you have that shield, because what they're going to do, shoot the shield, doesn't really do that much. That's what it's for. So, you know, they have the opportunity to walk by that stronghold position, by that chokehold, and then they need to try and get themselves inside so they can go for that plant with that Monty, but also make sure there's no utility as the second C4 gets popped.
No connection from Virtue, but it will maybe connect some of the dots on where the G2 players are, so it can drive some of the focus. They've got to act before they get snuck up on, and there's the sneak. Benja and Alamau get one apiece, the 4 versus 3 with a quick response from Volps here and a take from Nesk. They keep just the tightest hold on this body advantage, but with 30 seconds, Liquid, they got to make some action happen. Virtue with a double. Everything on Nesk, holding on here for Liquid's chances in SI 24, but no! G2, the reigning champions, keep raining on the parade of other teams here at the tournament, and unfortunately, Liquid are covered in water, and they'll be washed out of this show 2-0.
It's such a painful way to go as well. The Monty lost, the teammate behind it lost for the cover, and after that, Virtue coming up the staircase, he was facing the skeleton key, but he managed to get 2 kills out of it somehow. I'm still confused how he managed to line him up, but overall G2 have been the leading factor, leading team in this game.
It was beautiful to see, but like we called it, that timeout might have been the biggest crux of this matchup. Maybe Liquid could have come back, but we can ask questions and maybes all day, every day. At the end of it, the reality of it, when we snap out, is that G2 are victorious and they keep their run. And let's remember, G2 last year, where do they come from? The lower bracket.
Liquid, it ends here, and they've had a little bit of up and down, haven't quite been able to get themselves with the sort of continuation of form that we've seen them play at previous majors, at previous performances, and unfortunately for them, it ends here. But the heart and soul of Brazil is still very present, and they will be, I think, sorely missed. However, you know it's far from the end. Thank you very much, Mr. Losh, for joining us.
Can I just say one thing?
Of course.
I have to say, I am an old man at 30 years old.
Is that what you wanted to say?
However, I have to say, with me being on here, it's not like I cast every day. It's been a massive honor to do so with you in this great game. But I gotta say, casters nowadays, they're 10 times better than I ever was back in the day.
Aww.
They all grow up, they're like my children, but I love them very much.
Well, let's throw it to the other parent we have here, apart from Milosh, our other host, Ian Chambers.
I guess I'm the uncle, right? G2 rejoice and take a step closer to the main stage. For Liquid, it is heartbreak here in Sao Paulo. There's a real obvious juxtaposition in dynamic and feeling and mood. It's right split down the center of this play area here. Heartbreak and happiness. My name's Ian Chambers, joined on the desk by the 3-time world champion Fabian and Benja, who raised the hammer alongside this man this time last year. Benja Master, welcome. We speak about rejoice. You must be feeling phenomenal right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Benja, in the group stages, you know, you were on fire, the entire team, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then yesterday there was a bit of a blip. You know, it threw you right down here into the dangerous place that is the lower bracket. What did you change specifically about your mentality and play style today?
Nothing other than I think in the rounds where we are about to lose, I just think I'll focus more on doing my job than trying to overcompensate, for others. Yeah.
All right, I have some questions, and these ones are going to be great. First of all, with Romalio coming into your team, does he put you into bed as nice as I did and cuddle you before you fall asleep?
No, he doesn't. He
doesn't?
No.
So what you would say is that I am a better personal coach than he is?
No.
All right, well, you overcame a Brazilian team in the playoff brackets for the first time. How does it feel? It has to be a ghost. I mean, we all know it, right?
Say again, sorry.
How does it feel to overcome a Brazilian team in the playoffs bracket? Because there has been a ghost.
Nice. I mean, it's always nice to send a team home, no matter where they're from.
Well, you sent them. They sent you home in Denmark.
Yeah, that's true. We talked about that before the game. Yeah.
Final question: how much do you miss me?
A lot. Carl is taking away all my mushy strats, and you were there to support me, and now there's no one there to support me. So
he doesn't value you like I did. It's kind of sad.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm pretty.
I don't know if we let him ask questions anymore.
I think that was a great interview.
No, it was awesome. Benja, obviously, last year I mentioned it. You raised the hammer. How much is that playing on your mind, to do some tremendous history here?
Nothing, to be honest. We are not here to defend a title. We are here to win a new one. That's how I see it.
All right, cool. Are you going to do
it? Let's see. One game at a time.
All right, Benja, thank you so much for joining us here, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Fab. I like your interview style. You should do more.
Yeah, I mean, it's a personal touch to it. Much more personal. I mean, we cuddled so much. I fed him food because he had never tried anything. So, we went to a restaurant, we ordered nice food, and I just spoon-fed him. Literally.
Well,
that's not even a joke.
I want to hear one of your bedtime stories, that's for sure. But let's get right into business now. Fresh has joined us as well. G2, we talked about their mental block against Brazilian teams, Fresh. That wall has been broken down with force.
At the end, when they were celebrating, Romalio, the coach, to Alamau said, "We did it." Literally shouted it at him. And yeah, they've got all the way through it. If they're over and through it, we're looking at a G2 that can go all the way. Before this game, there was still that question. If they've got over that mental block, they can go all the way now.
I think, and this probably will be agreed with, there are still two very big Brazilian opponents ahead of them. I think that both W7M and FaZe Clan are better Brazilian teams to go up against, and I think they're a better understanding of the meta. So I think that until we see them play against them and beat them, then we won't know if the ghost is fully gone, but there are so many good teams still left on the other side of the bracket.
Absolutely. G2's attacks on Consulate, just phenomenal stuff, Fresh.
Yeah, they absolutely get it. It's the same, very similar story as Oregon. They got themselves onto a 3-3 split, led by Benjamaster again. Just want to say that had another phenomenal performance. If we had any doubts, any concerns about him, I think he's tucked those to bed going in, after finishing this game. But yeah, they got a 3-3 split. And again, we rely on G2's defense so well. Once they've got that 3-3 split, they rely on that defense so well. We don't. They do. And I've actually got a clip for their attack.
Should we run it?
Well, let's run it. It was one of the most genius attacking plays I've ever seen in my life. Now, this is very standard. An Amaru CEO plant. What isn't standard is the Amaru jumping back out to bait the defenders to try and retake that position, because as soon as the plant's going down, defenders have to try and take that position back and stop that plant, otherwise it's game over. So Amaru's in, Amaru's out, jumps out, Amaru's in again, starts planting, jumps out again when there is another C4. All of the defender utility is now gone. And the third time, Amaru's in again. Now the plant they're not actually trying to plant here, they're trying to bait out all of the utility until they are 100% certain they can plant. You'll even see Alamau jump off the plant again and then get it the third time. Great cover on the repel by Uno. Now, for me, that play was one of the smartest plays I've ever seen in terms of that Amaru, because lots of teams, they just try to execute on a strat like that. They just try to get in, get the plant down and play the post plant. G2 actually played the layers to it to bait out all of the utility and then go when it was 100% set.
And I think that was the biggest difference between the two teams looking at this game, because G2 actually looked comfortable every time they had into attack. And I didn't think that Liquid looked comfortable a single time. They kept getting flanked, they kept being taken by surprise, they just kept making rookie mistakes for being as experienced as they are. Pretty unacceptable if you ask me. I am wondering what's going to happen for them in the future.
I'm gutted for them. I think you can't not love this game and not be gutted for Team Liquid here, because is their future as this current roster now Fresh in jeopardy?
You would have to say so. I think, I said it in the pre-game of this game was, are they too far gone at this point? Have they failed in finals and international events too many times for a roster that, and let's be fair, Fabian, you'll say it as well, they should have won at least one major or an event in their time. Obviously, they won a Pro League final, but that was ages ago.
Lion wasn't bannable.
And Lion wasn't bannable, so you're going to discount it. Are they too far gone? So at this point, is this the end of Liquid as we know it? Maybe, maybe not. You would have to assume drastic changes get made because they will have been pinning their hopes and dreams when this SI got announced to be in Brazil. The whole year, they will have pinned their hopes and dreams on success at this tournament to limp out of groups, losing the upper bracket and then losing the lower bracket. Catastrophe.
And they looked poor whilst.
Yeah, they didn't look like they were going to do well.
It's one thing if you go out and you put your everything into it.
Yeah.
You've like gone in and you've done all that you can, and there feels like nothing else could have been done differently, and you still lose. But that's not the Liquid we saw today. I don't feel like they did everything. At least gameplay-wise, I was not convinced.
Yep, gutted for them and gutted for all of their fans here in Brazil, but for sure there will be Brazilian teams that they can cheer for when we get there. Look, let's take a look at our Intel play of the day, of the game, sorry. Of course, it was the Benja Master 4K, Fabian.
It's just Benny. He just finds these gaps, and then the L85, it's like he's... he doesn't miss a shot. It's a laser gun. He just goes in, and then he decides, well, the four of you... Well, a snap of fingers, Thanos them away, and then that's it. That's Benny. He is incredible. He's just incredible.
Look at his team hyping him up as well.
Yeah.
They know he had a rough day yesterday.
Yeah.
Doki's literally stood up. And you wouldn't be able to tell, but Doki's stood up. And he's literally like,
no difference when he sits in the stands, right?
I was speaking to Tim upstairs. I just think there's something special about this G2 roster. You know, they're almost like rock stars. I just think the way they carry themselves, the atmosphere between them all, they've all got different personalities. I think they're a real key element of what makes this so entertaining.
Knowing them, yeah, they are rock stars in their own way. However, there are things that they definitely have to work on in the background that I'm not going to be speaking on camera about.
Okay, sure. Can we talk about it later in the
He's
back,
not
maybe?
allowed, contractually.
No, contractually, yeah. Like, honestly, it would cost me £2 million, so I can't, sorry.
And he
That's
only has
nothing
one.
to you.
I don't even have one.
You've got 3 hammers. You got that in the bank. Go to ubisoft.com right now to make your SI predictions. You're running out of time, so get those predictions in quickly for your chance to win alpha packs and much more. It's well worth doing, isn't it, Fresh?
Yeah, I did them. Got them wrong.
But you're normally the biggest brain in Siege, right? Let's take a look at the Elim bracket now before we start to wrap things up here today. And look, we are getting ever closer, Fresh, to this all been done.
Yeah, we're so close. We're so close to main stage, only one day tomorrow. Big news of this, there will be maximum of 2 Brazilian teams on the main stage. FaZe are 100% already there. The only other Brazilian team that can get there now is W7M. They've got to go through SSG tomorrow. So for Brazil on home soil, they will have a maximum of 2 teams in this bracket, when it all looked so good before the tournament that they would have 4, maybe more.
Let's take a look at all the eliminated teams just to recap and refresh our memory here. You know, commiserations to all of them that have taken part here, and it's just the way it works, isn't it? It wouldn't be a tournament if we didn't see them drop out.
You know, in a tournament, when there are X amount of teams, everyone else loses except the winner. Number 2 is first loser. So everyone has to go out. I think that it's kind of a natural selection at this point to a certain extent. You know, we are expecting some teams to go out earlier, and I feel like the reasonable choices of who went out today, yeah, those are my picks.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not Loss. I guess you would expect maybe Loss and Liquid to maybe have a little bit
but at
more.
the same time,
they've not looked convincing throughout.
No.
I think all of these teams, maybe apart from Fury, have not looked convincing throughout the tournament. Fury were, you know, so close and put on a great show as well.
Yeah.
I think both of the Southeast Asian teams, as we go on to see Bleed as well, both of them did the whole of the APAC region so proud.
They
and I think, you know, the fact that going into next year, they're obviously going to have to be much more competitive with each other just to even get to this event next year. They both got to the bracket. They both, you know, won games in the bracket and did their region proud as a whole.
It's hard to watch that footage, isn't it? Because you know that these players are putting blood, sweat and tears into this game and into this esport, and this is what it's all about. This is the World Championships. This is what everybody's looking forward to. And then when you don't make it, it obviously cuts deep. But like I said, commiserations to the teams that have dropped out, and now it is all eyes on those remaining. We've got one more play day here in the playoffs, and Fab, it's going to be another banger, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy day. I'm so excited for tomorrow. It's going to be really fun.
I'm going to put you on the spot, Fresh.
Yes.
Who's winning SI?
Dark Zero.
Oh, really?
I've just predicted a North American team to win SI. I think
delusional.
actually no, Dark Zero or Sonics. I think both of those teams, particularly Sonics though, have looked incredible with very little weaknesses. Every other team, I think, in terms of the teams that you see here, have shown something. Yeah, have shown something that's a weakness. Maybe apart from FaZe. Can I just say all of them?
Winner of FaZe versus Sonics, that's the winner of the event. I think Virtus Pro is
I actually said Sonics were my kind of dark horse before the event. The reason I said that is they had a very easy group, and then I saw them go into that group and win everything 2-0 flawlessly. They then get into the bracket and they do another 2-0. They're really on something at the minute, Sonic.
And I mean, I think if we look at the games that we have left and the teams that are remaining, we have the best out of the 20 teams here. We definitely do.
Yeah.
There's no argument. Like when we look at the gameplay, it feels like all the puzzle pieces have kind of just fallen into place and they've been placed correctly. So I think we're in for a massive show this weekend.
All right, Fresh, MC Hammer, the 3-time champ himself, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure sharing the desk with you guys. It's an honor. And for you watching at home, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed every single map and every single round as much as we did here. We are having the time of our lives. And trust me, we are just getting started. We will see you tomorrow for our final play day of the playoffs. Do not miss it.